Chapter 541 The Rules of Melody. Wenlong tried a few more times, and found that it was indeed a good choice to use one of the double sword sealing dragon sword, Super One sword, as a sword. Although the power of the double swords could not be fully exerted. But it can be considered the most appropriate usage at present. Okay, I will accept these swords. How much is the total cost of repairing this time? Meow? After inspecting the goods, Wenlong said to Master Naluo. It's not expensive. Only 500 gold coins in total. Master Luo said while rubbing his hands. How can you really say that you actually want 500 gold coins? There's nothing you can do about it. This is already a discounted price. If it were someone else's price, it would be higher. And you see, it cost me a lot of earth crystals. Master Luo said again. Okay, Wenlong thought for a while, and agreed to Master Luo's quotation. Although those earth crystals were cheap, and the whole process only took a few hours. Master Luo's craftsmanship was indeed commendable. Especially when it comes to repairing ancient relics like this. Other blacksmiths may not be able to do it. So Wenlong also took out gold coins, and handed them to Master Luo. Although Wenlong had just borrowed 100,000 gold coins from Lily, and was in debt. He didn't want too many people to know that he was currently in financial distress. So when handing the gold coins to Master Luo, he was as straightforward and generous as possible. Okay, the money is here. Count the 500 gold coins in total. Meow! Wenlong also said after handing the money to Master Luo. Ha, no need. Mr. Wenlong, can I still not trust you? Remember to come back to me if you have such good things in the future. For example, I heard that you are digging for the Tyrannosaurus material. Please be sure to give it to us, and we will definitely provide it to you. Your most satisfactory service. Master Luo laughed cheerfully as soon as he received Qian. As expected, it's the old blacksmith who still cares about the Tyrannosaurus materials I dug in the volcanic area. Wenlong also said. Of course, as a blacksmith, I am eager to get the best materials every day and forge the best weapons. So if you dig out the materials for Tyrannosaurus, please be sure to bring them to me. My apprentice Leo and I have already planned the forging method to maximize its power. Oh! Wenlong also became interested when he heard what the other party said. What method is that? Meow? Hee hee. This is a secret, and we can't tell it for now, Master Luo said with a smile, but didn't go any further. Okay, I understand. When the time comes, I will consider transporting the materials of Tyrannosaurus. Wenlong nodded and said, I hope you won't disappoint me. Meow! Wenlong also understood what Master Luo meant. After all, as Major Bolton's strongest forger, whether he could forge the strongest equipment was a symbol of his strength. Top-notch materials like Tyrannosaurus are an important source for him to forge top-grade equipment. And they are extremely rare. Master Luo will certainly not let them go if he finally encounters them. Thank you very much. Seeing that Wenlong agreed to Master Luo's request, Master Luo quickly thanked him. So Wenlong left Master Luo's forging house with the newly repaired sealing dragon sword, Super One Sect, with satisfaction. And then returned to his villa on the outskirts of Bolton. In the following days, in addition to carrying out Taito recovery training every day, Wenlong spent the rest of the time waiting for news from the Alufa Snow Mountains and the Zikigwo volcanic area, and also pondering the use of the horn flute he had previously received from Rin. From the beginning, Wenlong was completely confused about how to use the horn flute. But fortunately, Lin had left a user manual. Although the records on it were also extremely complicated, it was much better than nothing. On weekdays, Wenlong practiced with this manual. Although the sound he played was a bit unpleasant at first, it became pleasant to the ears as time went by. Therefore, after some time, Wenlong also gradually mastered some tips. For example, the flute sound used to control monsters to attack. Although the flute sounds used by different monsters are also somewhat different. Generally only the first paragraph will have some differences. And the notes in the subsequent paragraphs are almost the same. There are also some flute sounds that make the monster do a certain action. The action of moving the claws will always have the same action as the action of using the claws. The action of flapping the wings will also have the same action as the action of flapping the wings. Place. For example, there are two types of flute sounds for the big strange bird to flap its wings. One is to flap its wings to rush towards the opponent, and the other is to flap its wings to fly high into the sky to escape from the battlefield. Although they are two different actions, because of the both include the action of flapping wings. So there is a section in the two different melodies that is exactly the same. Therefore, Wenlong deduced from this that the same melody should refer to the meaning of instructing the big strange bird to flap its wings. According to this method, Wenlong successively interpreted the true meaning of many melodies, and recorded these melodies in a new book as a supplement to the instruction manual that Ren left for him. Since then, he has been sorting out these flute notes. After interpreting the melody, Wenlong's mastery of the horn flute that controls monsters went even further. So in the next few days, Wenlong spent most of his time thinking about how to use the horn flute. Until one day, Wenlong received a top-secret letter from Reina. The letter looked ordinary, except that it was sealed with red wax oil and stamped with the emblem of the Black Cat tribe of the West Melon Mountains, indicating that it was a letter from Reina.
Oh, it looks like I've found it. Meow.
After receiving the letter, Wenlong slowly opened it, and as expected, there was only a simple sentence on it.
Sir, what you are looking for has been found. Please come over and check it out as soon as possible. Meow. Well, it seems that the treasure of the so-called Great Thief would really exists.
At this time, Wenlong also thought with great joy.
Although now, because Lindy's has left, we can't take advantage of her hot air balloon. Rufa is in the snow, but it's also a good time to test my horn flute skills. If successful, it will be much more efficient than a hot air balloon. Meow.
Although after this period of training, Wenlong has learned to use the horn flute to control some small monsters near Major Bolt 10. But this time, Wenlong is ready to control a big guy as his own mounted. Chapter 542 The Deal with Caesar.
You are going to the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground now?
In the hall of the Wongli Hunting Group, Dragon Eyes, she saw met Wenlong and others. But he didn't quite understand why Wenlong asked to enter the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground again.
We don't need to stay too long. It should be done in one day. And didn't you say before that we can apply to use the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground here at any time? Meow?
Wenlong also said to Dragon Eyes, she saw.
Well, I did say that. And what I said now definitely counts. It's just that I don't quite understand it.
At this time, Longtong Zysa groaned, and then asked,
You are all legendary now. Now that you are a hunter, there should be no need to go to the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground for training anymore. Right.
Indeed. As Dragon Eyes, Caesar said, although the monsters in the so-called Wongli Elite Hunting Ground are much stronger than other monsters of the same level, there has never been anything like Tyrannosaurus at the top of the food chain. Powerful monster. After all, even a strong man like Dragon Eye, she saw couldn't suppress a monster as powerful as Tyrannosaurus by himself, let alone keep Tyrannosaurus in captivity in a hunting ground. However, Wenlong and others have successfully hunted Tyrannosaurus. Therefore, with the strength of Wenlong and others, there will be no problem even if Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang can sweep the entire Wongli Elite Hunting Ground. And since they have been able to sweep across the entire Wongli Elite Hunting Ground, it is certainly impossible for Wenlong and others to come to the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground for training. Therefore, what Dragon Eyes, she saw wants to know most at the moment is the purpose of Wenlong and others' request to enter Wong Li's Elite Hunting Ground again. After all, you can't just open Wong Li's Elite Hunting Ground to others without knowing it. At this time, Wenlong was also calculating in his mind.
This dragon pupil Caesar is a legendary hunter after all. It seems impossible to get past him. Forget it. I'd better tell him my purpose directly, otherwise it will arouse suspicion.
It will be even more troublesome. Naya. Well, it's actually like this.
At this time, Wenlong thought for a while and finally told the truth.
While we were in Shichi country, we had already captured a complete weapon from a member of Poisonous Beak, the control horn flute. Not only that, we also got an additional instruction manual on how to use the control horn flute. So we want to use you, the monster in the Wongli Elite Hunting Ground, to do an experiment to see if we can finally achieve the desired effect.
Meow. Oh. After hearing what Wenlong said, even Longtong she saw his eyes widened and he shouted in surprise.
You have deciphered the melody that controls the horn flute? I see. That's it. That's right. But more experiments are needed to verify it now. However, according to the information we have obtained, the monsters controlled by this horn flute also have limits. Not all monsters can be controlled, such as ancient dragon-level monsters. There is no way to control it. So we want to try and see what happens to the elite monsters you have here. Meow. Well, I understand.
At this time, Longtong Zysa also nodded and said,
In short, what you want is that since you want to control the strongest individual of its kind. Right? That's what happened. Because I really wanted to control a fire dragon as a mount. So I thought that the ordinary fire dragon would be too weak. Since I want to control the fire dragon, I must at least control the elite hero fire dragon. Come on. Meow. Wenlong said proudly. Well, in that case, it's a good idea. Using a male fire dragon as a mount is unprecedented. I hope you can succeed.
At this time, Long Tong she saw changed the topic and said,
I also have a little I hope you can help me with my request. Please say it. Meow.
Long also said,
I don't know if you still remember, but in the last disaster Star Dragon incident, we already obtained a damaged horn flute. And then we handed over the damaged horn flute to the Orthodox Inheritance of Ancient Relics in the West Red region, the author, the royal family of the Kingdom of West Red. And our king also attached great importance to this horn flute after receiving it, and specially sent archaeologists to restore cultural relics to repair the horn flute.
Oh, has the repair been successful?
Wenlong asked curiously.
On the surface, it seems that the repair has been successful,
Long Tong Zysa continued.
But because there has been no method to control the playing of the horn flute. So whether the horn flute we repaired can really work, we don't know either. Oh, then you want to ask us how to play the horn flute? Meow?
Before Long Tong she saw finished speaking, Wenlong had already guessed what the other party meant.
Well, since you have cracked the method of controlling the playing of the horn flute, I also hope that you can contribute it to benefit everyone so that we can also find a way to deal with the poisonous beak.
Long Tong Zysa said seriously.
Okay. No problem. I'll make a copy for you later. Meow.
Wenlong didn't intend to hide this, but simply agreed to Long Tong Zysa's request.
Well, Baron Star, please prepare some paper and pen for our distinguished guest.
At this time, Long Tong Caesar turned to the adjutant, Baron Star, who had been standing next to him, and said,
Understood. Captain, I'm just going to prepare paper and pen.
Soon, Baron Star came in with a good quill and paper, and Wenlong also wrote down the method of controlling the horn flute on the paper as agreed, and then handed it to Baron Star, who in turn handed it over to Baron Star. He handed it to Dragon Eyes, she saw.
Yes, not bad.
Long Tong she saw looked at the playing method copied by Wenlong, and then ordered,
Take them to the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground. If you want to control any monsters, just go ahead. Thanks for that. Meow.
So under the leadership of Baron Star, Wenlong and others once again boarded the hot air balloon and came to the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground located behind the headquarters of the Wanli Hunting Group. However, this time because the purpose was to manipulate monsters rather than training. So Wenlong and others did not spread out, but jumped off the hot air balloon together after finding a commanding height.
Okay, this is it. Let's see if there are any monsters here that are worthy of being my mount. Meow.
Wenlong announced loudly. Chapter 543 Target. Blue Fire Dragon. According to Wenlong's idea, since he was going to fly to the Alufa Snow Mountain, the best mount would be the Fire Dragon, which has extremely strong flying ability and is called the
King of the Sky.
However, even the male fire dragons are divided into many types. Even the ordinary male fire dragons are divided into ordinary male fire dragons and elite hero fire dragons. And there are also considerable differences in physical abilities between different levels of male fire dragons. In this case next, Wenlong and others certainly hope to find the strongest individual in the male fire dragon family as a mount.
Mr. Cat, what monster are we going to catch as a mount?
Catherine asked Wenlong curiously after getting off the hot air balloon. After all, even for Catherine, it would be very interesting to use a monster as a mount. Thinking about it carefully, Catherine also had some small expectations in her heart.
When it comes to flying ability, of course the male fire dragon is more reliable.
At this time, Wenlong also replied,
But as for the male fire dragon, in addition to the general male fire dragon, there are also the elite heroic fire dragons. And there are also subspecies of the male fire dragon. The rare species of blue fire dragon and male fire dragon. Silver fire dragon. Meow. Among them, the silver fire dragon is the strongest. Its whole body is silver white. If used as a mount, it is simply cool and handsome. But it is a pity that even among this Wanli elite there is no silver fire dragon in the hunting ground. Which is really a pity. There is no silver fire dragon here? So besides the silver fire dragon, which monster should we find better? If we exclude the silver fire dragon, then there is only the blue fire dragon. As a subspecies of the male fire dragon, it also has quite good strength, and the main color of blue looks quite good.
At this time, Wenlong was also confident. he said all over the ground.
If it weren't for me, I heard that Wang Li's elite hunting ground just got a blue fire dragon not long ago. I wouldn't be too lazy to come here. Meow.
According to Wenlong's idea, instead of spending a lot of time and energy in the wild to find the rare Song Fire Dragon, it is easier to encounter powerful monsters directly at the Wangli Elite Hunting Ground. And in terms of strength, the monsters in the Wangli Elite Hunting Ground, they are also carefully selected, and the quality is guaranteed.
Oh! Where is the Song Fire Dragon?
Catherine looked around. Although Catherine was standing on a high ground with an excellent view, she didn't see any monster like the Song Fire Dragon when she looked around.
Don't worry. A rare species like this won't come out so easily. The best way to find it is to make a scene here. Meow. Is Mr. Cat going to make a scene?
Haitang asked at this time.
Well, although no trace of the Song Fire Dragon has been found yet, can't you see some male fire dragons wandering in the air here? Let's do the surgery with a male fire dragon first. The Song Fire Dragon will definitely appear. Meow.
Wenlong ordered. In fact, Haitang was already ready without Wenlong's orders. Haitang drew out the arrow without hesitation, put it on the bowstring, and began to charge up the force, looking at the male fire dragons wandering in the air, because they saw Wenlong and others standing on a very conspicuous high ground. These male fire dragons also regarded Wenlong and others who had just entered Wang Li's elite hunting ground as a gift, food that comes to your door. As a result, one of the male fire dragons also flew towards Wenlong and others, and then circled in the air, then suddenly dived directly towards Catherine.
Why are you rushing towards me?
Catherine said in surprise when she saw the male fire dragon rushing straight towards her. After all, compared to Wenlong and Haitang, Catherine's defense ability is the strongest, especially since the last battle with Tyrannosaurus. Catherine's Thunder Wolf dragon armor and weapons have been severely damaged, so this time Catherine has replaced them with male and female fire materials that she has worn before. He has a specially made suit, which is extremely resistant to fire-type attacks. In addition, he also has a specially made male and female fire sword in his hand, so he also has a great advantage in defensive capabilities. However, even so, the male fire dragon still regarded Catherine as the first target of attack without hesitation, and dived down directly.
Probably because you look white and tender, fat and juicy, and taste the most delicious. Right.
Facing Catherine's question, Wenlong said jokingly.
Is that so? Do I feel like this?
Faced with Wenlong's joke, Catherine actually believed it.
Yes.
Meow.
Mr. Cat Haitang felt that it was the male and female fire suits worn by Sister Catherine that aroused hostility. So in order to avenge his companions, the male fire dragon set his first target on Sister Catherine.
At this time, although Haitang beside him was still while he was accumulating strength, he couldn't help but correct Wenlong's statement.
Little girl, you really have no sense of humor.
Wenlong spread his hands and said,
I see. Haitang understands. Mr. Cat, are you teasing Sister Catherine? Ha. Teasing or something. You are a young girl. How can you say such things? Meow?
Although the male fire dragon was already rushing towards Catherine, Wenlong and others did not seem nervous at all, but were chatting and laughing below. Therefore, except for Haitang who drew the bowstring to charge up, Wenlong and Catherine did not even draw out their weapons. This is a symbol of strength, even when encountering the fire dragon, known as the King of Avatar. He is calm and at ease. After all, as a legendary hunter who has hunted Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong no longer pays attention to this ordinary male fire dragon. Even though this is Wang Li's elite hunting ground, the male fire dragons here are also carefully selected. Wenlong is also confident that he will hand over the task to Haitang alone. In fact, Haitang did not disappoint Wenlong. In other words, in this case, it would be difficult to make a mistake with Haitang's strength. Seeing that the male fire dragon had reached diagonally above Catherine, Haitang's arrow shot out instantly. Haitang shot a series of arrows that had been charged in 3 stages. Several arrows were shot out at the same time, aiming at the weak point of the fire dragon's head. The next moment, the male fire dragon that was charging towards Catherine lost its balance in the air. Its original swooping posture turned into an uncontrollable roll, and then fell to the ground.
Bang!
The falling male fire dragon made a huge noise. Looking at the head of the male fire dragon, it was also hit by as many as 7 or 8 arrows at the same time, and penetrated deeply into the skull. It can be seen that this male fire dragon lost its life before it fell to the ground. Chapter 544 The Revenge of the Female Fire Dragon. killing a male fire dragon cleanly. The behavior of Wenlong and others obviously attracted the attention of other monsters. After that, different monsters also reacted differently. Generally speaking, most of the relatively weak monsters chose to avoid after seeing that even the King of Sky like the fire dragon was easily shot down. After all, most monsters can still distinguish the strength of their opponents when encountering an opponent with such an absolute advantage in strength. Even if the monster's IQ is generally not as good as that of humans, they still understand what it means that they can't afford to offend, but can always hide. As a result, lower-level monsters such as the big monster bird, the poison monster bird, the ghost hunter spider, the peach feather beast king, and the big wild boar king began to flee in all directions, and soon disappeared into the distant jungle. There were also some relatively powerful monsters. Although they vaguely felt that Wenlong and others were very powerful, they did not choose to run away immediately. Instead, they stood and watched from a distance, as if they were ready to see the situation before deciding what to do next. Action. Wenlong knew that these monsters standing in the distance were prepared to take action. Once, he was at a disadvantage in the next battle with other monsters. Many of these monsters would probably choose to add insult to injury. Of course, in addition to those watching and escaping, there were also some monsters who were angry because of Haitang's actions. At this moment, after Haitang shot down the male fire dragon, 2 more heartrending roars came from the sky, and then he saw 2 more huge figures flying towards Wenlong.
Sure enough, here we are, and we are actually the winners of life with 2 couples. Meow.
Wenlong looked at the sky and found that 2 female fire dragons appeared this time. After these 2 female fire dragons hovered in the air for a while, they had suddenly changed its flight trajectory and swooped down at an extremely fast speed. But this time, the target was no longer Catherine, but replaced by Haitang, who had just shot the male fire dragon. Obviously, the 2 female fire dragons suddenly changed their targets because Haitang had just shot the male fire dragon, and because Haitang's armor was light armor with relatively low defense. Even the armor level had a certain advantages, but there are inevitably certain dangers. Moreover, the 2 female fire dragons seemed to have a special tacit understanding. They did not rush down from the same direction, but attacked Haitang from both sides.
Little Haitang, I'll leave the one on the left to you, and I'll block the one on the right.
Seeing Haitang being attacked from both sides, Catherine stood up. This time, Catherine pulled out the big sword in her hand, and then stood up Begonia's right. The 2 people, one on the left and one on the right, respectively faced off against the 2 female fire dragons, especially Haitang. This time, they drew the bowstring without hesitation, ready to seize the opportunity to shoot the arrow in their hands.
Are you coming again? No matter how many times you try, you will never be able to break through Haitang's arrows.
Haitang also thought silently in his heart. However, something unexpected happened. The 2 female fire dragons seemed to realize that something was wrong. They suddenly changed their direction during the dive. The original straight dive turned into a spiral circle, and then only a boom was heard. With a sound, one of the female fire dragons landed a certain distance away from Haitang and others. The other one continued to hover in the air, seeming to be ready to take action at any time.
The title of the male fire dragon is King of the Sky, while the title of the female fire dragon is Queen of the Earth. This also means that compared to flying in the air, the female fire dragon's ability on the ground is actually stronger. No wonder it went around in a circle after that. One of them still chose to attack on the ground, which is called using strengths and avoiding weaknesses.
At this time, Wenlong also said with some insights. But even though he said this, Wenlong still didn't draw his weapon, because before that, Catherine had already rushed over.
Hee hee. I prefer fighting monsters on the ground than those flying in the sky.
At this moment, seeing the female fire dragon landing on the ground, Catherine immediately picked up the big sword in her hand and rushed forward. Past.
Roar!
Seeing Catherine rushing over, the female fire dragon also let out a huge roar. But the sound had no impact on Catherine at all. Seeing Catherine still charging towards her, the female fire dragon was also shocked. But she quickly responded again, this time starting to gather flames in her mouth. The moment Catherine got closer, suddenly, huge flames shot out from the mouth of the female fire dragon.
Fierce radiation!
This is a common name used by hunters to refer to this move. And judging from the name, we know that this move is more powerful than the ordinary fireball spray. In fact, this is also the case. Different from the ordinary fireball spray, the flames ejected by the female fire dragon at this time are like a huge flamethrower spraying fire with all its strength. A large amount of flames form a fan-shaped flame in front of the female fire dragon. The curtain wall swept past and swallowed up Catherine's body in an instant.
Roar!
The female fire dragon roared again, which seemed to contain the excitement of revenge and victory. But soon, the female fire dragon discovered that she was wrong. Because in the flames that could easily burn the enemy to ashes, the human figure was still standing. Catherine held a big sword and blocked the impact of the female fire dragon's fierce radiation. After withstanding the initial wave of impact, Catherine stepped through the remaining flames and walked out without any trace of injury on her body.
Fortunately, this set of armor happens to have the highest resistance to fire. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Fire Dragon. Your best move happens to be my best move.
After saying that, Catherine raised her sword and lowered it. A drop of blood spurted out, and the head of the female fire dragon fell with it. While Catherine was fighting the female fire dragon on the ground, Haitang was also attacked by the female fire dragon in the air. At the beginning, Haitang also shot an arrow at the female fire dragon. But probably because this female fire dragon already had the experience of the previous male fire dragon, and this female fire dragon was hovering in the air, far away from Haitang. The arrow had already slowed down a lot when it got close to the female fire dragon. The moment the female fire dragon saw Haitang shooting the arrow, she quickly changed its flight path and actually avoided Haitang's arrow by wiping her body.
There are only a few seconds.
One arrow missed, and Haitang did not become impatient, but calmly drew out the second arrow. Chapter 545, Song Fire Dragon's Counterattack. When Haitang was preparing to charge up the second arrow, the female fire dragon hovering in the air also accurately seized the opportunity and immediately began to lower its altitude, then flew towards Haitang close to the ground, and waited until it was close to Haitang. But it suddenly climbed up again, and then made a tumbling gesture in the air. The series of flight trajectory changes were also dizzying. But this time Haitang did not shoot the arrows it would like before, but just maintained his aim at the female fire dragon. Haitang knew that deterrence was the most important at this time. There was no need to shoot a second arrow until he had completely figured out the opponent's trajectory. At the moment when the female fire dragon rolled, the tail spine of the female fire dragon also swept towards Begonia. The speed was amazing.
So this is the trick.
But after all, Haitang has had the experience of fighting against the female fire dragon many times. This time when she saw the female fire dragon preparing to roll, Haitang immediately had a clear prediction in her heart, knowing that the female fire dragon would definitely use it next. Tailthorn attacked. So Haitang also instantly made a sideways move to hide.
Crack!
The female fire dragon's tail spine swept past Haitang with a slight difference, almost piercing Haitang's body.
It's really a little dangerous. Although Haitang also brought an antidote. The antidote is money, so it can't be wasted.
However, even though Haitang successfully evaded the attack of the female fire dragon, she still thought with some joy in her heart. In fact, in terms of attack power, the attack power of the tail spines of this female fire dragon is not very high. But what really causes headaches is the highly toxic venom contained on the tail spines. Even in history, there were many old hunters who, although they successfully hunted the female fire dragon, were poisoned by the venom on the tail spines of the female fire dragon and ran out of antidotes, resulting in the poisoning and death after the successful hunting. Therefore, for the female fire dragon's move, even if it is just touched a little, there is a danger of poisoning and death. Even if Haitang carries an antidote that can dissolve the venom of the female fire dragon, based on the principle of not wasting it. Even if it is Haitang was not willing to use the relatively cheap antidote. Therefore, at this moment, Haitang felt lucky that she had successfully saved a bottle of antidote. But now that he has successfully evaded the attack of the female fire dragon, Haitang will certainly not let the female fire dragon have any chance again. At this time, Haitang and the female fire dragon were almost just looking at each other face to face. Seeing that the attack had failed, the female fire dragon seemed to want to adjust its direction and launch another attack on Haitang, but found that Haitang's arrow was already heading towards her. Come over here. At such a close distance, the female fire dragon had no room to hide. In the end, like her male partner, the female fire dragon was pierced through the head by several sharp arrows, and then fell down from midair.
Bang!
The huge body of the female fire dragon once again shook the earth, as well as the other monsters watching around it. Those monsters were observing the situation before, preparing to wait for an opportunity to surround Wenlong and others together. But this time after seeing the two female fire dragons being eliminated by Catherine and Hai Tang in a very short time. Everyone knew the strength gap between the two sides has reached a state that is simply irreparable. As a result, these onlookers, who had planned to take advantage of the situation to launch an attack, finally gradually retreated.
Are they all gone? It's time for the protagonist to appear this time.
Looking at the corpses of a male fire dragon and two female fire dragons on the ground, Wenlong also whispered to himself. Sure enough, not long after Wenlong said these words, he saw a bright blue figure appear on the horizon. Compared with the ordinary male fire dragon, this blue figure is obviously stronger. And judging from the observed situation, both the flight speed and agility are far higher than the ordinary male fire dragon.
Ah, Mr. Cat. That's the subspecies of the male fire dragon, that Song Fire Dragon. Right. It's just like the legend. The scales on its body are all blue.
Hai Tang also looked at the direction in which the Song Fire Dragon was flying, and then said to when Dragon reported,
Well, that's right. It's the Song Fire Dragon. Although a lesson is inevitable, you must also remember to be gentle and don't hurt it too seriously. Meow.
Seeing that the Song Fire Dragon had appeared, Wenlong also quickly warned Catherine and Begonia. After all, a powerful monster like the Song Fire Dragon is already much stronger than the average male fire dragon. It can be said that it is the limit of the monsters that the control horn flute can currently control. Therefore, when controlling it, the prerequisites required will be relatively stringent. The first and most important thing is to control the opponent when most of the opponent's physical strength is consumed. The effect will be better.
I know. Mr. Cat, Hai Tang will be measured.
After receiving Wenlong's instructions, Hai Tang immediately agreed.
Hey, be gentle? What should I do?
Compared to Hai Tang, Catherine was obviously at a loss.
I just want you to be gentle.
Suddenly, Wenlong thought of the strange force that would break his bones when he was hugged by Catherine. So he changed his words and said,
Forget it. You woman will do it.
I always don't know the severity. So just use weapons to defend and try not to attack with weapons. Otherwise, even if my mount is not hacked to death, it will be very troublesome to chop it into a cripple. As for me, I will do the rest. Me. Meow. Ah. Okay. I understand. Mr. Cat.
So, Catherine quickly took a defensive posture. Seeing that the blue figure is getting bigger and bigger, it means that the blue fire dragon is getting closer and closer to Wenlong and others. And Hai Tang is also carefully calculating the distance between the blue fire dragon and herself.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
When Hai Tang counted to 0, it was exactly the moment when the Song Fire Dragon entered Hai Tang's shooting range. And it was at this moment that the arrow in Hai Tang's hand shot out instantly. Several arrows pierced the sky and flew towards the Song Fire Dragon. However, somewhat unexpectedly, the Song Fire Dragon simply did a cartwheel in the air and easily dodged the arrow shot by Hai Tang.
The flying ability of this blue fire dragon is so much better than that of the ordinary male fire dragon. Anyway, the first arrow is just for testing. Before the opponent gets close, Hai Tang still has time to charge up the power for the second time.
Hai Tang sat on one side with this thought in mind. He drew out a second arrow. But what happened next shocked Hai Tang. The moment Hai Tang drew out the second arrow, the Song Fire Dragon suddenly accelerated. In an instant, the Song Fire Dragon's speed was twice as fast as before. Chapter 546, The Alert Song Fire Dragon.
So it turns out that the Song Fire Dragon still had reservations about his speed at the beginning.
However, when Hai Tang realized this, it was already too late. The sudden acceleration of the Song Fire Dragon completely disrupted Hai Tang's initial prediction of the Song Fire Dragon's speed. Hai Tang's calculations originally indicated that the second arrow could complete 3 stages of charging before the Song Fire Dragon approached.
But now, he had to shoot it in advance.
Whoosh!
Although several arrows were still shot in a continuous shooting manner, they did not complete the 3 stages of charging. Instead, when the second stage of charging was carried out, they had to aim at the wings of the Song Fire Dragon and shoot out. Several arrows flew accurately towards the wings of the Song Fire Dragon. According to Hai Tang's idea, these arrows did not need to shoot down the Song Fire Dragon, as long as they injured the Song Fire Dragon and temporarily reduced its mobility. The mission was completed. However, Hai Tang discovered that just after his arrow was shot, the Song Fire Dragon reacted immediately. After suddenly changing its flight trajectory with a sudden spin, the Song Fire Dragon actually raised its altitude again, and then hovered in midair. In just a short moment, the Song Fire Dragon demonstrated flying skills and abilities that would put most of its other flying dragon species to shame. Its powerful ability to stay in the air was like treating the sky as its own garden. Has an elegance and confidence that ordinary fire dragons do not have. Each of these movements, regardless of speed, agility or timing, is far ahead of the average fire dragon.
What a powerful flying ability! Every movement of this blue fire dragon is fundamentally different from the ordinary male fire dragon.
Haitang was shocked again. Ever since the Song Fire Dragon made its first evasive move, Haitang had already guessed that his attack would fail again. Originally, taking into account the flight path and flight time of the arrow, Haitang always calculated the advance of the opponent's action every time he shot an arrow, and even the impact of the surrounding wind speed on the flight of his arrow. However, what the Song Fire Dragon suddenly did was the mid-air parking completely disrupted Haitang's plan. Sure enough, this time Haitang's arrow still passed by the Song Fire Dragon's body, but did not hurt the Song Fire Dragon. The blue fire dragon was hovering in the air, looking at Haitang and the others below with its angry and contemptuous eyes. And at the same time, a burning breath began to gather in its mouth. Oops. After all, Haitang was already an experienced hunter with considerable experience. Although it was his first time fighting against the Song Fire Dragon, Haitang could easily guess what the Song Fire Dragon was going to do next based on his previous fighting experience with the male fire dragon. So Haitang immediately shouted loudly,
Mr. Cat! Sister Catherine! Be careful! Ho! Roar! Roar!
In an instant, the Song Fire Dragon spit out 3 huge fireballs in a row, and then blasted them towards Wenlong and others on the ground. 3 fireballs fell from the sky. If they exploded, they would cover a large area. The target would not only be Haitang, but also Wenlong and Catherine. It can be seen that this Song Fire Dragon has already made a plan from the beginning, and is preparing to bury Wenlong and others in the sea of fire with continuous fireballs. Fortunately, Haitang had already made preparations in advance. While gathering the hunting bow in his hand, Haitang also ran forward a few steps, and then swooped down, thus escaping the fireball bombardment of the Song Fire Dragon.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 huge explosions sounded, and a large area of the ground turned into a sea of fire. At the moment of dodging, Haitang also turned around to observe the actions of Wenlong and Catherine. However, what made Haitang feel a little strange was that neither Wenlong nor Catherine chose to avoid. At this time, Wenlong was burying his head and not knowing what he was doing. And beside Wenlong, Catherine was holding the big sword in her hand horizontally, assuming an impregnable defensive posture. Moreover, there were almost all flames around Catherine, and only a small area behind her remained with no traces of being burned. It can be seen that at least one of the 3 fireballs ejected by the blue fire dragon just hit Catherine directly. But Catherine, with his strong defensive ability and a full set of high fire resistance armor, he was able to perfectly protect Wenlong, who was hiding behind him.
It's great that Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine are both gone.
Seeing this scene, Haitang felt relieved. Although Haitang knew that with the strength of Wenlong and Catherine, it was impossible for them to fall down due to this little injury. But it was still a lot of peace of mind to be able to confirm this in their hearts. So Haitang drew the bowstring in his hand again and aimed the arrow at the Song Fire Dragon, who was about to make a second round of attacks. However, the Song Fire Dragon seemed to have had a premonition. When he realized that he was being targeted, he began to make evasive movements again, waving his wings and constantly changing flight trajectories in the air. In addition, the Song Fire Dragon's ability to adapt to heights the control is also very precise, and is always outside Haitang's optimal range. This also makes it difficult for Haitang to accurately judge the Song Fire Dragon's flight trajectory and predict it. At this time, the Song Fire Dragon's powerful ability to stay in the air was even more vividly demonstrated. If it were an ordinary male fire dragon, after performing such a high-intensity fancy flight in the air, he would almost choose to land on the ground to rest. But the blue fire dragon seemed to have no need to rest at all. While doing fancy flying, constantly changing its flight trajectory, it can also take advantage of the gaps to spit out more fireballs on the ground. And the challenges Haitang faces are much greater than before. After all, the purpose this time is not to hunt the Song Fire Dragon, but to weaken and then control it. In this case, Haitang's attack was also affected by the purpose and seemed to be somewhat restrained and unable to be used. Just like the current situation, if the response was based on hunting standards, then when the Song Fire Dragon continued to wander in the sky, Haitang would have swept over it with a
secret truth. Kill the line!
even if the Cyan Fire Dragon has a stronger flying ability than the male Fire Dragon. It is absolutely impossible to dodge such an attack that is faster and covers a wider area. It's just that if he was hit by an extremely destructive secret attack, the Song Fire Dragon would probably be severely disabled even if he didn't die. Therefore, Haitang now not only has to control the intensity of his strength, but also tries to avoid damaging the fatal parts of the Song Fire Dragon, which requires Haitang's precise skills to be even higher. Therefore, due to multiple concerns, Haitang was unable to launch a counterattack. She just avoided the Song Fire Dragon's fireball while looking for the Song Fire Dragon's flaw. Haitang was not in a hurry about this, but waited patiently, treating it as a way to hone and improve his skills. Chapter 547, Mental Deduction.
After all, the task that Mr. Cat gave Haitang is not that easy to complete.
Haitang was thinking in her heart, but her eyes were always staring at the blue fire dragon that was constantly changing its flight mode in the air. At first, Haitang wanted to wait for the Song Fire Dragon to exhaust its physical strength before landing on the ground. After all, such a difficult movement that required a sudden change of flight direction required a large amount of kinetic energy to be lost during the change. So it also consumed physical strength. It's so huge that it wouldn't take long for a normal male fire dragon to consider landing on the ground to reduce his physical exertion. However, the Song Fire Dragon possesses physical strength that far exceeds that of the average male fire dragon. After dozens of rounds, it still continued to perform difficult evasive maneuvers in the air with great energy, which forced Haitang to give up the delaying tactics. Later, Haitang wanted to find some specific patterns in the flight trajectory of the Song Fire Dragon. However, Haitang soon discovered that the opponents seemed to have been guarding against this. There was almost no overlap between various evasive actions, and it was not obvious. Are there any similar patterns? It should also be seen from this that this Song Fire Dragon should also have experience in frequently fighting hunters, so it knows how to avoid hunters' attacks. Of course, when the Song Fire Dragon spits fireballs at the ground, it is also a good time to attack. At this time, the Song Fire Dragon will stay in the air briefly for a while, and after spitting out the fireball, it will accelerate its flight again. But for Haitang, this is also a very dangerous moment for herself. Although attacking the Song Fire Dragon when it spits out fireballs should have a higher hit rate, Haitang himself will also lose the best opportunity to avoid the fireballs. And the light armor on Haitang is far inferior to the protective effect of the armor on Catherine. If she is hit by a big fireball from the Song Fire Dragon, both sides may end up being hurt.
It is the last resort to lose both sides, and it should not be used unless it is a last resort. Haitang believes that there should be a better solution.
Of course, Haitang would not make such unnecessary sacrifices. After all, Haitang always had the confidence that she could do it.
There must be something else that Haitang hasn't noticed. Haitang doesn't believe that there is any monster in this world that has no trace at all.
Haitang continued to avoid attacks from the air while carefully observing every move of the Song Fire Dragon. Finally, after repeated verifications and guesses, Haitang discovered a pattern that was almost impossible to notice. Although the Song Fire Dragon is large in size, because it is flying at high speed in the air, humans are generally unable to conduct detailed observations of the Song Fire Dragon in flight. But Haitang was able to do it. The eyesight and dynamic capture ability that she had developed as a bow hunter for a long time allowed Haitang to observe moving enemies and distant enemies to an extremely fine level. And with this extraordinary talent, Haitang finally discovered that when the Song Fire Dragon was moving, his eyes were one step faster than his movements. For example, if the Song Fire Dragon wants to fly to the right, then before the Song Fire Dragon really changes direction, this huge monster will definitely use its eyes to confirm the situation on the right. This is the instinct of living things. And it is not surprising. This is true not just of monsters, but even of many humans. The reason is simple, but it is difficult to do it. Moreover, even Haitang was unable to observe the changes in the eyes of the Song Fire Dragon in detail at first. After all, observing in such detail is like observing an object with a magnifying glass. Although after using a magnifying glass, many subtleties of the object will be reflected. Every movement of the object will be doubled in the magnifying glass, so it will become more difficult to continuously track high-speed moving objects. However, after looking at the Song Fire Dragon again and again, Haitang finally found that she could accurately and stably capture the changes in the monster's eyes. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. And this is the same for monsters. At that moment, Haitang even felt as if she had penetrated the other person's heart. However, even so, Hai Tang was not in a hurry to take action immediately, but continued to verify his idea in his heart. Otherwise, if he fails to succeed, and the Song Fire Dragon discovers that his evasive methods are no longer effective, then he will most likely fail in his efforts.
My eyes are looking to the right. Yes, they are indeed going to the right. My eyes turn to the left. Okay, I did fly to the left. Looking down, is it going to fire another big fireball? Sure enough. Okay, let's take a look at this.
After making 3 more predictions in succession, Hai Tang found that all of her predictions were correct. And then she made up her mind. Pulling out the bowstring again, Hai Tang calmly aimed the arrow at the blue fire dragon. The Song Fire Dragon immediately realized this, and once again made a beautiful evasive action as before. However, this time, the Song Fire Dragon did not expect that his eyes had revealed everything.
Left.
The moment Hai Tang noticed the change in Song Fire Dragon's eyes, the position where the arrow in Hai Tang's hand was aimed at immediately moved half a body towards the upper left direction of Song Fire Dragon. This is the correction of the lead time, based on Hai Tang's understanding of the Song Fire Dragon's maneuverability from the beginning to the present, and the judgment of years of experience. During the flight of the arrow, the Song Fire Dragon deflected to the left will reach that point. Location. Not only that, but what actually appeared in Hai Tang's mind was a more detailed and specific picture, because it was necessary to avoid the fatal position of the Song Fire Dragon. In addition to the position where the Song Fire Dragon moved, Hai Tang even sketched out the flying posture of the Song Fire Dragon when it flew to that position.
Deflecting to the left from that position, the wings will flap about twice. When the arrow arrives, the Song Fire Dragon should be facing Hai Tang from the side, and the wings should be above the torso. So just deflecting the target to the left is not enough. Yes, that will most likely hit the body, causing irreversible, fatal, or serious injuries. You also need to slightly correct the target upwards, so that it should be able to hit the waving wings.
All the predictions were taking shape in Hai Tang's mind, like a movie in slow motion. However, the slow motion in Hai Tang's mind was only a very short moment in reality.
Whoosh!
Arrow shot out of the air. With the help of ultra-high-speed spatial deduction ability and extremely strong vision, Hai Tang seemed to have the ability to predict the situation. The arrow she shot this time hit the wing of the blue fire dragon accurately. Chapter 548 Forced Brainwashing.
Crack! Crack!
In an instant, Hai Tang's arrow cut open the membrane on one side of the Song Fire Dragon's wing, causing the Song Fire Dragon to almost lose its balance in the air and fall down. However, the Song Fire Dragon is a Song Fire Dragon after all. With its strong flying ability, it can barely stabilize its body. Only one wing is damaged, which makes the Song Fire Dragon's speed in the air instantly decrease a lot. In this case, then the Song Fire Dragon could no longer carry out high-intensity orbital flight, and could only barely maintain its flying state.
Aren't you still coming down? Then Hai Tang can shoot another arrow.
Then Hai Tang drew out another arrow, and after just a moment of charging, he shot it out again. Of course, the Song Fire Dragon, whose speed had slowed down, could no longer dodge Hai Tang's attack like before. So this time Hai Tang easily tore a huge hole in the membrane on the Song Fire Dragon's other wing. At this time, the Song Fire Dragon, whose wings were damaged, could no longer maintain its flying state and began to spiral downward. However, even during this process, the Song Fire Dragon continued to flap its wings in an attempt to restore its body's balance. But it still inevitably fell heavily to the ground.
Bang!
With a loud noise, the Song Fire Dragon fell sideways to the ground. Normally, Catherine had already rushed forward and slashed the Song Fire Dragon's head with a sword. But now, because she was controlling the Song Fire Dragon, the Fire Dragon was the target. Because even after watching the Blue Fire Dragon continue to struggle after landing, Wenlong and others were not in a hurry to take action.
Good job, little girl. You only tore the wing membrane, but didn't even damage the frame of the wing. That's a good job. Now leave it to me. Meow!
Wenlong praised Hai Tang's performance just now, while slowly walking towards the Song Fire Dragon who fell to the ground. At this time, the Song Fire Dragon obviously lost its previous strong demeanor after falling to the ground. After finally turning over and standing up again, he unexpectedly saw an Elu Cat in front of him, holding a tachi in his hand and strutting around, walking towards him. At this moment, Song Huolong really had a feeling in his heart of,
a tiger fell down and was bullied by a dog.
He had just been shot down by a little human girl before, and now he was threatened with a weapon by an Elu Cat. This was simply the biggest insult to the Tsang Fire Dragon, who had only had many battle experiences with humans. In addition, he had been at the same time. The hatred of the Fire Dragon family members being killed by these people made the Blue Fire Dragon angry.
Ho 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 ho!
The Tsang Fire Dragon got up again and let out an angry roar. But Wenlong remained unmoved.
I've heard too many dragon roars. For someone of your level, you should just go to sleep. Meow!
Wenlong mocked mercilessly, probably feeling Wenlong's taunt. After roaring, the Tsang Fire Dragon rushed towards Wenlong again.
Come on! Meow!
Wenlong, who was holding a human-sized
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sword,
completely used this weapon as a sword. Therefore, when he encountered the Blue Fire Dragon rushing towards him, Wenlong did not use the common dodge method of spin dodge with his double swords, but lowered his body to avoid the bite of the Blue Fire Dragon, and then suddenly used the
left cassock chop
move. The weapon in Wenlong's hand swung out from left to right, instantly drawing a blood mark on the Tsang Fire Dragon's body. Of course, Wenlong's attacks are also reserved, because compared to the double sword, although the attack frequency of Tai Dao is much lower, its power is much greater. If Wenlong had attacked with all his strength just now, the Tsanghui Dragon would have been chopped down long ago. It fell to the ground. After all, Wenlong's purpose is only to anger the Tsang Fire Dragon and consume the Tsang Fire Dragon's physical strength, not to kill it. At the same time, Wenlong's body jumped away to the left with the help of the reaction force of the weapon. The moment it attacked the Tsang Fire Dragon, Wenlong also moved to the side of the Tsang Fire Dragon, completely avoiding the Tsang Fire Dragon's attack. Roar! Tsang Holong saw Wenlong suddenly jump to his side again, and immediately stopped and was about to turn around. But he didn't expect that Wenlong actually made another cassock chop, and suddenly jumped to the other side.
Come on! You idiot! You can't even catch me! Meow!
Wenlong just used Kasaya/'s fast movement ability to play with the Tsang Fire Dragon all the way, constantly consuming the Tsang Fire Dragon's physical strength while leading the Tsang Fire Dragon towards a specific place. There is a paralysis trap that Wenlong had set up to control the Tsang Fire Dragon when Hai Tang was fighting with the Tsang Fire Dragon.
Roar!
Finally, after the Tsang Fire Dragon was teased again, the Tsang Fire Dragon rushed forward again. But unexpectedly, not only did it not catch Wenlong this time, but it instead stepped into the trap specially prepared by Wenlong. In an instant, an electric current that was enough to paralyze the Tsang Fire Dragon's body enveloped the Tsang Fire Dragon's body. The experienced Tsang Fire Dragon could only lie on the ground, unable to move. At this time, Wenlong also took out the horn flute that he had prepared before without hesitation, and then blew it in the ear of the Tsang Fire Dragon.
Whoa! At first, the Tsang Fire Dragon was obviously a little resistant to this strange sound, but because he had also fallen into the paralysis trap set by Wenlong, his body was completely unable to move. So even if he resisted, there was nothing he could do. This is the purpose of Wenlong's trap, to ensure that at the beginning, the monster will not escape the sound range of the horn flute due to the alertness and resistance of the monster, but can only choose to accept the brainwashing melody emanating from the horn flute. So gradually, after the music played by Wenlong gradually affected the Tsang Fire Dragon's brain, Wenlong also found that the Tsang Fire Dragon gradually stopped resisting and became calm.
Wenlong continued to play the horn flute over and over again, and the Tsang Fire Dragon's expression became calmer and calmer, completely losing its previous angry and violent aura. After that, the Tsang Fire Dragon seemed to have completely calmed down, lowered his head, and fell at Wenlong's feet. At the same time, the Tsang Fire Dragon also made a woo sound symbolizing submission.
Did you succeed? That's great. As long as you do your job properly, it is possible to control the Tsang Fire Dragon. Meow!
At this moment, Wenlong also thought happily when he saw the Tsang Fire Dragon leaning over his feet. So Wenlong simply walked up to the Tsang Fire Dragon, then stretched out a paw to stroke the Tsang Fire Dragon's head.
Be good. Follow me from now on. I won't treat you badly. Meow!
Chapter 549 Sudden Siege.
Roar!
While Wenlong was caressing the Tsang Fire Dragon's head, the Tsang Fire Dragon suddenly opened its mouth again and pointed its sharp teeth at Wenlong. It seemed that it could swallow Wenlong whole in just one bite. This situation once frightened Catherine, and she was almost ready to rush to protect Wenlong. But soon Catherine discovered that it was just the Tsang Fire Dragon sticking out its tongue to lick Wenlong to show intimacy.
Okay, It seems there is no problem. This test was very successful. With such a mount, I can go wherever I want from now on. Not only is it fast and saves time, but it is also very cool. Meow ha ha.
Not only that, not only had he gained a powerful mount, but it was also the first time that Wenlong had successfully controlled a large monster. Wenlong was naturally very proud.
I never thought that such a ferocious monster could become docile. It's really incredible.
Seeing this scene, Catherine's heart was relieved.
Yes, it is indeed incredible.
Wenlong also expressed his opinion on this.
This is probably the power of ancient relics. I feel that under the influence of the horn flute, the Song Fire Dragon seems to have regarded me as it's the same kind.
Meow.
It's so awesome. Haitang wants to try it too.
Seeing that Wenlong could be so close to a blue fire dragon, Haitang also tried to get closer. Sure enough, the two sides were fighting fiercely before. But now the Song Fire Dragon seemed to see the same kind, showing no hostility at all. However, after all, he had just gone through such a fierce battle and had consumed a lot of energy. At this time, the Song Fire Dragon was also in a relatively weak state. In this regard, Wenlong certainly did not immediately expect that the Song Fire Dragon would be able to carry him to the Alufa Snow Mountain. Instead, he began to treat the Song Fire Dragon's injuries with Catherine and Haitang. Fortunately, the previous attacks were all measured, and the damage caused was basically minor skin injuries. In addition, the monster's own recovery ability is much stronger than that of humans. So many places only need a little bandage to heal. Almost recovered. So soon, Wenlong and others completed the initial treatment of the Song Fire Dragon. And then Wenlong turned over and jumped on the Song Fire Dragon's back. Just as Wenlong was about to call Catherine and Haitang to come up too, suddenly Wenlong heard another strange sound coming from the distance. It was the sound of dense and heavy footsteps. And Wenlong could confirm that it was a human voice as soon as he heard it. Sure enough, after a while, a large number of neatly dressed Wanli hunters came out of the woods with weapons. And the leader of these hunters was Dragon Eye, Caesar's deputy, Baron Star.
What are you doing? Meow?
Wenlong stared at these people alertly. From the eyes of these people, Wenlong could tell that they were not here to see him off.
I'm sorry, everyone. We have something to discuss with you.
Baron Star spoke in the same gentle manner as before.
If you have anything to say, tell me quickly. Is it because we abducted a blue fire dragon from your Wanli elite hunting ground, and you can't bear to let it go? Meow?
Wenlong said.
No. Of course we won't be that stingy,
said Baron Star.
Actually, our request is, can you please leave the control horn behind before you leave?
Oh. Wenlong stroked his beard and roughly understood what the other party meant.
It seems that the work of the Zywide royal family to repair the horn flute was not successful. You are actually eyeing the flute in my hand again? Meow?
That's true,
Baron Star admitted.
I have tested it based on the melody sample you provided. The repair control horn did not play its original role. So His Majesty the King proposed to requisition your horn. Humph. It's true that they are soft on people's things. Isn't the Wanli hunting group, which has the support of the Zahiriide royal family, just a dog of the royal family? Meow?
Wenlong also mocked unceremoniously.
How dare you? Joke.
Wenlong interrupted Baron Star's words, and then yelled loudly.
I got my horn flute in the Shichi Kingdom. What does it have to do with the Zishriat Kingdom? If it is yours, of course, I won't be jealous of this thing. But since it belongs to me, and I don't want to give it to you, no one of you can take it away. Meow.
Baron Desta was speechless after what he said. But Baron Desta still said,
if this is the case, then the only thing that can be done is to offend him.
With that said, Baron Star seemed about to take action. While on the other side, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang also drew their weapons without hesitation.
Stop!
At this moment of tense tension, suddenly, a deep roar caused both sides to stop.
Baron Star and all the elites of the royal hunting group also saluted.
Master, why are you here?
The person who came was none other than Shisa, the leader of Wang Li's hunting group. At this time, Shisa also frowned and looked a little unhappy with some of Wang Li's hunters.
Mr. Wenlong's horn flute is not an ancient relic of the kingdom of Zishard, so you don't have to embarrass him. With their strength, they are fully qualified to own this precious control horn flute. But His Majesty the King,
Baron Star said with some embarrassment,
I will naturally explain it to your Majesty.
As he said this, Longtom Zysa waved his hand, signaling to Baron Star that he didn't need to say any more.
Yes, Lord Captain,
Baron Star also said. So soon. The elite hunters of the Wongli hunting group led by Baron Star also put away their weapons, and then stepped aside to make way for Wenlong and others to take off.
Everyone, I'm really sorry. My subordinates acted too impulsively.
At this time, Shisaw said to Wenlong and others.
Huh? You are the leader after all. You just know how to talk.
Wenlong said with a hint of teasing.
But listening to what you just said, it seems that if we weren't strong enough, you were going to do it yourself to steal the show? Meow? That's right. Caesar, only respect people with strength. And you have this qualification.
Caesar also said seriously.
And this is also for the good of the people of Zishard. Think about it. If you don't have the strength, so if you control the horn flute, won't it be snatched away by criminals with bad intentions to do bad things? Rather than doing this, it is better to leave it to me for safekeeping. At least, I will ensure that it will not be used for selfish desires.
Chapter 550 Opening the Box.
Hey, Captain Shisaw, you really have the demeanor of a domineering president. No wonder you are more popular with women than Old Man Lu Din.
Listening to Long Tong Shisaw's words, Wenlong also smiled.
Huh? I'm not interested in women or anything like that,
Caesar said again.
Ha. As expected. You and Old Man Rodin are two extremes. One is lustful but not popular with women, and the other is popular with women but is frigid.
Wenlong said as he asked Catherine and Haitang to climb onto the back of the blue fire dragon. After Catherine and Haitang had climbed onto the back of the Song fire dragon, Wenlong said to Long Tong Shisaw,
Then I'll say goodbye. Thank you for your elite Song fire dragon. Meow.
After saying that, Wenlong blew the control horn again.
Woo 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 woo.
Then the Song fire dragon began to flap its huge wings, causing sand and rocks to fly on the ground for a while. The huge airflow generated caused some weaker hunters to lower their bodies to avoid being blown down by the powerful airflow. Soon, the Song fire dragon took off, and then carried Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang down smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared from the horizon together. At this time, Dragon Eyes, Caesar sternly reprimanded Baron Star and the Wongli elite hunters who followed Baron Star.
You must know that as members of the Wongli hunting group, your lives are more valuable than a horn flute. It's much more important to me. Do you understand? Clear.
Not only Baron Star, but also the other hunters of the Wongli hunting group also bowed their heads deeply. Everyone knows what Dragon Eyes, Shisaw's words mean. This is tantamount to Shisaw drawing a conclusion to the conflict just now, which means that even if Baron Star brings all the Wongli elite hunters with him, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of Wenlong and others. And in the end, it is very likely to cost him his life. Besides, after Wenlong and others boarded the Song fire dragon, they flew all the way, first to the outskirts of Major Boltan, and as agreed, they picked up Robin, who had always wanted to find out the secret of the thief Wood's treasure, and then flew directly to Alufa Snow Mountain. And because the flying speed of the Song fire dragon was several times faster than that of the previous hot air balloon ride, Wenlong and others had arrived at the Alufa Snow Mountain in less than an hour. And very fortunately, at this time, the Alufa Snow Mountain is no longer like the blizzard when I went there in winter. Instead, it is a rare sunny and good weather, and the visibility is also very high. Looking down from the air, you can see a snow-capped area, and the sun shines brighter on it. It's shiny. Wenlong quickly found a building under construction in the snow-white area. It was the special hot spring bathhouse of Jiayun village invested and built by Wenlong. That's where the great thief would unearth his treasure. So Wenlong blew the horn flute again. Under the influence of the horn flute, the Song fire dragon gradually lowered its height. At this time, Wenlong could already see that there was chaos on the ground. As soon as the working Elu Cats saw a huge shadow appearing on the ground, they immediately raised their heads and looked upward. And they saw a blue fire dragon. Although the appearance of a blue fire dragon in a volcanic area was something that had never been heard of before, and seemed a bit unreasonable, the group of Elu Cats did not care to think about it so much and were frightened by the sudden appearance of the blue fire dragon running around. After all, these Elu Cats are not trained followers to fight with hunters, but black cats who usually only do petty theft. Watching the menacing Song fire dragon descending from a high place, they are naturally frightened and have to hide everywhere. Of course, there were those who did not dodge, and that was the more courageous Reina. Not only did he not dodge, he actually walked out of the cave to check the situation. Boom! At this time, the Song fire dragon finally landed. raising a lot of snowflakes. And then Wenlong and others finally jumped off the Songfire Dragon's back.
Why did I say that there would be a Songfire Dragon flying to a place like Alufa Snow Mountain? It turns out it's you, the leader.
Seeing Wenlong and others jumping off the back of the Songfire Dragon, Reina said in surprise.
It's just, leader, you actually tamed that Songfire Dragon? Meow? What can I do? Taming the Songfire Dragon or something like that. Ha ha ha.
Wenlong laughed.
You are indeed our leader. Meow.
Reina also praised sincerely.
Okay. There's no need to say nice things. Take us to see the unearthed treasure. Meow.
Wenlong said again.
Yes. Yes. Take us to see the treasure quickly. Meow.
At this time, Robin also urged.
I obey, my lord.
So under the leadership of Reina, Wenlong and others quickly arrived at the location where the thief Wood's treasure was previously unearthed. It was indeed the same location marked on the treasure map hidden in Xiaolong's skin, in the cave where Wenlong and others discovered the hot spring. It's just that the big pit where thief Wood's treasure was excavated is a certain distance from the hot spring, so the two don't seem to affect each other. Wenlong turned on the light and looked down, and then he saw clearly that there was indeed a simple-looking box under the pit. At this time, Reina said,
Master Chief, since you are here, we will start lifting Meow now.
What Reina meant by lifting was to lift the treasure box in the pit. After all, before Wenlong came, no one dared to open the treasure box privately. So we simply waited for Wenlong to arrive before proceeding with the lifting procedure.
Okay, let's get started. Meow,
Wenlong said.
Okay, meow.
So under the command of Reiner, a group of elk cats began to pull the ropes on the pulleys. And after a lot of effort, they finally lifted the box that had been tied with ropes from the deep pit.
Okay, put it down slowly and carefully. There is something the leader wants inside, but don't break it. Meow,
Reina said again. Finally, the heavy box was placed on the ground.
Okay, Sir Chief, please check it. Meow. Yes.
Wenlong looked at the lock on the box and nodded with satisfaction. So Wenlong drew his weapon, drew his sword and slashed, accurately cutting off the big lock hanging on the box. There was only a
pop
sound, and the shaved lock fell to the ground. Then Wenlong was worried that there was a hidden weapon in the box, so he did not open the box directly with his hands. Instead, he carefully inserted the blade of the knife horizontally into the gap between the lid and the box body, picked it hard, and opened the box. Squeak! With the sound of the rusty shaft turning, the treasure of the thief Wood was finally revealed in front of everyone. Chapter 551 The Truth About the Treasure. This is, in front of Wenlong and others. An old smell spread out. What Wenlong and others saw turned out to be Mutian polygonum that had turned into hay, which almost made Wenlong and others dumbfounded. But fortunately, in addition to Mutian polygonum, there is also a small box in the middle of the treasure box, which looks quite exquisite.
Haitang thought it would be a lot of gold and silver treasures.
At this time, Haitang couldn't help but express her disappointment.
There will be no gold and silver treasures.
At this time, Robin seemed to have already expected it, and then said,
the great thief had already returned all the property he had stolen in his later years, and then used the gold basin. I won't wash my hands anymore. So the only things in this small box that are really useful are the things in this small box. There should be a secret in this box that can make us elk cats stronger. Meow. I see. Since you said so, Robin, I hope the contents in the small box will not disappoint. Meow.
Wenlong also said with expectation. At this time, not only Wenlong, but also Catherine, Haitang, Robin and others were staring at the small box in front of them, as if they couldn't wait to know what was hidden inside. Especially Robin. If Wenlong hadn't been standing by, he would have almost been able to open the box himself.
Hurry! Open it quickly! Uncle Wenlong. Meow!
Robin also urged anxiously.
What's the rush? I'll open it right now. Meow!
Based on the previous situation, Wenlong has basically determined that there should be no special mechanism in the box where most of the space is filled with Tianlei. So Wenlong this time, instead of using weapons to open the box, he gently opened the box with his claws. At this time, what appeared in front of Wenlong's eyes was a somewhat ordinary-looking wooden bracelet. It was very simple, and showed the color of the wood itself. It didn't look like anything special at all.
What is this? Meow?
Wenlong took the bracelet in his hand with some curiosity, looked at it again and again, but found nothing unusual. But then Robin suddenly said from the side,
Look, Uncle Wenlong, there is another piece of paper here. Meow. Well, let me take a look. Meow.
So Wenlong took out a piece of yellowed paper placed at the bottom of the box and found that there were a lot of words written on it. These words are recorded in paragraphs. And judging from the segmentation method, it seems that they were not written down in one go, but were recorded separately and several times. So Wenlong began to read carefully what was written above.
Hello everyone who has discovered my treasure. I am Wood, the famous thief which you often call. I am very unlucky today because I am trapped in this cave. So I decided to put the treasure is buried here. Meow. The thing is like this. There is a monster chasing me outside this cave. I don't know why. In short, he seems to be very angry with me and wants to kill me. So I can't go out. Originally, you can also escape from here by digging tunnels. But it is really unexpected. The soil here is too hard. The frozen ice cubes and sudden mixture are so hard. I am already injured and there is nothing I can do. If I dig it open, I think I will be frozen into a popsicle like everything else here. Right. Wait a minute. I seem to have discovered a wonderful place. This is obviously the Alufa Snow Mountain. But the deeper you dig, the higher the temperature becomes, and the ice melts into water, making it easier to dig. This is because the underground is it because of the geothermal heat? Thank God. Thanks to me not giving up and keeping digging, I finally found a warm place. Anyway, I should be able to escape. Of course. Before that, I have to use the speed of Elu Cat underground. Use the recovery technique to heal my injuries. Meow. Well, after several days, my injury was finally cured. But that annoying monster is still wandering outside the cave, which is really troublesome. As long as that guy is still there, there will always be scratching outside. It's windy, and I have too many treasures. I can't dig tunnels and take them out at the same time. So I probably have to stay here. I have decided to bury my treasures in this pit. In the future, those who are destined to come here can get my treasures. Although these treasures are not gold and silver treasures. For an Elu Cat, they are all extremely valuable things. I hope you like them too. Meow. About the list of my treasures, a whole box of wooden celestials. How about it? They are all of the best quality. The other thing is the transformation bracelet. But considering that you may not understand what this transformation bracelet has, what's the use? Then I'll attach the instructions for the transformation bracelet below. Okay. Guidelines for the use of the transformation bracelet. Wear the transformation bracelet on your body. And then shout transform, and a miracle will happen. Really? I'm not going to lie to you. Of course. This thing has flaws. So please use it with caution. Rule out any adverse reactions. Wenlong looked down further, and the writing on the paper became a little blurry, and only some individual words could be seen clearly.
Great pain, tearing and destruction, and all at your own risk. Meow. You are responsible for all consequences.
When Wenlong finished reading the last few words, a group of people gasped.
Uncle Wenlong, are you responsible for all the consequences?
At this time, Robin asked uneasily.
You? A guy who has heard the legend of the great thief since you were a child. Don't know it. So how do I know?
Wenlong asked.
Why don't you try it first? Meow? No. Uncle Wenlong. I'm timid, so I won't try this thing.
Robin said quickly.
Che.
Wenlong glanced at Robin with contempt, and then said,
At first, he wanted to know what the great thief Wood's treasure was so much. Why have you given up now? Meow? There's no way I can't help but be scared.
Robin quickly defended himself.
Uncle Wenlong, please read a few words. Although part of the middle part is no longer clear. But what huge, painful, tearing, and destructive things are this? They are not good things. And there are consequences at your own risk. They look like very dangerous things. Meow.
Chapter 552 The Dragon That Controls the Wind.
Well, that's fair to say. Meow.
Although Wenlong didn't say anything on the surface, he agreed with what Robin said in his heart. After all, according to the record left on this piece of paper, the bracelet in this box should be the treasure left by the great thief Wood. But this last paragraph made Wenlong have to wonder if there is something unavoidable about this bracelet. Side effects. In short, even Wenlong would not dare to wear this bracelet easily, let alone other people.
Robin, do you really don't want this thing? Meow?
Wenlong asked again.
Really? I really don't want it anymore. And it feels so shameful to wear this bracelet and call it a transformation. Meow.
Robin said again.
Okay. I'll accept that one first. Sir.
Wenlong put the bracelet in his bag and thought in his mind.
Put it away first. And then find someone to identify it later. Although I don't know what it is. There is always someone who can figure it out.
As long as we can determine what this thing is. We should also be able to figure out what side effects it has. Meow. Boom!
Suddenly, just as Wenlong was putting the wooden bracelet into his backpack, there was a loud noise outside the cave. The sound was like something collapsing.
What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Meow?
Almost everyone, including Wenlong, was taken aback. So the group hurriedly ran outside the cave. Just after running away, Wenlong and others saw many black cats running in from outside the cave in the opposite direction. They all looked panicked, and the frightened expressions on their faces turned out to be worse than before. I was even more shocked when I saw that Songfire Dragon.
What's going on? Meow?
Wenlong grabbed a black cat running back and asked.
Report. Report to the leader. It's a dragon. It's a dragon riding on the wind. It blows up a lot of things. Meow. A dragon riding on the wind? Meow?
Wenlong suddenly remembered the deeds recorded on the piece of paper left by the great thief with that he had seen before. It was the yellowed paper that recorded the reason why the big thief hid in this cave. It was said that he encountered a very powerful monster. And as long as that monster was there, the wind outside would keep blowing. And this happens to be consistent with the information provided by the Black Cat clan who just came back to report.
Could it be that the monster that chased the big thief would before appeared again? What a coincidence!
Wenlong couldn't help but think to himself. So Wenlong and others continued to move forward. As expected, when they got close to the entrance of the cave, they could already feel the extremely strong hurricane blowing straight in from the entrance of the cave.
Sure enough, it is such a strong hurricane. This is simply a natural disaster of Category 12 typhoon level. Meow!
Even Wenlong couldn't help but sigh.
Mr. Cat, the wind is so strong. Let's not go out. Just hide inside for a while.
At this time, Catherine also felt the violent hurricane. So she said with some worry,
How can that be done?
Wenlong hurriedly scolded.
There are resorts outside that I have invested money to build. If this monster destroys them all, wouldn't it mean that I, the uncle, will suffer a loss? Meow! Ah! Mr. Cat is going to lose everything. So Haidong's salary will be gone too.
Haitang couldn't help but muttered.
Oh! Yes!
Catherine suddenly realized.
Then what kind of monster could cause such a hurricane? Based on all the previous information. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid we're going to encounter a real ancient dragon species this time. Meow!
Wenlong also said, while moving forward with difficulty against the hurricane.
Ancient dragon species?
A group of people shouted in surprise when they heard that Wenlong was talking like this. Especially Robin, who hid in the back early.
Uncle Wenlong, I'll leave it to you to handle the outside stuff. I'll be here to cheer you on. Of course, I'll cheer you up mentally. Meow. After all, the ancient dragon species have always been extremely powerful beings. And many of them can also bring about natural disasters, which can bring great damage to the world. Therefore, it is natural that many people are afraid of ancient dragon species. Even for a powerful flying dragon species like Tyrannosaurus. Although its combat strength alone is comparable to that of many ancient dragon species, its impact on nature, especially the natural disasters it causes, is generally not as good as that of ancient dragon species. For example, the ancient dragon species that Wenlong and others encountered now is a typical example. Although Wenlong has not even seen the shape of this monster yet, he has already deeply felt the impact of the hurricane caused by this monster. Threats.
Che.
Wenlong didn't even bother to look at Robin this time. He just said,
Rena, you are responsible for taking care of the black cats hiding in the cave. Especially the coward named Robin. Don't let him, I'm scared out of my wits. Also, don't come out until I kill the guy outside. Meow.
Yes,
sir leader,
Rena said quickly.
Very good. Then let me kill the guy outside. Meow. Master Chief, I wish you good hunting luck. Meow.
Rena said again. So along, Catherine and Haitang continued to move forward despite the hurricane blowing in from the entrance of the cave. This time they finally reached the entrance of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, only the heavy snow rolled up by the hurricane could be seen flying all over the sky. And among the white snow, A vague black shadow could be vaguely seen.
Sure enough, it's this guy. Meow.
Upon seeing this situation, Wenlong confirmed his guess in his heart. What on earth is it? At this time, Catherine asked again doubtfully. After all, Catherine and Haitang couldn't tell what the blurry figure was hidden behind the blizzard. And because of the strong wind, Catherine could only ask Wenlong loudly. Otherwise it would be difficult for people around to hear each other's voice.
It is the steel dragon, an ancient dragon species that is good at controlling the wind. Or you can also call it the wind-flying dragon. It is often surrounded by strong hurricanes, even making it impossible for people to get close. Not only that, it also has metal-like ordinary scales have extremely high defense capabilities, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to damage them. Meow. Then isn't this monster very powerful?
Catherine became even more worried after hearing what Wenlong said.
That's not true. Although it sounds powerful, this guy also has a fatal weakness. As long as you make good use of this weakness, you don't have to worry at all. Meow.
Wenlong replied loudly again.
Chapter 553 Venom is Weakness. Although Catherine and Haitang had fought against Tyrannosaurus, which was no weaker than the ancient dragon species, they had not really fought against the ancient dragon species until now. So they were a little worried at first. But after hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine and Haitang also became more confident. I am no longer worried about this so-called ancient dragon species.
Mr. Cat, what is the weakness of this steel dragon?
At this time, Catherine asked again.
It's poison. As long as this steel dragon can be poisoned, the hurricane surrounding it will be greatly weakened. And as long as it loses the protection of the wind wall, it will be much easier to deal with it. Meow.
Wenlong replied loudly again.
Haitang understands.
Haitang also said at this time.
Mr. Cat, leave the task of poisoning this steel dragon to Haitang. Well?
Wenlong nodded again and said.
Then little girl, I'll leave this to you. Meow.
In fact, even if Haitang didn't propose it himself, Wenlong would still give this task to Haitang. After all, facing Steel Dragon whose whole body was surrounded by hurricanes, Wenlong, as an Elu Cat, could hardly wait due to his lighter weight. If you get too close, you'll be blown away. And because Haitang has long-range attack capabilities, and the hunting bow in her hand is equipped with a mechanism that can automatically add venom, she is best suited to penetrate the venom into the body of the Steel Dragon from a long distance. At this time, after getting Wenlong's consent, Haitang also took out a bunch of purple venom bottles from his backpack. This venom bottle looks somewhat similar to Haitang's commonly used attack bottle, but the difference is that it contains purple venom. These venoms are the essence liquid extracted from poisonous mushrooms, and are more toxic than eating poisonous mushrooms alone. Then, Haitang put the purple venom bottle on her hunting bow. The venom bottle automatically connected to the diversion groove on the hunting bow. Then the venom inside slowly seeped into the diversion groove. But there was something at the end of the diversion groove. A mechanism connected to the bowstring. This mechanism is usually closed, so all the venom will not continue to flow out after entering the end of the diversion trough, but will be temporarily stored inside. Then, Haitang took out an arrow and put it on the bowstring, and then pulled the bowstring open. When the bowstring was stretched to its maximum position, the closing mechanism of the diversion trough was also open due to the pressure, and the inside the venom spurted out and fell right on the arrow's arrow. At this point, the originally silver-white haircut turned dark purple. When all this was completed, Haitang walked out of the cave with a prepared hunting bow in hand. At this time, the steel dragon in the air also noticed Haitang. It regarded Haitang as an enemy without hesitation and began to flap its wings more violently. The wind is getting stronger. Well, however, Haitang still resisted the hurricane fanned by the steel dragon, pointed the arrow in his hand at the black shadow in the center of the storm, and then suddenly let go of the bowstring in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow that had been sprayed with venom shot out of the air and flew directly towards the black shadow in the hurricane. The speed of the arrow is so fast and the trajectory is so precise. It seems that there is no way to avoid the steel dragon flying in the air.
Well done, little Haitang.
Although Catherine was about to say this, at this moment, Catherine saw that Haitang, who usually had a very high shooting rate, missed the target this time. It was very strange that when Haitang's arrow approached the steel dragon, it suddenly deviated from its original trajectory as if it had lost its aim. In the end, it just missed the steel dragon's body and flew past it, but did not hit the steel dragon, any part of the dragon's body.
Mr. Cat, little Begonia's arrow flew away.
Catherine, who was still behind, said in surprise.
Of course. The hurricane surrounding the steel dragon will affect the flight trajectory of the arrow, so it is not so easy to hit it. Meow!
Wenlong explained immediately. At this time, Haitong's arrow also attracted Steel Dragon's attention. This ancient dragon species that could control hurricanes therefore turned around and looked at Haitang standing in front of him with contempt.
Boom!
Suddenly, I saw the Steel Dragon spring,
Breath of Gale,
in the air towards Haitang. It was an air cannon-like move formed by violent airflow. At this time, Haitang also reacted immediately, holding the hunting bow in his hand. He immediately rolled to the side and barely avoided the
Breath of the Wind. Attack!
The violent airflow passed by Haitang, almost knocking her over to the ground. However, when the airflow passed her body and fell behind her, Haitang breathed a sigh of relief. So close.
Be careful. It's not over yet. Meow!
At this time, Wenlong reminded loudly from behind. Just like Wenlong said, although the
Breath of the Gale
did not directly hit Haitang, when the
Breath of the Gale
fell behind Haitang, it instantly rolled up all the snow on the ground. And that was where it was. A huge air tornado formed on the ground. Of course, Haitang did not expect such a thing to happen. Although Wenlong reminded Haitang immediately, Haitang was too late to avoid it. Haitang, who thought she had escaped, was still swept into the tornado that formed behind her. Then the huge wind rolled up Haitang's thin body, and then she fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, there was snow on the ground, so the crabapples that were blown away by the airflow fell on the snow. So they were not seriously injured. However, for Steel Dragon, the attack has just begun. Hurricanes are not the main means of killing the Steel Dragon, although the Steel Dragon can control the wind. Facing a fully armed hunter, even if it is blown up, the damage it can cause is extremely limited. Therefore, the really threatening attack of the Steel Dragon is the continuous attacks launched after the Steel Dragon overturns the hunter with hurricane force. Especially the extremely hard claws of the Steel Dragon. After knocking the hunter down, the following attacks follow. Its offensive often makes most hunters unable to defend against it. At this time, Haitang also encountered this situation. After the tornado on the ground overturned Haitang to the ground, the Steel Dragon in the air dived towards Haitang again.
Little Haitang!
At this moment, Catherine finally couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately rushed forward, raising the big sword in her hand to protect Haitang behind her. Catherine has always had enough confidence in her defensive ability, so Catherine also believes that this time will be no exception. Chapter 554 Inaccessible. Catherine carefully observed the movements of the Steel Dragon, and immediately stood between the Steel Dragon and Haitang. Catherine believed that her own strength should be enough to block the attack of the Steel Dragon.
I have already competed with Tyrannosaurus. Even if it is a Steel Dragon, I am not afraid of it.
Catherine also thought in her heart. However, Catherine still thought wrong, because just when Catherine was about to block the attack of the Steel Dragon with her big sword, as soon as the Steel Dragon approached, Catherine suddenly felt her body being pushed from the side by a powerful force. Then his body fell to the side and fell directly to the ground. Originally, with Catherine's strength, it was not impossible to withstand this force. But this force was too weird. It did not push Catherine directly from the front, but suddenly appeared from the side, catching Catherine off guard, especially when Catherine had to guard against the frontal Steel Dragon attack. The sudden power from the side made Catherine unable to guard against it.
What's going on?
Catherine was shocked. She wanted to stand up again, but it was already too late, because the Steel Dragon had already passed by him and pounced directly behind him.
Little Haitang!
Catherine thought of Haitang, who was still behind her, and looked behind her anxiously. She was relieved when she saw that Haitang was no longer where she was. It turned out that Haitang, who was supposed to have fallen behind Catherine, had been rescued by Wenlong. Wenlong pulled Haitang away from the ground, thus avoiding being injured by the Steel Dragon's claws.
Idiot! I told you before. If we don't remove the hurricane around this guy, we won't be able to get close to it at all. You can't even get close to it. How can you block its attack? Meow?
At this time, Wenlong also scolded Catherine.
Ah. Sorry, Mr. Cat.
After all, Catherine was still not familiar with the Steel Dragon, and her encounter with the Steel Dragon this time was completely unexpected. Wenlong didn't have much time to introduce the Steel Dragon in sufficient detail before the battle, so it was not surprising that Catherine would make such a stupid mistake. Of course, Haitang was also the one who said this. Previously, she fell to the ground because she failed to avoid the
Breath of the Gale.
from the steel dragon. Wenlong pulled her away and avoided the steel dragon's continuous attacks. At this time, Haitang also fell to the ground because of her immaturity. Feel guilty. However, Haitang stood up immediately and said to Wenlong,
Mr. Cat, Haitang will not let you down. Okay, then let me see if you can break the steel dragon's wind wall. Meow!
At this time, while Wenlong and Haitang were talking, the steel dragon, whose whole body was wrapped in a wind wall, rushed over again. The speed is so fast, and the movements are so weird. It's simply jaw-dropping. You know, when a normal flying dragon makes a high-speed turn in the air, it inevitably needs a certain distance of room to maneuver. But this steel dragon seems to be floating in the air, almost easily completing the 90-degree turn in the air. Spin.
What a powerful flying ability.
Wenlong knew that although the male fire dragon was usually called the king of the sky, and the flying ability of the previously captured Song Fire Dragon was much stronger than that of the ordinary male fire dragon, compared with the steel dragon that could control the wind, that the Song Fire Dragon's flying ability is nothing. After all, the steel dragon's ability is to directly control the wind. And for a giant dragon that can fly, it can enjoy the bonus of the wind anytime and anywhere, so that it can be in a downwind state, which will naturally have a great impact on its own flight. As help. Therefore, when flying, this steel dragon is also able to make many actions that other flying creatures cannot make, such as stopping suddenly in the air and turning around. Its other name, Feng Xianglong, is also named after this. Facing the steel dragon, chasing after them, Wenlong and Haitang could only keep running, with almost no chance to fight back. But even so, Wenlong also deliberately led the steel dragon farther away to prevent the hurricane caused by the steel dragon from affecting his Snow Mountain hot spring resort under construction, so as to minimize his losses. Catherine tried to help Wenlong and Haitang block the attack of the steel dragon several times, but every time she got close, she fell to the ground because of the wind wall surrounding the steel dragon, unable to pose a threat to the steel dragon. But at this time, Wenlong was also running and said loudly to Haitang,
Little girl, I will use the Shining Jade to temporarily take away the eyesight of this steel dragon. You can use this opportunity to break its wind wall.
Meow. Shining Jade? Haitang understands.
Hearing Wenlong say this, Haitang quickly agreed. Haitang also knew in her heart that if the Shining Jade could be used properly, it could indeed make the monster lose its eyesight. But once this opportunity was not seized, it would be difficult to repeat the same move. After all, monsters are also intelligent, and this is especially true for ancient dragon species. As long as you are dodged once, you will immediately be alert to the Shining Jade. It is almost impossible to dodge it the second time. Boom! At this time, another shot of
Gale Breath
was sprayed towards Wenlong and Haitang. Facing this rapid attack, Haitang quickly pushed Wenlong away, and at the same time, he also used the reaction force to dodge to the side.
Bang! The breath of the gale
happened to land where Wenlong and Haitang were running just now, and then turned into a huge tornado and rose from the ground, spraying in all directions and blowing away the surrounding snow. But this time, Haitang was already on guard. After dodging the
breath of gale,
Haitang still didn't stop, but continued to roll on the snow a few more times. And then she was far away from the whirlwind that rose from the ground. It's now.
Meow.
Wenlong's voice still came from the violent airflow, and Haitang knew that it was time.
So Haitang immediately took out the arrow from the quiver with one hand, and then put it on the string of the hunting bow. During the whole process, Haitang lowered his head and closed his eyes, because at this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in the sky. It was the Shining Jade thrown by Wenlong. At this moment, the steel dragon's vision was completely taken away, leaving only a vast expanse of white in front of his eyes. Even though Haitang had closed her eyes and lowered her head to avoid facing the direction of the flashing jade, she could still feel the somewhat dazzling light. Chapter 555 Breaking the Wind Wall. After the strong light flashed, Haitang immediately raised her head again. Haitang raised her head and saw the steel dragon that was temporarily suspended in the air. Although the surrounding hurricane still protected the steel dragon like a wall, the steel dragon that had lost its vision could only act like a helpless creature, like a fly on his head. He blindly and continuously used his gale breath to attack the surroundings, but he could never grasp the specific locations of Wenlong, Catherine, and Haitang. Haitang knew that although the flash of light would not last long for the powerful ancient dragon species, this short opportunity was still enough for him to launch an attack.
You only get one chance.
Hai Tang clearly understands this in her heart. Therefore, Hai Tang has carefully made detailed calculations for this attack before. Only when the calculation is in place can Hai Tang ensure that her attack can successfully break through the attack. Steel Dragon's Wind Wall. What needs to be calculated most is the condition of the hurricane surrounding the Steel Dragon. But how easy is it to accurately discern the condition of the wind wall surrounding the Steel Dragon? Fortunately, we were in the snow-capped mountains, and there were snowflakes blown by the wind everywhere. Therefore, based on the flight path of those snowflakes, Hai Tang could more clearly judge the speed and direction of the hurricane.
According to the speed of the snowflakes, the wind speed is about 35 meters/second. The trajectory is a circular rotation with the Steel Dragon as the center. Fortunately, this hurricane only exists in a small area around the Steel Dragon, which means that the wind wall can basically only be used as a defense, but has almost no ability to attack. If you bring in the data on the impact of wind speed on arrows and attack distance, then Hai Tang shooting this time will be necessary.
In Hai Tang's mind, he began to nervously correct the trajectory of the arrow based on the observed hurricane speed and trajectory data. After all, this time, Hai Tang could not allow himself to make any more mistakes, because the hurricane speed surrounding the Steel Dragon was extremely fast, far beyond any situation Hai Tang had ever encountered. There was no way Hai Tang could simply bring his previous experience into it. Everything can only be calculated from scratch. And it can also be said that this is a very complicated calculation process. And this process must be completed in a very short time. Otherwise, once the Steel Dragon recovers from the brief flash, then everything will fall short again. At first, Hai Tang even doubted whether he could really complete this task. However, this time, Hai Tang indeed showed more terrifying strength than before. The calculation was completed faster than expected. Hai Tang believed that this was probably the result of the last battle with the Songfire Dragon. The breakthrough at that time made his calculation ability a little higher than before. Or maybe it's because of recent physical growth that the brain capacity has increased slightly, making his thinking sharper than before. In short, Hai Tang's calculations were completed, but the Steel Dragon still had not recovered from the flash. For Hai Tang, this was really the best result. So Hai Tang aimed his arrow at the blank area on the left side of Steel Dragon. There, it seemed to be completely deviated from the location of the Steel Dragon. It seemed that once Hai Tang's arrow was shot, it would not have any interaction with the Steel Dragon. However, Hai Tang still shot the arrow in his hand without hesitation. Go out. Another piercing arrow that had been charged for 3 stages, and the head of the arrow was covered with venom. This time, until the arrow entered the area of influence of the wind wall, the arrow was completely directed away from the Steel Dragon. Fly in the direction.
Deflected? How could it be possible?
Even Catherine thought that Hai Tang's attack was completely off direction. However, a miracle happened, and when the arrow came into contact with the Steel Dragon's wind wall, what was very surprising was that the arrow began to change direction due to the influence of the hurricane. After the direction change, the originally deviated trajectory turned back and flew towards the wings of the Steel Dragon.
Clang!
Hai Tang's arrow accurately hit the Steel Dragon's wings. However, it made a very clear sound. Normally, this undoubtedly meant that Hai Tang's arrow failed to penetrate the opponent's scales and carapace.
Did you fail?
At this moment, Hai Tang was also very disappointed. However, when Hai Tang turned around to see Wenlong's reaction, she found that Wenlong was giving her an admiring look.
Well done! Meow!
Wenlong cheered loudly.
But the arrow didn't penetrate the Steel Dragon's outer scales, let alone inject the venom into the Steel Dragon's body. It is normal that there is no penetration. After all, the name Steel Dragon is not called for nothing. Not only is it protected by the wind wall, which will weaken the kinetic energy of the arrow, but even among the ancient dragon species, the Steel Dragon's scales have the best defense against physical damage. It also belongs to the strongest category. It is too difficult to penetrate, but it doesn't matter, because this is enough. Completely enough. Meow! Is this enough? Of course, because the interior of these seemingly hard scales is actually covered with various small holes. Although these holes are difficult to detect with the naked eye, they are the most suitable for venom to penetrate. So as long as the venom is rubbed on it, it will seep into it along these holes. And the Steel Dragon's resistance to venom is lower than that of ordinary dragons, which is completely unworthy of its status as an ancient dragon. So this attack is completely enough. Meow!
Wenlong still said, he said with appreciation.
So that's it.
After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Hai Tang finally understood why Steel Dragon, who seemed to have extremely exaggerated defense capabilities, was afraid of venom. Sure enough, not long after Wenlong finished speaking, Haitang could clearly feel that the wind speed around her had weakened, especially near Ganglong's body. The figure that was originally blurry due to the rolled-up snowflakes became increasingly blurry, become clear, as the wind wall disappeared. All the flying snowflakes fell back to the ground. Finally, the entire body image of the steel dragon was fully displayed in front of Wenlong and his party. Just like its title of Steel Dragon, the whole body of the steel dragon seems to be covered with black metal, and the scales on its body have a completely different metallic luster than ordinary monsters. At the same time, the steel dragon also has wings that are larger in proportion to its body than other monsters. It is thanks to these huge wings that the steel dragon, which looks like it is wearing metal armor, can fly freely in the air. Seeing that the wind wall around Steel Dragon's body had temporarily dissipated, Wenlong immediately shouted loudly,
"What are you waiting for? Hurry! Use this moment to break the horn on its head. Just break the horn.
Then its wind wall will never appear again." Meow.
Chapter 556 Steel Dragon's Counterattack. Wenlong knew that the duration of the venom was limited after all, although the Steel Dragon's wind wall was temporarily broken. Once the effect of the venom disappeared, the wind wall would reappear. Therefore, the best way is to take advantage of this rare opportunity to break the horns on the head of the Steel Dragon, so that the wind wall protection of the Steel Dragon can be completely removed once and for all. In other words, the power that Steel Dragon relies on to control the wind comes from the horns on its head. When Wenlong said this, Catherine and Haitang immediately understood what Wenlong meant, so they both aimed at the head of the Steel Dragon. At this time, Steel Dragon himself also clearly realized that his ability to control the wind was declining sharply, which made this giant dragon feel a great threat. So Steel Dragon immediately made a response posture. The Steel Dragon, which had recovered from the influence of the shining jade, immediately began to flap its wings vigorously, preparing to raise its height. In Steel Dragon's view, as long as he flies high enough, it is absolutely impossible for a few hunters to get him. However, Haitang saw what the Steel Dragon was thinking at a glance, and immediately drew the bowstring again, aiming the arrow at the Steel Dragon, who was about to raise the altitude. Secret meaning! Kill the first line!
Haitang used the secret meaning of the hunting bow without hesitation. In an instant, a highly destructive vacuum wind blade broke through the sky and flew towards the Steel Dragon. The power of the secret is extremely powerful, but Haitang also knows that this secret uses the high-speed cutting of air and vacuum cracks to cause damage to the target. Therefore, if the wind wall of the Steel Dragon was still there, this seemingly powerful secret might just end up being blocked by the wind wall. But now the wind wall has disappeared. So Haitang's
secret meaning, kill the line,
accurately hit the Steel Dragon's body this time.
Zhang!
The fierce airflow hit the Steel Dragon's body. Not only that, it also disrupted the Steel Dragon's flight. So in the next second, this monster that was just about to rise suddenly fell from the sky.
Boom!
The huge and heavy body of the Steel Dragon forcibly landed on the ground. In an instant, a large number of snowflakes were blown up again.
Roar!
Steel Dragon was finally completely angry. Although being shot down from the air temporarily prevented the Steel Dragon from flying high into the sky, Wenlong and others still noticed that the secret just now did not cause much damage to the Steel Dragon. The Steel Dragon, whose whole body is covered with scales like metal armor, has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Therefore, even Haitang's ultimate move,
secret meaning, kill the line,
ultimately only left a crack on the Steel Dragon's body. It was not even considered an ordinary minor injury, and had minimal impact on Steel Dragon's combat effectiveness.
Huhu is indeed very strong in defense. Even the secrets can only reach this level.
Although Haitang still wanted to continue attacking, the continuous fighting and the forced use of secrets had made Haitang's body feel a little tired. At this time, the Steel Dragon that landed on the ground immediately set its target on Haitang, who had knocked him down. The Steel Dragon roared loudly, and then rushed towards Haitang. This monster that usually flew in the air was extremely fast even on the ground, making it difficult to resist.
Little Haitang, here I come! Ah!
Seeing that the Steel Dragon was about to pounce on Haitang, Catherine immediately raised her sword and rushed over.
Clang!
This time, Catherine's big sword collided with the Steel Dragon's claws. Although the Steel Dragon's huge power as an ancient dragon species still knocked Catherine back several meters. But this time, Catherine did not fall again, but finally succeeded in stopping the Steel Dragon's attack.
Sure enough, without the influence of the wind wall. It's different. If we simply consider strength, this guy is not as good as a Tyrannosaurus.
At this moment, Catherine thought with some luck after successfully blocking the attack of the steel dragon.
Thank you, Sister Catherine.
Seeing Catherine's solid body protecting herself, Haitang said very gratefully,
You're welcome. If Haitang hadn't broken its wind wall, I wouldn't even be able to get close to it.
Catherine replied without looking back. At this time, while Catherine and Steel Dragon were stalemate, Wenlong had quietly walked around behind Steel Dragon. Although the current weapon in Wenlong's hand is the double sword,
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect.
As an Illuma, Wenlong can only hold one of the two swords.
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect.
Use it as a sword. Therefore, behind Steel Dragon, Wenlong also used Tai Sword's moves without hesitation. Cut vertically. Thrust. Cut vertically. Cut horizontally. The sword drew extremely beautiful arcs in Wenlong's hand, and these arcs finally converged on Steel Dragon's body. Wenlong's attacks are all aimed at the back legs of Steel Dragon, as the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1,
with extremely high dragon damage. Every blow of Wenlong can hit the Steel Dragon's body red. Black Dragon attribute damage. And this is precisely the damage attribute that Steel Dragon, an ancient dragon species, is most afraid of.
Roar!
Steel Dragon was quickly angered by the severe damage coming from behind. Although Steel Dragon did have extremely strong defense capabilities, under the attack of dragon-type damage that specifically restrained itself, the Dragon Sealing Sword, Super 1 Sword, caused even Steel Dragon couldn't completely ignore the pain. However, at this time, there were Catherine and Haitang in front of Steel Dragon, and Wenlong was desperately dealing damage behind him. So even Steel Dragon faced a dilemma. For Steel Dragon, should we deal with the enemies in front first, or the enemies behind? This is a problem.
There are two humans in front, one of whom is quite powerful, and behind is an Elu Cat. Although the weapon in the Elu Cat's hand seems to be very powerful, it should still be able to withstand it if left alone for a while.
At this time, Steel Dragon quickly came to a conclusion in his mind. So suddenly, the Steel Dragon suddenly flapped its wings and exerted force on its hind legs. With a loud noise, the Steel Dragon suddenly jumped up, and then its sharp front claws suddenly pointed towards Catherine in front, pressed on him. At this time, the Steel Dragon's front paws rested on Catherine's sword. At the same time, the Steel Dragon's body weight also pressed on Catherine's body. Even Catherine couldn't support it now.
It's not heavy. Although it's not the largest in size, its metal-like body is very dense. Boom!
At this moment, the rock under Catherine's feet completely collapsed under the weight of the huge pressure, causing Catherine to fall to the ground with her. At this time, the Steel Dragon, which had pressed its body over, aimed its bloody mouth at Catherine, who fell on the ground. And in the Steel Dragon's huge mouth, a large amount of air began to gather again. Chapter 557, The Sword Wrapped in Red Light.
Oops! Are you going to use Gale Breath at close range?
Seeing that the Steel Dragon was about to use Gale Breath on Catherine, Catherine was completely unable to break free from the shackles of the Steel Dragon. However, at this moment, behind Steel Dragon, the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect,
in Wenlong's hand was dancing faster and faster. And as the attack continued, more and more weapons gathered on the sword. The so-called Qi. Unlike double swords, Tai Sword can gather special Qi when used, and the amount of Qi is represented by the
Qi Training Tank.
Once the
Qi Training Tank
gathers to a certain level, the Tai Sword of faint light will emit from the body. At this time, you can use the powerful Air Blades Slash. Wenlong is currently using Air Blades Slash. During the stage of using Air Blades Slash, the power of Tai Sword will continue to increase with the continuous slashes of Air Blades Slash. At the same time, the blade of Tai Sword will also show different colors. Just now, the Steel Dragon kept its target on Catherine, which gave Wenlong an excellent opportunity to carry out an air blade attack. Of course, Wenlong would not let go of this opportunity. With his skilled techniques, in a very short period of time, Wenlong just hit 2 sets of consecutive air blade slashes. After the first round of air blade slashing, the sword will emit a faint white light. At this time, the power will be improved to a certain extent, and the damage to monsters will gradually increase. After the second round of air blade slashing, the light wrapped around the Taito sword will turn yellow. At this time, compared to the stage of white light, the power will be greatly improved. From this point on, even if the scales of the Steel Dragon can also be cut open with difficulty. Steel Dragon didn't expect that. just because he didn't deal with Wenlong behind him. The attacks from behind became more and more fierce. So that at this critical moment, Steel Dragon's hind legs suddenly lost strength. And as for the whole body that lost its support, it also lost its balance.
Good chance.
Catherine also quickly noticed the changes in Steel Dragon's body. So Catherine immediately seized the opportunity to push it hard, and took advantage of the moment when Steel Dragon's hind limbs were weak to push Steel Dragon's body away. At the same time, Catherine herself rolled to the side and escaped from the claws of the Steel Dragon.
Boom!
At this time, the Steel Dragon's gale breath erupted instantly. However, because the balance of the body was broken, the head tilted to one side. As a result, the violent hurricane caused by the gale breath quickly passed by Catherine's body and finally hit her. Rock behind.
Bang!
Behind Catherine. The rock was instantly shattered by the hurricane.
Ho 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 ho!
At this time, Steel Dragon truly realized that he had made a very serious mistake by not taking care of this elf cat first. Because in just a short period of time, Wenlong completed the third round of air blade slashing. When the third round of air blade slashing ended, the weapon in Wenlong's hand no longer glowed yellow, but turned into a more intense dark red. This means that the aura on the sword's body has evolved for the third time, and the aura has turned dark red. The sword that can appear this kind of aura has undoubtedly reached the peak of the power of the sword. At this time, even the scales of the Steel Dragon can be easily cut. After all, for the Steel Dragon, the biggest reliance on body defense is the metal-like scales and carapace all over the body. Once these scales and carapace are unable to defend themselves, if Wenlong attacks, it means that Steel Dragon's body has almost reached the point where it can be slaughtered by Wenlong. Not only that, when Tachi enters the stage of being entangled with red aura, the dragon power contained in Tachi will also be greatly enhanced. Especially when dealing with the Steel Dragon. The strong dragon power will be cut in Tachi. The moment the scales of the Steel Dragon were opened, they affected the Steel Dragon's body and began to erode the inside of the Steel Dragon's body.
It's amazing! Mr. Cat. He can even use the sword so skillfully. This is simply unbelievable.
At this time, seeing Wenlong's smooth sword skills, Haitang could not help but murmur to himself. Unlike Catherine, who was not familiar with Tai's sword, Haitang, who had more experience as a hunter, had often seen some hunters using Tai's sword. Therefore, Haitang was able to have a clearer understanding of Wenlong's skills at this time. Because the power of the Tachi depends on the color of the sword's light on the blade. For a Tachi user, how to upgrade the sword's light on the Tachi's body to the highest level of red in the shortest time will be an important indicator of skill. Masters of Tai's sword are often able to seize every opportunity to perform output, complete the chi training tank of Tai's sword in the shortest possible time, and then be able to hit all the monsters with the air blade in one breath in the shortest time. On the body, complete the evolution of Tai's sword. For rookie Tachi hunters, often after a battle, the light on the Tachi in their hands is still white. Or even worse, not even white. This is because the less skilled colored bird hunters often have their Tai sword output interrupted due to various reasons such as monster attacks or lack of proficiency in their own techniques. Once the output is interrupted, the Tai sword's chi collection will change, slow down, even go backwards. In this case, if the energy collection cannot be completed, even the strongest sword will not be of much use in the hands of such a person. If the same sword is struck, even if the difference in strength between hunters is not taken into account, the damage caused will be a huge difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, when she saw that Wenlong had completed the third stage of evolution in a very short period of time and evolved Tai's sword into the highest stage of red, Haitang really understood that Wenlong was indeed a first-class Tai sword master.
Roar!
At this time, the Steel Dragon finally turned around and was ready to attack Wenlong. As an ancient dragon species, Steel Dragon did not expect that the scales he was proud of would be cut open like tofu by an Elu Cat. However, in the eyes of this proud Steel Dragon, it was still unreasonable to fight back now. It's not too late.
It's just an Elu Cat. You can easily slap it into a pulp. It doesn't matter even if you hide away. As long as you drive it away.
The poison in my body will dissipate after a while. Then my wind wall will be back again.
At this moment, the Steel Dragon thought so excitedly in his heart. However, when the giant dragon turned around excitedly and prepared to attack Wenlong, he discovered that the Elu Cat's body avoided his attack very lightly. Chapter 558 The Lost Power of Wind.
Kasaya Chop. Meow.
What Wenlong used was a common move of Tai sword. Cassock Chop. Although this move is not a highly technical move, another criterion for measuring the skill of a Tai sword user is often whether the use of Kasaya Slash is accurate enough. Different from ordinary attack moves, Kasaya Slash is not just used for attacking, but is a move that integrates offense and defense. When Kasaya Slash swings the sword, the body also uses the reaction force of the sword to evade, thus achieving the purpose of high-speed evasion even with long weapons. After all, compared to the thick sword, the Tachi cannot rely on the broad blade for defense like the big sword. Therefore, how to avoid the monster's attack as much as possible during the attack has become a Tachi user to protect themselves, and it is an important part to ensure that Tai swords, Chi training tank, will not be interrupted. Obviously, Wenlong is the leader in this aspect. The moment Steel Dragon turned around, Wenlong used Kasaya Slash without hesitation. Therefore, when Steel Dragon turned around, Wenlong had already gone around again. The other side of Steel Dragon's body easily dodged Steel Dragon's attack, and in the process of dodging, it once again left a clear knife mark on Steel Dragon's body. After doing this several times, Steel Dragon's body had several more knife marks oozing blood. But Wenlong was still unscathed. At this time, Steel Dragon finally understood that this Elu Cat was proficient in more than just Tai sword moves. This annoying Elu Cat also had an extremely flexible body. As long as he moved, this Elu Cat would definitely move. He used that strange move to dodge his own attacks while not forgetting to leave new scars on himself. However, even so, the Steel Dragon was still trying to hold on, because the Steel Dragon knew that the venom in his body would lose its effect in a while. As long as I persist a little longer, it will be fine. My wind wall will recover soon. Indeed, as Steel Dragon thought, the venom did not last too long. It would only take a while before the venom's effect would disappear. And although Haitang can theoretically continue to use arrows coated with venom to attack the Steel Dragon, the Steel Dragon's body will also become resistant to the venom, which means that as long as he is poisoned once, he will have to do it again the second time. It becomes very difficult to get poisoned. Therefore, this proud Steel Dragon also believes that if he persists for a while longer and protects his head to control the sharp corners of the hurricane, the wind wall on his body will definitely come back. But Steel Dragon, who believes so firmly, forgot that there were two people beside him who were ready. I'm sorry. You dragon only stared at Mr. Cat and ignored us. This is really embarrassing for us. At this time, seeing that the Steel Dragon was completely focused on Wenlong, Catherine, who got up from the ground, raised the big sword in her hand and rushed towards the Steel Dragon without hesitation. Just as she was approaching the Steel Dragon, Catherine used her favorite move without hesitation. Mystery. Gate of Hell. Aha! Rotating around her own body, Catherine's sword slashed across the Steel Dragon's body with an extremely violent attack. Boom! However, despite its astonishing momentum, Catherine's sword could not break through the Steel Dragon's defense. Even the powerful Mystery Hell Gate only left a scratch on the Steel Dragon's pitch-black scales. Catherine's big sword is a special big sword made from the materials of the previous male and female fire dragons. It is much lower level than the Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 sword, used by Wenlong. Therefore, if you look at the weapon level purely, it is not easy to break the scales of this Steel Dragon. But at the beginning, Catherine's purpose was not to cause much harm to the Steel Dragon. Therefore, although Catherine's attack did not break the Steel Dragon's carapace, Catherine continued to use all her strength to hit the Steel Dragon's hard body with the blade of the big sword. Bang! Finally, after a crisp sound, Catherine's sword shattered again. But at this moment, the Steel Dragon also lost its balance because of Catherine's huge power, and its whole body suddenly fell in the snow. Get down! As an ancient dragon species, Steel Dragon's body has reached its limit. Originally, it would have been impossible to knock down Steel Dragon simply by relying on Catherine's strength. However, before that, Wenlong's many attacks were focused on Steel Dragon's legs, so his legs had been injured many times. The Steel Dragon was finally knocked to the ground by Catherine's fierce attack. And this means that the originally high-raised head of Steel Dragon is completely exposed. At this time, standing in front of the Steel Dragon was Haitang, who had completed 3 stages of charging. Shoot arrows continuously and charge up in 3 levels. At this time, Steel Dragon still wanted to struggle to stand up. But it was too late, because in this close-range situation, Haitang always hits the mark without missing a beat. Shoot! The fully charged arrow accurately hit the Steel Dragon's head at close range. In an instant,
Blood spurted out. Like most monsters, the steel dragon's head is also its weak point. Compared with other parts of the body, its defensive capabilities are much weaker. So as long as it can hit accurately, it can cause great damage. What's more, the weapon Haitang uses is the demon-destroying purple flame, made from the materials of the Bane Star Dragon. And the arrows shot also carry the dragon-type damage that ancient dragons fear most. Therefore, when Haitang's arrow hit the head of the steel dragon, the red and black dragon attribute energy burst out all of a sudden. So under the attack of the huge impact force and the burst of dragon attribute damage, the steel dragon's head finally. Cracks appeared in the corners.
Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka!
The steel dragon's horn finally cracked.
Roar!
This huge ancient dragon species never dreamed that its reliance on controlling the wind would be broken by humans. It began to struggle crazily, trying to use its last strength to break through the siege. Steel Dragon turned over and stood up again. At this time, Catherine, who only had half of the sword left in her hand, tried to stop her, but was easily knocked to the ground by Steel Dragon's slap.
Oh! It hurts!
Fortunately, the ground was soft snow. Although Catherine was knocked away by the powerful Steel Dragon, she did not suffer much damage. She just looked at the half-length sword in her hand. Catherine was also a little frustrated.
It's really useless. Why did it break again? Otherwise, I could have stopped this monster from escaping.
Chapter 559 Unagi. After knocking Catherine away, Steel Dragon immediately ran ahead with all his strength, preparing to throw Wenlong and others away. Steel Dragon knew in his heart that at this time, it was enough to keep a distance from Wenlong and others. Once the distance was widened, he could flap his wings and fly into the air, and Wenlong and others, who had no flying ability, would not be able to catch up with him. However, facing the Steel Dragon, who was about to escape, Wenlong was not in a hurry. Instead, he lowered his body and began to accumulate power.
Mystery! Sukyanaji!
This is one of the unique secrets of Tachi. It can increase one's speed and strength to the extreme in an instant, and then explode, achieving the effect of killing with one strike. After a short period of energy accumulation, Wenlong's body suddenly burst out with great strength, and he stepped forward suddenly. There was only a
bang
sound, and Wenlong left an obvious footprint on the ground. As a result, the snow was blown into the air, as if a circle of white smoke formed around Wenlong, even revealing traces of the soil on the ground. At the same time, Wenlong's body also rushed out at an extremely fast speed, bringing up a large amount of snowflakes along the way. And in the blink of an eye he had caught up with the fleeing Steel Dragon, and Steel Dragon didn't even have time to react before Wenlong approached him. While Wenlong was approaching Steel Dragon quickly, the weapon in Wenlong's hand also cooperated with his own movement skills to slash towards Steel Dragon's body at lightning speed. The huge impact combined with the power gathered by Wenlong exploded in a very short period of time, making Wenlong's blow possess destructive power that was completely unmatched in the past. After all, compared to the dual swords that rely on attack speed, Tai Dao pays more attention to fast and powerful slashes, while sacrificing part of the attack frequency. What it gets in exchange is a significant increase in the power of a single attack and an expansion of the attack range.
Crack!
The
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One Sword,
in Wenlong's hand was wrapped in red flash and struck at the Steel Dragon. It easily tore the Steel Dragon's body apart, and with the inertia of his body rushing forward, the weapon in Wenlong's hand after cutting through the scales of the Steel Dragon, he continued forward, breaking through the muscles and bones of the Steel Dragon, and directly opened a huge wound on the side of the Steel Dragon's body.
It's so fast and so powerful! Is this the secret of the sword?
At this time, Catherine and Haitang, who were still far away and had no time to catch up, were also completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Looking at the Steel Dragon, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, dyeing the large white snow red, and the body of the Steel Dragon also fell under the impact of this huge destructive force.
Woo!
The Steel Dragon finally realized its fate and made a mournful sound. This ancient dragon knew that it had no way to escape.
Humph! You actually want to run away? Can you run away? Meow?
After Steel Dragon fell, Wenlong did not rush to pull out the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One Sect,
inserted in Steel Dragon's body. Instead, he let go of his hand and left the sword in Steel Dragon's body. Then Wenlong took out the other one of the two
Sealing Dragon Swords, Super One Sword,
and pointed it at Steel Dragon's body.
Crack!
The second Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One, also penetrated into Steel Dragon's body. This time, when Long aimed at Steel Dragon's heart, the two knives of the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect,
were inserted into Steel Dragon's body. This time, Steel Dragon finally lost his life completely. He stopped even uttering his final scream and lay motionless on the ground. Moved.
Is Mr. Cat Steel Dragon dead?
At this time, Catherine and Hai Tang also chased after them. When they saw that the Steel Dragon had fallen to the ground motionless, they also asked curiously,
Well, although the dead Steel Dragon is an ancient dragon species, as long as it has the power to break through its defense, its vitality is not as tough as the Tyrannosaurus we hunted before. Meow,
Wenlong said.
Mr. Cat, what are you doing?
Seeing Wenlong inserting two
Sealing Dragon Swords, Super 1 Sword,
into Steel Dragon's body, Catherine asked a little strangely.
Don't get me wrong. This is not because of my hobby of whipping corpses. It's just that I can feel that the weapon in my hand is always thirsting for the blood of the ancient dragon. And now I am just satisfying the needs of both of them. Meow.
Wenlong pointed at the two dragon sealing swords, Super 1 Sect, and said,
Ah, that's it. I remembered it. Master Luo seemed to have said it before.
At this time, Catherine also remembered that when she and Wenlong went to repair the dragon sealing sword, Super 1 Sect, that day, Master Luo had said that he wanted the dragon sealing sword, Super 1 Sect, to become a complete form. Sealing dragon sword, Jinjua Sect. Then the blood of the ancient dragon species is also needed. Sure enough, if you observe carefully, you can easily see that the steel dragon's blood begins to slowly flow along the lines on the sword of the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect,
and is eventually absorbed into the sword.
Sure enough, this weapon seems to suck blood.
At this time, Hai Tang, who noticed this, said in surprise.
Yes.
Wenlong also nodded and said,
Watch carefully. The legendary Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect, will appear soon. Naya!
I saw that after the bright red blood of the ancient dragon entered the sword body of the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect,
it slowly flowed along the lines on the sword body, as if it was flowing in the blood vessels. And the blood flows along the lines on the sword until it covers the entire sword. At this time, the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Super 1 Sect,
also seems to have life and becomes alive. The originally dull luster on the sword became brighter, and the red-black dragon attribute energy that originally only erupted when slashing began to surface. It was constantly beating on the sword, and seemed to overflow at any time. Same.
What a terrifying power. Is this the complete form of the dragon sealing sword, Jinjua Sect?
This is the first time that Catherine and Hai Tang see the dragon energy on the weapon being large enough to overflow. And not only that, this energy is still flowing out, seemingly endlessly.
Well,
Wenlong nodded again and said,
the previously incomplete Sealing Dragon Sword, Super Absolute 1 Sect, has evolved into a complete form of Sealing Dragon Sword, True Absolute 1 Sect. In other words, because of the age, for a long time, the monster soul in this weapon has been incomplete. But after absorbing the blood of the ancient dragon of the Steel Dragon and fusing it with the soul of the Steel Dragon, it became a truly legendary weapon. Meow!
Chapter 560 Sealing Dragon Sword, True Ju Sword. Everyone knows that in this world, whether it is weapons or armor, if they want to exert their maximum power, they must rely on the souls of monsters. And there is another saying that the souls of monsters reside in the blood of ancient dragons. The soul of the ancient dragon species is undoubtedly more powerful than the soul of ordinary monsters, especially when the original soul in the weapon has already been damaged by years of weathering. At this time, fusing the soul of the steel dragon, which is an ancient dragon species, will undoubtedly make
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect,
possesses a huge power unmatched by other previous weapons. Seeing the complete form of
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect,
in Wenlong's hand, Catherine and Hai Tang stared at it with envy for a long time.
Alas!
However, Wenlong sighed at this time and said with some regret,
It's such a pity. Although ancient relics like the Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect, are powerful, they are really too big for me. Now, I can only swing one of them as a sword at a time, and the power it can exert is only half. Naya, it would be great if I could turn back into a human being.
At this time, Wenlong thought silently in his heart. After a while, the double swords,
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect,
had absorbed enough ancient dragon's blood. At this time, Wenlong used the double swords,
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sect,
from steel again. Long took it out and put the scabbard back into the scabbard. At this time, Robin and others also ran out of the cave. When they saw the steel dragon lying on the ground, they were all so surprised that they were speechless.
Is this the monster that just caused the hurricane? Meow?
Robin said tremblingly.
This must be the steel dragon. Right.
Reiner calmly looked at the body of the steel dragon in the snow, and then said, although the steel dragon fell to the ground, the black metal body still gave people a great sense of oppression, which made many people who saw the steel dragon for the first time not dare to approach easily.
Well, that's right. But don't panic. This guy has been killed. He won't jump up and bite anyone.
Wenlong explained.
Uncle Wenlong, you are simply a god. No wonder you can get the supreme title of cute god. I just killed the tyrant dragon last time. But this time I killed the steel dragon, which is an ancient dragon species. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The ancient dragon species is actually so vulnerable in front of you. Meow. No. It's nothing. Can you please stop mentioning my title?
Wenlong also said with a wry smile.
Although the steel dragon is also an ancient dragon species, it is considered a weaker type among the ancient dragon species. We really have to meet the ancient dragon species. The strong ones among them are not that easy to deal with. Meow.
After saying that, Wenlong ordered to Reina.
Reina, please hurry up and help recover from the disaster caused by the steel dragon. Don't let the attack of the steel dragon affect the opening date of our hot spring bath. Understood. Sir Chief, I will seize the time to assess and recover from this disaster. Meow.
Reina replied immediately. After saying that, Reina immediately led other black cats to the disaster site and began to organize intense repair work. Just as Wenlong said, the emergence of Steel Dragon just now caused certain losses to the hot spring resort invested and built by Wenlong. Fortunately, during the battle, Wenlong diverted Steel Dragon away in time, thus avoiding further losses. Looking at the hot spring facilities that were not too seriously damaged, Wenlong also breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, he has successfully hunted the Steel Dragon. After all, Wenlong gained much more from it than he lost. So after carefully calculating the profits this time, Wenlong's mood improved.
The materials of the steel dragon can be used to make good equipment. And if this precious ancient dragon material is sold to the researchers at the Ancient Dragon Observatory or to the bachelors of Wangling Academy like Lindy's, it will definitely be sold. Offer a good price. Meow.
Wenlong couldn't help but think about how to maximize the benefits of hunting the steel dragon. But at this moment, Haitang asked from the side.
Hey, Mr. Cat, why does the steel dragon appear here? Is this also related to the previous incident of the Calamity Star Dragon? This is a bit strange. Meow.
Wenlong thought for a moment, and then said,
although it's hard to say whether the incident with the Misfortune Star Dragon has had an impact on Steel Dragon, I have to admit that the timing of this guy's appearance is too coincidental. Some of them are just like the records of that big thief would.
Wenlong still remembered that the notes left by the thief would recorded the situation of being trapped in the cave by the Steel Dragon. But this time, he had just opened the box and got the treasure of thief wood. And the Steel Dragon appeared again. The extremely rare ancient dragon species suddenly appeared at 2 time points hundreds of years apart. And both time points happened to be related to the treasure of the thief wood. Of course, the treasure that Wenlong was referring to as the treasure of the thief wood was definitely not the box of dried wood polygonum, but the wooden bracelet that was said to have mysterious power.
Looking at it this way, maybe the bracelet is also an ancient relic.
Wenlong suddenly said.
There is a saying that dragons have the habit of collecting treasures. Some powerful ancient relics will be discovered by ancient dragons, collected as treasures. The reason why the steel dragon appeared suddenly is probably because it felt that the treasures it had stolen appeared again. Dragons like to collect treasures. Haitang has indeed heard of this legend.
Haitang also nodded and said thoughtfully,
is the bracelet an ancient relic?
When it was mentioned that the simple-looking bracelet turned out to be an ancient relic, Catherine didn't quite believe it.
Ancient relics are very old. At least hundreds of years old. Can a wooden bracelet like that be preserved? Hey, stupid woman. When did you become so smart? You can actually notice this. Meow?
Wenlong said with some pretense of surprise.
Mr. Cat, I also know some common sense.
Catherine pouted.
Well, it is true that ordinary wood will rot very easily, and it is impossible to preserve it for such a long time.
Wenlong explained to Catherine carefully.
But some wood can be preserved for a long time. It will not rot. For example, in the Yuzumo village area, there is a kind of wood called Yuma no wood. It is not only difficult to rot, but also will not be eaten by insects. It can be preserved for hundreds of years. There is also a kind of wood like Ulimu. The better and rarer wood of the cloud tree is called the cloud tree, so it can be stored for a longer time. Naya!
Chapter 561 Steel Dragon's Treasure.
So this bracelet is made of cloud wood?
At this time, Catherine asked again.
That's not true. I just want to show that even wood is difficult to corrode. As for what kind of wood this thing is made of, I really can't tell. Meow!
Wenlong continued to explain. Indeed, as Wenlong said, the bracelet in Wenlong's hand was made of a peculiar kind of wood. Even after a long period of time, there was no sign of decay or damage. This further strengthened Wenlong's belief that what the dragon thinks of this strange bracelet.
This should be an ancient relic. But since it is an ancient relic, it is very likely that there are related records in some ancient documents. If we can find records in this regard, we should be able to completely unravel this thing. It has a specific effect. Meow.
Wenlong also thought in his heart. Thinking of this, Wenlong also decided to return to Midgebolton with the bracelet, and then go to Lindy's to learn about the relevant situation. After all, as a bachelor of the King's Academy, Lindy's has the privilege of free access to the King's Library of King Zishard, and it will be much more convenient to find relevant information. Now that he had made up his mind, Wenlong immediately said to Catherine and Hai Tang without further delay,
If we want to find out what this is, let's go back to Major Boltan and ask Lindy's, maybe she will have some clues. Naya!
After all, Wenlong didn't want to use such a thing that he didn't know the details of. It would be bad if it had any side effects, especially according to some information left by the previous thief would. This strange bracelet seems to be really dangerous. When Wenlong said this, Catherine and Hai Tang immediately agreed happily.
That's great. Mr. Cat, we can see Sister Lindy's again. We are going to do business, not just for fun. So why are we so happy?
Wenlong said.
But Sister Lindy's is very nice,
Catherine added.
She seems to be willing to help us. It's okay. Meow.
Wenlong originally wanted to explain something, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Because in Wenlong's heart, he also knew that there were not many simple people like Catherine anymore. Instead, he felt like a rare and protected animal. As for Lindy's, Wenlong still feels that the two parties have more cooperation in terms of interests. So Wenlong said again,
Then quickly peel off the materials of the steel dragon and the materials of the ancient dragon species. These are all good things. We all have to take them back. Meow. Understood, Mr. Cat.
When Wenlong said that he wanted to strip the steel dragon of its materials, Catherine and Hai Tang also took action quickly. Because the body of the steel dragon is covered with a large number of hard scales that are as hard as metal, it is quite difficult to peel off the material of the steel dragon. Fortunately, the sealing dragon sword, Jinjui's sword, in Wenlong's hand can cut the steel dragon's body relatively smoothly, thus avoiding the embarrassment of being difficult to cut the steel dragon's body. So Wenlong was mainly responsible for cutting, and Catherine and Hai Tang were responsible for sorting, and packaging. Wenlong and his team began to work hard. The materials such as the steel dragon's scales, the steel dragon's SHL, and the steel dragon's sharp claws were all sorted and peeled off and packed one by one. Looking at these materials shining with black metallic luster, Wenlong also nodded with satisfaction. Looked satisfied. However, in addition to the shiny metallic scales and sharp claws of the steel dragon, Wenlong also discovered a red gem in the body of the steel dragon.
Mr. Cat, what is this? It sparkles and looks very beautiful.
As soon as she saw this red gem, Catherine was immediately attracted.
This is Steel Dragon's precious jade. Meow.
Wenlong took out the precious jade from Steel Dragon's body, then put it in front of his eyes, and observed it carefully for a while, and couldn't help but sigh.
It is indeed very beautiful, even with the naked eye. If you come and observe, you can clearly see that there is energy flowing inside. It is said that the power of ancient dragons is mainly concentrated in the jade in their bodies. It is really great to be able to get it. Meow. That must be very valuable. Is it more valuable than gold pearls?
At this time, Hai Tang also asked.
Silly girl. This thing can no longer be measured with money.
Wenlong said again.
Value is an important material needed to make ancient dragon weapons. Such weapons cannot be bought with money. So I have never seen any of the precious jade from the ancient dragon species is sold. Meow. Weapons of the ancient dragon species.
When Wenlong said that the weapons were made from the materials of the ancient dragon species, Catherine and Hai Tang also took a deep breath. It can be seen that although the two of them were trying not to show it, they were thinking about it in their hearts. Quite excited. After all, ancient dragons have always been legendary monsters. Not only very mysterious, but also extremely powerful. Now Wenlong and his party have personally hunted a genuine ancient dragon species, and obtained the materials of the ancient dragon species. Compared with the Tyrannosaurus materials that are still being excavated, they can now use these steel dragon materials to create new equipment. It is impossible not to be excited.
Meow haha. I can understand your feelings. It's really exciting to get good materials and forge stronger equipment. Meow.
Seeing the looks of Catherine and Haitang, Wenlong also smiled. Said, in Wenlong's heart, he recalled the feeling when he was playing the game, when he finally managed to get the resentful objects such as Baoyu and Nilin for the first time, and finally built the entire set of equipment. Wenlong at that time and Catherine now, it's also somewhat similar to Haitang's performance.
Okay, now that all the useful materials have been extracted, let's set off and return to Midgebolton as soon as possible.
At this time, Wenlong took out the horn flute from his waist again, and then played it loudly with all his strength. Because this is a snow-capped mountain, it is extremely cold. It can be said that it is not an environment suitable for the Song Fire Dragon to live. Therefore, after riding the Song Fire Dragon to the snow mountain, Wenlong asked the Song Fire Dragon to rest at the foot of the snow mountain where the temperature was higher. Fortunately, the sound of the horn flute was transmitted farther than Wenlong imagined. Not long after, Wenlong and others saw a blue figure flying up at the foot of the mountain, waving its wings.
This thing is really useful. It's always on call. And it's fast. It's more convenient than calling a taxi on Earth. Meow.
Wenlong said with emotion, as he looked at the blue fire dragon flapping its wings and flying towards him. So Wenlong, Catherine, Haitang and Robin once again rode on the back of the Song Fire Dragon. At this time, Wenlong gave another order to the Song Fire Dragon.
Return to Major Boltan. Meow.
Chapter 562 Wanli Library. Probably because he brought the steel dragon materials with him on the return trip, the burden on the blue fire dragon was much greater. So the return to Major Bolton this time was much slower than the previous time. It took about an hour and a half in total before Song Holong took Wenlong and others to the villa on the outskirts of Major Bolton. The reason why he did not land directly at the main city of Midgebolton was mainly because Wenlong was worried that the appearance of the Song Fire Dragon would cause panic in the city, especially during this extraordinary period. A large number of hunters gathered in the city. If you follow the Song Fire Dragon to land in the city, you might suffer a big loss if some blind hunter kills it. Therefore, Wenlong also decided to let the Song Fire Dragon land at a suburban villa far away from Midgebolton. After landing, Wenlong took the Song Fire Dragon to the yard of his suburban villa and tied it with a rope. Try not to let the Song Fire Dragon run around and scare other people.
Stay here well. Lie down. Yes, just like this, so that others can't see you outside the courtyard wall. And then I will bring you delicious food when I come back. Meow.
Wenlong stroked the Song Fire Dragon's neck, said carefully. Roar. Song Fire Dragon seemed to understand what Wenlong said and let out a low roar.
Shh. Keep it down. It's okay to make too much noise. Meow.
Wenlong said quickly.
Woo.
This time the Song Fire Dragon's voice was indeed much softer, leaving only a little sound lingering in his throat.
Okay. Be good.
Wenlong patted the Song Fire Dragon on the head, then turned to Catherine and Haitang and said,
Go and unload the materials for this steel dragon, and then take it to the city to find Master Luo to forge it. New equipment. I'll go find the girl with glasses first to get some information. Meow. Hey, Mr. Cat, aren't you coming with us?
Catherine and Haitang asked in surprise when Wenlong said this.
No need. It's not your first time forging equipment. And if you have any problems, Old Man Luo will help you solve it. It doesn't matter if I don't go.
Wenlong spread his hands and said,
As for the steel dragon material this time, it's up to you to decide who you want to use the equipment for. For now, I have the dragon sealing sword, Jinjua's sword, which is enough. Meow. I understand. Just give the steel dragon equipment to Xiao Haitang, and I'll wait for the Tyrannosaurus materials.
Catherine thought for a while, and then said,
Can you really give it to Haitang?
Upon hearing that Catherine was going to give the material of this set of steel dragons to herself, Haitang also said happily,
Sister Catherine, this is the material of the ancient dragon species. It doesn't matter. Although Tyrannosaurus is not an ancient dragon, its level is not lower than that of steel dragon. Last time, Master Luo and others also said that they have designed Tyrannosaurus equipment for me.
Catherine also said to Haitang with a smile.
That's great. Thank you, Sister Catherine.
Haitang said happily again.
No, little Haitang. You should thank Mr. Cat. Ah, by the way, thank you, Mr. Cat.
After being reminded by Catherine, Haitang quickly bowed to Wenlong and said,
I really didn't expect that we can use the materials of ancient dragons to make equipment. And the black metallic luster is really beautiful. Look. Okay, then I'll leave first. You can unload the materials from the back of the blue fire dragon and go to forge the equipment.
After saying that, Wenlong waved his hand, then left the villa and headed towards the Wanli library alone. Behind Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang were busy unloading the steel dragon's materials from the blue fire dragon's back, happily preparing to take them to Master Luo in the city to ask Master Luo to forge new equipment. Not long after, Wenlong came alone to the library of Wanli Academy in Midgebolton. According to some previous correspondence between Wenlong and Lindy's, Wenlong knew that if nothing else happened, Lindy's would have been spending time here conducting her research. The reason why Wenlong did not take Catherine and Haitang with him to the library this time was because Wenlong did not want to waste time. So he hoped that Catherine and Haitang could go to Master Luo as soon as possible to forge the equipment. On the other hand, Wenlong also I know that a place like the library is very quiet, and a humanistic dragon like Catherine, who is always startled, still doesn't want to bring her here. So when he walked to the door of the library, Wenlong saw 2 guards standing at the door, seriously checking the IDs of the passing people, making sure that these people were indeed qualified to enter before allowing them to pass.
As expected, it's the library of Wanli University. It seems that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Meow.
Although Wenlong was already aware of this, he still walked over in a swaggering manner.
Stop! What are you doing here? Elu Cat?
At this time, a guard stopped Wenlong and asked,
Uncle, I'm here to find someone.
Wenlong stroked his beard and said,
Looking for someone? Who are you looking for?
At this time, another soldier also asked,
If you are looking for someone, we can inform you. But this is the property of the Sahiriad royal family. And what is stored in it is the royal property. Ancient books. Elu Cats like yours cannot go in casually. TSK. These little soldiers who return the royal family's property just like to use chicken feathers as arrows. But forget it. I don't care about it. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong also thought with disdain in his heart. So Wenlong cleared his throat, and then said,
If I want to find Lindy's, please inform me. Meow. Lindy's?
The 2 soldiers looked at each other with strange expressions.
What? Don't you have this person here? Meow?
Wenlong said again.
No. It's not that the Lindy's you are talking about is Professor Lindy's, who is very popular recently.
Right. She probably doesn't have time to see you now. So you can come back next time.
One of the soldiers also explained to Wenlong patiently.
Professor Lindy's?
Hearing that the other party respectfully added the word
Professor
after Lindy's name, Wenlong was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered that since the separation, Lindy's occasionally I sent letters asking myself some questions about monster ecology. And one of them seemed to mention that I was working hard to be promoted to professor.
It seems that the girl with glasses has successfully been promoted from an ordinary bachelor to a professor at Wanli College. She was promoted very quickly.
Wenlong said to himself while stroking his beard. Chapter 563 Inexplicable Commotion.
Hey! Did you hear that? Professor Lindy's doesn't have time to meet you.
At this time, seeing Wenlong standing at the door and still talking to himself, one of the guards said loudly,
Why don't you have time? Meow?
However, Wenlong was not angry, but asked instead,
TCH, don't you all know this? This time Professor Lindy's came back from the Shichi Kingdom. Not only did she bring the most complete research on the monster ecology of the Shichi Kingdom to date, but she also brought a lot of information about Tyrannosaurus. Long's first-hand record is now a famous person in Wanli Academy. There are too many things to handle every day. So how can I have time to see you?
One of the soldiers replied.
Yes. Now not only our scholars from the West Hurade Kingdom are having an exchange symposium with Professor Lindy's, but there are also students from the East Hurade Kingdom and other places coming to exchange and study. So don't join in the fun like you.
Elu Cat.
So that's it.
Wenlong thought for a moment and then said,
If it's really as you said, then she should come to see me. I've already told you. Professor Lindy's.
Seeing that Wenlong refused to leave, one of the soldiers was already a little impatient. However, Just in the middle of speaking, Wenlong interrupted the soldier.
Huh. I already knew that we would encounter this situation. So please inform me. And you can take this and give it to the green-haired man with glasses. Look at the girl. She will naturally come to me. Meow.
As he spoke, Wenlong took out a black scale with a metallic luster from his pocket, and then handed it to the impatient soldier.
This is.
After looking at the scale for a while, the soldier didn't know what it was.
Don't worry about what this is. In short, if you give this to the green-haired girl with glasses, she will understand it naturally.
Wenlong said confidently. Seeing Wenlong's serious eyes, the soldier finally compromised.
Okay. I will show this to Professor Lindy's. But if she doesn't have time to come out to see you, it will be our fault. You must leave here immediately. That's no problem. Meow.
Wenlong waved and said, signaling the soldier to go quickly. Then the soldier walked into the Wanli library with the shiny black scales that Wenlong gave him. Not long after, he heard a burst of noisy footsteps coming from the library. And there were people. The sound of shouting.
What's going on?
Hearing this strange sound, another soldier staying at the door was stunned. After all, this is the Wanli library. According to the library's management regulations, anyone entering it should keep quiet. And unlike libraries in other places, the people who can enter the Wanli library are scholars with a certain status. And they are also highly educated intellectuals. They understand the importance of quietness in the library. So at this time, it is even more strange that such a noisy sound can be made. So the guard who stayed at the gate quickly opened the gate and looked inside the library, only to find an unprecedented sight. A large group of bachelors and professors from Wanli, who usually looked gentle, ran towards the gate like crazy. Running at the front of these people was Lindy's, who had just been named a professor recently. She was still holding the black scales Wenlong gave to the guard before.
What the H.L. is going on? Why are they all running out?
Seeing a group of Wanli bachelors and professors who usually sit in the library doing research running out like a 100-meter sprint, the soldier was completely stunned.
Soon, Lindy's, who was running at the front, rushed out of the gate first. As soon as Lindy's came out, she grabbed the guard at the gate and asked loudly, regardless of her status as a professor at Wanli College,
Quick! Quick! Tell me! Where is the Elu Cat that brought these black scales? Right there!
The guard standing at the door quickly pointed at Wenlong, who was yawning leisurely not far away, and said,
Sure enough, it's you, Mr. Wenlong.
As soon as she saw Wenlong's figure, Lindy's rushed over and gasped,
Mr. Wenlong, how did you get the scales of the steel dragon? Oh? I happened to encounter one in the Alufa Snow Mountain, and then killed it easily. Meow,
Wenlong said lightly.
How lucky you are to be able to meet ancient dragons casually,
Lindy's immediately said with some regret.
I knew it would be a pity that we should go with you. What a pity! What's so good about being lucky? If I hadn't acted quickly, that guy would have almost destroyed my hot spring bath. Meow!
Wenlong complained instead. At this time, not only Lindy's, but other Wanli bachelors and professors from Wanli College also gathered around her. These people also started talking around Wenlong with each other.
Are those black scales really those of the steel dragon? Are there other steel dragon materials? We are willing to pay a high price to buy them. Are you the Elu Cat named Wenlong that Professor Lindy's often mentioned in her reports? Oh no! Shouldn't it be more appropriate to call you the cute god? The materials of Tyrannosaurus are also of great research value. Can you transfer the extra Tyrannosaurus materials to us? I heard that you know a lot of precious information about monsters. Can you tell us a little bit about it? And where did you know those precious information about monsters? Sorry. No comment. Meow.
It wasn't until Wenlong said loudly that the people around him finally became quiet.
I'm here to find Lindy's. It has nothing to do with you. However, if you want to buy materials for steel dragons or Tyrannosaurus, you can make reservations in advance. I'll wait until I finish forging the equipment. If there are any leftovers, we can consider selling some to you. Meow.
Wenlong said again. After all, steel dragon and Tyrannosaurus are both very large. Even if you want to forge a complete set of equipment, it is impossible to use up all the materials. What's more, there are some parts of steel dragon and Tyrannosaurus that are not suitable for forging equipment. But if it is used for research by these Wanli bachelors and professors, it is just right. Moreover, selling to these Wanli bachelors and professors with royal subsidies will definitely make a lot of money. And Wenlong, who is now strapped for funds, will not refuse. Chapter 564 Lindy's Privileges. hearing Wenlong say that he could sell them some of the materials of Tyrannosaurus or Steel Dragon. The group of Wanli bachelors and professors suddenly became excited, and many of them even took out gold coins on the spot and shouted loudly for reservations.
Don't make any noise. If you make any more noises, we won't give you anything. Meow.
Wenlong shouted loudly again.
If you want to make a reservation, make a list for me and write down your list. I will pick it up later. Yes. 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 We will make a list now and hand it over to you later.
After hearing what Wenlong said, a group of Wanli bachelors and professors quickly replied obediently. All of this completely dumbfounded the two soldiers. They never thought that these high-level intellectuals, who usually regarded themselves as aloof, would actually obey the orders of an Elu cat. At this time, Wenlong said to Lindy's,
Come here with me. I need your help with something. Meow. Okay.
Lindy's quickly followed Wenlong. So Wenlong took Lindy's to a secluded place, and then asked,
I want to check some information in Wanli Library. Can you help me? Meow? That's no problem.
Lindy's nodded quickly.
It just so happens that I was recently promoted from a bachelor to a professor at Wanli College, and I have the right to use any collection in the Wanli Library. That's great. Take me there now. What I want to check is the information on ancient relics from the Old Kingdom period.
Wenlong said again.
Well, do you have information on ancient relics? Although it's a bit troublesome.
It's still okay. Then come with me, Mr. Wenlong.
Lindy said and then walked in front, motioning for Wenlong to follow. But this time, the two soldiers bowed respectfully to Wenlong and no longer dared to stop Wenlong. Walking into Wanli Library, Wenlong truly felt the grandeur of this library. In addition to bookshelves, there are all kinds of books filled with rooms one after another, and they are all sorted by dedicated personnel. As soon as you enter, you will feel like you are swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Walking forward, passing through rows and rows of bookshelves, Lindy's took Wenlong to a metal gate, and two soldiers stood in front of the gate. Judging from the clothes and swords of these two soldiers, they were obviously of a higher status than the two soldiers who stood at the door of the library before. They should be royal knights directly affiliated with the royal family of West Red.
Hello, Professor Lindy's.
As soon as they saw Lindy's coming over, the two knights of the King of Sahird immediately greeted Lindy's respectfully.
You're in luck,
Lindy said quickly, and pointed at Wenlong and introduced the two Wanli knights.
This is a distinguished guest from our Wanli Academy. He needs to come to the ancient book archives to find some information. Are you a distinguished guest from the Royal Academy?
The two royal knights of Seawide looked at each other, and then said,
Okay, Professor Lindy's. We will open the door to the ancient book archives for you now.
After saying that, the two royal knights each held the handle of the door on one side, and then opened the door.
Squeak.
The door was opened, and what Wenlong saw was a spiral passage leading downwards. On both sides of the spiral channel, there are some light crystals that shine lightly for lighting.
Thank you so much.
Seeing that the door had been opened, Lindy's quickly thanked the two royal knights.
You're welcome. I have already explained it above. If Professor Lindy's needs you to conduct research, we will do our best to satisfy you.
At this time, the two knights said together. So Wenlong followed Lindy's and walked down the spiral passage. Along the way, Wenlong could see that the walls on both sides were also very old. They seemed to be older than the entire Wanli library. However, after a long time, they still appeared to be exceptionally strong.
After all, it is an important ancient book archive. The level of security is completely different from that of ordinary libraries. Not only is it guarded by the Knight Wanli, but it is also maintained underground.
Wenlong also thought in his mind as he walked. After walking for a while, Lindy's finally brought Wenlong to the bottom of the basement, and then passed through a metal door. Lindy's and Wenlong finally came to a spacious underground hall. This underground hall is the same as the previous library on the ground. It is filled with rows and rows of bookshelves, but the books on these bookshelves are obviously much older than the books upstairs.
Mr. Wenlong, here are all ancient documents, many of which are rare, so please take good care of them.
Lindy said and took out 2 pairs of gloves from a box at the door, and put on 1 pair herself, and the other pair was handed to Wenlong. Wenlong took the gloves and put them on his hands. However, the gloves handed over by Lindy's were designed for humans after all, and they did not match the shape of Wenlong's claws. But Wenlong still made do with it.
Okay, Mr. Wenlong, what ancient documents are you looking for?
At this time, Lindy's asked again.
This is it.
At this time, Wenlong finally took out the wooden bracelet and placed it in front of Lindy's. Lindy's looked at the bracelet in Wenlong's hand carefully, and then said with certainty, "Judging from the style of this bracelet and the patterns on it, it should be something from the early ancient kingdom." "Oh, so you can tell the difference between the early and late stages of the ancient kingdom?" Meow. Wenlong asked in surprise when he heard that Lindy's could accurately determine that this bracelet was from the late stage of the ancient kingdom. Of course. After all, I have been a royal bachelor for so long, and I have done considerable research on the historical relics of the ancient kingdom. Lindy's also said with some pride, although most people may not be able to see it, but the decorations on items in the early, middle, and late stages of the ancient kingdom are different. Generally speaking, the decorations in the early period will be relatively simple and plain, while in the late period, because extravagance became common, the decorations will also appear exaggerated and more luxurious. Of course, there are more specific ones. The differences are just that I won't introduce them one by one here. Yeah, I understand. So this thing is from the early days of the ancient kingdom? Wenlong also said thoughtfully. At this time, Lindy said, because the early documents of the ancient kingdom are older. Not many have survived. I hope we can find the information you want, Mr. Wenlong. So, Lindy's took Wenlong to the row of bookshelves in the innermost part of the hall, then pointed at the shabby books and said, "This is it. These are all early ancient documents. So let's start looking from here." Chapter 565, Records about Bracelets. Although according to Lindy's, the early documents of the ancient kingdom are the least numerous because they are the oldest. But judging from the fact that there are several bookshelves filled with them, the situation is still not optimistic. "Oh, meow. It looks like it will be a lot easier to find." Meow. Wenlong also thought in his mind while looking at the layers of bookshelves. So Wenlong said to Lindy's, "Hey, glasses girl, you are responsible for looking under the bookshelf, and I am responsible for looking for it on top of the bookshelf." Meow. After saying that, Wenlong climbed directly to the bookshelf, and then pulled out the shabby ancient books from the top to look through them. "Ah, Mr. Wenlong, please be gentle. The books here are very valuable." Lindy's couldn't help but warn her. I know how to be measured. Please look for it from below." Meow. Wenlong replied impatiently. In this way, Wenlong and Lindy searched from morning to afternoon without even eating lunch. It was not until evening that they finally found information about this bracelet from an inconspicuous book. Comparing the pictures in the book, it was found that the hand-painted bracelet picture was exactly the same as the pattern on the bracelet in Wenlong's hand. Therefore, Wenlong could basically conclude that the bracelet described in the ancient book was the bracelet Wenlong holds now. It turned out that this thing is really a transformation bracelet. Meow. Wenlong read the text on it carefully, and then couldn't help but say it. "Huh? Mr. Wenlong, you found it? What is it?" When Wenlong said that he had found it, Lindy's couldn't help but walked over. At this time, Wenlong also jumped down from the bookshelf, then opened the book and read it carefully. "No matter what, the people who make and use transformation bracelets are very evil. They made this kind of thing in order to satisfy their perverted desires. No way. Isn't it a prop that can turn Elu Cat into a human? Where is it abnormal? Where is it evil?" Meow. Halfway through, Wenlong didn't quite understand. At this time, Lindy's continued to read. "Those who made the transformation bracelets deliberately gave such transformation bracelets to the Elu Cats, and claimed that they could turn them into humans. But because of the bracelet itself due to defects in production, or the manufacturer of the bracelet deliberately doing so, such a bracelet does not completely turn the user into a human, but in a half-human, half-cat state. And this state is unstable. It can only last 10 minutes at most. A half-human, half-cat state? Is it a human with cat ears and a tail?" Meow. Wenlong thought again in his mind. "Ah, Mr. Wenlong, do you want to become a human?" Seeing this, Lindy seemed to have guessed something, so she asked curiously. "Ahem. Cough. No, there is absolutely no such thing. I am proud to be an Elu Cat." Meow. Wenlong quickly denied. After all, Wenlong didn't want the fact that he was once a human to let too much light. People know. This is especially true for women like Lindy's, who have soaked in hot springs with him. But if Mr. Wenlong could become a human being, Sister Catherine might be happier. At this time, for some reason, Lindy suddenly mentioned Catherine. Really? Meow? Wenlong was also a little surprised that Lindy's suddenly mentioned Catherine.
So Wenlong, in order to divert Lindy's attention, immediately continued reading from where Lindy's had just read.
Although the transformation can only last 10 minutes at most, there are still many people who let El Cat transform into this half-human and half-cat form for their own enjoyment. After transforming into half-human and half-cat, B's the half-human. Half-cat still retains some of the habits of El Cat, and its actions are also very strange. However, the strange aesthetics of the bracelet makers made them stubbornly believe that this kind of half-human with cat ears and cat tail has an ornamental value that ordinary people can't match. And they are obsessed with it. These people call themselves cat ear control, or they are cat-eared maids, and they wantonly promote this decadent, negative aesthetic in society. This behavior is simply incomprehensible. We in the Schwer Kingdom will never allow this non-mainstream aesthetic to affect other people. TSK. It turns out that cat ear control already existed during the ancient kingdom. From this point of view, it seems that the destroyed ancient kingdom of Shredder is even further ahead than the current Earth. No wonder it can create so many incredible things. It's an ancient relic. Meow.
Seeing this, Wenlong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Wenlong then turned to another page and found that there were also some other ways to use the bracelet recorded at the back.
After that, the transformation bracelet fell into the hands of some black cats. These shameless thieves also began to use the transformation bracelet to engage in some illegal activities, making it difficult to guard against. As for the black cat tribe, most people must be alert at all times and will be on guard whenever they see their black figures. But with the transformation bracelet, they use the transformation bracelet to turn themselves into human beings. Then he uses a cloak and robe to cover his indelible ears and tail, so as to blend into the crowd and steal wantonly. So the reason why that big thief Wood is so famous is because he took advantage of the transformation bracelet to blend into humans. Meow?
Seeing this, Wenlong also understood why the big thief Wood was in the history of the Black Cat tribe, so famous in China. Wenlong continued to read, and at the end of the ancient book, there was a summary of the transformation bracelet.
In short, this kind of transformation bracelet is a very evil thing, and we in the kingdom of Shredder will never allow this to do all harm without any benefit. Things exist in this world. Therefore, as the Prime Minister of the kingdom, I hereby request His Majesty the King to destroy all transformation bracelets in the country, and prohibit the manufacture and retention from now on. So this is a memorial handed to the past by the Prime Minister of the ancient Halred Kingdom. It seems that the mainstream of society at that time didn't like this thing. No wonder this is the only one that survived, and it was kept by a black cat tribe.
Seeing this, Wenlong finally understood completely. Then Wenlong thought in his heart,
although you can't completely change back to a human, it would be good if you could become a half-human. Although the cat ears and tail may still be retained, as long as you have a human body, then you should still be able to greatly improve your strength. Meow.
Chapter 566 Transformation.
Bang!
Wenlong closed the ancient book in his hand and put it back to its original place.
Mr. Wenlong.
Is this okay? Seeing Wenlong put the book back, Lindy's asked again.
Well, that's enough. I already know everything I want to know. Thank you very much. You have been looking for information with me for so long. So let's go out now,
Wenlong said again.
Yeah, that's right. We seem to have stayed here for too long,
Lindy's also said with a smile.
But Mr. Wenlong, what I just said to you was not a joke. What? What did you say? Meow?
Wenlong asked with some confusion.
That's what Sister Catherine will be very happy about. So if you can become a human, I hope Mr. Wenlong will not hesitate. If you can meet Sister Catherine as a human being, your relationship will surely take a further step.
This time Lindy said it very seriously.
How is that possible?
Wenlong didn't quite believe this.
The stupid woman is so clingy to me just because she has always liked El Cat. Don't think too much about it.
Meow.
After saying that, Wenlong was too lazy to pay attention to Lindy's, but walked towards the exit alone.
It's true.
Seeing that Wenlong had already reached the exit, Lindy's immediately caught up with him and continued to say to Wenlong,
Mr. Wenlong, you should think carefully about it. You must be lucky to get this bracelet, as arrangement.
Okay, Uncle. I know,
Wenlong said impatiently.
I will definitely use this bracelet. But the reason why I use this bracelet is not to make someone happier, but because if I can get a human physique, my body's strength and endurance will definitely be greatly improved. And it will also be very helpful for my hunting. Do you understand? Meow? Understood. Understood.
When Wenlong said this, Lindy's nodded repeatedly and said,
It's good that you are willing to use this bracelet. I'm afraid you won't use it. Hee hee. Then I won't bother you. I'll go back first. Meow.
As he walked, Wenlong had already arrived at the door of the library, where Wenlong also said goodbye to Lindy's.
It's already this time. Why don't you stay and have dinner? The food in the cafeteria of our Wanli College is also pretty good. No. I've grown tired of eating in places like the cafeteria for many years when I was studying.
After saying that, Wenlong said goodbye to Lindy's, and then walked out of the gate of Wanli Library. But not far away, Wenlong saw several professors from Wanli College still standing there. This made Wenlong a little surprised. These old men with gray hair and beards actually waited for him at the door for a whole day. Sky. As expected, the professors from Wanli College, who were still waiting at the door, immediately gathered around Wenlong as soon as they saw him, and then handed Wenlong a note recording detailed requirements.
Mr. Wenlong, here is the list of research materials for Steel Dragon and Tyrannosaurus that we need to order. They have all been written on paper. If it is convenient for you, please be sure to sell it to us for money. We are ready.
One of the old professors with white beard and bald head said.
Well, I understand. If I have any extra materials, I will remember to leave them for you.
After saying that, Wenlong accepted the lists written by these old professors and left the Wanli Library. By the time Wenlong returned to his villa on the outskirts of Midgebolton, it was already late at night, and Catherine and Haigang had already had dinner. For this, Wenlong just took a few pieces of leftover barbecue, and then I swallowed it randomly to cope with my hungry stomach all day long. At this time, Wenlong's heart was filled with the information about the transformation bracelet he had seen in the library. So after filling his stomach a little, Wenlong came to the bathroom under the pretext of taking a bath.
Okay. No one should see it in the bathroom. So you can try the effect of this transformation bracelet. If it can really restore me to a human body, how strong will I be? Meow.
With this thought, Wenlong took out the transformation bracelet from his pocket and put it on his wrist.
Then let's begin.
Wenlong gritted his teeth, and then shouted loudly according to the instructions on how to use the transformation bracelet left by the thief would.
Transformation. Meow.
Sure enough, the moment Wenlong shouted the word transformation, a huge force overflowed from the bracelet, and then began to spread along Wenlong's wrist to Wenlong's body.
This power is...
Wenlong felt that this power quickly spread throughout his body, and at the same time, his body also grew rapidly. The originally short body grew taller quickly, and the hair covering the body also receded as the body grew. But at this moment, Wenlong also felt a sharp pain coming towards him violently. The intense pain even made Wenlong couldn't help but moan.
Is this the price of transformation? The whole body seems to be reorganizing. Even the bones are stretched and the internal organs are constantly rolling. No wonder it hurts so much. Also, because the body suddenly becomes bigger. Wearing it on the body, all of my clothes were bursting. Especially when my body broke through the restraints of the clothes. It was very painful. I should have taken off my clothes before transforming. Naya.
Although he felt severe pain from both inside and outside his body at the same time. Wenlong was an old hunter who had fought monsters many times. Faced with this level of pain, Wenlong gritted his teeth and quickly recovered. Endured it. Finally, after a moment, Wenlong felt that the changes in his body finally stopped, and the severe pain gradually receded.
Have I become a human?
Wenlong first looked at his arms, and found that the hair from when El was a cat was gone. Then Wenlong walked to the bathroom mirror. In the mirror, as expected, Wenlong saw a human body, but this body looked a little different from what Wenlong had imagined. The oval face, delicate face, and long hair hanging around her body that seemed to have not been cut for a long time actually made Wenlong look like a beautiful woman.
This is this.
At this moment, Wenlong felt that his head suddenly became blank. He was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head and looked down. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm proof that I am a man.
You almost scared me to death. Meow.
Chapter 567, only 10 minutes.
How did it become like this? Although I was not a particularly powerful muscular man when I was on Earth, I was not so feminine.
Wenlong thought for a while, and finally got an answer in his heart.
By the way, I remember that this thing was originally made by a group of cat ear controllers to satisfy their own hobbies. I'm afraid it's in the design that it will become cuter in appearance. But fortunately, the body is still a man's body, although it's not as domineering as before.
Naya. Wenlong tried to move his body again and did a few slashing and dodging movements. As expected, he found that both his strength and endurance were far higher than before, and his speed was still the same as when he was an Elu Cat. Agility level. It can be seen that the effect of physical training when he was an Illuma has also continued to the current human body, making Wenlong's physical fitness no less inferior to those hunters who have gone through hard training.
It's great. This power is simply great. With such power, it will be much more convenient when hunting. Meow.
For a moment, Wenlong even shouted with joy.
Creak dash.
With the sound of the door shaft turning. At this moment, the bathroom door was opened.
Mr. Cat. I'm coming in.
Was Catherine's familiar voice.
Hey. Wait a minute. Meow.
Although Wenlong wanted to stop Catherine from intruding at this time, it was too late. At this moment, Catherine walked in naked with a towel in her hand. At the same time, Wenlong also suffered from injuries due to his body suddenly turning into a human. All the clothes were in a state of being torn and broken. As a result, two people, a man and a woman, stood facing each other completely in the most primitive form of the human body. Although Wenlong had seen Catherine's body many times before, this time it was completely different from before. Because this time, Wenlong appeared in front of Catherine as a human being. For a time, various possibilities emerged in Wenlong's mind.
Will this human form cause misunderstanding? How to explain it? Can this stupid woman's brain understand the current situation? Will this embarrassing state cause screaming? If she screams, then Haitang will be what should we do if we are also attracted? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome?
Although he thought a lot, what Wenlong was worried about did not happen. Because the moment Catherine and Wenlong looked at each other, Wenlong found that Catherine was much calmer than he imagined. It could even be said that Catherine didn't seem particularly surprised, but just slightly stunned.
Wait. Listen to my explanation.
Wenlong said quickly, but before Wenlong finished speaking, Catherine seemed to know everything.
Mr. Cat? It's Mr. Cat. I can recognize it. How did you tell that? Meow.
Wenlong was shocked.
Mr. Cat's ears and tail are still there.
Oh. Wenlong then realized that he still had the ears and tail of Elu Cat. So Wenlong continued.
Actually, it's because of the bracelet. Did you use that wooden bracelet to transform into a human? I can tell that, because Mr. Cat only has one bracelet on his body now.
As before, Catherine seemed to understand Wenlong's meaning immediately.
I didn't expect that even if it is even after becoming a human. Mr. Cat is still very cute. Just as I imagined. Oh meow. Since when did you become so understanding? Wait. I didn't mean to be like this for being cute.
Wenlong quickly explained.
And why do you imagine me to be like this? I don't know either. I always feel that Mr. Cat should be so gentle.
For a moment, Wenlong didn't know what to say. But at this moment Catherine came over again, closing the distance between them.
Mr. Cat. As before, let me rub your back.
At this time, because Catherine was already very close, a fresh scent from the girl's body rushed towards her. In an instant, Wenlong, who was already a little uncontrollable, became even more difficult to control himself.
Okay.
Although Wenlong promised, he did not turn around. Instead, he grabbed Catherine's wrist.
Mr. Cat, what are you doing? I can't stand it. Forget it normally. I finally turned back to a human this time. Can I still bear it? I'm sorry. Woman, I'm going to be a little rougher today. Meow.
Suddenly, Wenlong held down Catherine. And although Catherine looked a little frightened, she did not resist, but looked at Wenlong with some confusion.
Mr. Cat, you seem a little scary today, and your breathing is a little rapid. Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Yes, Uncle. I'm very uncomfortable now. I feel very uncomfortable holding it in. So I'm asking you to make me feel better.
Ha 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 ha. Wenlong laughed and pressed his body towards Catherine. But Catherine he looked at Wenlong blankly, as if he didn't understand the situation at all, and was at Wenlong's mercy, seeing that Wenlong was about to succeed.
Bang!
At this moment, a burst of smoke suddenly rose, and at the same time Wenlong felt that his body had changed again. The bones of the body that had grown had shrunk and recovered again, and the hair of the Elu Cat also grew rapidly from all parts of the body. Come out! Then the next moment, Wenlong returned to the form of Elu Cat.
This is a bit embarrassing. Meow.
For a moment, it was Wenlong who was holding down Catherine, But now, because Wenlong has returned to El Cat's body, it has become Catherine holding Wenlong in her arms. Look like.
Why did you change back?
Wenlong, who suddenly realized this, said angrily, then raised the bracelet on his hand and shouted loudly,
Transform.
However, this time nothing happened.
I can't change. I can't transform continuously. Sure enough, there is a cooling time after each transformation.
Although Wenlong had already guessed the result, he still said a little disappointed,
Ah, Mr. Cat, you have changed back again. You looked really strange just now.
At this time, Catherine said in surprise when she saw that Wenlong had transformed back into El Cat. Chapter 568 Reviewing Equipment.
Ah, 10 minutes is still too short. Why did it end before I even had time to start? Damn it!
Wenlong's mood suddenly dropped due to the chain being dropped at the critical moment. So he complained with some frustration.
Mr. Cat, what are you talking about before it's time to start?
Catherine said she didn't understand.
No, it's nothing.
Wenlong jumped away from Catherine's arms in disappointment, and then sat in the bath alone.
Mr. Cat? Don't pay attention to me. I'm in a bad mood right now. Meow,
Wenlong said. At this time, Catherine also noticed that Wenlong was a little depressed. So Catherine said loudly,
Mr. Cat, although I don't know why you are unhappy, but if there is anything you need my help with, I will definitely help you.
Give it your all. It's not your fault. It's my own problem. Let me be quiet today. Today I feel that my self-esteem as a man has been greatly affected. Meow. Is that so? But Mr. Cat.
Catherine ignored Wenlong's statement, but sat in the bath together, and then held Wenlong in her arms.
Mr. Cat, I have always needed your help. So, if there is anything you need my help with, I will do my best to do it. So if there is anything you need my help with, please tell me. Okay? Really?
Wenlong looked at Catherine. He didn't know why, but he felt a little inexplicably moved in his heart. But he still said,
Stupid woman. I already said it. It's not your problem anymore. Meow. But I can also help Mr. Cat. If Mr. Cat is not feeling well,
I can help find the best doctor in the entire continent. Even if I can't find it, I can ask my brother to find it. He is so powerful. I can definitely help. Don't.
Hearing Catherine say that she wanted to ask her brother for help, Wenlong said quickly,
I don't want your brother to see the joke. So don't tell your brother about this. Meow. Why? Why are there so many? Anyway, I can't tell your brother. Meow.
At this moment, Wenlong was also a little angry.
Ah. Okay. I understand. Mr. Cat.
Seeing Wenlong's firm objection, Catherine could only agree. Afterwards, the two were speechless. Catherine still helped Wenlong rub his back as usual, but Catherine seemed to feel that something was not right with Wenlong today. It seemed that Wenlong would be angry no matter what she said. So Catherine did not say anything more for the time being, but remained silent. The ground helped Wenlong scrub his body. Wenlong was also in a depressed mood at this time. His mind was completely occupied by the frustrating situation just now, and he seemed a little absent-minded. Naturally, he was too lazy to talk to Catherine. So until the bath was finished, Catherine picked up Wenlong and dried her body, and then walked to the bedroom. As usual, the two of them cuddled together, and then gradually fell into a dream.
Mr. Cat, although you don't say it, I will definitely help you solve your problem.
But in her heart, Catherine was still thinking silently. Early the next morning, Wenlong climbed out of bed on time as usual. However, what surprised Wenlong was that when he woke up in the morning, he no longer saw Catherine.
Where has this woman gone? Is she angry because of what happened yesterday? Meow.
When he found that Catherine was missing, Wenlong also thought in his heart,
I was in a bad mood yesterday, and I was indeed a little bit cruel to this woman. I hope you're not angry.
So Wenlong got out of bed and opened the bedroom door, only to see Catherine standing at the door, with a lot of sweat beads on her forehead. She looked like she had just done some strenuous exercise. Same.
What? Out? Meow?
Wenlong asked curiously.
Well, because I felt that my strength was insufficient, and I couldn't help Mr. Cat more. I decided to train harder. So I went out for a run in the morning and got a little sweaty.
Catherine replied energetically.
Well?
Wenlong nodded, and then said with appreciation,
even if you become a legendary hunter, you must not slack off. You did a great job. Meow.
Seeing that Catherine had returned to her usual spirit, Wenlong temporarily let go of his worries about Catherine.
Fortunately, I don't seem to be angry. On the contrary, I was a little out of sorts yesterday. Obviously my purpose is to increase my strength as a hunter. Overall, it has been greatly improved.
Wenlong couldn't help but reflect in his heart.
As for doing that kind of thing with a woman, even if the time is a little short, you can still use skills to make up for it. It is said that some people with superb skills can make a woman stunning in 10 minutes.
It's been twice. If I had better control of the time and entered the main scene from the beginning, it would probably be enough. Mr. Cat, what are you thinking about?
At this time, seeing Wenlong seeming to be thinking about something, Catherine asked again.
Ah, it's nothing.
Wenlong quickly changed the subject.
By the way, where is the little girl? Didn't you go to forge equipment with the materials of Steel Dragon yesterday? How is the new equipment? I came back too late yesterday and forgot about it. It's time to test out your new equipment. Meow. It's been forged.
When she heard Wenlong mention the equipment, Catherine immediately said happily,
Xiao Haitong's new equipment is really good. I'm going to call Xiao Haitang here.
Soon, Catherine called Haitang over, and she was wearing a suit made of the latest Steel Dragon material. It was a set of armor that shone with jet black metallic luster. It used a large number of Steel Dragon scales to tightly wrap the body. Although as an archer-hunter, Haitang usually wore relatively light armor. This set of Steel Dragon armor, but it gives people a strong and reliable feeling like heavy armor. In addition, the hunting bow in Haitang's hand is also made of Steel Dragon materials. The special metallic texture is composed of the Steel Dragon's carapace and scales layered on top of each other. It looks very modern, and it is on the body of the hunting bow. White cold air is constantly flowing out, indicating that this hunting bow is a weapon containing a large amount of ice energy.
Well, it's very good. This set of equipment should be at level 80. But isn't it too heavy?
Wenlong couldn't help but ask at this time.
No, Mr. Cat.
Haitang also immediately expressed her feelings about using it yesterday.
This set of equipment has been processed by Master Luo, so it is as light as the usual light armor and has no impact.
Chapter 569 Fishing Competition.
Well, the key to good equipment depends on whether you can use it smoothly, so your own feelings are the most important. Meow.
Seeing that Haitang was also very satisfied with this set of Steel Dragon equipment. Wenlong, of course, he said with satisfaction. Then Wenlong looked at Catherine again, and continued.
Then the only thing left is the materials for Tyrannosaurus. As long as the materials for Tyrannosaurus are mined, you can use new equipment. Woman. Otherwise, if you want to carry out the process like this now, hunting is still a bit difficult. Meow.
Just like Wenlong said, because Catherine had broken 2 big swords in succession before. Catherine has reached the point where she has almost no weapons to use, even if she can barely take out the weapons she replaced before. The level is too low. Weapons cannot adapt to today's high-intensity hunting. At this time, Catherine said to Wenlong.
Ah, by the way, Mr. Cat, when I just went out for a run, I happened to receive a letter from Elu Cat Express from the Shichi Kingdom. It should be about the progress of the excavation of Tyrannosaurus.
Where is it? Oh, then take it and take a look. Meow.
Wenlong said immediately.
Ah, okay.
After saying this, Catherine took out an envelope with the mark of the Black Cat tribe and handed it to Wenlong. It was a very ordinary letter, but based on the seal of the Black Cat clan of the Shichi Kingdom sealed on the envelope, it could be seen that it was a special letter sent from the Black Cat clan. Wenlong tore open the envelope, took out the letter inside, and read it in front of Catherine and Haitang.
Well, this time the excavation of the Tyrannosaurus carcass has been completed, and the important materials have been transported back to MHOL via several hot air balloons. It is probably expected to start from the time Mr. Wenlong receives this letter. The materials will arrive in 3 days. Meow. Great, Mr. Cat. Judging from the records in this letter, the materials for Tyrannosaurus will arrive in 3 days.
Catherine said happily after seeing the content of the letter.
Well, there are still 3 days, so it's pretty fast in general.
Knowing that the Tyrannosaurus material has been excavated and is now on its way to Major Boltan, Wenlong's mood improved a lot.
This lets just relax for 3 days. In addition to daily training, you can go shopping in the city during the rest of the time to see what interesting things there are. Meow. I know.
At this time, Catherine raised her hands and said loudly,
Oh, what's so fun? Meow.
Wenlong asked curiously.
When I was running this morning, I happened to see a lot of people gathered in the city. They were holding fishing gear and seemed to be going to participate in some annual fishing competition. Fishing competition.
When Wenlong heard this term, the promise he made to a certain Elu Cat at some time last year suddenly came to mind.
I remember that last year. I seem to have promised a certain Elu Cat to help him win the championship prize in the fishing competition. Such a long time has passed, and I have been very busy with all kinds of troublesome things. So I almost forgot about it. But I didn't expect that we happened to meet here. And I also have time. So I can go and participate. Meow.
Wenlong remembered the promise he made to an Elu Cat named Elu Elu, so that Elu Elu could teach him the skills of an Elu Cat. After that, Elu Elu had taught Wenlong all the Elu Cat skills he had mastered as agreed. And in the subsequent battles, Wenlong also received a lot of help from Elu Cat's various skills. So Wenlong was still very grateful to Elu Elu. After considering this, Wenlong decided without hesitation to fulfill his promise that he had not yet seen.
Then let's go. Woman. And the little girl. Let's go to the fishing competition too. Ah. That's great. There's a fishing competition and stuff like that. It sounds like fun when you hear it.
Catherine cheered.
Oh. Fishing competition? Haitang is also very interested.
Haitang also said with some anticipation. But for Catherine, she was actually not familiar with fishing. She just wanted to join in the fun when she saw there were many people. In short, Wenlong and others were on their way. First, they came to the Fishing Association in the center of MHOL, and then asked about the specific participation matters, and then submitted the registration form without hesitation. After handing in the registration form, Wenlong and others went to the fishing tackle shop.
Buy the strongest fishing rod and fishing line. The strongest one. Meow.
Wenlong said loudly to the clerk of the fishing tackle shop.
The strongest one?
The clerk at the fishing tackle shop glanced at Wenlong and others, and then kindly persuaded.
The strongest fishing rod we have here is the one made from the long pliers of the swordsman's sickle crab. And the strongest fishing line is fishing lines made from specially processed spider silk can lift objects weighing dozens of tons. But they are also expensive. Money is not a problem. Just give it to me. Meow.
When I think about getting the materials for Tyrannosaurus in 3 days, not only can I make a new set of equipment for Catherine, but I can also sell the excess materials to the old guys at Wongley Academy at a high price. Scholars, Wenlong has a lot of confidence in his heart. So even if the other party makes it clear that he wants to trick you, Wenlong answers without hesitation.
Okay.
The clerk at the fishing gear shop looked at Wenlong and others again, but he couldn't figure out why such two girls and an Elu Cat would buy a fishing rod that obviously had no practical value.
It's strange. Not to mention that the fishing rod itself, which is made of the long pliers of the swordsman's sickle crab, weighs several hundred kilograms and is very inconvenient to use. There is also the problem of where to find fish weighing dozens of tons. Even if it is after catching it, who can retrieve the line holding a fish weighing dozens of tons?
Although he was very confused, the clerk still took out the fishing rod according to Wenlong's request. Of course, because the fishing rod is very heavy. When picking up the fishing rod, the clerk did not take out the fishing rod alone. Instead, he called the other clerks in the store and together, the 4 people carried a long box and left. Come out, and then open the box. As expected, there is a huge blue fishing rod inside. The entire fishing rod is about 5 meters long, and it uses a whole giant side of the sword master side crab. Therefore, it is much thicker than ordinary fishing rods. It is almost impossible to hold it with one hand, and requires 2 hands to hold it.
Guess. This fishing rod itself weighs several hundred kilograms. Even for men, it will be difficult for you to use it.
At this time, the clerk of the fishing gear shop persuaded again. Chapter 570 Misunderstanding at the fishing tackle shop.
You don't have to worry about this.
Although Wenlong shouted to take out the fishing rod, Wenlong himself had no intention of getting the fishing rod. Instead, he said to Catherine beside him,
Woman, give it a try. Meow.
Me? Catherine looked at Wenlong in surprise, and then said,
Mr. Cat, I don't know how to fish. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you know how to fish. I'll teach you later. The key is to have strength. Meow. Ah. Okay. I'll give it a try.
So Catherine picked up the blue fishing rod with just one hand, and then waved it easily a few times. At this moment, the several clerks in the fishing gear store were all stunned.
I actually picked it up with one hand. Is this a monster? It's okay.
At this time, Catherine also expressed her feelings about using this strongest fishing rod for the first time.
It's much lighter than a big sword. And it's relatively easy to use. Wait, you are a hunter? And you also use a big sword?
At this time, the clerk of the fishing tackle shop realized that this girl with a good figure, but not a burly figure, turned out to be a female hunter. Yes,
Catherine said truthfully.
I broke the 2 big swords before, so I didn't bring a big sword with me this time. I hope this thing won't break so easily. I can actually break a big sword.
The clerks in the fishing gear shop looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, one of the clerks in the fishing tackle shop suddenly shouted, as if he had remembered something.
Silver-haired beauty. And you also use a big sword. Are you the legendary hunter Silver Lion? How is that possible?
At this time, before Catherine could speak, another clerk retorted.
I heard that the Silver Lion is a muscular woman 2 meters tall and stronger than a man. Think about it. You know, how else could I lift 2 big swords in the arena and kill the Tyrannosaurus? No. How can I be that tall? Although I have grown a bit this year, I am still less than 1.8 meters.
Regarding these people's random speculations, Catherine on the side waved her hands and defended in a low voice with some embarrassment. Although Catherine is also relatively tall among her peers, because the body shape of humans in the West Hyde region is close to that of Caucasians on Earth. Even for a woman, Catherine's height of just shy of 1.8 meters is not particularly outstanding. However, several clerks did not notice Catherine's whispered protest at all, and started discussing again. Another clerk said,
A muscular woman who is 2 meters tall and can wield 2 big swords? A woman of this level, wouldn't it mean that all the muscles in the whole body are very tight and feel stiff to the touch? It's hard to imagine what it would be like to meet such a woman. Yeah. I feel like if we go to bed with this kind of woman, it's us who will be ravaged. Her muscles are as hard as rocks. It's scary to think about it.
Another clerk from a fishing tackle shop agreed.
Don't make random guesses. In fact, not only is it not hard at all, but it is also very soft.
At this time, Wenlong suddenly jumped up on the counter and interjected from the side.
Really? That's too weird. Wait, how did you know?
Hearing Wenlong say this, several clerks who were discussing enthusiastically turned their attention to Wenlong.
Because I touch you a lot. Meow.
Wenlong spread his hands and said,
You touch it a lot. Does that mean?
Several clerks in the fishing tackle shop looked at Wenlong, then at Catherine, then at Wenlong, and then at Catherine again.
Are you really the Silver Lion? Yeah.
Listening to the clerks in the fishing gear shop talking about her from beginning to end, Catherine blushed and nodded in recognition.
I'm sorry. We are too blind to see the truth. Don't worry about it if you have a lot.
Several clerks in the fishing gear shop quickly bowed their heads and apologized.
It doesn't matter. Those who don't know are not guilty,
Catherine said again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Silver Lion.
At this time, a man who looked like the manager of this fishing gear shop said quickly,
I didn't expect it to be Mr. Silver Lion. You came to the shop and I apologize for the poor hospitality.
This fishing rod is given to you. Is this really good? Catherine said in surprise. Of course. In fact, this thing has been displayed in the store for many years. It has always been displayed as a decoration and no one has ever bought it. If you want it, Mr. Silver Lion, it doesn't matter if it is given to you. At this point, the store manager added, if Mr. Silver Lion are willing to leave us a signature, we will be even more grateful. Signature? Catherine was a little confused. Yes, as long as you give us your signature, we will frame it and hang it in the store, passing it on as an heirloom of this store. The manager of the fishing tackle shop added. Catherine herself did not dare to agree to Mr. Cat's strange request, so she turned her attention to Wenlong. A single signature can be exchanged for hundreds of gold coins. You can do such a good thing. Meow. Wenlong also said with squinted eyes. Okay. After getting Wenlong's permission, Catherine also picked up the pen provided by the fishing tackle shop and wrote her name on a piece of white paper. Great. It's the signature of a legendary hunter. We will definitely cherish it. After receiving Catherine's signature, the manager of the fishing tackle shop also said happily, Then can we take away this fishing rod and the matching fishing line made of the spider's silk? Meow? At this time, Wenlong asked again. Of course. It's our honor for the legendary hunter to favor the products in our store. After saying that, the manager of the fishing gear store and several clerks put the fishing rod and fishing line into the box again, and then wrapped the box. Then it was handed over to Catherine. So, after receiving the fishing rod made from the materials of Sword Master Sickle Crab, Wenlong and his party picked up the box containing the fishing rod and left the largest fishing gear shop in Midgebolton City. And after walking not far, Catherine finally couldn't help but express her doubts.
Mr. Cat, why are they willing to give us such expensive fishing rods and fishing lines just for my signature? I feel a little uneasy when I can take away such valuable things just by writing my name.
Chapter 571, Looking for a Dangerous Place.
Don't worry. Those businessmen won't let themselves suffer. Meow.
Seeing Catherine's uneasiness, Wenlong explained as he walked.
Anyway, most people can't use this fishing rod. And most people who can use it don't have time to fish. So it is just a decoration in the store and basically cannot be sold. But if they get your signature and hang it in the store, they can brag to others that even legendary hunters favor the products in their store. Products and the like. This is a good advertisement. And the profit it brings is definitely much more than the fishing rod given away. Meow. Is that so? Yeah.
Wenlong nodded again and said,
People often talk about fame and fortune. Fame and fortune. Being famous is beneficial. Is it beneficial to be famous?
At this time, Haitang also said beside him,
Ha ha. Little girl. You're still young. Don't always think about making money. That's not good.
Wenlong said.
Yes. Haitang knows.
Haitang also nodded. In fact, since Haitang's father found a job and settled down, Haitang no longer has such a big obsession with money. It's just her long-term habit that makes Haitang often unable to resist using money to measure the value of something.
If measured by money, then Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine are priceless.
However, in Haitang's heart, this is how she evaluated the two people around her. After leaving the fishing gear shop, Wenlong and others came to the square in Midgebolton, where the fishing experts who participated in the competition had gathered together and were ready to set off to the competition venue at any time. Wenlong's eyes wandered through the bustling crowd, and soon he saw Luo Luo in the crowd. At this time, Luo Luo was still dressed the same as when Wenlong saw him last year, wearing simple clothes and a bamboo hat, holding the fishing rod in his hand as a souvenir of the last fishing competition.
Sure enough, this guy is here too. Although his fishing skills are not very good, he really likes fishing. Meow.
After confirming that Luo Luo also participated in the competition, Wenlong walked forward without hesitation and greeted Luo Luo.
Hi, Luo Luo. Meow. Isn't this Wenlong? Why are you here? Meow.
Luo Luo said in surprise when he saw Wenlong.
I am here to fulfill the promise I made to you before. I promised to help you win the championship prize in this fishing competition. Of course, I will not break my promise. Meow. That thing.
Luo Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Wenlong said that he wanted to help him win the championship prize in the fishing competition. But he still said,
If you don't mention that, I will almost forget about the championship. I don't care about it at all.
Maybe. The contestants in this competition seem to be more powerful than last time. Not only are there champions from the previous competition, but there are also fishing experts who came from other places. The competition is even more fierce than the last one. Meow. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm sure I can win the championship. Otherwise, do you think I'm just talking casually? Meow.
Wenlong said confidently.
Are you really confident that you can win the competition? And you want to give me the prize for winning the competition? Meow. Of course. I keep my word, Uncle, Wenlong said, patting his chest. Okay then,
Luo Luo said while holding on to his bamboo hat.
Let me see what you, a young man, are capable of. I can only get the commemorative award in every session. Meow.
Then Luo Luo said,
The winning and losing rules of each fishing competition are to see who can catch the most fish in one day. And the most is not the most in number, but the most in weight. Even if you get 100 fish. If it's not big enough, it's very likely that it won't be as heavy as one of the other fish. Do you understand? Meow. Of course I understand. Meow. In fact, I participated because the competition was about weight. Meow.
Wenlong said, still smiling. At this time, it was time to set off for the fishing ground. According to the arrangements made by the organizer of the fishing competition, the Midgebolton Fishing Association, all participants in the competition will take a large airship contracted by the Fishing Association to a large lake not far from Midgebolton. Contest. There!
All contestants will find their own fishing spots. And the final victory criterion will be the heaviest fish caught before 6 p.m. So Wenlong and others followed the crowd and boarded the airship heading to the competition location. After about an hour of flying, the airship arrived above a huge lake. Looking down from above, you can clearly see that it is a lake surrounded by green mountains. Even looking down from an airship, you can feel the breadth and depth of the lake. And the water quality of the entire lake is clear, shining with dazzling waves in the morning sun. It is also a stunning beauty at a glance.
It's a good fishing place. Meow.
Even Wenlong couldn't help but say. At this time, the airship began to land slowly. And after landing, everyone rushed off the airship together and began to look for suitable fishing spots. At the moment the airship landed, the game officially began. Some impatient people quickly found a place to start fishing after getting off the airship, while others were carefully looking for a suitable location, including Wenlong and others.
Then I'll be fishing here. Are you still looking for it? Meow?
After walking for a while, Luo Luo also stopped and regarded a rock by the lake as his fishing place. Ready to start here. Your own fishing tournament.
Well, we have to go further afield.
Wenlong pointed to a deep forest by the lake in front and said to Luo Luo.
Is it there?
Luo Luo glanced at the direction Wenlong pointed.
There may be monsters over there, but with your strength, there shouldn't be any problem. So, bye. I'm looking forward to you getting it. Where's the champion? Meow. Well, see you later. Meow.
So Wenlong and others said goodbye to Luo Luo and continued walking forward along the mountain road. The surrounding woods are getting denser and denser. And of course, there are fewer and fewer human figures seen. After all, as contestants in this fishing competition, many of them are just ordinary people without hunting skills. When choosing fishing locations, they will try to consider safe places, and will not take risks in such densely populated areas with poor visibility and easy access. Come from where you were attacked by monsters. Of course, Wenlong and others are not afraid of this. Wenlong, who has hunted powerful monsters such as Tyrannosaurus and Steel Dragon. His initial goal was to find a sparsely populated place where he would not be disturbed as his fishing spot. Therefore, Wenlong was the only one to hunt wherever there were few people. Where to go? Chapter 572 Hidden Waiting. After passing through a dense forest, Wenlong and others came to a shallow beach. Along the way, Wenlong also walked carefully while paying attention to the clear lake. Because the sun shines on the lake, the waves on the lake seem to be a bit dazzling. But careful Wenlong still uses his eyes to catch a huge black shadow flashing past deep in the lake. Although the black shadow only lasts for a moment, disappeared deeper into the lake bottom.
Then here it is. Meow.
So Wenlong stopped, followed by Catherine, who was carrying the big fishing rod, and Haitang, who was carrying a backpack containing food and medicine.
Huh? Here? It doesn't seem to be any different.
Catherine looked around and didn't seem to feel anything different from before.
There is a difference. Haitang felt the monster's aura.
Haitang said alertly.
I'm not going to come to a place where there are no monsters. Meow.
Wenlong said disapprovingly.
By the way, little girl, use your knife to cut some grass nearby. Meow. Mowing the grass?
When Wenlong said he wanted to mow the grass, Haitang thought she had heard wrong.
That's right. The grass needs to be longer when cut. Meow. Okay. Haitang will go now.
So Haitang picked up the knife she usually used to peel materials and started cutting weeds nearby. Because it was already early summer, and the lakeside was also rich in water and grass. There were many weeds as tall as a person growing densely. Haitang could easily collect a large bundle of green grass. On the other hand, Wenlong said to Catherine,
Hey, woman, go catch a frog. If you want a bigger frog, we will use that as bait. Meow. Frog?
Catherine was even more surprised.
Do fish like to eat frogs? Don't worry. Someone will like to eat this. Meow.
Wenlong said, spreading his hands.
Okay, Mr. Cat.
Catherine nodded, then walked to the lake and started catching frogs. Although Catherine looked a little clumsy, she was already a legendary hunter after all. Both her reaction speed and the accuracy of her movements were far beyond ordinary people. So she easily caught the largest frog in the area. Then Catherine hung the frog on the fishhook according to Wenlong's request.
Okay, Mr. Cat, I'm done. Well,
Wenlong continued,
then throw the hook out. A little farther away. What we want to catch is a big enough guy. It usually won't be willing to come to a place that is too shallow. Meow. Ah. I understand. Mr. Cat.
Following Wenlong's instructions, Catherine waved the fishing rod in her hand, and then swung it forward. Then the fishhook with a frog hanging on it flew to the depths of the lake following Catherine's movements.
Plop!
The huge fishhook made from the front end of the giant sickle of the swordsman crab fell. Judging from the buoy on the fishing line, the place where the fishhook fell was more than 100 meters away from the shore.
Well, this distance is just right.
Seeing Catherine accurately swing the fishhook into the depths of the lake, Wenlong nodded with satisfaction. Wenlong then instructed Catherine to fix the fishing rod on the shore, and add a bell on the fishing rod that would make a sound once it shook. In this way, you don't need to keep the fishing rod in your hand all the time. You only need to keep a person at the edge. Once a prey bites the hook, the bell will sound to remind people to close the rod as soon as possible. Just as Catherine fixed the fishing rod, Begonia also came over holding a large bundle of grass.
Mr. Cat, we've got the grass back. What do we need to do next?
Haitang asked.
Bring it here. Meow.
Wenlong stretched out his hand and took over the large bundle of grass that Haitang had brought. Then Wenlong tied the grass to his body with a rope to make a simple camouflage disguise.
Woman, you also put these grasses on your body, and then hide here. Don't let the guys in the lake see us. Meow.
Wenlong said to Catherine.
Oh.
Got it. So according to Wenlong's request, Catherine also tied green grass around her body, making the two of them look like two lurkers in disguise, and then hid themselves in the grass near the fishing rod to ensure that when they heard the bell, Catherine and Wenlong were both able to react as soon as the sound hit. Wearing camouflage made of green grass, Catherine and Wenlong hid in the grass without moving. From a distance, they seemed to have achieved perfect concealment. As for Haitang, Wenlong ordered Haitang to be on guard in the nearby woods to avoid being disturbed by the monsters on the ground while he was squatting there. According to Wenlong's request, try to snipe and kill the monsters on the ground before they get close to this area. Everything was ready, so the only time left was to wait. An hour later, some of the contestants from other places in the lake area had already caught big fish weighing more than 100 kilograms. Although some people did not catch such a big fish, they still led the way with their numerical advantage, attracting people's attention. Another hour later, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd, because a big fish weighing more than 300 kilograms was pulled to the shore by several people. After all, such a big fish is shocking enough. The person who caught this big fish weighing 300 kilograms was the same angler who had previously caught a fish weighing over 100 kilograms. He was also a contestant who came all the way from the East Sherd Kingdom, and the combined weight of the two fish exceeded lifting 400 kilograms. This person's performance is already significantly ahead of the other contestants. In the following time, this person continued to refresh his own record, and soon left the other contestants far behind. This situation also made many contestants from the surrounding West Shuriide area feel that his face was dull.
Damn it! Is the championship of this competition going to be taken away by a guy from the Eastern Kingdom of Red?
So some people thought dissatisfied in their hearts. Once the topic was opened, people started talking about it.
If a contestant from out of town wins the championship easily, it feels like he is mocking us in the West. And we, the Midge-Bolton Fishing Association, have been completely embarrassed. Isn't there anyone on our side who can pose a threat to him? Only half the time of this competition has passed, and this man has already caught more than 1,000 kilograms of fish. And the most we have here is only more than 500. Jean, what is the identity of this person? Ah, I remembered. I saw it in a fishing magazine when I traveled to Donshold last time. He was the champion of the last Donshold Kingdom fishing competition. I didn't expect that he would actually go there. We are here from the Kingdom of West Huraid.
Finally, someone recognized the identity of this mysterious fisherman from the Kingdom of East Huraida. Chapter 573 Emerald Green Ichthyosaur Species. Wenlong and Catherine were still waiting patiently, from morning to afternoon, in order to remain as hidden as possible. Wenlong and others did not even take a bite of the dry food they brought. As for the current situation of the game, Wenlong and others are not concerned at all. Everything is just waiting, because even Catherine, who is fishing for the first time, understands that as a good hunter, patience is also very important, and you must know how to master the timing of hunting. This is the same whether you are fishing or hunting. Only Haitang has quietly killed several large wild boars and blue velociraptors that were preparing to approach here from a distance. Other than that, everything is still so calm that even the ripples on the lake seem to have stopped. Same. However, at this moment, Wenlong finally saw a huge black shadow appear at the bottom of the lake. The black shadow was getting bigger and bigger, and it could be seen that it should be gradually rising from the depths of the lake.
Here we come,
Wenlong whispered in her ear, reminding Catherine.
Stop when the bell rings.
Catherine didn't speak, just nodded. But in her heart, Catherine was ready. At this time, the black shadow had arrived directly below the buoy. But the black shadow did not swallow the fishhook immediately. Instead, it paused at that position, seemingly observing the surrounding situation. Wenlong knew that this was the monster in the lake observing the situation on the shore to see if there were humans present. This showed that its habits were also quite cautious. And this behavior also showed that this black shadow was more intelligent than most of the creatures in the lake. It is much higher, and it is not as easy to be fooled as ordinary fish. At this time, both Wenlong and Catherine couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that the slightest movement would allow the prey, who was about to take the bait, to escape. Just a few seconds seemed to suddenly become very long. And then Wenlong finally saw the black shadow suddenly rushing towards the fishhook. In an instant, the entire fishing rod shook violently, and the bell on the fishing rod also made a crisp sound.
I'm hooked. Now! Meow!
Wenlong shouted loudly. Catherine also immediately grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it back with all her strength. Well, the fishing line made of the spider silk was pulled tight instantly, and even Catherine felt a great force dragging her body forward. It can be seen that if Catherine had not pulled the fishing rod in time, I am afraid that the entire fishing rod would have been everyone would be pulled under the water because of the huge force just now.
Ah!
Catherine yelled and finally stabilized the fishing rod. And at this time, the ripples on the lake's surface suddenly shook violently. The white waves instantly rolled up, and with a loud boom, Catherine only saw a huge emerald green figure jumping out of the water. In the sun, you can see that the monster's body shape looks a bit like the King of Sharon that Wenlong and others hunted before. However, unlike King of Sharon, the head of this monster is not as flat as that of Sharon. It shows the characteristics of a dragon monster. In addition, this monster is also covered with emerald green scales, together with the exploding water splash. It shines dazzlingly in the sun.
It finally came out. It's really a big one. I'm afraid it weighs more than 30 tons.
Meow.
At this time, even Wenlong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Of course, facing such a heavy monster, even with Catherine's monster strength, it is impossible to fish such a huge monster out of the lake simply by relying on her own brute force. The reason why this monster jumped out of the lake was more because of the unbearable pain caused by the huge fishhook being pulled by Catherine with all her strength, so that the monster hidden at the bottom of the lake had to jump out of the water with the fishhook. Seeing that the monster jumped out of the lake and was about to land on the shore, Wenlong immediately made preparations, drew out one of the double sword sealing dragon swords, Shinju Isect, and took the sword posture. Sure enough, the legend about the powerful emerald green monster living at the bottom of the lake refers to the emerald water dragon. Meow. The emerald water dragon in Wenlong's mouth is the name of the monster caught by Catherine. It is a subspecies of the water dragon of the same ichthyosaur species as the King of Sharon, but it has a stronger and more powerful body and emerald green shiny scales than the water dragon. Naturally, it is also more dangerous. Of course, for Wenlong and others, the strength of the Tsueshui dragon is still inferior to that of Tyrannosaurus and Steel Dragon. Therefore, even though they saw such a huge figure jumping out from the bottom of the lake, Wenlong and his group did not feel panic at all. Instead, I felt a sense of relief that, I finally caught the fish. However, the emerald water dragon could not realize this. At this time, the emerald water dragon was already extremely angry because of the fishhook stuck in his throat, especially when the emerald water dragon jumped out of the water and saw Wenlong and Catherine, two daring Elu cats and humans. It wanted to crush these two tiny creatures in front of it immediately. Boom! The green water dragon jumped to the shore, and a large amount of water spray with a fishy smell came ashore together with the green water dragon. The scattered water spray fell together, even drenching Catherine and Wenlong. Like most ichthyosaur species, although the emerald water dragon lives in the water, the emerald water dragon also has feet that can walk on the shore, and fins as wide as wings that are suitable for swimming in the water. Therefore, although the green water dragon was forced to fish ashore due to the severe pain when the fishhook was pulled, it still maintained its balance when it landed and stood firmly on the shore, glaring at Wenlong and Catherine. Roar! Suddenly, the emerald water dragon let out a huge roar. Then, Catherine noticed that the emerald water dragon opened its huge mouth and pointed it at herself.
Be careful. Meow.
At the same time, Wenlong also issued a warning. Although it was the first time for Catherine to see the emerald water dragon, Catherine instantly recalled her experience fighting other ichthyosaur monsters, and she could vaguely guess what the emerald water dragon was going to do next.
I remember Mr. Cat said that water dragons belong to the same species as Sharon, and the green water dragon is a subspecies of water dragon.
Catherine thought in her heart.
Monsters belonging to the same type have many similar habits. Now this action of the emerald water dragon is very similar to the prelude of King Salon's action of firing the iron sand cannon. If it were the emerald water dragon that lives at the bottom of the lake.
I'm afraid. Connecting the actions between the two ichthyosaur monsters, Catherine instantly understood what the emerald water dragon was going to do, and quickly rolled to the side to hide. And at the moment Catherine hid, a slash was enough to easily cut the high-pressure water column of rocks and steel plates carved a long and deep crack in the ground where Catherine was just now. Chapter 574 Elu Cat blocking the road.
It feels like the power of this water cannon is even greater than the water cannon of the General Kamaki I encountered before.
Catherine thought with some luck in her heart after escaping the attack of the green water dragon. However, although Catherine successfully evaded the attack of the emerald water dragon, due to the attack of the high-pressure water cannon, the originally strong fishing line made of the spider silk was also cut off by the violent current. As soon as the touch on Catherine's hand loosened,
she almost fell to the ground.
Ah! Bad? Mr. Cat, the fishing line is broken,
Catherine reported quickly.
It doesn't matter. Just get this guy ashore. Your mission has been completed. Just stay away and watch. Leave this place to me. Meow!
At this time, Wenlong calmly said to Catherine beside him. After all, Catherine has no weapons at this time. And of course, there is no way to fight anymore.
Ah! Mr. Cat, please be careful.
Faced with this situation, Catherine did not show off, but immediately ran away and stepped aside, trying not to affect Wenlong's battle. And all this was seen by this green water dragon, in the mind of the emerald water dragon, because it was Catherine who had just fished him up. The emerald water dragon had regarded Catherine as its first priority target at first. But now, he saw that this human woman with silver-white hair had withdrawn. After leaving the battlefield, this monster became even more angry. In the eyes of Quishuilong, who didn't know the truth, this was a sign of Catherine's timidity. As for such a timid enemy, Quishuilong never meant to let them go. The wound caused by the fishhook stuck in the throat is still painful. How could the emerald water dragon let go of the human who caused this pain? However, just when the emerald water dragon was about to continue chasing Catherine, he discovered that a tiger-skinned Elu Cat was standing in front of him again.
The humans have already run away, but a mere Elu Cat still dares to come out and block the way?
This is what this huge green water dragon is thinking at this time. At this time, Quishuilong looked at the almost insignificant Elu Cat in front of him with disdain, and found that this Elu Cat actually drew out its weapon and took a stance in front of him, obviously intending to fight. However, the emerald water dragon didn't care about this. Facing this Elu Cat with tiger skin patterns, the emerald water dragon stepped out with both feet without hesitation, and jumped forward with his whole body. In Quishuilong's view, Wenlong, the Elu Cat, is just like a small stone on the roadside. It is not worth caring about at all. He only needs to crush it all the way. After all, how can a small stone on the roadside stop him? That huge body weighing more than 30 tons that charges at extremely fast speeds? Because like most ichthyosaurs, the green water dragon does not directly use its legs to run when moving quickly on the ground. Instead, it uses instantaneous explosive force to suddenly jump towards the target direction. And after landing, it uses its legs to move. Tuck it in, and use your smooth belly to glide on the ground at high speed. This kind of gliding speed is very fast. And because the body of the emerald water dragon is very huge, and has two huge and extremely hard fins like wings, this makes the emerald water dragon have more power than ordinary monsters when gliding at high speed. Wider attack range. Therefore, you need to react earlier when avoiding. However, all this was already expected by Wenlong. Therefore, the moment the Chui water dragon jumped up, Wenlong had already dodged to one side, and the huge fin of the Chui water dragon passed by Wenlong. Wenlong was not hurt at all.
Ah! Mr. Cat is so awesome!
Seeing Wenlong's wonderful evasive movements, Catherine was amazed, and did not forget to learn from Wenlong's skills in hunting. Even if he dodges, he doesn't make any unnecessary movements. It seems that he missed the attack of the emerald water dragon by a hair. In fact, Catherine can already see that this seemingly dangerous movement is actually just a near miss, because everything had already been expected by Wenlong. As the saying goes,
a layman can see the excitement. An expert can see the tricks.
Now, Catherine has become more and more able to understand the techniques of Wenlong's skills, and therefore is increasingly able to understand the terrifying aspects of Wenlong's strength. Looking at the green water dragon again, he didn't expect that his attack would fail again. The opponent dodged his attack so easily, which made the huge monster realize that he seemed to have underestimated the inconspicuous Elu Cat in front of him. However, when Quishuilong realized this, it was already too late, because while avoiding it, the agile Wenlong would certainly not forget to use the weapon in his hand to cause damage to Quishuilong.
Kasaya chop! Meow!
At the same time as his body jumped, Wenlong's weapon drew an arc of light and slashed towards the huge fin of the green water dragon.
Crack!
Although Wenlong was only wielding the sealing dragon sword, Jinjui's sect, in a single sword state, and did not really exert the full power of the weapon. The advantage in equipment level still allowed Wenlong to easily cut through the huge green water dragon. Fin. Zitsizi. At the same time, the red and black dragon attribute power began to invade the body of the emerald water dragon from the wounds. At this time, the emerald water dragon truly realized how terrifying the Elu Cat in front of him was.
This Elu Cat is very strong.
Quishuilong, who felt the sealing dragon sword, Jinjui's sect, confirmed this in his heart.
Roar!
The emerald water dragon roared again. There was anger, but also bravado driven by fear. Not only did it jump and glide into the air, but it also encountered a counterattack from the opponent, forcing Quishui dragon to stop gliding and then prepare to change direction and attack Wenlong again. I saw the green water dragon turning its body slightly, and then sweeping towards Wenlong with its huge fish-shaped tail. Although the huge emerald water dragon is not a land monster and cannot move on land for a long time, it has extremely strong explosive ability and can explode with huge power in a short period of time. Therefore, this seemingly inconspicuous flick also contains great destructive power. However, Wenlong still responded calmly. As soon as he saw the green water dragon about to swing its tail, Wenlong immediately rolled forward again. This time, instead of avoiding it, he rushed directly to the feet of the green water dragon. The next moment, Quishui dragon's tail swept behind Wenlong. But Wenlong hid under Quishuilong's body and was safe and sound. Chapter 575 Emerald Water Dragon Strategy. Wenlong's method of avoiding the tail sweep of Emerald Water Dragon can be used on quite a few monsters. The same is true for the big strange bird. The same is true for the male fire dragon. And it is still the same for the green water dragon. The tail sweep that seems to have a huge attack range cannot cause damage to the position directly below the body. And the Wenlong only needs to be careful not to be hit by the green water dragon's feet. Just step on it. However, this time, Wenlong's actions were within Quishuilong's expectations. As the overlord of the entire lake, this is not the first time that this huge green water dragon has fought with hunters. In previous battles, many hunters had used this method to avoid the green water dragon like Wenlong. Tail attack. This is not surprising. After all, since the beginning of hunting big strange birds, hunters have learned to roll and hide under the monster's feet when the monster's tail is wagging, thereby avoiding the attack of the wagging tail. This move is so popular that the difference between some high-level hunters and low-level hunters using this move is only reflected in reaction speed and timing. Wenlong can be said to be perfect both in terms of speed and timing, but he only managed to dodge the tail swing attack of the Quishui dragon perfectly. For the Quishui dragon, the next attack is the key point. I saw that the emerald water dragon actually moved its body to one side, forming an arch shape, and the muscles of its entire body gathered strength to the maximum like a tightened bowstring. Then in the next moment, Quishuilong burst out with all his strength, and his whole body was like a bowstring that was stretched to the extreme and then suddenly loosened and slammed towards Wenlong. This move is the one that Quishuilong is most proud of. This move of the emerald water dragon is called Iron Mountain Back by many hunters. Not only is it extremely powerful, but the attack range is also quite wide. Almost no opponent standing on the side of the emerald water dragon can escape the attack of this move, precisely because this move is so terrifying. In Quishuilong's past memory, this move is almost invincible. As long as the opponent stands on his side, he has never failed. Moreover, after an ordinary hunter is hit by this move, almost all the bones in his body will be shattered, and he will lose his life. Even hunters wearing high-quality armor will mostly lose their combat effectiveness, and can only be rescued by Elu Cats. The team was sent back to the hunter camp to recuperate. This includes 4-star hunters as well as 5-star hunters. Facing those 3-star and below 3-star hunters, Quishwilong can easily knock them down without even needing to use
Iron Mountain Reliance.
So this time, Quishwilong still thinks that he will definitely win. Quishwilong's body collided with Wenlong. And to Quishwilong's delight, the arrogant Elu Cat did not dodge. According to Quishwilong's previous experience, if a hunter still does not dodge when faced with his
Iron Mountain Support,
then the final result will be that his entire body will bear his full attack head-on, and he will eventually be completely destroyed, shattered to pieces. At this moment, the Emerald Water Dragon seemed to be able to feel the clicking sound of his opponent's bones breaking. However, Wenlong still stood there without any awareness of evasion. But at this moment, Wenlong swung the sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed.
Crack! Crack!
It was 2 consecutive knives. One stabbed and cut the scales of the Suishui dragon. The second castic slash allowed Wenlong's body to dodge easily, and at the same time, it also left enough marks on the Quishwilong's right foot to be seen. Deep wounds in the bones. Then a large amount of dragon attribute power eroded from the wound to the entire Emerald Water Dragon's legs. The location of the wound happened to be at the joint of Suishui Long's leg, and it was so deep that it affected the movement of Suishui Dragon. Then, the huge body of Suishui Dragon, which was exerting force, instantly lost its balance.
How is that possible?
At this time, the Emerald Water Dragon finally realized that he had underestimated the attack power of this Elu Cat. Suishui Long never expected that such a situation would occur. Once upon a time, other hunters tried to knock Suishui Dragon down with attacks when Suishui Dragon used
Iron Mountain Reliance.
As long as Suishui Dragon lost his balance, Suishui Dragon would fall to the ground, will lose most of its power. After all, when using the Iron Mountain support, almost all the weight of the Suishui Dragon's body rests on its feet. But even so, those attacks launched in a hurry cannot even penetrate the scales on the Suishui Dragon's legs, let alone knocking the Emerald Water Dragon to the ground. Therefore, the final result is often that the hunter's attack becomes a completely futile struggle, and instead loses the best opportunity to avoid the
Iron Mountain Reliance.
But Wenlong did it. Not only did it, but he did it relatively easily. The power of the Sealing Dragon Sword, Shinjueisho, which was excavated as an ancient relic, is certainly not comparable to that of ordinary weapons. Even if you just use a single sword in it as a sword, with the superb skills that Wenlong has been honing, it is also enough to cause huge damage and make Suishui Long, who is using
Iron Mountain Reliance,
lose his balance.
Boom!
Because of the huge inertia generated when
Iron Mountain Back
was activated, Quishwilong's body rolled over Wenlong's head and fell heavily to the ground, completely exposing its most vulnerable belly to Wenlong's eyes. Of course, Wenlong would not let go of such a perfect attack opportunity. Seeing the exposed white belly of the Suishui Dragon and the thin scales on its belly, Wenlong knew that that was where the Suishui Dragon's defense was weakest.
Air Blade Slash. Meow!
Wenlong did not hesitate to use Tai Sword's move,
Air Blade Slash.
Sure enough, compared to before, the scales on the Suishui Dragon's belly had almost no defense, and were easily cut open by Wenlong's repeated attacks. With one knife, the belly of the Green Water Dragon was cut open. Under the rapid slash, the blood was splashed out dozens of meters away, and the Green Water Dragon screamed in pain. The second knife, the wound expanded, and the internal organs were exposed. The third knife, the internal organs were cut open, and blood was like a column. The fourth knife, the fifth knife, the sixth knife, until the last knife. The last sword Wenlong not only uses the power of his arms to swing, but also rotates his waist together, pressing all the power of his body forward, instantly increasing the power of the weapon. And as the Sealing Dragon Sword, Shinju Sect, in Wenlong's hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, the abdomen of the Green Water Dragon was almost only left with fuzzy pieces of flesh chopped into pieces by random knives. Then Wenlong retracted the blade that was still in the air. Due to the action of inertia, all the blood stains that were originally stuck to it were thrown away. The blade that was already stained red turned back to a shining luster. It can be seen that this sealed the sharpness of the dragon sword, Shinjuan sword. Then Wenlong slowly put the weapon into the scabbard on his back. Chapter 576, The End of the Emerald Water Dragon. Ouch! After being attacked repeatedly by Wenlong, the voice of the Emerald Water Dragon became smaller and smaller. The destruction of its internal organs, and the loss of a large amount of blood made this giant beast that originally lived in the lake finally lose its vitality.
Mr. Cat is great,
Catherine said happily when she saw that the emerald water dragon was dead.
Oh, where is the stick? Why don't you tell me? Meow?
Wenlong asked deliberately. In the past, Wenlong might have personally explained some details to Catherine. But now, Catherine's strength has been greatly improved. Wenlong believes that Catherine herself should be able to understand the hunting just now. So Wenlong then he asked deliberately, wanting to hear Catherine's opinion.
I think the most handsome thing about Mr. Cat just now is that he clearly saw that the green water dragon was about to hit him. But he didn't even try to avoid it. Instead, he directly chopped the green water dragon to the ground. It was really wonderful. If it were me, probably only use the big sword for defense. Well,
Wenlong nodded and said,
when you have to hide, and when you can use attack interruption to break the opponent's moves, this choice must be judged by experience. Woman, as long as you continue to be a hunter, if you continue on this road, you will definitely be able to do it. Naya.
Then Wenlong added,
of course, the premise is that you have to have a good enough weapon to do this. Otherwise, if the damage is not enough, it will be terrible. Meow. Yeah. I know. Mr. Cat's good weapons will be available in 3 days. I'm really looking forward to it.
When talking about good weapons, Catherine thought of the Tyrannosaurus suit that was scheduled to be built in 3 days. I was also a little excited in my heart. At this time, Hai Tang, who had been on guard at the edge, also came over.
Mr. Cat, someone is coming. Well, I understand. I think it's time for the others to come. Anyway, the hunting is over. So it's time to let them take a look. Meow.
The reason why Wenlong didn't want people and monsters to come close to this place before was mainly because he was careful about the green water dragon that would affect his vigilance. But now that the hunting was over anyway, there was no need for Hai Tang to continue to be vigilant. In addition, although Wenlong and others were looking for a remote place with no people around, the battle with the Tsueshui dragon just now still caused a huge noise, which also attracted the attention of the people around here. So some hunters and staff employed by the Major Bolt and Fishing Association rushed over immediately after hearing the noise. After all, any experienced hunter would be able to realize that the huge noise just now must have been the appearance of some large monster. In order to maintain the smooth progress of the entire competition, the Major Bolt and Fishing Association, as the organizer of the competition, must of course eliminate this danger as soon as possible. So when this happened, the hunters hired by the association to protect the contestants would of course rush over. As a result, when they saw the body of the huge emerald water dragon lying on the ground, they all said in surprise, speechless,
the battle is already over before we arrive. And this one was killed by you.
Candel, the president of the Major Bolt and Fishing Association, said this but rushed over with the hunters. This is a middle-aged man with a somewhat strong figure. Although his skin seems to be a little rough due to wind and rain due to frequent fishing in the wild, he is still wearing quite elegant aristocratic clothes, which shows that they belong to the upper class of Major Bolt 10.
It doesn't matter who killed it. The key is that we caught it. If you don't believe it, you can take a look at this guy's throat. The fishhook should still be inside. By the way, I have to trouble you to weigh it.
Meow.
Wenlong said to him when he saw the organizer of this fishing competition also coming over. Even if we want to weigh such a big one, we can only cut it into pieces and weigh it.
A staff member of the Fishing Association couldn't help but said. At this time, the staff member's words quickly attracted the approval of the people around him. After all, if the fish weighs only a few hundred kilograms, it can still be weighed on the scale brought by the Fishing Association. But such a large monster with a length of more than 30 meters and a weight of dozens of tons cannot be weighed at all. A scale that can be used for one-time weighing, but can only be cut into pieces for weighing. But now, instead of how to weigh this green water dragon, more people still have questions about Wenlong and others catching this green water dragon, just because it looks so incredible.
Caught?
As the president of the Major Bolt and Fishing Association, Candel looked a little unbelievable.
How is this possible? Who can catch such a big monster? Who is it? It's me, Mr. Candel.
At this time, Catherine raised her hand and said,
You?
The president of the Fishing Association looked at Catherine and couldn't help laughing.
Little girl, can you catch such a big water dragon? I don't have enough education, so don't lie to me.
At this time, an experienced old hunter stepped forward and observed the green water dragon lying on the ground. In addition to the fact that it was indeed found in the throat of the green water dragon, It was made of the material of the swordsman's sickle crab, in addition to the fishhook. The old hunter was even more shocked by the bloody scene on the belly of the emerald water dragon.
This is the emerald water dragon, a subspecies of the water dragon. How many hunters have died by its hands and were killed like this?
The scene at the scene made the old hunter realize something. So he raised his head and looked at Wenlong and others carefully.
There is an archer hunter and a tiger-skinned Elu cat. In addition, there is this silver-haired girl. These people look familiar.
Previously, because Catherine was not wearing hunting equipment, the old hunter did not recognize her at the first time. But now, the old hunter finally guessed the identity of Wenlong and others.
President Candel,
the experienced old hunter said to the president of the MHOL Fishing Association.
Although you who have always been obsessed with fishing may not know it, but in our circle of hunters, several of them are already as famous as President Ludin and Commander Caesar, as famous as President Rodin and Captain Caesar.
At this time, Candel finally reacted.
Are you three the same hunting team that hunted the Tyrannosaurus and the Steel Dragon recently?
Catherine nodded sheepishly.
Yes, it's me. Meow.
Wenlong admitted generously.
It turns out it's you. That's great, ha ha.
After learning the identities of Wenlong and others, the president of the MHOL Fishing Association immediately became enthusiastic, with a bright smile on his face.
In fact, we were still worried just now. We had been worried that the championship of this competition would be taken away by that guy from East Hugh Reed. Now it seems that the championship this time is none other than you. Sure enough, the championship of the competition will still fall to us, in the hands of the Sahir people.
Chapter 577 Competition Result. After greatly appreciating Wenlong and others, the president of the MHOL Fishing Association immediately said to the people around him,
Quickly, break down the body of this green water dragon and weigh it. The green water dragon, the blood that has been shed must also be collected. As much as can be collected. This time we are going to make big news.
So the hunters who arrived and several staff members of the MHOL Fishing Association acted quickly, and together they began to cut the emerald water dragon into pieces, then divided them into different parts for weighing, and finally came up with an astonishing number, 37.5 tons.
If it hadn't been for losing so much blood that it couldn't be recovered, I'm afraid the weight of this green water dragon could have exceeded 40 tons.
Someone in the crowd sighed. At this time, the sun finally dropped below the horizon, and there was only the afterglow of the sunset on the horizon, which meant that the game was over. The contestants in the competition had to put down their fishing rods and began to gather together. They brought the results of the day to the competition organizing committee for weighing, and they were also waiting for the announcement of the results of the competition. Finally, when it was all over, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared under the horizon, and the competition organizing committee had to light several bonfires to illuminate the makeshift venue.
Everyone. Now Mr. Candel, the president of the MHOL Fishing Association and the organizer of this competition, will announce the results of this competition.
Hosted by a young woman, Candel slowly walked onto a makeshift podium made of wooden planks.
Ahem.
Candel cleared his throat, and then said in a strong tone,
Everyone. Hello everyone. This time the 48th major bolt and fishing competition has successfully ended. In the spirit of friendship first, the second principle of the competition, everyone must have enjoyed the fun of fishing more or less, and also exchanged a lot of fishing experiences with each other. In such a pleasant night, President, announce the results quickly. We are all waiting.
Someone shouted loudly from the audience.
Yeah,
soon. This man's voice was recognized by other contestants. Candel smiled awkwardly and said,
It seems that everyone is looking forward to the results of this competition. So I won't say more nonsense. Now I will announce the top 3 in this competition. First of all, the third place is Mr. Romanoff. By the time the sun went down, the total weight of fish caught by Mr. Romanoff was 386 kilograms. Oh!
Cheers rang out from the audience when he heard his name. A fat middle-aged man with a mustache in the audience smiled and waved to the crowd. The cheers soon died down, and Candel announced again.
Next is the second place, Mr. John George from the Kingdom of East Shrewd. The total weight of the fish he caught is 895 kilograms.
However, this time the audience fell silent, and people looked at each other, obviously a little surprised. Then, the crowd below started talking again.
Why? Isn't the champion John George from East Hugh Reed? Yeah, I thought it would be him. But I didn't expect there would be someone who caught more than him. Could it be that the champion's score would weigh more than a ton? 1 ton is too exaggerated. That's 1,000 kilograms, which is 2,000 kilograms.
After all, the news of Wenlong's hunting of the emerald water dragon has not yet spread. Only some members of the competition organizing committee and a few hunters responsible for competition security actually saw Wenlong's trophy. In the middle of the competition, the contestants were all focused on the competition, and no one cared about what was happening in the distance. Therefore, these people were completely unaware of Wenlong's hunting of the Suishui dragon.
What? I'm not the first? What's going on?
At this time, the man named John George from the East Hull Red Kingdom said with some dissatisfaction.
I'm sorry, Mr. John George. Although your performance is also very outstanding. We have a better fisherman in the kingdom of Zishwide, and her performance is far better than yours.
In response to John George's question, Candell did not agree. Instead of getting angry, he explained politely,
Well, I want to see who the number 1 person is. If I find out that your Zywide Fishing Association has any ulterior deals in private, I will definitely sue you.
John George was also unconvinced. Said,
Don't worry. We have always been fair and impartial.
Candell then announced,
Finally, I announce the first place in this competition. Miss Catherine from our Meyer Bolton. Who is Catherine? Is there such a person in Major Bolton's fishing world? But this name looks so familiar.
While people were wondering in their hearts, Catherine slowly walked towards the temporary podium.
Miss Catherine's result this time is 37.5 tons, which is 37,500 kilograms. If converted into kilograms, it is 75,000 kilograms.
Candell continued to announce.
77,000 caddies?
The crowd was completely in a commotion. After all, the numerical jump is too big. The previous second place's weight was only 895 kilograms, while the first place's weight actually reached 75,000 kilograms. Such a huge gap is no longer a competition, and can only be described as crushing of different orders of magnitude.
This is impossible. What did she catch? Can it weigh 75,000 kilograms?
At this time, John George immediately asked loudly,
It's a whole green water dragon. If it hadn't been broken down for weighing purposes, resulting in the loss of part of the blood, I'm afraid the score would have been even higher.
At this time, Candell continued to explain patiently. At the same time, the staff of the Midge Bolton Fishing Competition Organizing Committee and several hunters also moved out the bodies of the emerald water dragon that had been broken down into different parts. When people saw that the piles were piled together, they could almost be regarded as a hill. Ordinary people were completely speechless when they saw the body of the emerald water dragon.
It's really a green water dragon. How did a girl catch such a big green water dragon? Ah, I remembered. Although she is not wearing any equipment, this woman is definitely a hunter. And she is also legendary. I have seen her compete in the arena, but she wielded 2 swords at once. Legendary hunter? That's no wonder.
As soon as they heard that Catherine was a legendary hunter, the doubts in the crowd seemed to disappear at this moment. It seemed that no matter how unbelievable things were, as long as it was done by a legendary hunter, it would make sense. Same. Chapter 578 The Conspiracy Outside the Banquet.
First of all, we would like to congratulate Miss Catherine for winning the championship in this competition. In addition, we would also like to congratulate Miss Catherine because she not only won the championship in this competition, but also broke the record of the highest score in the previous Major Bolt and Fishing competition. Become the new record holder.
With Candell's passionate voice, the audience was completely excited. People applauded enthusiastically in celebration and shouted Catherine's name loudly, which made Catherine a little embarrassed when she was standing on the stage.
So, Miss Catherine, do you have anything to say during this moment of celebration?
Candell asked as if he was conducting an interview.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Cat. It was Mr. Cat who taught me how to catch the emerald water dragon. In addition, I also want to thank Little Begonia for helping to drive away other monsters around, so that we can squat in the grass with peace of mind and catch the emerald water dragon.
Stand up.
It turns out that Miss Catherine's partners also played a very important role. Well, we will now award you with the championship prize of this competition, a limited edition gold jade fishing rod.
After saying that, the young woman next to Candell took out a long box, and through the transparent glass cover, you could clearly see that there was indeed a shining golden fishing rod inside. Then Candell put the box containing the limited edition gold and jade fishing rod was personally delivered to Catherine. At this time, The atmosphere of the entire venue reached its climax. As the last program of the fishing competition, a social event for fishing enthusiasts from all over the mainland after the competition. The staff of the organizing committee of the major boat and fishing competition, also fresh beer and barbecue, came to cheer everyone up. So under the instigation of alcohol and delicious food, almost everyone at the scene danced and danced as if they were celebrating a festival, indulging in this festive carnival. However, among these people, there was one person who turned around with a gloomy expression.
Huh? He's actually a legendary hunter. It seems he has to change his plan.
John George snorted coldly. While speaking, John George stretched his hand to his waist, as if to confirm something, and then took his hand back. Then, the traveler from the East Hull Red Kingdom left the crowd and headed towards walking deep into the forest. People were still celebrating, but almost no one noticed the abnormal behavior of the runner-up in the fishing competition. After all, Catherine's achievements this time were really great. Not only did she win the championship and save the face of the Major Boat and Fishing Association, but she also broke the previous fishing competition record and became the new record holder. At this historic moment, fishing enthusiasts have no reason not to celebrate, so it is natural that they did not notice John George's unusual behavior. However, all this still did not escape Wenlong's eyes. Wenlong watched John George stretch his hand to his waist, as if he was confirming something. In addition, Wenlong also noticed an inconspicuous canvas pocket on John George's waist, which seemed to contain something. Although John George finally took his hand back, this abnormal behavior attracted Wenlong's attention. Therefore, when John George turned and left the crowd, Wenlong followed him secretly.
Mr. Cat, what are you going to do?
Seeing Wenlong also leaving the venue, Haitang asked immediately.
I have something to take care of. You should keep an eye on that woman here, and don't let those drunkards take advantage of her,
Wenlong said.
Okay, Mr. Cat. Although Haitang doesn't think anyone else here can take advantage of Sister Catherine except Mr. Cat,
Haitang said seriously.
Stop talking. I'm going to go take a look first. Meow.
After saying that, Wenlong quickly left the crowd and followed in the direction where John George left just now. When leaving the crowd, Wenlong put on the long-lost secret amulet on his body. For a moment, Wenlong's entire body became blurry. In addition, Wenlong himself, as a cat, had an agile figure and quick steps. It is light, so it makes almost no sound when walking, and it almost achieves the purpose of perfect concealment in the night. In this case, Wenlong had the confidence to track the other party without the other party noticing. So Wenlong followed for a distance and found that John George kept going deep into the woods until he finally stopped in a small clearing. At this time, John George put his hand to his mouth and whistled 3 times. After a while, 2 dark figures appeared from behind a big tree nearby.
What's going on? Didn't you agree to lie dormant for the next few days and wait for the day to come before taking action? Why are you contacting us now? Is there some emergency?
Said one of the black figures.
That's right. The plan has changed now.
John George spread his hands and said,
There are legendary hunters participating in this competition. They are the hunter team that hunted Tyrannosaurus and Steel Dragon some time ago. The hunting team that hunted the Tyrannosaurus and the Steel Dragon? Could it be the hunting team composed of 2 women and an Elu cat?
A person in the black shadows said with some surprise.
Yes, it's them. But we are lucky this time.
John George whispered again at this time.
The woman named Catherine seems to have only come to fish, and did not bring any weapons. There was only another little girl with a hunting rifle. Bow! But sneak attacks on long-range hunters, who only wear light armor and have weak defenses, have always been your strengths. Haven't they?
After hearing what John George said, the 2 black figures looked at each other and nodded.
Understood. We will take care of the little girl with the hunting bow. But I heard that the Elu Cat in their team is also quite powerful. Humph! It's really useless,
John George said with some dissatisfaction.
Are you still afraid of a mere Elu Cat?
The 2 black figures paused for a moment, then said,
This is not a question of whether we are afraid or not. It is said that the 2 previous mission failures were related to this hunter team. The Great Elder has personally issued an order asking us to act safely. Never be careless. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. They all failed before when they acted alone. This time we are 3 people together. And as long as I use this, it is not a trivial matter to contain an Elu Cat.
With that said, John George took out something very familiar to Wenlong from the satchel on his waist. Chapter 579 Beetle Species with Lightning.
These guys who control the horn flute are indeed members of the Poison Beak organization. Meow!
when he saw the control horn that John George took out. Wenlong immediately understood. Since returning to Midbolton, Wenlong has seen that the city is heavily guarded in order to prevent people from the Poison Beak organization from intruding. In particular, unidentified people will be investigated in detail. Therefore, if you want to infiltrate Major Bolton, the best way is to find a suitable identity that can be officially certified. And from the current point of view, this Major Bolton fishing competition is an excellent opportunity for the Poison Beak organization to infiltrate. Disguise yourself as a participant in the competition, and then sneak in. Because you have the title of the last fishing competition champion in the East Shirt area, you can also hide your identity very well.
These guys with poisonous beaks are really haunting. Fortunately, I heard it, and why did they say that I am just an Elu Cat? I have to pay the price for underestimating me. Meow!
At this time, Wenlong, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but think in his heart.
But judging from this conversation, there should be quite a few people in the Poison Beak sneaking into Major Bolton this time. Probably far more than these three. Personally. And it seems like they are preparing to make a big news in a few days? Meow?
Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do in a few days, Wenlong was basically certain that these people would not do anything good. So Wenlong thought in his heart.
Huh? Although it's not clear yet. If we catch these guys and interrogate them strictly, we should be able to understand the plan of the Poison Beak organization this time. Right.
At this time, Wenlong saw John George put the control horn flute to his mouth, and then blew it gently. Woo! Although the sound was not loud, it could reach far away in the silent night. But Wenlong was certain that the fishing enthusiasts who were enjoying the carnival would not be able to notice this. And even the few hunters hired by the Major Bolton Fishing Competition Organizing Committee could not understand the meaning of this sound in the dark night. After a while, Wenlong noticed a blue light appearing in the originally bright sky. Then, Wenlong saw a huge insect crossing the treetops and landing in the open space.
It's actually a rare electric beetle. Plus, there are 3 members of the Poison Beak organization this time. So it's still a bit tricky. Meow.
Wenlong couldn't help but mutter to himself. The electric beetle Wenlong mentioned is a large insect with blue wings. In terms of body shape, it is about the same as an adult green strange bird. However, in terms of strength, this electric beetle is stronger than the average male fire dragon. Quite a few. From the appearance point of view, this electric beetle has the appearance characteristics of most insects. So it is also a relatively special beetle species according to classification. However, Wenlong knew that although beetle species are not uncommon in nature, most of them are small in size and generally do not pose much threat to humans unless they are in groups. Therefore, beetle species that can grow to such a huge size are very rare. The appearance of this electric beetle is also very distinctive. In addition to its blue wings with electric light, it also has 3 slightly curved blue sharp horns on its head. Among them, the 2 sharp horns above the head are relatively short, and the long ones are longer. The blue tip at the mouth is relatively long, and is said to contain most of the lightning power in the electric beetle. After seeing all this, Wenlong also calculated the opponent's approximate strength in his mind to decide his next action.
3 members of the Poison Beak organization, plus an electric beetle. Let's not talk about it. Let's just say that if these 3 people have the same strength as Ren, then it will really be difficult to deal with Meow. Then do you want to go back to find women and girls? No. Let's forget it. If we go back, when these 3 people arrive at the venue, I'm afraid it will cause panic. Then a group of contestants, who only know how to fish, will run around and cause a stampede.
Additional casualties.
Then it's better to take this opportunity to strike first. If it's a sneak attack and you get the upper hand, it should be no problem to kill one first. The remaining 2 will be much easier to deal with. In addition, you can also try the effect of my bracelet. After all, with it's exciting to think about human bodies fighting. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong thought in his heart again. Of course, another important reason why Wenlong decided to sneak attack on the 3 people of the Poison Beak organization here is that Wenlong didn't want others to know that he could transform, especially based on the previous experience in the bathroom experiment. Because the body of Elu Cat is really different from the human body. When Wenlong transforms, the body that returns to the human form will burst the equipment he is wearing. This at that time, Wenlong would be completely naked. In this case, Wenlong certainly didn't want to fight in front of a group of people.
Really? Next time I have to ask Master Luo to help me modify my equipment to a type that can expand and contract with the changes of my body. Otherwise, If I have to be naked every time I transform, others will probably think that I am an exhibitionist. Right.
So with this thought in mind, Wenlong first removed the armor on his body, leaving only the secret protective stone hanging around his neck, the satchel containing the props and connected with a telescopic belt, and the weapon ran-sealing dragon sword, Shinjueisho. Then Wenlong touched his bracelet and whispered, "Transform!" In an instant, Wenlong's body changed. His body began to grow, and then his hair fell off, and finally he turned into a human form. But he still had the ears and tail of the Elu cat like last time.
It's great! I can finally hold the dragon sealing sword, Shinjueisho, in one hand. As expected, a weapon that is originally a double sword should be wielded dually. Meow.
At this moment, Wenlong only felt the power in the body has fully emerged. It was a completely different power from being an Elu cat before, with longer arms, larger strides, and more lasting endurance. Although due to the limitations of the bracelet itself, it could only last 10 minutes no matter how long it lasted. But I went in Long's opinion. 10 minutes is enough.
Okay. The transformation is complete. Don't waste time. Within 10 minutes, we will completely defeat these three guys. Meow.
Maybe he was a little unsure before, but after really feeling the power of transformation, Wenlong was already confident full. And in Wenlong's opinion, now was the best opportunity. The three members of the Poison Beak seemed to be discussing a specific sneak attack plan, and did not notice it at all. Chapter 580, 1 against 3.
Ghost transformation!
After turning on the ghost form without hesitation, Wenlong rushed over at extremely fast speeds, like lightning in the dark night.
So fast!
The person who uttered this sigh was not someone else, but Wenlong himself. After returning to a human body, Wenlong suddenly jumped out. What Wenlong felt was not only an increase in strength, but also a change in stride. What used to be a small step has now become a big step. So the distance that originally took 4 to 5 steps to cross was now covered by Wenlong in 2 steps. And then he aimed the 2 swords in his hands. The Black Shadow's back was chopped off.
Crack! Crack!
Wenlong's double swords easily cut through the opponent's armor. It can be seen that from the perspective of equipment level, Wenlong's side has an overwhelming advantage. Without enough time to react, one of the 2 black figures fell down. At this time, the other suddenly realized that someone was attacking him, turned around, and brandished his weapon. It was a dagger, and it struck directly at Wenlong, whose body paused slightly due to the attack. However, Wenlong immediately used the weapon in his right hand to separate the opponent's dagger, and at the same time stabbed the opponent with the weapons on his left and right.
Clang!
He was about to succeed, but this time Wenlong's attack was blocked by a round shield. However, the huge impact caused by Wenlong's swing still caused the black figure holding the shield to step back several steps, retreating from the shadow where the moonlight was originally invisible to the open space filled with silver moonlight. Then the appearance of the black shadow was completely exposed. It was a lean man holding a sword. After finally blocking Wenlong's attack, he retreated to John George. It was obvious that although this man had just fought Wenlong for a round, he had already realized that Wenlong's strength was far superior to his own. So this lean man holding a sword also knew that if his companion's death hadn't bought him time just now, he would probably fall under Wenlong's sword in less than 1 round.
I still want to kill 2 of them at once, but it seems I'm not close. Meow.
Seeing that one of the prey he got ran away, Wenlong said with some dissatisfaction, holding 2 knives in his hands.
Where do you come from, woman?
At this moment, John George looked at Wenlong and said with some surprise,
I obviously never saw you during the game. What kind of woman? I am a man. Do you only look at people for their faces? Meow.
Wenlong protested loudly. After hearing Wenlong's protest, John George moved his gaze downwards a little and laughed.
It turns out you are a pretty boy who looks a bit like a woman. Although I don't know who you are. You are actually wearing armor. You dare to run out without even wearing anything. But don't think that the sneak attack just now can still be successful because now we are well prepared.
The defense that John George was referring to was, of course, the large beetle monster he had just summoned, the electric beetle. With a wave of John George's hand, this monster with blue lightning flew in front of John George, protecting John George and the lean man holding a sword behind him. At the same time, the electric beetle's head was a bolt of lightning erupted from the sharp corner, and blue lightning suddenly fell from the sky. If Wenlong hadn't reacted in time and avoided it with, okay, it would have almost hit Wenlong.
It's so dangerous. I don't want to be exposed to such a move without any armor. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong also said somewhat happily. Seeing that the electric beetle had temporarily restrained Wenlong, John George put the horn flute in his hand into the pocket on his waist, and at the same time took out the fishing rod he had used during the competition. Only then did Wenlong notice that the fishing rod in John George's hand was thicker than an ordinary fishing rod. If he identified it carefully, he could tell that the thickness of the fishing rod was about the same as a tachi.
So that's it. No wonder he was able to deceive the guards at the Midbolton City gate and actually hide the weapon in the fishing rod. Anyway, if the fishing rod is thicker, it can be explained as just for catching big fish.
At this time, Wenlong could probably guess what kind of weapon the opponent was using.
Yes, you are very smart, but it is too late to see it now.
Sure enough, as John George slowly pulled away the fishing rod in his hand, what was revealed was a sharp sword.
The tachi made with the materials of the swordsman Kamakura. Is it true that it is a good weapon?
When John George pulled out the tachi, Wenlong recognized the identity of the tachi in his hand at a glance.
You are quite knowledgeable, so now I'll give you a chance. If you surrender to us here, I can make an exception and let you join our poison beak dot.
At this time, John George said to Wenlong again,
The elder just killed my brother. How can you let him join my poisonous beak?
Before Wenlong could react, the lean man next to John George suddenly said dissatisfiedly,
Huh? There's no way you two are so bad. One of you dies before you even take action. How can I count on you?
Well, John George's words immediately made the lean man speechless for a moment. But at this time, Wenlong smiled and replied,
Sorry, I have no interest in joining your lousy organization. Meow. Oh, then don't blame me for being rude.
Seeing that Wenlong refused his invitation without hesitation, John George seemed a little angry. He drew out his weapon and rushed towards Wenlong. At the same time, he did not forget to say to the lean man beside him,
You cover me. The two of us plus the electric beetle will definitely kill this kid.
Humph, it was probably John George's words before that made the lean man a little dissatisfied. Therefore, the lean man was obviously dissatisfied with John George's order. However, after a slight hesitation, he still held the gun in his hand. The weapons followed, so Wenlong suddenly had to face more enemies at this time. In addition to the very difficult electric beetle, Wenlong also had to deal with John George, who was armed with a tachi,
Kurikimanji Vortex,
and a lean man who was both offensive and defensive, and had a katana sword and a shield. On the surface, the situation was already very unfavorable to Wenlong. But Wenlong did not choose to evade, but muttered in a low voice,
Elu Cat's attack technique is activated. Alupo's defensive technique is activated. Activate. Meow.
In an instant, more power surged out of Wenlong's body, making Wenlong feel that his physical ability had improved to another level. Chapter 581: The Dual Adaptability of Humans and Cats.
Sure enough, even if you change into a human form, you can still use the skills of El Cat that you learned before.
After feeling a large amount of power emerging from his body, Wenlong also thought with joy,
Is this because the transformation and not completely? Is it because I still have cat ears and cat tail? It seems that even though I, a grown man, still have cat ears, it's not domineering, but it's still acceptable.
After all, before this, Wenlong was still a little dissatisfied with the fact that after his transformation, not only did his face become more delicate and feminine, but he also had cat ears and a cat tail. But now that he considers the dual adaptability of human skills and El Cat skills brought about by this incomplete transformation, Wenlong feels that it is not a big deal that his image becomes cute. Therefore, with the blessing of Elumeo's skills, Wenlong felt that he became more confident, facing the opponent's attack. Instead of avoiding it, he rushed forward, and Wenlong's target is the John George holding the sword.
Okay, so fast.
At this time, John George had no idea that Wenlong's physical ability had been improved again. Although the electric beetle kept dropping lightning from the sky, Wenlong itself was faster than lightning, as if there was no inertia, not only maintaining at an extremely high speed, and turning at various incredible angles. He rushed through the dense lightning and approached John George in an instant.
Quick! Protect me!
John George shouted anxiously. The lean man did not dare to neglect, and immediately raised his shield to protect John George. Then there was only a loud sound of song, and Wenlong's double sword struck the circle again, on the shaped shield. But this time, Wenlong's power was even greater. The lean man holding a sword was knocked backward by Wenlong's sword and sat directly on the ground. On the round shield, Wenlong's hands the knife left a deep mark, and it seemed that the so-called shield was on the verge of breaking under Wenlong's attack.
Sure enough, he is a useless piece of trash, and he can't stop it.
Seeing the lean man being slashed by Wenlong and sitting on the ground, John George could only use the sword in his hand to block it. At this time, Wenlong suddenly jumped up again. Wenlong's body jumped high, and at the same time, his body rotated rapidly in the air. The two double knives used the inertia of the body's rotation to slash down from top to bottom.
Clang!
In an instant, the slender blade of Tai Dao collided violently with Wenlong's two swords. Sparks flew everywhere, and at the same time, John George only felt numbness in the tiger's mouth of his palm, and then a warm and moist liquid emerged. At the same time, the body sank due to the huge pressure, and both feet sank into the soil. John George knew that this was because the opponent's strength was so great that the tiger's mouth of his palm was shattered.
With this speed and power, I have never heard of a person like you in Major Boltan. Who are you?
He barely caught Wenlong's attack. John George finally managed to squeeze out such a force from between his teeth. A few words.
You don't deserve to know my name. Meow.
Wenlong didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party. He yelled and used the ghost dance.
Ghosts dance wildly.
In an instant, Wenlong's double swords were accelerated to the extreme speed. To John George, it was as if there were countless swords of light coming towards him, and he didn't know how to avoid them. At this time, John George could only bite the bullet and take Wenlong's attack. However, Wenlong's attack was too fast, and the force was quite brutal. After only a few moves, John George felt that his arm had already I can't hold it any longer.
It feels as if the bones are about to be shattered. In this case, the arms will no longer be able to hold the weapon.
However, just when John George thought he had reached his limit and was about to be broken through by Wenlong, he suddenly saw Wenlong suddenly give up the attack. He retracted the two swords in his hands, and his whole body jumped back quickly. And in an instant, he was about 4 or 5 meters away from John George. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning fell, landing just where Wenlong was before, and there was a smell of being burned by an electric arc on the ground.
Ho ho! You are more reliable as expected.
At this time, John George, who was already out of breath, said to the electric beetle flying in the air in a grateful tone. After Wenlong jumped away, the lean man holding a sword and a shield also stood up, holding a somewhat broken shield and a sword to protect John George again. So after a brief battle, the situation returned to the situation before Wenlong's attack. Still a 3-to-1 situation, without any change.
TCH, it's obviously close. If only I had one more second.
Thinking that his attack that was about to succeed had failed because of the interruption of the electric beetle, Wenlong felt a little dissatisfied.
Sure enough, still can't ignore the electric beetle? But if I have armor, I probably don't need to be so cautious. Right. Forget it. It doesn't matter even if you block it. The worst is to do it again. I don't believe these two guys can block it the second time.
Looking at the almost broken shield in the hands of the lean man, and the blood seeping out of John George's palms, Wenlong knew that the other party could not hold on much longer. Under this situation, Wenlong believed that as long as he launched another round of attacks, the shield in the hands of the lean man would be shattered, and the weapon,
Tangyamanji Vortex,
in John George's hands would also be knocked off his hands.
If that's the case, let's do it again and take it away directly. Meow.
So Wenlong took a deep breath and lowered his body at the same time, preparing for another surprise attack. Seeing Wenlong once again put up an attack stance, John George and the lean man could only hold the weapons in their hands nervously, preparing to attack. However, judging from the expressions of these two people, it seems that they also know that they have little chance of winning. The so-called attack is more like a final struggle, and they have no hope. However, at this moment, a dramatic scene happened again. Suddenly, Wenlong felt that his body began to change again. His originally tall body began to gradually shrink, and at the same time, Elu Cat's hair grew again on his smooth skin.
Oh meow! You're here in 10 minutes? I haven't had enough killing yet. Meow!
At this moment, seeing himself transforming back into Elu Cat's body, Wenlong also said with some annoyance. Chapter 582. You don't have it, but I do.
It's actually an Elu Cat?
The sight before them made John George and the lean man speechless. Seeing a human being transformed into the body of an Elu Cat was something that had never been heard of before, let alone seen.
Ah, aren't you the Elu Cat from the previous hunter team?
When Wenlong completely recovered the Elu Cat shape, John George also recognized Wenlong's identity.
Humph, You actually saw my secret. But it doesn't matter. You won't live for long anyway. Meow.
Even though he had transformed back into the form of a cat, Wenlong did not flinch at all. Still, it is to maintain a confident momentum. But after all, Wenlong has returned to the body of Illuma, and it is impossible to hold a
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjia 1 sword,
in each hand like before. So he has to temporarily abandon one of them and use the remaining one. One of them is used as a sword. In this case, Wenlong's pressure on the opponent was reduced a lot, and John George, who was about to collapse just now, breathed a sigh of relief.
Huh? So your limit is only 10 minutes? After transforming into El Cat, you can't even use the double swords?
Seeing Wenlong having to give up one of the dragon sealing swords, Jinjua Isho, John George suddenly he laughed.
Do you think I can't deal with you if I transform back into El Cat?
Wenlong asked.
How are you going to win? We are now 3-1. With your small body now, I don't believe you can still suppress me like before.
Although thinking of the situation when he was completely suppressed by Wenlong before, John George still felt in his heart he was still frightened. But he still pretended to be calm and said, "Snort." However, Wenlong only responded with a sneer.
Why are you laughing?
John George had a bad feeling in his heart.
When did you get the illusion that we are still 3-1? Meow?
Wenlong said with a smile.
What do you mean? Could it be that your companion is here?
When he thought that Catherine and Hai Tang were with Wenlong, John George couldn't help but look around nervously. However, the surroundings were still very quiet, and there was no sign of anyone else arriving. This also made John George nervous. The mood of a frightened bird calmed down slightly.
Ha ha. It turns out that you Elu Cat is just bluffing, and your friends didn't come at all. This place is far away from the camp, and they can't hear the sound from here.
After confirming that no one else came, John George became more confident. Now John George thought that Wenlong was just pretending to delay time. So John George raised his hand and said to the electric beetle,
"Go! Kill that Elu Cat!"
At this time, John George already had a plan to deal with Wenlong in his mind, which was to use the electric beetle as the vanguard, coupled with the help of the lean man next to him, who used a sword as a weapon, so as to maintain the steady advancement of the formation. John George believes that he will never lose to an Elu Cat. But something that surprised John George happened again. After giving the order to the electric beetle, John George discovered that the electric beetle didn't seem to be very obedient this time. As if it didn't hear John George's order, the electric beetle just hung in midair and made no further moves.
What's going on? Go kill that Elu Cat! Go!
The electric beetle was still suspended in midair motionless.
Damn it! Has the effect of controlling the horn flute expired? It doesn't matter. Just replenish it once more.
John George, who thought that the effect of controlling the horn flute had lost its effect, stretched his hand to his waist. But then he only touched an empty space. Pocket.
Where's my horn flute? Oh, are you talking about this? Meow?
Wenlong raised his tail that he had been hiding behind his back, and then asked mischievously. At this time, John George finally noticed that what he was looking for hanging on the tail was the
control horn flute. When did you steal it? Was it just now?
John George was shocked.
That's right. Just now. You only noticed my hands, but not my tail. Meow.
Wenlong laughed. At this time, John George could no longer keep himself calm. After all, according to his battle plan, the assistance of the electric beetle was indispensable. And now not only has the electric beetle been lost, it may even lead to worse results. That is when the electric beetle becomes the enemy on the opposite side. However, John George still said with a sense of luck,
even if you take the control horn flute, it will be useless. You don't know how to use it at all. I'm sorry. I've memorized the control rhythms for different monsters a long time ago. I remember the control rhythm for the electric beetle is
wow, wow, la, woo, meow.
Wenlong easily memorized the control rhythm for the electric beetle. At this time, John George finally couldn't help but curse loudly.
It's so despicable. What's the difference between an Elu Cat like you and a thief like the Black Cat clan? Thank you for the compliment. I would be proud of you, members of the Poison Beak organization, who have always been very despicable, to praise me for being despicable. But then it's time for you to taste what it's like to be chased by monsters. Meow.
Wenlong didn't care about the other party. Instead of a personal attack, he put the horn flute to his mouth. But just when Wenlong was about to play the horn flute, he suddenly threw the horn flute aside, as if he was afraid of getting his hands dirty.
You?
saw Wenlong throwing aside such an important horn flute. John George was already dumbfounded. However, he couldn't guess what kind of medicine Wenlong was selling in his gourd, so he didn't dare to act rashly. It's a good thing. Fortunately, I found out in time that you just played the horn flute. If I want to play it again, wouldn't it be an indirect kiss with a guy like you? I'm not a gay, so I can't do such a thing. Meow, Wenlong murmured at this time. After saying that, Wenlong reached into the satchel on his waist and took out his own control horn flute. Why do you control the horn flute? In any case, Wenlong's move shocked John George and the lean man next to him even more. Their level of surprise was even more exaggerated than when they saw Wenlong transform before. You guys don't allow me to have it? Meow? This time, Wenlong did put the horn flute to his mouth, and then played it gently. Chapter 583 Internal Strife. As the moving melody sounded, the electric beetle soon responded to the horn flute, began to turn its body, and pointed the horn with blue lightning on its head at John George and the lean man beside him. This meant Wenlong has completed the order to the electric beetle. Okay, 2 against 2. Now it's fair. Wenlong smiled and waved his hand. Electric beetle, go kill them! Meow! Before Wenlong finished speaking, the electric beetle had already rushed towards John George and the man beside him. I saw the long sharp point on the head of the electric beetle flashing blue light, like a spear with strong thunder and lightning. While charging, it aimed at John George's body and stabbed it fiercely. With the rapid speed and the crazy power of thunder and lightning, it felt like if it touched even slightly, it would end up being knocked to the ground by the strong current above. Damn it! I can't beat this. John George knew clearly that he had a 3-on-1 advantage before, but Wenlong still almost killed himself. But now, the only electric beetle he could rely on had fallen into Wenlong's hands. The situation could be said to be there is no possibility of a comeback. In other words, even before the fight, John George had already concluded that he had no hope of victory. So after realizing this, John George immediately made an action that Wenlong didn't find surprising, and that was to turn around and run away. As long as you run to the lake, then jump into the lake and dive into the water, you will still have a chance to escape from the eyes of this Elu cat. This was John George's idea at this time. After all, no matter how powerful this electric beetle is, it is impossible to dive into the water to find him, especially at night, when there is no sunlight, and the dark and deep lake is also the best cover for escape. Of course, the premise of all this is that you must run fast enough. Otherwise, judging from the conductivity of water, if you cannot keep a sufficient distance, you will still be electrocuted. Therefore, John George made up his mind from the beginning. That is, he would run away as quickly as possible without caring about his companions, so that his companions could attract the attention of the electric beetle and help him. Buy yourself valuable time. Therefore, when John George ran away, he did not give any reminder or hint to the lean man next to him. The result was that by the time the lean man beside him reacted, John George had already run a considerable distance. When the elder saw John George turning around and running away, the lean man holding the sword finally came to his senses. Originally thinking about how to resist, he gave up the useless struggle and could only turn his head and run away with John George. Want to run? Can you run? Meow? Seeing this situation, Wenlong was of course not willing to let John George and the lean man escape, and then commanded the electric beetles in the air to pursue with him. The electric beetle has wings and can fly at high speeds in the air. It is not difficult to catch up with the opponent, and Wenlong is good at speed and agility after transforming into the form of El Cat. So it is impossible to catch up with these two people so soon. The distance between Wenlong and electric beetle became closer and closer to the target. Damn! Looking back, he saw Wenlong chasing after him quickly. John George also felt that his escape plan might be in vain. So John George shouted loudly to the lean man next to him. You! Go and stop them! I don't want it. The lean man neatly refused John George's order. How dare you refuse my order? John George was furious. Why don't you dare? You can't protect yourself now. Why should I be afraid of you? As he said this, the lean man actually threw away the sword and buckler in his hand in order to reduce the weight, and then took them off again. Took off his own helmet. After losing weight, the lean man's speed also improved a lot, and soon he was on par with John George. Seeing that the lean man actually ran to keep pace with him, John George was certainly very dissatisfied. He even picked up the sword in his hand and slashed at the lean man. Crack!
The lean man who was caught off guard was struck in the abdomen by the sword. As a result, his entire body lost his balance and fell to the ground. He could only moan in pain. Looking at this farce-like situation, Wenlong could only smile bitterly in his heart.
I thought everyone in the Poison Beak organization was a tough guy who wasn't afraid of death. But it turns out there are villains like this. Meow.
Facing the lean man who had fallen to the ground and lost his fighting ability, Wenlong was too lazy to waste time on this man. Instead, he directly stepped over the lean man and continued to pursue the target of John George in front. On the body. Less than a second after Wenlong jumped over the lean man, several rays of lightning fell from the sky and instantly hit the lean man, who fell to the ground. Ah! It was a cry of pain. The lean man, who had already been injured in the abdomen, quickly lost his life after being attacked by the electric beetle, and eventually turned into a corpse exuding a burnt smell.
I'm so sorry. Although you are a man of character, you'd better go with your brother. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong thought silently in his heart. After all, Wenlong knew that at the beginning, the lean man was also prepared to put up a desperate resistance. But he was forced to flee with John George when he saw him escaping. It can be seen that this man is much tougher than the escaping John George. And he is definitely not the kind of person who gives in easily. In addition, Wenlong killed the lean man's younger brother during the sneak attack. So Wenlong had no intention of keeping this man from the beginning. So he allowed the electric beetle to use high-altitude lightning to take away this man's life. Now Wenlong's only target is John George in front. Wenlong quickly chased after him. And soon, he was less than 2 meters away.
Oops! I can't run away, and I'm going to die like this.
John George couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the way the lean man was scorched by the lightning from the electric beetle. John George was scared. This man who had only climbed to this position in the Poison Beak organization by boasting and flattering others had limited strength. And now he felt even more incompetent. At this time, John George was still some distance away from the lake ahead, and Wenlong was already behind him, making escape impossible. So at this critical moment, John George suddenly dropped the weapon in his hand, and then fell to his knees on the ground.
I'm sorry. Please spare me.
John George begged loudly. Chapter 584. There is another person.
Oh!
Seeing the other party kneeling on the ground, cowed out to apologize with tears and runny nose. Wenlong finally stopped. He blew the horn to signal the electric beetle to stop attacking. And then Wenlong put the weapon in his hand on the opponent's neck.
What? Are you begging for mercy? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
Yes. I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
At this time, John George said loudly.
Oh! I don't hate spineless people like you. Meow.
As he spoke, Wenlong threw some of the remaining fishing lines on the ground, and then said,
Tie yourself up and don't try to play tricks. Otherwise I will. The knife is not a vegetarian. Meow. Yes. It's Uncle Aluma. I'll do as you say.
So according to what Wenlong said, John George also quickly picked up the fishing line and prepared to tie his body. Although his movements seemed a bit clumsy, it could still be seen from the way he was trembling with fear and breaking out in cold sweat. It turned out that this man was really afraid that the knife in Wenlong's hand would cut off his neck.
Sure enough, he is a complete coward.
At this time, Wenlong also laughed in his heart again.
But this is good. At least it can be used as a breakthrough to obtain some information about Poison Beak.
Wenlong has always wanted to know more about the Poison Beak organization. But judging from the information he received from Rin before, even an executive like Rin doesn't know much about the Poison Beak organization. But according to the information obtained from Rin, in the Poison Beak organization, there is a position above the executor, which is the so-called elder. According to Rin's description, once you enter the position of elder, then even he is now a core member of the Poison Beak organization, and his understanding of the organization will be much more comprehensive. And coincidentally, Wenlong had heard the lean man call John George elder in the previous battle. If this title was correct, then Wenlong would very much hope to get it out of John George's mouth. More information. So Wenlong was going to wait for John George to tie himself up, and then start asking some questions about the Poison Beak organization. Among them, the information about the Poison Beak organization's recent actions was the most important thing Wenlong wanted to know. However, at this moment, Wenlong suddenly felt a murderous chill coming towards him, and then heard a clang. The sound was not loud, but Wenlong still noticed this subtle sound at night with his keen hearing.
Is there an attack? And it's the sound of a hunting bow being drawn. Meow.
because he was often with Hai Tang and watched Hai Yang draw the bow and shoot arrows countless times. Wenlong immediately judged that the attack came from the vibration of the hunting bow string, and judging from the timbre of the sound, this person should be pulling the bow string. The sound he made when he was very full showed that the person who pulled the bow string must be a hunter with very strong arms, because the arrows shot by an excellent hunter are very fast, even faster than the propagation speed of sound. Wenlong knew in his heart that when he heard the sound of the bow being drawn, the arrows might have already was shot out, and it was not far away from him, which meant that the time left for Wenlong to evade was already very urgent. In desperation, Wenlong had to react immediately. Although he did not find the exact direction of the arrow, Wenlong still relied on his body's instinct to kick his legs, roll to the side, and roll to the side as quickly as he could, completed the escape. Crack! However, the arrow still hit the target accurately, but the target was not Wenlong from the beginning. Only then did Wenlong realize that something was wrong. Well, the arrow penetrated John George's chest, causing his fearful expression to freeze for an instant and his whole body to twist in pain. John George spat out blood as he spoke. For why?
Asshole! Are you going to kill someone and silence me? Meow?
Seeing the way John George was covering the left side of his chest, Wenlong knew that this man was probably hopeless. After all, the arrow hurt his heart. This was not something that ordinary recovery medicine could save. Gotta come back. However, judging from the sound just now, Wenlong could still roughly know the direction of the attacker. So Wenlong immediately ran towards that direction. Sure enough, in the dark night, Wenlong saw a figure hidden in the twilight. This figure's concealment method was very clever. He was also wearing equipment that was close to the color of the surrounding trees. He was hiding in the woods and blended in with the woods. It can even be said that if Wenlong, as an Elu Cat, had stronger night vision than humans, it would be difficult to detect this person's existence.
Don't think you want to run away after killing someone. Meow!
Wenlong was thinking in his heart, and at the same time, he put the control horn to his mouth and gave new orders to the electric beetle behind him. In an instant, an electric ball with blue flash flew towards the direction where the arrow was shot. At this time, the figure probably noticed that his position was exposed, but he did not choose to confront Wenlong head-on. Instead, he immediately stopped charging the second bow and arrow, turned around and jumped back. And unexpectedly quickly, he disappeared and his speed was so fast that even Wenlong felt a little surprised. The blue electric ball shot out by the electric beetle landed at the man's hidden position, and instantly erupted with a large number of blue arcs, burning the surrounding trees. But in this mess, among them, there was no figure of the sneak attacker just now.
Oh meow! You ran really fast. But I really didn't expect that besides these three unlucky guys, there are also people from the Poison Beak organization here.
Wenlong complained with some annoyance. However, complaints were complaints, and Wenlong chose to stop. Although Wenlong still had the possibility to continue tracking based on scent and footprints, after considering that he might fall into the opponent's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain by chasing him rashly, Wenlong finally decided not to pursue him, but immediately turned around and returned to his original location, land. At this time, Wenlong only saw the dying John George. His face was pale and breathless, and it seemed that he was about to give up. However, Wenlong did not give up, but asked loudly,
Tell me quickly.
What is your poisonous beak's plan this time? Meow. Crab.
And after John George said this word in a voice that was almost too small to be heard, he finally lost his life and finally collapsed on the ground. After that, no matter how much Wenlong shouted, there was no response. Chapter 585 Disaster from Crustacean.
Crab? Meow.
When hearing this term, Wenlong couldn't help but frown. Although John George did not tell Wenlong the full plan before his death, just the two words, Jai Crab, were enough to make Wenlong realize the seriousness of the matter. This is a situation that has never been encountered before. Although the crab is a carapace species and not an ancient dragon species, the destructive power it can cause is more terrifying than many ancient dragon species. And all of this comes from its terrifyingly huge body. Even the word, Jai, in the name of the walled crab itself means city wall, which means that its body is like a walled city. This alone is enough to judge that the body of this walled crab is huge. In fact, the village crab does have a height of more than 30 meters, and has astonishing giant claws that are more than 20 meters long. You can easily tear apart the city wall with just one swing. Therefore, according to the past history of Major Boltan, we can know that the appearance of village crabs is often accompanied by huge disasters. And the degree of danger is even great enough to put the entire city of Major Bolton on alert and dispatch all hunters. And even if it took all the power of the city of Major Bolton. But in the end, it never succeeded in killing a single crab in the history of Major Bolton. All people can do is to use strong city walls, huge artillery, and the heroic fighting of hunters to force the crabs to leave the place where humans gather. Therefore, Wanlong also heard that the side of Midge Bolton's backing the strong city defenses built were actually specially built to defend against the attacks of village crabs. Starting from the Bane Star Dragon, troubles have arisen one after another, not to mention the defense against crabs. Although there have been many disasters caused by crabs in history. With the help of Major Bolton's city defense, we can no longer plus I'm here, so it should be fine. But if Poison Beak comes to cause trouble at this time, it will still be a bit troublesome. Naya. When he thought about the number of people sent out by the Poison Beak organization this time, Wanlong became a little nervous. For members of the Poison Beak organization appeared in this fishing competition alone. It can be seen that those guys really want to play a big game this time. I don't know how many people are lurking in the city. After all, no matter how strong a fortress is, it is the easiest to be broken into from the inside. Judging from the situation of this fishing competition, the Poison Beak organization may have infiltrated many people into Midge Bolton. If the crabs attack from within the city and cause trouble, Major Bolton's so-called solid city defenses will most likely be destroyed. Once the city defense is destroyed, the disaster to the entire Midge Bolton will undoubtedly be devastating. Originally, if John George was still alive, Wanlong would be very likely to obtain a list of the Poison Beak organization through John George's confession. And it would also be very likely that the Poison Beak organization would be able to get the list of the Poison Beak organization before the Poison Beak attack. The hazards of the operation are reduced to a minimum. But judging from the current situation, this is no longer possible. Oh meow. No wonder I want to kill people and silence them. But I made a mistake in judgment. The arrow was intended to kill John George from the beginning, and was not aimed at me. I didn't realize this. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Meow. Facing the mistake just now, Wanlong also reflected in his heart. But when Wanlong pulled out the arrow stuck in John George's chest, Wanlong finally understood why he had made a mistake in judgment. I saw that the arrowhead had been completely blackened, and strange purple blood was flowing out from the wound. So that's it. You can tell from the purple blood that the arrow is poisonous, even if it just missed the heart. As long as I ran away for a while chasing the murderer and didn't treat John George in time, I'm afraid John George would also be the same. Doomed. Also, the reason why the arrow is blackened is probably to make it easier to hide in the dark. Otherwise, with a metallic luster on the arrow, I should be able to judge the direction of the arrow more accurately even in the dark. It seems that the enemy, this time, is really strong. Not only are they skilled in skills, but they are also very delicate. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with Meow. After realizing the terrible information contained in this arrow, Wanlong couldn't bear it. Live in your mind and think. At this time, footsteps came from around again. But unlike before, Wanlong's footsteps this time were very familiar. Wanlong knew that it was Catherine and Hai Tang who were coming. After all, the movement just now was too great, especially when the electric beetle released the lightning ball, which caused considerable damage. It was impossible not to be discovered. Ah, Mr. Cat. What's going on? When she saw the body lying on the ground, Catherine couldn't help but exclaim. Hai Tang, who was following Catherine, couldn't help but frown. It's nothing. Just a minion of the Poison Beak organization. Wanlong explained. Poisonous Beak? Is Poisonous Beak here again? Huh? Isn't this guy the uncle from East Holred? At this time, Catherine also noticed John George lying on the ground. Well, he is also a member of Poison Beak. Look, there is a sword hidden in his fishing rod, Wanlong said, pointing to the sword hidden in the fishing rod. At this time, more footsteps rushed over. First the hunters hired by the competition organizer, then the participants in the fishing competition, and finally almost everyone gathered here. Of course, before this, in order not to cause unnecessary panic, Wanlong had already ordered the electric beetle to leave temporarily. After seeing the scene in front of them, the people who flocked to the scene finally understood what happened at the scene. I didn't expect that someone from the Poison Beak organization would use our competition to sneak in. It seems I was too negligent. At this time, as the organizer of the Major Bolt and fishing competition, Candel said apologetically.
No need to apologize. Cancel the wild camping and carnival at night, and return to Major Bowl 10 as soon as possible. I still have something to tell Old Man Rodent and that poker-faced Caesar. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong also said,
I understand. What happened is really not suitable for fishing enthusiasts anymore. Sorry.
Candel also nodded apologetically to Wenlong, then turned to the staff around him and said,
Notify everyone.
Cancel the evening activities, and we return to Midge Bolton overnight.
2 hours later, the airship rented by the Fishing Association finally returned to Major Bowl 10. And as soon as he stepped off the airship, Wenlong immediately ran in the direction of the Major Bowl 10 Hunters Guild. Chapter 586, A Tense Situation. Seeing Wenlong leaving the airship and running directly to the Major Bowl 10 Hunters Guild, Catherine and Haitang quickly followed. But before that, Catherine followed Wenlong's instructions and collected the prizes won in the fishing competition. The limited edition gold jade fishing rod was quietly given to Luo, who had been waiting for it for a long time. Luo was extremely grateful after taking the fishing rod from Catherine's hand. However, before he could say his thanks, he saw that Catherine and Haitang had jumped off the airship, and then followed Wenlong's footsteps.
What an amazing Elu Cat! No wonder he is so popular with girls,
Luo said with envy. In this way, Wenlong and his party rushed all the way to the location of the Major Bowl 10 Hunter Guild. Not long after, Wenlong and others saw the guild hall with the lights still on. What is different from usual is that there are still people coming and going in the guild hall today, even in the middle of the night. From this, it can be seen that during this extraordinary period, the hunters of the Hunter Guild are also very busy and have almost no time to rest. So as soon as he walked into the door of the guild hall, Wenlong heard people talking excitedly around him.
Well, I feel like there have been more monsters recently, and the attacks have become more frequent. Is it really the influence of the last Disaster Star Dragon that has begun to show up? Yes. Apart from eating and sleeping, I spent almost all my time hunting. Normally, the monster commotion should have been put down long ago. But lately I feel like I can't finish the fight no matter how hard I go. It's great that you still have time to sleep, but I almost don't have time to sleep. I have another mission.
Looking at the hunters hurriedly passing by around him, Wenlong also had some doubts in his heart.
Strange. What happened today? You suddenly became busy? Meow?
With such doubts, Wenlong was about to go to the reception desk of the Hunter Guild to inquire. However, when Wenlong came to the reception desk, he found that the person standing behind the counter was not Preeny, but Wenlong and others who had been there. I met Sasha in Milad Village, who was the receptionist of the Hunter Guild office in Milad Village.
It's great to see you guys here,
Sasha said excitedly, as if she was seeing a savior when she saw Wenlong and others.
The guild is short of manpower right now. Can we help solve a few problems later?
A 5-star mission? Wait a minute.
Wenlong jumped directly onto the counter, then interrupted Sasha and asked,
Why are you here today? Where is Preeny? Meow? Sister Preeny has gone to rest. She has been tired all day. Now I am on duty at night,
Sasha explained.
So that's it? In other words, you have also been transferred to Major Bowl 10? Meow?
Wenlong asked again.
Yes.
Sasha nodded and said,
Starting from this morning, suddenly many places were attacked by monsters. So the guild decided to focus on protecting the safety of big cities, and transferred most of the hunters outside to Major Bowl 10. There is such a thing. And it started this morning.
When he thought that he was Major Bolton who left in the morning, Wenlong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection. And it was not just a coincidence. Wenlong immediately then he asked,
So no one cares about what's going on in Milad Village now? Meow?
After all, Wenlong's starting point as a hunter was in Milad Village. So he still has a lot of affection for Milad Village. When he thought that after all the hunters were transferred, Milad Village might be attacked by monsters, Wenlong was also a little uneasy. But Sasha explained,
It doesn't matter. Although many hunters have been transferred back to Major Bowl 10. With Sister Nasika here, the safety of Milad Village is more guaranteed than before. It turns out Nasika stayed in Milad Village.
Hearing this, Wenlong felt a lot more at ease. After all,
even Shanlon, Rodent and Dragon Eyes,
she saw agreed with Nasika's strength. Having such a person in Milad Village is indeed better than Nasika's strength. Those ordinary hunters are much stronger. At this time, Sasha asked again,
As for these legendary hunters, can you help take on a few 5-star missions? Don't worry, Uncle. I still have important things to do.
Now Wenlong felt that it was more important to report the information about the village crabs to Shanlong Lu Din than the 5-star mission. So Wenlong said again,
If you have something urgent to do, please contact Old Man Lu Din. Go and inform him. Are you looking for the president?
Sasha said in surprise.
But the president hasn't come back since he left. You haven't come back yet? Meow? Yes.
However, at this moment, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the door of the guild hall. Wenlong turned around and saw
Shanlong,
Roden and several 5-star hunters from the guild walking in. However, judging from the way they walked, they must have been running around hard for a day and seemed a little tired.
President. He's back,
Sasha said at this time.
That's just in time.
Seeing that Roden had returned, Wenlong quickly turned around and shouted to Roden. Hey,
Old Man Roden.
I have something to tell you. Meow. Hey, aren't these some cute little sweethearts? It's great that you are here. Come on. Let us give you a warm hug.
When he saw Wenlong and others, Roden happily came up to him and made a gesture to Catherine. A gesture begging for a warm embrace.
Go away. Meow.
Wenlong kicked Shanlong Lu Din directly on the knee, forcing Shanlong Lu Din to stop, and also relieved Catherine's dilemma.
Well, you Elu Cat still doesn't know how to respect your elders,
Shanlong Lu Din said with a frown.
I have something serious to talk to you about now,
Wenlong said seriously.
Oh.
Seeing Wenlong's look, Shanlong Lu Din also put away his somewhat cynical smile, and then asked,
Tell me, what's the matter? Actually, we just went to the major bolt and fishing competition today. We found the guy from Poison Beak at the competition site and got an important piece of information. Important information?
Hearing this, Roden couldn't help but put his ear closer.
That's it,
Wenlong continued.
We learned from an elder of the Poison Beak organization that there may be a disaster of crabs in the near future.
Chapter 587 The Undercurrent Hidden Under the Surface.
The disaster of village crabs.
When he heard Wenlong say this word, Shanlong Lu Din's expression became a little heavy, but after thinking for a while, Shanlong Lu Din asked again,
Did you get this news from the elder of Poison Beak? Yeah, that's right.
Wenlong nodded and said,
What about the Poisonous Beak elder? It's dead, and the body was simply buried on the spot by the nearby fishing competition contestants. Meow,
Wenlong said. Of course, before the body was buried, Wenlong had already searched the 3 deceased members of the Poison Beak organization, and everything of value was also looted by Wenlong. However, compared to Wenlong, the value of the second control horn and other items obtained is not worth mentioning.
That's it.
For a while, Shanlong Lu Din fell into deep thought again, seeming to be thinking about something. But soon, Shanlong Lu Din returned to his previous relaxed expression.
Don't worry. This is most likely the Poison Beak organization. A deception. Damage. What does that mean?
Wenlong expressed confusion.
Starting from this morning, the association suddenly received many commissions from all over the world. Although many of them are real tasks. Some of them are actually false tasks. False mission?
At this time, Catherine and Haitang also asked with some confusion.
Yeah. It's just that someone reported a false commission. But our hunters didn't see anything after they rushed there. And there are quite a few such things. So that means you all ran away in vain today? Meow? Yes. We traveled to several places. But in the end, we didn't encounter anything except some trash fish. Later, we arrested the person who reported the false commission for interrogation. But the final result was that we found that this person was just accepting someone else's money. Money. So I made up the fake commission. Then who is the instigator behind this? Meow? I don't know about this. It seems that the person who paid the money did not reveal his identity. So the interrogation has no results. However, the subsequent tasks must be confirmed more carefully. Otherwise, they will be led by all kinds of false information. It will only make the already stretched manpower even more scarce. Is this what it is?
In Wenlong's mind, he recalled the member of the Poison Beak organization who used a hunting bow he had encountered before. The arrows he shot were smeared with poison, and the heads of the arrows were dyed black. The human mind is very delicate, and he was very cautious when acting, and he considered things very carefully. From sneak attack to retreat, almost everything was under the control of that person, with almost no flaws. This made Wenlong feel better than anyone he had ever encountered before. Opponents are difficult to deal with.
If that person participated in this operation and was also the main organizer, I'm afraid things wouldn't be so simple.
At this time, Wenlong seemed to be talking to himself.
Who is that person? Hey, you Elu Cat. Can you speak more clearly?
Xiaolan Luodin also asked after hearing what Wenlong was talking to himself.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that person's true face. But during the fight, that person left me with a really dangerous impression. So I felt that this matter might not be as simple as we thought. Whether it's the monster attacks occurring in various places, or the false commissions mixed in, it's most likely just the surface of the matter. Naya, are these just superficial? Well, I think whether it's a real attack or a false commission, they are all designed to mobilize us so that we can't find the real danger. The real danger may be more terrifying than we imagined. Naya. Oh, there are actually enemies that can worry you to this extent.
Xiaolan Luodin also showed a somewhat surprised expression. After all, Xiaolan Luodin and Wenlong have been friends for a while. And they also participated in the mission of hunting the evil star dragon together. So Xiaolan Luodin has a good understanding of Wenlong's character. I know that although Wenlong is just an Elu Cat, he has amazing strength. Even when compared with legendary hunters, he is at the forefront. Therefore, under normal circumstances, almost no one can make Wenlong look good. People. Therefore, when Wenlong said that this opponent was a bit dangerous, Xiaolan Luodin had to pay attention. But Wenlong asked at this time,
Hey, old man rodent, where did the recent monster attacks mainly occur? Of course, I mean to rule out those fake attacks. Meow. Well, because this matter only started this morning, a lot of data has not been collected yet. But what you said reminded me.
After hearing what Wenlong said, Xiaolan Luodin seemed to understand something, and immediately turning to Sasha, he said,
Count up the locations of the commissions that occurred today. Remove the fake commissions, and see what the situation is like. Okay, President.
Sasha nodded, then took out the notebook that recorded the day's commissions and began to count them. However, it can be seen from the number of pages filled with writing in the notebook that the amount is quite astonishing.
Wow, there are so many. This number is probably the number of commissions in the past week.
At this time, Catherine on the side also said in surprise,
Sister Sasha, do you need help? Haitang is also here to help.
At this time, Haitang also said,
Ah,
please. In this way, Catherine and Haitang also joined in the statistics of tasks. However, even so, it took about dozens of minutes to count all the tasks.
After excluding those confirmed false commissions, the final data is that monsters in the Thundering Sand Sea caused the most damage attacks, reaching 53 in one day. And the second place was the Land of the Rising Moon. The number of monster attacks there has reached 51. The third place is Midge Bolton's East Coast area. And the fourth place is the West Melon Mountains, which has 49 incidents. Monster attacks have occurred. 40. And then, there are the Esther Lakeland. There are 39 monster attacks in the Hustle Mountains. And there are monster attacks that have occurred.
Sasha said a series of data in one breath, almost including Medjbol, most of the area around Tantan. Then finally, Sasha said,
Last in the list is Alufa Snow Mountain, which has no relevant reports.
Chapter 588 Detailed Data Analysis.
So, sweetheart, is there anything wrong with these data?
At this time, Roden asked a little strangely. In fact, not only Roden, but also Catherine, Haitang, and Sasha also wanted to know the meaning of Wenlong's desire to list these data himself. At this time, Wenlong explained with a serious face.
Of course there is a problem. Although this is only the data for one day, we can basically see some clues and things may be worse than I thought before. It's more complicated, but it also made me more sure of the possibility of the emergence of village crabs this time. It's even more complicated.
Everyone looked at Wenlong. Obviously, people understood that it was definitely not a simple thing that made Wenlong care so much.
Let's first look at the Thunderous Sea, where most attacks occur, and the Land of the Rising Moon, which is second only to the Thunderous Sea.
Wenlong continued.
The data from these two places are very close. One happened in one day, 53 attacks, and the other one was 51 attacks in one day, and they were all in desert areas. They look similar.
But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that this is abnormal. Is it abnormal? Yes, it is true. I have been led by the other party before, but I forgot to stop and analyze the data.
Hearing Wenlong say this, Xiaolan Luodin also nodded.
Mr. Cat, what's wrong with this?
Catherine asked at this time.
It's very simple. According to the reports we know, a large number of monsters have appeared in these two places. However, the Thunder Sand Sea is an important land trade route connecting Midgebolton to other cities. There are usually more caravans coming and going. So logically speaking, there should be more attacks. But from here, we can see that the number of monster attacks in the Land of the Rising Moon, which almost no one dares to go to in normal times, is only 2 less than in the Thundering Sand Sea. I understand. That means we can't just look at the number of attacks, but also the frequency of human activities in these two places?
Catherine asked again.
Yes, that's what it means. After all, attack reports are written by people, no matter how many monsters there are. If no humans are attacked, no one will submit so many task commissions in a short period of time. There are more people coming and going in the Thunderous Sand Sea. So now that the monsters have become active, there will be many more reports of monster attacks than in the Land of the Rising Moon. Naya.
Wenlong continued.
As for the Land of the Rising Moon, except for the hunters patrolling the border areas and a few archaeologists, few others go there. However, even so many people were suddenly attacked. This is very abnormal. Therefore, compared to the Thundering Sand Sea, the data of the Land of the Rising Moon is really abnormal. As for the additional attacks in the Thundering Sand Sea, it is very likely that the other party is trying to confuse the illusion created by us. If you don't believe it, we can also add those falsely entrusted data.
Ah. Okay. Let me see. At this time, Sasha opened the false commission data that had been separated before, and added the data back together.
There are false attack reports in the Thunder Sand Sea. 23. And if none of the false attack reports in the Land of the Rising Moon are added together, then the total attack reports in Thunder Sand Sea rise to 76. While the number of attack reports in the Land of the Rising Moon is still 51-inch. So that's it.
Shanlan Ludin seemed to understand something at this time.
Add in the false data. There are 25 more attack reports in the Thunder Sand Sea than in the Land of the Rising Moon. If you look at it this way, the data will be much more normal. In other words, the group of poisonous beaks are using false data from the Thunderous Sand Sea to deliberately cover up the anomalies in the Land of the Rising Moon? You can say that.
Wenlong nodded and said,
but this has nothing to do with the village crab you just mentioned. Right? Village crab is not something that lives in the desert.
At this time, Shanlan Ludin said again,
as I said before, things may be more complicated than imagined.
Facing Shanlan Ludin's rhetorical question, Wenlong still slowly explained in a deep voice, as if he was sorting out his thoughts while speaking.
Thunder, the false data of the Sand Sea, is indeed used to cover up the anomalies in the Land of the Rising Moon. But the Thundering Sand Sea and the Land of the Rising Moon are both used to cover up the anomalies in the East Coast area of Midgebolton.
What?
Are you saying that the Land of the Rising Moon is also a cover created to confuse us?
After Wenlong said this, Lu Den didn't believe it.
Didn't you just say that the data of the Land of the Rising Moon is it really abnormal? The data in the Land of the Rising Moon is indeed abnormal. I am afraid that something big will happen in the Land of the Rising Moon in the near future. However, it is precisely because it is truly abnormal, and not a false abnormality created by humans, that it will be more confusing for us. Are you using real things to deceive us? But how can you be so sure?
Shanlan Ludin asked.
Because I have fought against the other party. It would be impossible for that guy to do something that would be seen through so easily. If someone wants to cover up the truth and will put a layer of curtain on the truth, then our fight this time, the opponent will probably put several layers of curtains on the truth. If you want to know what the truth is, you can only lift the curtains layer by layer.
Wenlong said confidently. At this time, the scene when John George was stabbed in the chest by a poisonous arrow emerged in Wenlong's mind. Judging from the situation at the time, with the mysterious man's archery skills and strength, it was almost certain to kill John George. However, even so, the mysterious man still applied venom to the head of the arrow, ensuring that even if it misses a vital point, it can also use venom to kill the opponent. He even deliberately led Wenlong to chase him, causing Wenlong to lose his last chance to give John George the antidote, so as to ensure that the venom could exert its maximum effect. Therefore, Wenlong believed that a person with such a delicate mind must have thought much deeper than this when planning a major event such as the attack on Major Bolton. He will add more insurance to his plan. Even if a certain part is discovered, it will not affect the success of the entire plan in the end.
Okay. Even if what you said is right?
Seeing that Wenlong was so confident in his speculation, Shanlan Roden asked again.
Then the east coast of Midgebolton, which has the third highest number of attacks. How can you be so sure there's something wrong?
Chapter 589 Uncovering Multiple Veils. At this time, Wenlong said again,
if you don't believe why the real target of Poison Beak is Major Bolton's east coast, you can first look at the data this time and see if there are any false reports on the east coast. How much? You can also check previous data to see how much more reports of monster attacks on the east coast have increased recently compared to before.
Well, after looking through the past records, Sasha's words quickly confirmed Wenlong's conjecture.
As Mr. Wenlong said, just like the land of the rising moon, there are no false reports on the east coast. And if on a percentage basis, the east coast does have the highest rate of increase in attacks, well, that's true.
Xiaolon Luodin also nodded thoughtfully.
In the past, outsiders were basically prohibited from entering there, and it didn't have special resources and archaeological value like the land of the rising moon. What's more, no one is getting close. So sometimes we don't receive a few commissions from the east coast a year. However, starting this morning, a lot of sickle crabs and shield crabs suddenly rushed to the beach and went deep into the land to attack the soldiers stationed there. Most of the reports we received today came from local garrison soldiers.
How's it going?
I think this situation is quite illustrative.
At this time, Wenlong added,
in addition, there is another reason that proves that the land of the rising moon is only used to cover up the anomalies on the east coast of Bolton. That is, the land of the rising moon is far away from us. Major Bolton. Even if a big event occurs, we still have enough time to react. Therefore, even if the Poison Beak organization successfully confuses us, the effect will be ineffective. But looking at it the other way around, because the land of the rising moon is too far away from Major Bolton, the changes in the land of the rising moon are suitable to be used as a curtain to cover up the anomalies on the east coast of Major Bolton. If therefore, we let go of the anomaly on the east coast of Major Bolton, and if we rush to the land of the rising moon as soon as possible, by the time we discover the problem, it will be too late to rush back. Well, it is true that even taking an airship will take a long time to reach the land of the rising moon. If you also include the return time and the difficulty of information exchange between the two places, if something unexpected happens here, then I'm afraid there's no way to get back in time.
At this time, Xiaolon Luodin also said with some worry.
Really? Wenlong smiled and said, as for the east coast of Bolton, Old Man Rodin, you should know where it is very close. Right? Meow? Phonian walled city?
This time, Rodin suddenly realized.
That's right. It's the Phonian walled city, which is the most important barrier for our Major Bolton. This barrier has been used many times in history to prevent the destruction of Major Bolton and the distant rise of the walled crab, compared to the land of the moon. Once something goes wrong in the Phonian walled city, the city will immediately face the danger of destruction.
Finally, Wenlong concluded,
so, if we think about it in another person's shoes, think of ourselves as members of the Poison Beak organization. Members, then it's clear that we should focus on covering up the changes there. Right?
At this time,
Xiaolon
Luodin finally believed what Wenlong said.
Okay, what Elu Cat said makes sense. I will notify the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau and ask them to investigate the area near the east coast. I believe that a reasonable explanation will be obtained soon.
Yeah. Wenlong also nodded in agreement.
It is said that every time 24 hours before the crabs land on the coast, the water surface will rise abnormally. It should be easy to compare it with the historical high tide records of crab landings. Determine whether there are real crabs about to land. Oh, it seems that you understand it very well.
Xiaolon Luodin said with some surprise.
You actually know this. Of course. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to report to you.
At this time, Wenlong told Xiaolon Rodin again about the incident where John George hid the sword in the fishing rod.
I see you mean to carefully examine something like a hunter's weapon? Yes, that's it. The current situation is that you would rather miss it than let it go. Meow.
Wenlong said with certainty. So the intense work began. The hunters headed by
Xiaolon
Rodin regained their energy after a busy day and got into work. First, Xiaolon Luodin ordered his men to notify the Gulong Observation Bureau overnight to investigate the situation on the east coast of Bolton. This is key to confirming whether the anomalies on the east coast of Bolton are actually caused by wall crabs. After all, to fight against a powerful monster like the walled crab, the entire force of Major Bolton must be used. Even the Knights of the Kingdom must cooperate with the work of the Hunter Guild for this purpose. If an error in intelligence leads to an oolong, if so, It is likely to further aggravate the distrust between the Shredder royal family and the Hunter Guild in the end. Therefore, determining whether the mutation on the east coast of Major Boltan is caused by the village crab is the key task this time. Only after confirming this point, Shanlon Luodin, the president of the Hunter Guild of Major Boltan, has reason to issue an order to attack the village. Crab's final order. Then, Shanlon Luodin issued an order to strengthen the screening of all commissions received during this period to avoid being led by false missions as much as possible. Because judging from the current situation, Poison Beak not only uses money to bribe ordinary people to report false information to confuse the Hunter Guild, but also uses his unique control horn to control monsters and further increase the number of attacks. During this period, use up as much energy as possible on the Midgebolton hunters. If false information is not screened, it is very likely that the morale of the guild hunters will fall to the bottom due to overloaded attendance tasks before the disaster of the village crabs breaks out. Finally, Shanlon Rodin prepared to send people to the Wongli hunting group and the Wongli Knights to ask for help from his old friend, Dragon Eyes, Caesar and the royal family of Zywide. This is because although the Major Bolton Hunter Guild also has many elite hunters, it does not have the ability to search ordinary pedestrians, and can only rely on the help of the Wongli hunting group and the Wongli Knights. Let's go ahead with this matter. It just so happens that I also have something to talk to Shisa. Meow. At this time, Wenlong rarely volunteered. Oh, it's great that you are willing to help. I am also very bad at dealing with that guy with a twisted personality. If it were you, he would definitely be willing to help. Seeing Wenlong willing to help, Shanlon Luodin was also happy said. Chapter 590 Special Requirements for Caesar. So, after bidding farewell to Shanlon Luodin, Wenlong and others rushed towards the location of Wang Li's hunting group. Standing at the gate of Wang Li's hunting group headquarters, Wenlong found that the place was just like the previous Hunters Guild, brightly lit, and there were still many people coming and going. The Wang Li hunting group is also fully mobilized. Meow. Wenlong, who said this, led Catherine and Hai Tang into the hall of the Wang Li hunting group. But this time it was different from before. The guard of the Wang Li hunting group was standing at the door. Because he already knew Wenlong and others. He not only did not stop them, but instead nodded to Wenlong and others. Hey, these arrogant Wang Li hunters seem to be more polite than before. Wenlong couldn't help but sigh. Hai Tang. It should be that they have fully realized how powerful you are. Mr. Cat. Ha ha. I guess they know each other. Meow. Just like this, they moved forward without any hindrance. When Wenlong and others arrived at the hall of Wang Li's hunting group, they happened to see Shisa and his men discussing something. You are indeed here. When he saw Wenlong and others, Long Tong Shisa seemed to have expected it, and then said politely, Welcome 3 legendary hunters to our Wang Li hunting group. What do you mean you are really here? Wenlong was a little strange. Did someone tell you in advance that I am coming here? Meow? That's not true. It's just that every time a major event happens, you are always indispensable. Shisa smiled and said, Tell me, is there any new information? Just like the last time the Disaster Star Dragon incident was always there are some things we don't know. But you can see clearly. Well, I do have new information to report to you. Naya. Wenlong didn't mean to hide it, and immediately told Dragon Eyes, Caesar in detail about the reasoning he had made when he was in the Midgebolton Hunter Guild. I understand. What you're saying is that although the sudden appearance of a large number of monsters this time is due to the movement of the village crabs, is it more of a conspiracy of the Poison Beak organization? Shisa confirmed again. Yes, that's it. The people of Poison Beak not only used the horn flute to cause attacks, but also paid people to spread false news in an attempt to confuse our hearing and hearing, Wenlong added. So at this time we must not let anyone the other party is confused. So in order to fight against the Poison Beak organization, I would like to ask you for a favor. Tell me. Let's not talk about helping. This is what I want to do for Major Boltan and for the Kingdom of Zishard. Dragon Eye Shisa said seriously. Wenlong remembered hearing someone say that although Long Tong Shisa was a hunter, he used to be a nobleman of the West Hyde Kingdom. Later, he became a hunter in order to avoid the struggle for power within the family. But from now on, Long Tong Shisa didn't seem to hold any grudges about that experience, and still maintained a stronger sense of the country than ordinary hunters. So Wenlong told Dragon Eyes Caesar about John George's behavior of hiding weapons in the fishing rods during the fishing competition, because Wenlong knew that if he wanted to use the power of the Royal Knights,
It would be better for the Wanli hunting group, which was funded by the royal family of Zywide, to come forward. As for the Hunter Guild, which itself is feared by the royal family of West Red, it is difficult to communicate with the royal knights in this regard, and there will inevitably be some mutual suspicion when cooperating.
It turns out that the Poison Beak organization uses this method to hide its weapons. No wonder we haven't found many traces of the Poison Beak organization in the city for so long.
After listening to Wenlong's report, Long Tong she saw also fell into meditation. Then Long Tong Zysa said again,
Okay, I will immediately notify the Royal Knights to strengthen the luggage inspection of passers-by, especially whether there are hidden compartments hidden in some large items. In addition, we will also follow your opinions. Strengthen the discrimination between true and false information. And before confirming whether there is a danger of crab landing, first shrink the defense line and focus the hunting group's strength on the area near Midge Bolton. Then, please, meow,
Wenlong said.
Thank you, Commander Caesar.
Catherine and Haitang also said,
I told you that this is what I should do. You don't need to say thank you.
After saying that, Long Tong Caesar immediately said to Baron Star beside him,
Then I will leave the negotiations with the Royal Knights to you. Yes,
Lord Captain. Baron Star saluted Long Tong Caesar and then exited the hall.
Then we just have to wait for the conclusion from the Gulong Observation Bureau. Right.
Seeing that Baron Star had left, Long Tong Zysa asked again,
Well, that's it. The data from the Gulong Observation Bureau should be out soon. But before that, I have one more thing that I need your help with. Oh, what's the matter?
At this time, Long Tong she saw found that Wenlong's tone was different from before, and it sounded a little gloomier than before.
That's it.
Wenlong did not answer Long Tong she saw immediately. Instead, he left Catherine and Haitang behind, walked to Long Tong she saw, and then said in a low voice,
I'm probably going to kill someone. Meow.
Although Long Tong she saw has always valued Wenlong's strength, Long Tong she saw was still surprised when Wenlong said these words. But soon, Long Tong Zysa returned to his usual almost expressionless poker face.
I understand that there are not many people who make such blatant requests like you. Not to mention you are still an Elu Cat. There is nothing we can do about it.
Wenlong slightly increased his voice, and then said,
Those guys with poison beak will not abide by the rules that hunters' weapons cannot be used on humans. If you want to fight them in public, you must get rid of the shackles. After all, the use of weapons by hunters to kill people is the most taboo of the Sichard royal family, and the knights loyal to the royal family.
Just like Wenlong said, the Hunter Guild's rule that hunters cannot use weapons against humans is not only to maintain the stability and unity within the Hunter Guild, but also has another important reason, to relieve the rulers of various countries in the continent. Fear and suspicion of the guild. After all, high-level hunters are too powerful. If such strength is used against humans, it is not impossible to subvert the political power of a country. Therefore, hunters cannot use weapons against humans. More often than not, it is a gesture to show to the rulers of various countries to let them understand that hunters hone their hunting skills and build powerful weapons and equipment just for hunting. Chapter 591 Race Against Time.
Although I know that you are here to deal with the poisonous beak, such a request really makes me a little embarrassed.
Shisaw's face twitched, and for the first time, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression.
Don't pretend to be stupid,
Wenlong said.
The royal family of Zywide funded the establishment of the Wanli Hunting Group in order to balance the power of the Hunter Guild. If the hunters of the Hunter Guild participate in subverting the royal family, then the Wanli Hunting Group can take action to fight against them. What will you use to fight? Are you going to switch back to ordinary weapons? So I don't believe you don't have the privilege of using hunter weapons against humans. Humph. You are such a cunning Elu Cat. Now that you know everything, why don't you join our Wanli Hunting Group?
Now that Wenlong has made everything clear, Shisaw no longer hides it. But this is said.
I'm sorry. I don't like to be disciplined. Especially people like your Wanli Hunting Group, who act like an army. Okay. I will report to the royal family of Sihuriad and give you the privilege of using hunting weapons on humans,
Seesaw said.
I'm not the only one. I'm an Elu Cat anyway. And I'm not officially a hunter. I'm talking about the three of us. Meow.
As he said that, Wenlong pointed to Catherine and Haitang behind him. The reason why Wenlong asked Caesar to give Catherine and Haitang such privileges was that he was worried that someone would die when fighting the Poison Beak organization. Although the guild also had rules that if the other party used weapons, he could also use hunter weapons for self-defense. But this would be too passive. In Wenlong's view, such a rule may be reasonable in normal times. But at critical moments, such a passive situation will undoubtedly create trouble for himself. In the battle with the Poison Beak members, once the opportunity is lost, there may even be dangers. It may threaten the personal safety of Catherine and Hai Tang.
3 people?
At this time, Caesar also pondered for a moment, and finally said,
Okay, I can give you such a privilege. After all, this is also for us. Sire.
After saying that, Long Tong she saw handed the 3 ruby badges to Wenlong, and then said,
This badge is for use at critical moments. With such a badge, you can ignore the rule that hunting weapons cannot be used on humans, and the royal family will turn a blind eye to this. Thanks. Meow.
So Wenlong took the badge and returned to Catherine and Hai Tang.
Wear this badge on your body,
Wenlong said to Catherine and Hai Tang. Hai Tang quickly put the badge on her body according to Wenlong's instructions, while Catherine on the side asked with some confusion,
Hey, Mr. Cat, what is the use of this badge? Don't worry. Just put it on and you'll be fine.
Under Wenlong's urging, Catherine of course said nothing more and put on the badge as Wenlong requested. But in fact, Wenlong also knew that Catherine would definitely not be willing to do such a thing as killing someone. But if the scene was very chaotic, with Catherine's strength, it would be completely wrong to accidentally hit the other party to the ground. Possible. So seeing that both Catherine and Hai Tang had put on their badges, Wenlong felt a little relieved.
Come on, you guys with poisonous beaks. I won't always let you take the lead this time. Meow.
Wenlong thought in his heart. So, Wenlong and others left the hall of Wang Li's hunting group. However, not long after Wenlong and others left, suddenly fierce footsteps came from outside the hall of Wang Li hunting group. And then a member of Wang Li hunting group ran in panting.
Commander Caesar, the Gulong Observation Bureau's investigation report on the east coast of Midbolton is out. Oh, so fast? Yes. The scholars of the Observation Bureau also completed the water pattern measurement of the nearby coast overnight under the escort of the hunter team. Show me the report quickly,
Long Tong Xiza said immediately. The report was handed over to Long Tong Shisa. After a moment, Shisa slowly said,
The water pattern characteristics on the east coast of Midbolton are exactly the same as when the crabs landed in the past. It seems that the rock crabs are about to arrive soon.
The landing is true. This time, this Elu Cat guessed it correctly.
By the time Wenlong and others left the Wang Li hunting group, it was already the morning of the next day. At this time, the information about the
Poison Beak
infiltrating Major Bolton had been conveyed to the Wang Li Knights, although it was only early in the morning time. But Wenlong and others could already see many knights patrolling the city of Midbolton checking pedestrians at major intersections, and the focus was on checking large items carried by pedestrians. During the inspection, the knights were far less perfunctory than usual. When they encountered large items, they almost cut them open to see what was inside, although some disputes were caused due to the destruction of some items. But with a reasonable explanation, most people still say they can understand it. Once something suspicious is discovered, the knights responsible for the investigation will swarm around and arrest the suspicious persons. As expected, many of them actually have hunting weapons hidden in them. After all, the knights have an absolute advantage in numbers, so they are naturally more suitable to be responsible for such things as interrogations, coupled with the ability to take advantage of the number of people to quickly capture the enemy. Several members of the Poison Beak were captured at once.
Fortunately, the knights have also taken action. It seems that the knights are better at maintaining public security in the city. However, there does not seem to be any executor-level Poisonous Beak members among them. Otherwise, a few ordinary knights may not be able to do anything. Of course, the members of Poison Beak can take them down one by one. Otherwise, if these guys suddenly destroy the city from inside the city when the crabs are approaching, the consequences will be incalculable. Meow.
Wenlong also thought in his mind, as he watched the knights take down several members with poisonous beaks. In this way, Wenlong returned to his villa on the outskirts of Midbolton. But this time, he came back not to have a good rest after a busy day and night, but to take Catherine and Hai Tang again. He got on the mount of the Songfire Dragon.
Mr. Cat,
where are we going?
Go get the materials for Tyrannosaurus. Meow. The material for Tyrannosaurus? Doesn't it have to be sent to Major Bolton the day after tomorrow? Idiot. Wait until the day after tomorrow when the crabs are about to land. By then everything will be too late. Let's take the Songwood Dragon to get it now. The materials this time are transported by big ships. As long as we move along the route, We should be there immediately. We'll meet each other soon. Meow.
Chapter 592 Materials and Protective Stones. After saying that, Wenlong blew the horn flute, and then the song fire dragon took Wenlong, Catherine, and Haitang into the sky with its wings waving, and then flew in the direction Wenlong pointed. After all, the blue fire dragon is a subspecies of the
King of the Sky
fire dragon that is good at flying, and it is also an elite monster specially selected from the Wanli hunting ground. Therefore, its flying speed is much faster than that of the ordinary fire dragon. So even if it takes 2 days to ship, the distance that can be reached in less than 2 hours can be reached in less than 2 hours. However, the load capacity of Song Fire Dragon is slightly inferior to that of ships. So, 2 hours later, when the Song Fire Dragon arrived over the large transport ship, the crowd on the ship panicked for a while. It was not until people noticed that Wenlong and others were sitting on the Song Fire Dragon that they calmed down. Next, Wenlong began to order the Song Fire Dragon to lower its height, and then landed steadily on the deck of the transport ship. Just because the claws of the Song Fire Dragon were too sharp, it left several deep holes on the deck when it landed. Claw marks.
Ah, I'm so sorry, Sister Lily,
Catherine said very apologetically when she saw the Song Fire Dragon leaving scratches on the deck of the transport ship.
It doesn't matter. This little damage can be repaired soon.
It was Lily, the eldest lady of the Base Chamber of Commerce, who answered Catherine. The reason why Lily was on the transport ship was because she accepted Wenlong's request and used the transport ship of the Base Chamber of Commerce to help Wenlong transport the materials of Tyrannosaurus. In addition,
she also acted as a hunter to protect the transport ship during the transportation process. Important task.
So what's the matter with you rushing here? The ship will arrive at Major Bolton in 2 days. But you seem to be in a hurry.
At this time, Lily said again.
Well, it is estimated that Major Bolton will have a big crisis soon. So time waits for no one. So I have to come and get the materials in advance.
Wenlong replied.
Big crisis?
Lily was a little surprised when she heard Wenlong say the words, big crisis, so seriously. So she asked curiously.
There is no time to explain. We will leave soon after loading the goods. The most I can say is that this is probably the biggest operation of the Poison Beak organization so far,
Wenlong said. Seeing that Wenlong didn't want to say anything more, Lily knew there was no need to ask any more questions. She just said to Shudongo, a member of the Base Chamber of Commerce next to her.
Quickly, help us move the goods to this blue fire dragon. Yes, miss.
Lily gave the order, and the strong sailors immediately took action. However, because the size of the Tyrannosaurus is so large, the materials that are decomposed are also quite large. As a result, even the Song Fire Dragon, which has extremely strong flying ability, cannot completely transport all the Tyrannosaurus materials at once. Therefore, when transporting materials, Wenlong specifically selected those important materials that were mainly used to forge equipment, while other materials that were to be sold to scholars at Wanli Academy for research were not prepared to be transported for the time being and were still transported by ship to Midge Bolton. So, with the help of everyone, the material giant was quickly installed and tied tightly to the back of the Song Fire Dragon. However, just as Wenlong and others were preparing to leave on the Song Fire Dragon again, Lily suddenly took out another cloth bag and handed it to Wenlong's hand.
What is this? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
This is something that the excavation team discovered while excavating the body of Tyrannosaurus in the volcano. And there are quite a few of them. They are all good things. They will definitely be helpful to you,
Lily explained.
Oh!
After hearing what Lily said, Wenlong also opened the bag and took a look, and found that it was full of ancient protective stones.
They are all protective stones, and there are so many cats.
Wenlong also sighed in surprise. Of course, Wenlong was not the only one to sigh. Catherine and Haitang, who were beside Wenlong, also widened their eyes in surprise. After all, even Catherine, who has the least hunting experience, knows that so many protective stones must be valuable.
Sister Lily, these protective stones are very valuable. Is it really okay to leave them to us like this?
At this time, Haitang also said,
well, the things that were unearthed from the Tyrannosaurus carcass were originally excavated. So logically they belong to you. As for why there are so many of them, it's because the volcanic area is an important place where stone protection was unearthed. This time it's with such a large excavation project. It is normal to dig out these protective stones.
At this time, Lily said again,
well, indeed, It is normal for an excavation project like ours to dig almost through the volcano to dig out so many protective stones. However, I had forgotten about this kind of thing before, and I did not specifically mention leaving the protective stones. At this time, Wenlong also said gratefully to Lily, if it had been someone else, they would have embezzled all these protective stones on the way. Thank you very much. Meow. No. This is also for Major Bolton, because such a protective stone can only play its greatest role in the hands of the best hunters. To solve the crisis of Major Bolton, we still have to rely on you. And only when everyone in Major Bolton is safe can the city continue to prosper. And only when the city prospers can our basic Chamber of Commerce earn greater profits. Lily also said seriously, as expected of the eldest lady of the basic Chamber of Commerce. She looks at problems in a more long-term perspective than ordinary businessmen. She is not moved by immediate interests, but can think of longer-term goals. For a moment, Wenlong was also impressed by Lily. Impressed by the business acumen. Mr. Wenlong, you are praising me too much. But I still have to leave this crisis to you. This is not only my personal request, but also a request for everyone in our basic Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, Lily said very seriously, yes, I understand. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Wenlong also gratefully accepted a whole bag of protective stones, and then sat on the seat with Catherine and Haitang, who were all ready. The Song Fire Dragon. Sister Lily, goodbye. At this time, Catherine and Haitang also said. After saying that, Wenlong blew the control horn, and then the Song Fire Dragon waved its wings again, then jumped up from the deck of the transport ship, and then flew in the direction of Major Bolton on the sea breeze. Chapter 593, I have privileges, including the time for loading and unloading materials. Wenlong's round trip took a total of 4.5 hours. Finally, Wenlong and others arrived at Master Luo's forging house before noon with the Tyrannosaurus materials needed for forging equipment. Probably because of the sharp increase in hunting missions during this period, a large number of hunters were gathering in the forging house at this time. Some were upgrading forging equipment, and of course some were coming to repair damaged equipment. Hunters waiting in line were even they have all been queued up by the lady outside the store. At this time, Master Luo and his apprentice Leo were also busy in front of the stove. Judging from the sweat on their heads, they must have been busy for a long time. Everyone, please step aside. We have very important equipment that needs to be forged here. Can you let us go first? Seeing this situation, Catherine also said. But at this moment, people were waiting nervously, and no one seemed to pay attention to Catherine. Idiot! No one will let you go like this. Meow. At this time, Wenlong pulled Catherine aside and said loudly, get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. I have something urgent. Let me go first. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also ignored the crowd around him and forced his way in from the group of people. Catherine and Haitang were carrying a large bag of Tyrannosaurus materials and followed Wenlong into the crowd. But compared to the domineering Wenlong, Catherine apologized to the people around her while moving forward. I'm sorry. Please give way. Hey! Why are you so ignorant of the rules? Don't you know it's first come, first served? Finally, after being squeezed away by Wenlong, a strong hunter with dark skin and a big sword on his back became angry. Aren't they those legendary hunters? Don't they have any sense of public morality because they are strong? At this time, another hunter said, Yes. Is this what legendary hunters are like? It's really disappointing. Someone else echoed, I'm sorry. It's really an emergency this time. I'm sorry. We don't usually do such things. Catherine continued to apologize. Ignore them. At this time, Wenlong glanced at the hunters who expressed protest, and then said to Catherine, the more incompetent the hunter is, the less likely he is to distinguish the priorities of things. Although it is unethical for us to jump in line, but compared with Major Bolton's safety, this is our responsible performance. Meow. What? Who are you? This Elu Cat. Talking about being incompetent? At this time, the sturdy hunter holding a big sword said angrily, and at the same time he waved his fist, preparing to hit Wenlong. Also reacting together were the two hunters who had just agreed with him. From this point of view, the three of them seemed to be part of a hunter team. However, before the hunter carrying the big sword took action, Wenlong's sealing dragon sword, Jinjua sect, was already placed on the man's neck. As for the two companions of the hunter with the big sword, Haitang,
who also drew the bowstring, pointed the arrows at their heads coldly. At this time, the surrounding crowd suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was completely speechless.
If you move again, your head may fall off. Meow,
Wenlong said.
How dare you use hunting weapons to target humans? Are you with the poisonous beak?
Said the hunter with the big sword on his back.
Sorry. We have now obtained the privilege of using hunting weapons on humans from the Sichard royal family. If we see anyone who looks like a poisonous beak,
we can use hunting weapons to kill them. As for Old Man Rodent, I guess he will turn a blind eye to this.
Right? Wenlong said calmly.
After you
learned that Wenlong and others were specially granted privileges by the Zahiri family. The strong man carrying a big sword and the other 2 hunters with him were speechless for a moment. Coming! The other hunters in front also stopped talking, and then consciously made way for Catherine to squeeze in.
Master Luo and Leo, we brought the materials for Tyrannosaurus.
Catherine directly put a whole bag of Tyrannosaurus materials on the counter and said,
Oh, it's little sister Catherine.
At this time, Master Luo finally stopped the sledgehammer that was forging equipment in his hand, and then raised his head. Then when Master Luo saw the big package that Catherine put on the counter, Luo the master's face also became serious.
Is it really the material of Tyrannosaurus? That's great. Master Luo, what you want to forge this time is the armor and sword I use.
Catherine said again.
Well, remember, the weapon I want to forge for you is a special weapon. I have been waiting for this day for a long time.
So Master Luo took the Tyrannosaurus material handed over by Catherine, and then said loudly to the others,
Sorry. Now we have to give priority to forging equipment for these legendary hunters. Your equipment cannot be forged for the time being. If you have time, you can wait. If time is urgent, you can come back next time.
After saying that, Master Luo ignored the comments of others, but immediately took out the Tyrannosaurus materials from the bag, and then got busy again. The forging work was going on intensely, and Master Luo and his apprentice Leo were working together. Judging from the cooperation between the two, Leo was already quite skilled at this time, even Wenlong felt that Leo is probably a blacksmith who can stand alone. However, Wenlong also noticed that this forging seemed to not only use Tyrannosaurus materials. During the forging, Master Luo and Leo also used some of the remaining steel dragon materials, especially in Catherine's new weapon. On the screen, the sharp teeth and claws of the steel dragon are used extensively. So the materials of the Tyrannosaurus and the steel dragon, an ancient dragon species, were mixed together and used to learn from each other's strengths. When the entire set of new equipment was finally forged, even Wenlong couldn't help but praise it.
It's really an amazing technology that can combine two completely different materials so well. As I said before, this is our masterpiece, but the idea was proposed by my apprentice Leo. It turns out that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Maybe it will surpass me soon. Ha ha ha.
Master Luo, he smiled proudly and praised Leo generously.
Old man, you are too generous. I still have a lot to learn.
At this time, Leo also said with rare humility, completely losing the arrogant feeling when Wenlong and others first met him. Chapter 594 Powerful Tyrannosaurus Equipment. When the Tyrannosaurus suit was completed, Catherine first put on the new armor forged for herself. The black Tyrannosaurus armor gives people a sense of calmness and power. Of course, this is also true. From the moment she put on the armor, Catherine felt a great power emerging from her body. Primitive, furious, and full of life. Naturally, Catherine recalled her passion when she fought the Tyrannosaurus in the volcano.
What a powerful force. Constantly overflowing. Is it the soul of Tyrannosaurus that is restless inside the armor?
Catherine thought to herself.
Master Luo, give me the weapon quickly.
At this time, Catherine suddenly said,
Oh. Can't wait any longer? I can understand the feeling of a lot of power bursting out of the body. But there is no place to vent it. So, take it quickly.
Seeing Catherine's intention to get the weapon, she said Master Luo also quickly picked up the newly forged Tyrannosaurus sword and handed it to Catherine. However, it can be seen that Master Luo had great difficulty in picking up the Tyrannosaurus sword. As a member of the dragon tribe whose physical abilities far exceed those of humans, and as a blacksmith who has been engaged in forging for a long time, it can be said that Master Luo's arm strength has reached a level that ordinary hunters cannot match. From this, we can know that this new weapon, the forged sword, is probably much heavier than the ordinary sword.
So when Catherine who was used to picking up swords with one hand, went to pick up the Tyrannosaurus sword handed over by Master Luo. She also felt her body sink. The special heaviness was very different from before. So in order to ensure that she could still use the moves as smoothly as before, Catherine still adopted the posture of holding both hands. Fortunately, Catherine has become much stronger than before in the past year, and her strength has naturally been greatly improved. So after holding it with both hands, there is no discomfort when swinging it. And the crowd around them were so surprised that they were speechless just watching Catherine hold a weapon that was twice as thick as an ordinary sword. Especially when Catherine waved the weapon. It was like the air pressure like a strong wind made some thin hunters feel like they were about to be blown down.
What a powerful weapon. It feels like with this, it can split anything,
Catherine said in surprise.
Humph! Isn't it awesome? After all, this big sword is the highest masterpiece that we have poured our efforts into. Of course, it cannot be compared with any ordinary weapon. First of all, you can look at the blade of this big sword. Is it right? A little different?
Master Luo said. So following Master Luo's instructions, Catherine looked at the blade of the big sword. Sure enough, she found that although the blade of the big sword was integrated with the sword body, and both were black, the blade was obviously more metallic than the sword body. It's a little glossier, and it also shines with the unique light of metal.
Aren't the blade and the sword body made of the same material?
Catherine asked strangely.
Yes, that's it,
Master Luo said proudly.
Compared with the sharp horns and teeth of the steel dragon, the material of the Tyrannosaurus is much rougher and difficult to polish. So although its hardness can be guaranteed, it is difficult to make it. The weapon is not that sharp. In order to solve this problem, my apprentice Leo and I worked out a method of wrapping the steel dragon material in the Tyrannosaurus material. The part of the sword body that needs to withstand the force is made of stronger steel, the high-quality Tyrannosaurus material, and the part of the sword blade that needs to show its cutting ability is made of steel dragon material that is sharper and easier to polish. Well, it's really a way to make up for each other's weaknesses. Meow.
Wenlong also agreed with this, and tried to pull off a piece of cat hair from his body and gently enlarged it on the sword blade. And then, the cat hair was just because of its own weight. He was immediately cut into two pieces by the sharp sword. The so-called sharpness of a sword is about as sharp as it can break hair. And it is even more amazing that such a huge sword can reach such a level. Wenlong remembered that when he was playing the game, Tyrannosaurus's sword was a weapon that was very powerful but not sharp enough. Now, the weapons made by combining the materials of the steel dragon and the Tyrannosaurus are undoubtedly the perfect solution to the unique shortcomings of this Tyrannosaurus weapon.
I really want to try the power of this weapon. Is there anything I can use to chop it?
At this time, Catherine suddenly said. As soon as Catherine said this, the onlookers immediately moved away from a large area, as if they were afraid of being affected by Catherine's weapons.
Don't test it here. There is nothing in my shop that can withstand the power of this weapon. If you want to try it, you should kill monsters. And it only makes sense to test it with monsters at the level of ancient dragons. Otherwise, it's no different from killing a chicken with a bullseye. Ha ha,
Master Luo said with a proud smile. After hearing what Master Luo said, the people around him couldn't help but let out a sound of exclamation. Although they didn't see with their own eyes how devastating Catherine's new weapon would be. But from what Master Luo said, it was not difficult for everyone to guess how powerful this weapon was. After all, Master Luo is the most qualified blacksmith in the entire Bolton. He is quite famous even in the entire continent. What he said must be correct.
Master Luo, Haitang remembers that you just said that this weapon has more innovations.
Right?
At this time, Haitang, who had not spoken much before, suddenly asked,
Ah, yes, of course. It is not just this one. There is also a very important innovation, which was proposed by my apprentice Leo. Of course, I also admire it very much. As expected of a young man, he can think of many old people like us. Something the guy couldn't think of.
While speaking, Master Luo also cast an approving look at Leo. Leo, on the other hand, held his head high with a well-deserved expression. Of course, it could be seen from Leo's slightly flushed face that in fact Master Luo praised Leo in front of so many people, which still made Leo feel somewhat embarrassed. Then, Master Luo walked up to Catherine and motioned to Catherine to follow his actions.
Come on, Sister Catherine. Follow Uncle. I will do it. First, hold the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then apply force up and down with both hands. When you hear a click, then continued to turn in opposite directions to the left and right.
Chapter 595 Big Sword and Double Big Sword.
Okay. First hold the hilt of the sword with both hands. Then apply force up and down with both hands. And then turn it in the opposite direction to the left and right after hearing a click.
Catherine repeated the method that Master Luo just told her, and followed Luo's instructions. Make moves according to the master's instructions.
Click. Snap.
As the crisp sound of separation of the mechanism sounded, the big sword in Catherine's hand actually separated into two. Moreover, any one of them has the weight and size of an ordinary big sword, and can be regarded as two completely identical new big swords.
Ah. It turned out to be two,
Catherine said in surprise.
Right. You little girl. Haven't you always wanted to use two big swords at the same time? Now your dream has come true. And when you only want to use one big sword, you can merge them again. The method is to follow the previous method, just do it the other way around and it'll be ready.
Master Luo explained patiently.
Well, I understand.
Catherine nodded, and then looked at Wanlong. Wanlong knew that this was Catherine asking for his opinion. After all, when she was in the arena, Catherine almost lost her life by using two swords at the same time. At that time, Wanlong had warned Catherine once. Judging from the current situation, Catherine has always kept the words Wanlong said in her heart and has never forgotten them. So Wanlong nodded in agreement and then said,
just do what you want. You are no longer what you were before. Even if you wield two big swords at the same time, I don't think it will be a big deal. Problem, meow.
That's great, Mr. Cat. I am able to get where I am today thanks to Mr. Cat,
Catherine shouted happily, and then immediately waved the two big swords in her hands impatiently. Whirring. The two big swords were flying in Catherine's hands. Although they were not as light and fast as Wanlong's double swords, they were much better than many hunters who only used one big sword. Moreover, although Catherine has not learned the double sword, because she often watched Wanlong use the double sword, Catherine actually learned to use a lot of double sword movements.
Really? It's really dual-wielding swords. And the swing speed is faster than our hands.
The crowd was almost completely impressed by Catherine's strength, especially when they saw how fast Catherine wielded the sword with one hand, when it was easier than holding a big sword with both hands. These people were completely speechless, especially those hunters who were still having objections to Catherine, and others for jumping in the queue now finally fully understand that Master Luo's priority in building equipment for Catherine and others is absolutely the right choice. After all, people now believe in a legend like Catherine. The impact of a super hunter on the entire situation is completely comparable to that of countless ordinary hunters. At this time, Catherine danced the two big swords for a while, then brought the two big swords together, and then turned the handles of the big swords first left and right, and then slid up and down. In an instant, the two big swords fit together tightly. When we came together, it seemed as if we had never been apart, and we became a heavy sword again. Catherine let out a long breath, as if she had vented the power emerging from her body, and her whole body felt relaxed.
This weapon is really great, Master Luo. Thank you very much.
Catherine expressed her sincere thanks.
You don't need to thank me. As a blacksmith, it is my long-cherished wish in my life to be able to create such a weapon. So this is also what I do for myself. It's just that the forging process is a bit tiring. After all, this specification, it's also my first time to make a big sword. But compared to what I get from it, this little fatigue is nothing at all,
Master Luo said. But at this moment, Wanlong interrupted and said,
I'm sorry, Master Luo. Although I know you are very tired, but I still need your help with something else.
Oh,
do you want to forge other equipment?
Master Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Well, Wanlong said and took out another bag, which also contained the materials of Tyrannosaurus. Then Wanlong said to Master Luo,
I also need another piece of armor. It has to be stretchable and can be large or small.
Meow.
It has good stretchability and can be made larger or smaller. Do you want to use it on a certain part of a man's body? This joke is not funny at all. Meow.
As he spoke, Wanlong rolled his eyes at Master Luo.
Okay. I mean, how big does it need to be big? How small does it need to be small?
Master Luo obviously still didn't understand. So Wanlong jumped on the counter again, and then whispered in Master Luo's ear that he could become a human being.
Oh, there is such a thing? That's really strange. If I have the chance, I really want to see it.
Even Master Luo, who is a dragon tribe and has quite a lot of experience, shouted in surprise.
Ahem. It's not a big deal. It's just that when you transform, your body will grow to the level of an adult human. The original armor can't meet the needs at all. Instead, it will become an obstacle during transformation. And there is no way to suddenly change during the battle. I need to change my armor. So I can only ask you to help me create a special armor that can be retracted.
Wenlong asked sincerely. Hearing Wenlong's request, Master Luo also squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. However, at this time, Leo suddenly reminded, we may be able to use the rubbery skin of the purple poisonous bird as the lining of the armor. The hard scales and carapace of Tyrannosaurus are covered in multiple layers on the rubbery skin of the highly stretchable purple poison bird. This not only achieves the effect of stretching, but the elastic lining can also reduce the penetration of scales and carapace. The impact delivered can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, your suggestion is good. You are indeed my apprentice. Ha ha. At this time, Master Luo also suddenly realized.
Well, this is indeed a feasible method. In this way, when the armor is shrunk, the Tyrannosaurus scales on the armor can be stacked more closely together. As the rubbery skin of the purple poison bird stretches and swells, the stacked scales will and the carapace will be like an unfolded folding fan, spread out over a larger area, and still be able to maintain sufficient defensive capabilities.
Wenlong also touched his beard and said,
Okay, let's do it.
Seeing that Wenlong had already agreed with this plan, Master Luo immediately took over the newly handed Tyrannosaurus materials, and then got busy again with his apprentice Leo. Chapter 596 Armor that can be powerful or small. However, it is still a bit difficult to make a new set of equipment that has never been made before. Although it does not sound too complicated, it still tests the skills of the blacksmith in all the details. Especially when it comes to the combination of the material of Tyrannosaurus and the rubbery skin of purple poison bird. It is even more difficult to achieve perfection. In addition, there is also the method of superimposing scales. Will it still be able to cover the entire body after expanding to the size of a human? Things like physical effects also need to be confirmed repeatedly. So during the production process, Master Luo and Leo continued to put the semi-finished armor on the body model of Elu Cat and the human body model to confirm whether it was the same in both forms. It can ensure that the equipment is in perfect condition. But if any unsatisfactory parts are found, it must be modified immediately. It is not easy to repeat this process. Fortunately, Master Luo is an experienced blacksmith after all. In the process of exploring, he quickly became familiar with the method of combining the 2 materials, and then gradually figured out a structure that can adapt to 2 different sizes and shapes, and finally completed the forging of the entire equipment perfectly. So, after several hours, a piece of telescopic armor specially made for Wenlong was completed. Putting on the newly made telescopic armor, Wenlong could clearly feel the feeling of just being in harmony with his body. But when he moved, there was unexpectedly no hindrance, and he could move freely with ease. Moreover, the power from Tyrannosaurus can also enter Wenlong's body, allowing Wenlong to feel the surging power.
Sure enough, the power is pouring out continuously. Although the power contained in the equipment of the Tyrannosaurus is also very strong, it pales in comparison to Tyrannosaurus.
After experiencing this new equipment, Wenlong he couldn't help but say,
How is it? Are you satisfied?
At this time, Master Luo also asked. After all, the style of the equipment just now was the first time that Master Luo made it, and it was made only after receiving a temporary request from Wenlong. It was not like Catherine's big sword, which had a perfect idea a long time ago. Therefore, Master Luo himself was a little unsure as to whether this telescopic equipment could meet his usual standards.
It's not bad. It fits very well, but I don't know if it will meet my requirements after the transformation. Meow.
However, it was a bit embarrassing to transform into Wenlong in front of everyone. So this time Wenlong went to the locker room and tried the effect of the transformation inside. After a while, Wenlong walked out.
After the perfect transformation, the entire armor also stretched according to the size of the body, and as the rubbery skin of the purple poison bird stretched as a lining, the Tyrannosaurus scales and carapace covering it also began to move. Just right can cover every part of the body. Well, that's good. I'm still a little worried about whether there will be any problems when I make this kind of thing for the first time. But Mr. Wenlong, who is always picky, you said it's perfect. I'm still very proud. Ha ha ha.
Master Luo was also very happy to hear Wenlong's praise. After all, the impromptu forging of something he had never forged before left a deep impression on other hunters around him. In addition, legendary hunters, like Wenlong and Catherine, praised his skills. It's like doing free word-of-mouth publicity for your own forging house.
Don't be too quick to be happy. I have one more thing to ask of you. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong took out another bag.
Is there anything else? Can't you finish it all at once?
At this time, Master Luo couldn't help but complain.
Sorry. Things have priorities. Of course, the important things should be done first. Also, this time we don't need to forge equipment, but we need to precision cast protective stones. Meow. Oh, you want a precision cast protective stone? In addition to a lot of gold coins, a precision cast protective stone also requires a lot of crystallized dust. Do you have these?
Master Luo remembered that he had given Wenlong some crystallized dust in order to do business in the past. However, the small amount of crystallized dust he gave him was actually just a fishing-style business method. It was obviously not enough if he really wanted to use it. As for the gold coins, Master Luo had never doubted Wenlong's ability to pay.
Of course.
Wenlong took out a bag and opened it. This time, what appeared in front of people was a large bag of ancient protective stones. You must know that the guard stone is just a small piece of stone worn on the body. So the quantity of such a large bag of guard stones is also very amazing. It can even be said that most hunters will not get such a large number in a lifetime of hunting. Protect the stone. The crystallized dust used in precision cast protective stones is actually the product of the decomposition of other protective stones, which means that Wenlong's large bag of protective stones can be converted into a large amount of crystallized dust.
Well, there are so many protective stones.
So that's no problem. We just need to identify the quality of these protective stones first, and then decompose the lower quality protective stones into crystallized dust, leaving the higher quality protective stones, and then use the decomposed crystallized dust to precision cast those high quality protective stones. In the end, you will get a higher quality protective stone. But to what extent it can be precision casted depends on a little bit of luck.
After saying that, Master Luo took the whole bag of protective stones, then spread all the protective stones on the counter, and used an ancient magnifying glass to carefully distinguish them. While distinguishing, Master Luo also muttered words and recorded the types of protective stones.
This protective stone increases attack power. It's of average value. It can only be broken down. And this one, well, it increases recovery ability. It's also very common. It's better to break it down. It's ordinary. Ordinary. Finally I saw it. It's a dragon protection stone. In addition to increasing attack power, it seems to have other hidden attributes. You can try to refine it.
However, such a large bag of guard stones is not a small amount after all, and it will take a long time to complete all appraisals. During this time, of course, it is impossible to keep other hunters around waiting. In addition, it seems that the identification of guard stones is not easy. Leo's help is not needed. So at this time, it is up to Leo to help others build equipment. Time passed slowly like this, and it was not until night that Master Luo finally appraised the entire bag of protective stones.
The appraisal is finally over. I haven't been this tired for a long time.
After all the protective stones were appraised, Master Luo finally straightened up, stretched his muscles, and then said,
"It's pretty good. This time we got a total of 5 high-quality dragon protection stones. The others are relatively low-quality soldier protection stones, fighter protection stones, or knight protection stones. So I will break down all the low-level protection stones."
Chapter 597 Good Stone Protection Requires Luck. What Master Luo means by breaking down the low-level protective stones is actually grinding these protective stones into powder. Of course, special tools are needed to do this. The tool that Master Luo used to crush the protective stones was a large box. Master Luo put the protective stones that needed to be broken down through the opening at the top of the box, and then shook a handle on the side. Then, there were 2 things in the box that fit into each other. The screw drill-like machine keeps rotating as the handle is shaken. While rotating, the threads bite and squeeze each other. It feels like the hand-crank twister Wenlong saw in the vegetable market. Meat machine is average. Those protective stones were crushed and turned into powder in it. It can also be seen that these protective stones themselves are not that hard, and their hardness is far from comparable to ordinary monster materials. However, during this process, other hunters around also cast envious glances at Wenlong and others. After all, for ordinary hunters, a small protective stone is enough to be regarded as a very valuable item. Even if these protective stones are just ordinary soldier protective stones, but they are of great value. However, this time Wenlong actually took out a large bag of protective stones at once and used most of them to decompose, which made many people shake their heads and sigh with regret. And some people looked at Wenlong and others with incomprehensible eyes and muttered, "Sure enough, the world of rich people is incomprehensible to people." In any case, soon, all the low-level protective stones were crushed, and the original large bag of protective stones was completely turned into a large bag of powder. But among these stone protective powders, which looked similar to ordinary limestone powder, Wenlong and others could see some tiny shining crystals distributed among them. Those shining crystals are the crystallized dust needed for precision casting of protective stones. Then, Master Luo brought another basin of unknown liquid and poured the powder mixed with crystallized dust into it. Soon, the ordinary stone protection powder was dissolved in the liquid, leaving only the next layer of shiny crystal settles at the bottom of the basin. Finally, Master Luo fished out the layer of crystallized dust that settled at the bottom of the basin, and then rinsed it with clean water. At this point, the crystallized dust was completely separated. Okay, the crystallized dust has been separated. The materials are ready, and only the last step of precision casting is left. I hope we have good luck today and can precision cast the most ideal protective stone. After saying that, Master Luo took out a dragon protection stone that he had left before, and then asked, "Who wants to try their luck?" However, no one answered, so Master Luo said again. No one answered. Well, I will give it a try first. Ha ha. The one I cast this time is the Dragon Guard Stone. This kind of situation is rare. With the crystallized dust, of course the only thing left is to use crystallized dust to precision cast the protective stone. And the process is also very simple. It is simply to put these crystallized dust and high-grade protective stones together, and then protect the stone. The stone and crystallized dust will automatically fuse to complete precision casting. In other words, anyone can do such a thing. There is no technical content. And after precision casting, the stone guard will add more skills, or make the original skills more powerful. But because of the effect is not certain, which makes seemingly simple precision casting often accompanied by uncertain risks and benefits. It is very likely that after spending a lot of crystallized dust and high-level dragon protection stones, the final result will be just a rubbish skill. In that case, everything before will be in vain. Of course, it may be just the opposite. And a stone guard with multiple skills at the same time will bring great convenience to hunting. Heaven Spirit, Earth Spirit, bless you with a good stone guard. While Master Luo was talking about the formula, he heard from somewhere. He sprinkled the crystallized dust on a precious Dragon Guard stone. Then he could see that the high-level Dragon Guard stone seemed to be alive. The surrounding crystallized dust was absorbed into his own body, and eventually merged into one body. It's done. Let me see what has been precision casted, Master Luo said, and then placed the precision cast protective stone under a magnifying glass to observe it carefully. However, after watching for a while, Master Luo sighed, and then said, "This Dragon Stone Guard has two skills. One is the Attack +1 skill, and the other is the Big Stomach King skill, which is similar to the ordinary Stone Guard. It's basically useless." Wenlong knew that the reason why Master Luo said this was because the Attack +1 skill was also found on many low-level Stone Guards. It was not a special skill. And the Big Stomach King skill was just a way to recover a little bit of physical strength when drinking medicine. Forget it. This is of little use to Wenlong and others, who have almost no shortage of various potions. Go away! Go away! Your hands are too dark. Look at me! Meow! So Wenlong quickly pushed Master Luo away and said, "I can't help it. I forge equipment in front of a furnace all day long. How can my hands not be black?" Master Luo also said a little innocently. At this time, one of the 5 protective stones found this time had been discarded, leaving only 4. In order to be able to refine at least one effective protective stone out of these 4, Wenlong decided to try it himself. So Wenlong picked up the second Dragon Guard stone, and then sprinkled the crystallized dust on it like Master Luo. Sure enough, after a while, all the crystallized dust was absorbed and fused by the Dragon Guard stone. Okay, let's see how lucky I am. Uncle. Wenlong took his finely crafted protective stone in front of him and looked at it again. The result was the same as Master Luo. And Wenlong also sighed. Oh meow! It's actually a recovery +1 and a heat-resisting skill. I'm not short of cold drinks. I need a heat-resisting skill of some use. Meow. Ha. It seems that your luck is not very good either.
At this time, Master Luo also gloated and laughed.
Are you lucky?
Seeing that 2 of the 5 rare Dragon Guard stones were discarded, and no good skills were produced. Wenlong also said with some regret,
There are only 3 of the 5 precious Dragon Guard stones left. Now!
We can't waste it like this anymore. We have to find someone with good luck to fine cast it. Meow.
Wenlong still clearly remembers that even in the game, the precision casting of this protective stone depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can easily get practical and powerful skills. If you are unlucky, you may only get some junk skills even if you have a high-quality stone guard.
It seems that I have always relied on strength, not luck. This is probably the regret of the powerful people.
Right. At this time, Wenlong looked at Catherine beside him, as if he thought of something, and suddenly said,
As the saying goes, fools are blessed. Woman, it's you this time. Meow.
Chapter 598 Lucky Girl.
Me?
After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine still looked like she didn't understand the situation.
Well, I'm going to ask you. How do you feel about your luck? Meow.
Wenlong said.
If you're lucky, it should be pretty good.
Catherine said confidently.
I feel that meeting you, Mr. Cat, is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. I think this must be a sign of my good luck. Well, it's you. Come on.
Wenlong simply pulled Catherine over and said,
Sprinkle these crystallized dust on this Dragon Guard stone, and see what the effect is. Meow. Ah. Okay, Mr. Cat. I'll give it a try.
So following Wenlong's instructions, Catherine grabbed a handful of crystallized dust with her jade hands, and then sprinkled it on a dragon's protective stone that had not yet been precision cast. As before, all the crystallized dust was absorbed by the ancient-looking Dragon Guard stone. When all the crystallized dust was absorbed, people could clearly see the ancient dragon stone. Some damage marks on the guard stone have also been repaired, and the original ancient appearance seems to have become newer.
Most protective stones are very old things, and have been damaged to some extent over the long years. Therefore, the process of precision casting of protective stones is actually a repair process. Therefore, after the fusion of crystallized dust, the originally worn protective stones, it has become updated. It should be a normal thing.
After Wenlong saw that the protective stone had completely integrated the crystallized dust that Catherine had spilled, he picked up the finely cast protective stone, put it in front of his eyes, and observed it carefully. After a while, he suddenly said with joy,
According to the patterns on this protective stone, the first skill should be a skill that increases attack power. And according to the density of the patterns, the level of this skill is attack plus 3. Meow. Sister Catherine is so amazing.
Aitang also clapped her hands and cheered.
Haha. This is a skill that can greatly increase the attack power. As expected, Sister Catherine is lucky. A girl with fair skin has white hands. No wonder the precision cast protective stone is so good. I can't help it with my dark hands.
Better,
Master Luo also said.
It's too early to draw conclusions now. There is a second skill. Let's see what it is.
At this time, Wenlong regained his composure and reminded others around him not to get too excited. After all, there has been a situation like this before. The first skill on the protective stone is very good, but the second skill after fine casting is very average, or even basically useless. This leads to the fact that the protective stone that might have become a peerless treasure ended up being it's just a little bit better than ordinary protective stones. So in order to find out whether the protective stone crafted by Catherine really had the possibility of becoming a rare treasure, Wenlong looked at it for a while, and carefully compared the lines on the protective stone with the lines in his own memory. The image of the stone protector in his mind became clearer and clearer. And then Wenlong shouted in surprise.
This second skill is Makiri plus 3. Meow.
Oh!
Mianki is a skill that increases the heart rate. The skills that increase the heart rate and increase the attack are actually on the same protective stone, and they are both high level. The two skills complement each other, and the improvement of the attack ability can be said to have reached the extreme. That's it.
At this time, as an old blacksmith, Master Luo also sighed sincerely. The knowing that Master Luo refers to a skill that can cause the weapon to cause higher damage than usual when attacking. Of course, this skill cannot be activated every time, and most of the time it depends on the chance. However, if combined with the high-speed attack of Wenlong's double swords, The number of launches is also considerable. And overall it has a considerable effect on improving the power of the weapon.
Huh? Something seems wrong.
Even though he already knew the two skills, Wenlong still did not stop observing the protective stone that had two high-level skills. Instead, he took the protective stone as if he had discovered some miracle. Keep looking over and over in your hands.
What's wrong? Is there more?
At this time, Master Luo also realized something and asked.
Well, there is actually a skill on this protective stone. Meow.
Even Wenlong felt uneasy now.
It's attribute attack +3. A skill that can greatly increase the attribute attack attached to the weapon. Meow.
The substantial increase in attribute attacks that Wenlong refers to the common hit attack attributes in this world, such as ice, water, fire, electricity, and dragon. And once you have attribute attack +3, it means that the attributes of any weapon will also be strengthened. Such skills are of course the envy of everyone, especially when the weapons are incompatible with the attributes of the monsters that need to be hunted. The attack improvement is even greater.
There are actually 3 hunting skills? This has exceeded the limit of the dragon's protective stone. Right.
Hearing Wenlong say this, Master Luo also felt a little unbelievable. So he took the protective stone over again, and then carefully used a magnifying glass after some observation. After seeing it, Master Luo had to admit that Wenlong's discovery was correct. This was indeed a special protective stone with 3 skills at the same time.
I have been a blacksmith for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a dragon guard stone with 3 skills at the same time. And these 3 skills are also very practical and valuable high-level skills. Maybe this kind of guard stone, it can no longer be called the dragon's protective stone, but should be called the newly discovered divine protective stone.
Master Luo said excitedly.
Is this powerful?
But Catherine still didn't quite understand the situation. After all, Catherine never imagined that her luck would be so good that a piece of protective stone cast at random turned out to be a top-grade and rare protective stone that Master Luo had seen for the first time after being a blacksmith for most of his life. But for Catherine, it didn't matter how powerful this protective stone was. What was important was that Wenlong was very happy after seeing that he had crafted such a protective stone.
Well done, woman. Continue to refine the remaining 2 protective stones and see if you can still have such good luck. Meow.
Wenlong said to Catherine immediately. Yeah, Catherine nodded. Since her actions can make Wenlong appear happier, Catherine is of course happy to do it. So just like before, Catherine crafted the remaining 2 dragon guard stones. After Catherine's precision casting was completed, Master Wenlong and Master Luo immediately conducted a careful appraisal. Only then did they discover that the 2 precision cast protective stones turned out to be God-level protective stones, with 3 advanced practical skills at the same time. Stone.
Chapter 599, The Eve of Mutation. Among the next 2 protective stones, one is a protective stone with 3 defensive skills.
Root Nature, Defense Power +3, and Recovery Speed +3.
Among them, the Root Protective Stone has been produced by Wenlong before. 1. The effect is to be able to withstand a life-threatening injury. It can be said to be an excellent skill for saving lives. However, this ability can only be activated once in a long period of time, coupled with a
Defense +3
that can greatly increase the defense ability and the
Recovery Speed +3
that can greatly increase the body's recovery ability. These 3 skills are superimposed together. It can be said that this stone guard is a powerful weapon. It's no exaggeration to say that an artifact can significantly increase a hunter's survivability. The other one is a protective stone with 3 skills:
Penetration Strengthening, Concentration, and Avoidance Performance. Among them, Penetration Strengthening can greatly increase the penetration ability of arrows, which has a very good effect when facing monsters with strong defense capabilities and thick carapace. Concentration can reduce the charging time required for the weapon. This not only improves the attack, but also reduces the time spent on charging for the hunter, so that he can better use his energy to avoid enemies. Attack. As for the Avoidance Performance skill, it is a skill that can increase the wearer's agility, allowing it to more easily avoid the opponent's attacks. This is undoubtedly the best way to avoid danger for Haitang, who can only wear light armor and lacks defense. Good skills. In this way, the 3 protective stones that Catherine crafted in a short period of time turned out to be the best protective stones that are rare in a century and possess 3 hunting skills at the same time. This had to make everyone around him marvel.
Sister Catherine, Do you have the luck skill that can increase your luck? No. This is far beyond that level,
Haikang said blankly.
I really want to take you to buy lottery tickets now. Meow. If I had known this, why would I have racked my brains to make money?
Wenlong stood on the counter and couldn't help but patted Catherine on the shoulder and said,
Really? It feels so good to be able to help Mr. Cat.
Catherine also laughed. Finally, Wenlong and others had all their equipment ready this time. However, when they bid farewell to Master Luo and came out of the forging house, they realized that it was already late at night. Different from the past, Midbolton late at night today was not as brightly lit as usual, but seemed much colder and quieter. Except for the patrolling knights of the Royal Knights. There were almost only hunters who were fully armed and fast-footed. Occasionally, one or two pedestrians with other identities were often checked repeatedly by the patrolling knights before being allowed to pass. Wenlong knew that this was probably the result of the
citywide curfew
imposed by the Wanli Knights on the entire Midbolton. This also meant that throughout the night, except for the hunters and knights members who were performing tasks, everyone else would be you are not allowed to go out. Those who do go out occasionally must be special personnel who have obtained the approval of the Sichard royal family and hold a pass. Although issuing a
citywide curfew
order is somewhat inconsistent with the style of a large commercial city like Midbolton, which is bustling day and night, it is the most reasonable approach during this extraordinary period. After all, under the
citywide curfew,
the Poison Beak organization will be easily exposed if it wants to do shady things in the city, and it will be much more difficult to carry out sabotage activities and the like.
Ah, Mr. Cat. Major Bolton feels so deserted tonight. The uncles and aunties who usually do the night market are gone, and the smiling pedestrians on the street are gone.
At this time, Catherine also sighed.
Well, if there are too many people, it is easier for bad guys to get in the middle, and it is easier for them to take advantage of the chaos of the crowd to launch terrorist attacks. Although it seems a bit deserted, it will not be so easy for the Poison Beak organization to cause damage in the city.
Meow.
Wenlong also explained to Catherine while walking.
So that's it. I really hope that the bad guys will be beaten away as soon as possible. And then the city will prosper again.
Catherine said sincerely.
Well, everything will be fine. Let's go quickly. If we don't hurry up, we might be late. Naya.
Yeah. Catherine and Haitang nodded at the same time. Therefore, Wenlong and others put the hunter badge in their pockets on the most eye-catching position on their chests, and then accelerated their pace towards the
Fengyan walled city
in the east of Midbolton. Just when Wenlong and others left Master Luo's forge and rushed to Fengyan City walled city, there was something strange in the atmosphere in the hall of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild.
President.
The speaker was a bald man carrying a crystal dragon sledgehammer. He was strong and tall, and judging from the equipment on his body, he was a very powerful 5-star hunter.
Are you watching that monster wreaking havoc and doing nothing? It was very rare. Shalon Luodin just sat on his chair, closing his eyes slightly, as if to rest his mind. After a while, he finally said,
Don't worry. Wait a minute. Wait.
At this time, the strong man carrying the crystal dragon sledgehammer said again,
According to the report sent back by the front investigation team, the one who appeared in the land of the rising moon this time is known as the Dry Sea Fierce God Ancient Dragon Species. You onion dragon. Don't you know how serious the consequences will be if such a powerful monster is left alone? Well, of course I know how serious the harm is.
Rodin's eyes opened a little, but he still said slowly,
Wait a minute. I think that El Cat is right. If we leave it this time, if Major Bolton says it, I'm afraid the consequences will be more serious. Then how long do you have to wait? It's already this time.
The strong man carrying the crystal dragon sledgehammer was obviously impatient.
Do you really believe in an Elu Cat? Even if he was once in a Calamity Star, if he was right about the dragon incident, I don't believe he could predict the emergence of the crab. Don't get excited.
At this time, a short man holding a sword said,
The president also has his own considerations. We have been following the president for so many years. Don't you still understand the president? I just can't stand that El Cat.
The man carrying the crystal sledgehammer on his back became more and more excited as he spoke.
They actually ask us to ignore the disaster caused by the swallowing dragon and wait for the one who doesn't know when it will come ashore. I don't agree with this approach. What if the crab doesn't appear at all? Then who will be responsible for the disaster caused by the swallowing dragon?
Chapter 600 The Difficult Decision While Waiting.
I'll take the responsibility.
Suddenly, Shalon Luodin's eyes widened angrily. And then he yelled loudly.
I believe that Elu Cat. And the issue of the emergence time of wall crabs is not the only one who said it. After all, the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau had previously measured the water pattern data on the coast of the eastern region, and the conclusion reached was almost the same as what the Elu Cat said. So, even if you don't believe that Elu Cat, at least we should believe the conclusion made by the Gulong Observation Bureau. Gulong Observation Bureau has indeed heard that the water level will rise rapidly 24 hours before the emergence of crabs. However, it has been 20 years since the Gulong Observation Bureau actually observed the rapid rise of the tide yesterday. 4 hours. And what about the so-called village crabs? Where are the village crabs?
The bald man carrying a sledgehammer said, still unconvinced.
Even the things in the book may not be completely correct. It is reasonable to have some errors. And it has only been 24 hours. So there is no harm in waiting a little longer,
Shalon Luodin said.
President,
the bald man with a sledgehammer on his back said in a slightly gentler tone.
It's okay to just wait a moment. But do you know what the outside world is saying about us now?
Oh,
what did you say?
Shalon Luodin asked, stroking his beard.
Some people say that we are cowards. Even though the Yuanyan dragon appears, we just hide in the city and do nothing. They say that we are scared when we see the ancient dragon species. We are not as good as the hunting team composed of 2 women and an Elu Cat,
said the bald man carrying the crystal dragon sledgehammer, patting the table.
Don't worry. I believe that the citizens of MHOL will not be so unreasonable. So the rumors outside are most likely spread by the Poison Beak organization, using provocation methods, in order to let us go out of the city to fight against the enemy in the distance. The Yuanyan dragon in the land of the rising moon. We must not fall into each other's tricks,
Shalon Luodin said seriously.
Okay, then just wait for an hour. If the so-called village crab hasn't appeared within an hour, then I can't wait any longer. If you, President, are not willing to attack, then I will take my team with me. I went to the land of the rising moon alone, and I can't stand being called a coward by others.
After saying that, the bald man carrying a sledgehammer leaned against the wall on the side of the hall, and then closed the door to rest. Time passed like this little by little, but there was no news about the appearance of the walled crab. Instead, there was a lot of news about the Yuanyan dragon that was being sent back from the land of the rising moon via Elu Cat's small transport airship, Hunter Guild. And the latest news is that the swallowing dragon with the name of
the fierce god of the withered sea
has crossed the border between the land of the rising moon and the thunderous sand sea and entered the thunderous sand sea. This also means that this dragon has the name of
the fierce god with the withered sea.
The swallowing abyss dragon will threaten Major Bolton's important trade route through the thundering sand sea. After all, as a member of the powerful ancient dragon species, the Yinyuan dragon not only possesses extremely strong strength, but also is accompanied by extremely terrifying natural disasters when it appears. It can often cause a large number of desert tornadoes and sandstorms in desert areas. In this case, as long as there is a swallowing dragon, the entire thundering sand sea will almost become an insurmountable restricted area for caravans. This situation is very harmful to May. Commercial cities, like Japolton, will be a huge blow. What's more, after Tunyuanlong enters the thundering sand sea, it may continue to move eastward, cross the thundering sand sea, and gradually approach the border of MHOL. Although according to the current speed of Tunyuanlong, this process will take several days. But by that time, it will not only affect MHOL's land trade routes, but also cause huge damage to the city. As for the above, Shalon Luodin, who has decades of hunting experience and has fought against ancient dragon species, knows it all too well. However, even so, Shalon Luodin remained indifferent to the urgent information about the Yuanyan dragon that was constantly sent to him, and just waited silently.
Although the Yuanyan dragon is very destructive, it still has a few days to approach Major Bolton. Once the village crab appears, if it is not stopped, Major Bolton will probably be destroyed within 24 hours.
Destroyed? But now that 24 hours have passed, will the crab really appear? Forget it. Let's just choose to believe in that Elu Cat.
In the heart of Shalon Luodin, who seemed calm on the surface, there was always a thought. Consider the options on both sides. So quickly, an hour passed like this.
President, the time has come. Look, the crab hasn't appeared yet.
The bald man carrying the crystal rock dragon hammer finally couldn't bear it anymore.
Huh?
Luodin also stood up from his seat, and then said,
Well, since the walled crab hasn't appeared yet, let's first deal with the Yuanyan dragon that has moved to the Thundering Sand Sea. Anyway, I have already sent one to the Fengyan walled city. We have sent some hunters to garrison. If there is an emergency, we should be able to hold on for a while. And monsters like the Yuanyan dragon cannot be left alone. Shanlan
Lu Din said that he had sent some hunters to garrison. In fact, it was Shanlan Lu Din who had sent some hunters with lower star levels to Fengyan walled city for preliminary preparations. After all, Fengyan walled city is mainly used to stop supergiant monsters like the walled crab. And supergiant monsters like the walled crab usually appear very rarely. And sometimes you only have the opportunity to encounter them once every few decades. Therefore, Fengyan walled city is seldom used and is in a semi-abandoned state. This leaves Fengyan walled city with few people stationed and maintained most of the time. So many things need to be prepared anew in order to deal with the walled crabs. Therefore, the hunters Shanlan Lu Din sent before were actually there to help restore the functions of Fengyan City walled city. Their role was more like a logistics department preparing for battle. In terms of combat effectiveness, they were far from being able to fight against walled crabs. Standards. However, just as Shanlan Lu Din was preparing to fight against the Yuanyan dragon, suddenly, at the entrance of the Hunters Guild Hall, a hunter responsible for delivering letters ran over sweating profusely, holding an urgent letter in his hand.
President, the latest information from the front.
As soon as he saw Shanlan Lu Din, the hunter holding the letter loudly reported. Where did it come from?
Shanlan Lu Din asked.
Beacon City walled city.
Oh. So Shanlan Lu Din stopped and took the letter, but only saw 4 words written on the letter.
Jai Crab is here.
Chapter 601 Beacon City walled city.
It's finally here. It's an hour later than scheduled. But I had to wait so hard.
After reading the words on the letter clearly, Shanlan Lu Din couldn't help but sigh. Then, Shanlan Lu Din turned around and handed the letter in his hand to the bald man carrying a sledgehammer beside him, and then said to the other hunters around him,
Let's go to Fengyan walled city.
Therefore, Major Bolton's most elite hunters took their weapons and equipment and set off towards the Fengyan walled city not far from Major Bolton. When Wenlong and others arrived at Fengyan walled city, the preparations here were still in full swing. After all, Fengyan walled city has not been used for too long. Even if there are dedicated personnel to maintain it every once in a while, it cannot be put into use immediately. Therefore, in order to restore this important city to the best condition as soon as possible, the Hunters Guild and the hunters of the Wangli hunting group also cooperated in a rare, cooperation. Seizing the time to prepare for the next battle, carrying out preparation work. Some hunters are busy adjusting the cannons on the city wall. Some are busy distributing basic supplies to the newly arrived hunters at the entrance of Fengyan walled city. And others are standing on the observation deck at the highest point of Fengyan walled city, responsible for observing the situation on the distant coast. It can be seen from the fact that Fengyan walled city itself has its own observation tower that can observe the coastline. In history, Fengyan walled city has been used to block the attack of walled crabs many times. And this time it finally came to Fengyan walled city again. Time to make a difference. However, even after gathering most of the hunters from the Hunter Guild and the Wangli hunting group, the progress of the preparations for Fengyan city was still not satisfactory enough. Therefore, in addition to the hunters, the Elu Cats who were usually responsible for assisting in hunting were also nervously mobilized. Get up and join in the busy preparation work. The hard-working Elu Cats shuttled among the crowd, and some of them were responsible for carrying the cannonballs out of the ammunition warehouse, and then stacking them beside the fort on the city wall so that they could be loaded more easily during the battle. Others are responsible for rescue work as usual, rescuing injured hunters from the front line and providing them with medical support. Because at this time, the battle has actually begun, although there are no signs of wall crabs yet. More and more crustacean monsters have begun to appear on the east coast of Mijbolton since a few hours ago. Even scholars from the Gulong Observation Bureau have concluded that this is a precursor to the imminent emergence of village crabs. These monsters that emerge from the sea include sickle crabs and shield crabs. These manic monsters rarely gather together, and then crawl to the coast one by one from the sea. The number is also quite alarming. Once they land on the beach, they go crazy. Attack the humans around you. In this case, hunters have to fight back to ensure that there will be a relatively relaxed hunting environment when the village crabs appear next.
Mr. Cat, there is already a fight ahead. Do we need to attack now?
At this time, Catherine stood on the wall of Beacon City walled city, watching the battle between hunters and sickle crabs and shield crabs on the coast in the distance. Said somewhat worriedly,
"No need. Even without us, they can still deal with these ordinary sickle crabs and walled crabs. What we have to do now is to have a good rest and conserve our strength."
Meow.
Wenlong didn't even look at the people in the distance. Battle situation. So said to Catherine, "This is because Wenlong knows that the real battle has not yet begun. When the battle does begin, it will be an extremely difficult battle." Wenlong himself, Catherine and Haitang were busy preparing for the war and had not had a good rest in the past 2 days. Now was the time to seize the time to recharge. Even if it was just to close their eyes and take a nap, it can save a little bit of energy for the next battle. So Wenlong took Catherine and Haitang to find a quieter place to rest in Fengyan City. However, after walking for a while,
Wenlong stopped, because Wenlong saw a group of people gathered together in a large room, seemingly discussing something, and judging from the conversation, it seemed to be a very urgent matter.
"What's going on? Meow?"
Wenlong looked at the sad faces of those people, then walked over and asked,
"Ah, it's Mr. Mingchen. And Mr. Silver Lion and Mr. Hidden Killer are also here."
Hearing Wenlong's voice, the man quickly recognized Wenlong and his group, and one of them looked like the mechanic said respectfully,
"It's like this. There's something wrong with the machinery here. I don't know why it doesn't work. So we are trying to fix it. There's a malfunction? Meow?"
Wenlong looked around curiously, and found that there were many huge gears and mechanical transmission devices under the room. Looking further down, he could see 6 masts that were thicker than the masts of a giant sailboat. The sharp spear is connected with these gears and mechanical transmission devices, which looks quite spectacular.
"This thing is so huge. Is it the legendary dragon gun? Meow?"
Wenlong couldn't help but say the name of this device. In Wenlong's memory, this so-called
dragon smashing gun
is actually a powerful weapon installed in large fortresses, ships, and airships. Among them, the
dragon smashing gun
in Fengyan Fortress is probably the largest type. It consists of 6 giant spears, and ships or airships can generally only hold 2 such spears. Neither the size nor the power can be compared with the one in front of Wenlong. It is also very simple to use the
dragon shooting gun.
Just press the mechanism inside the city wall, and the energy storage transmission device inside the Beacon City wall will start to operate, and all 6 spears will be thrust out from the inside of the Beacon City wall, causing immeasurable huge damage to the enemy. Therefore, it can be said that this
dragon shooting spear
is an important weapon used by Fengyan City walled city to deal with crabs. However, there is something wrong with this weapon against crabs. It is no wonder that so many people gathered here and tried to fix it. However, Wenlong looked at it for a while, but didn't see any problems. After all, Wenlong was not a mechanic, so he had no clue about such a problem. He could only say,
"Forget it. I don't understand mechanics either. I don't know what to do. You guys, go on. It's not really a malfunction. It's just that the machine hasn't been used for too long, and it wasn't properly maintained during maintenance. So it's a little rusty."
At this time, Wenlong suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wenlong turned his head and looked around, and what he saw was He-Fei carrying a crossbow. Chapter 602, Heavy Weapons Used in the Restored City.
"Oh, so it's you. He-Fei's machine is really just a little rusty? Meow?"
Wenlong said in surprise.
"Humph. My genius, He-Fei, is still very confident in mechanics."
Although He-Fei was a little proud of pointing out the problem at first, He-Fei's face became gloomy again.
"Obviously I have already added even with the lubricant. The machine still won't move. Sure enough, someone still needs to push it a little to make the gears rotate. I understand. It means that although lubricating oil is added, the gear must be rotated to allow the lubricating oil to fully penetrate. Right. Meow?"
Wenlong said.
"Well, that's what I mean. That's not easy."
Wenlong looked at Catherine beside him, and then said,
"Woman, go up and try. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat."
So Catherine stepped forward, grabbed the edge of a huge gear on the side, and then slowly used it.
Crack. Click.
Click is the sound made by the rusty machinery. This gear that many people could not turn before was turned by Catherine alone. With this somewhat dull sound, other gears in the room also began to rotate slowly. And then the added lubricating oil gradually penetrated between the gears as the gears rotated, as well as between the gears and the transmission shaft. Over time, The originally rusted parts are slowly lubricated. As a result, the gears rotate faster and faster, and a large amount of mechanical energy is accumulated, reaching the limit, and finally triggering the triggering conditions of the
dragon shooting gun. Boom! 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 Boom!
6 dragon shooting guns rotated and thrust out at the same time. Each dragon shooting gun was powerful enough to pierce the strongest city wall. And there were sharp spikes at the front of the dragon shooting gun, which could be mincemeat while rotating. The machine generally smashes everything close to it.
Sure enough, it is a weapon used to deal with village crabs. When it was activated, I was shocked just by looking at it. I am afraid that except for monsters of the village crab level, nothing else can withstand such a blow.
Looking at this dragon attack, Hefei also sighed, as the gun was activated. However, there were no other monsters in front of the city wall at this time. The blow just now was just used to test the use of the dragon gun. After that, it will take some time for the dragon gun to return to its original position, ready to be used when needed next time.
Great! The dragon shooting gun has returned to normal. As long as the crabs dare to come over, we will activate it. It should be no problem to deal with the crabs now. Thank you very much.
Many people in the crowd said happily.
You're welcome. It's just a small matter,
Catherine said still modestly.
Humph. As expected, all the new hunters who have never fought against the village crabs think that they can defeat the village crabs at this level?
Only Wenlong thought calmly in his heart. After all, compared to others, Wenlong still had the one who knows the strength of the shy crab best. If the hunters don't cause enough damage to the crab and destroy its important MHOL before then, even a giant weapon like the dragon gun will not be able to pierce the crab. But no matter what, Wenlong felt a little relieved when he could see that the dragon-killing gun returned to normal operation. After all, he had one more way to deal with the crabs, which also provided a guarantee for the stability of Fengyan Fortress. But compared to these, Wenlong is still thinking about taking a nap to recharge his energy for the next battle. So he does not exchange more greetings with the other party, but drags Catherine and Haitang to continue walking forward, preparing to go nearby rest for a while in the lounge. However, at this time, the alarm sounded in the sky above Fengyan City walled city.
Woo-woo!
It was a sound similar to an air raid siren, and it instantly enveloped the entire Fengyan walled city and a large area around the walled city. Everyone knew that the crabs were coming.
Damn it! I was thinking of taking a rest first, but it doesn't seem necessary. Meow!
When he heard the huge alarm sound, Wenlong knew that there was no time to rest, because Wenlong knew that the village crab had appeared. So Wenlong ran and said to Catherine and Haitang beside him,
Quick! Let's go to the observation deck on the top of Fengyan walled city. Meow! Okay, Mr. Cat.
Catherine and Haitang quickly followed, running up the stairs inside Fengyan City. Wenlong and others soon arrived at the observation deck at the top of Fengyan City. From there, Wenlong and others could clearly see the eastern coast of Midbolton. All trends. On the beach covered with all kinds of shield crabs and sickle crabs. Wenlong and others saw the tide suddenly rise, swallowing up the people nearby instantly. In the tide, some people were struggling hard. But at this moment, those ordinary sickle crabs and shield crabs rushed to the shore on the tide, causing considerable casualties in a short period of time. That was not an ordinary surge of tides, because after the tide receded slightly, Wenlong and others saw a huge crustacean slowly rising from the bottom of the sea. Wenlong and others first saw the skull of a huge dragon monster slowly emerging from the sea level, then the body of a crab, and then the super long legs that were more than 20 meters long. The huge body of the village crab was supported by its head and crawled up from the bottom of the sea little by little. This is because although the walled crab is too large in size, it is a species of crustacean just like the daimyo shield crab and the shogun sickle crab, and they also share many of the same habits. For example, the crab also hopes to place its body in the skull of some kind of huge monster. Therefore, when Wenlong and others looked towards the coast, the first thing they saw was the skull of a huge dragon monster.
It's really big.
Even though they have fought various monsters on the road, this is the first time for both Heather and Haitang to see a walled crab, a giant monster with such a huge body. Of course, there was no time for anyone to be shocked at the scene. Many hunters had already rushed out of the fortress, preparing to attack the crab that had landed. But Wenlong and others had not yet left the Fengyan crab. However, it was not difficult for Wenlong to catch up with the others, because compared to the hunters who were rushing on the ground, Wenlong just took out the control horn flute and put it to his mouth, and played a few syllables. A blue fire dragon arrived as promised, and then landed on the observation platform on the top of Fengyan City walled city. During this process, no other hunter made an attack gesture towards the Song Fire Dragon. On the contrary, many showed envy. This is because Wenlong had already greeted the people in Fengyan City village before, asking them to try not to mess with a blue fire dragon when they saw it. This means that at least in Fengyan City, Wenlong's Song Fire Dragon mount is already known to almost everyone. Chapter 603 The first line of defense collapses. The Song Fire Dragon summoned by Wenlong landed on top of the Fengyan walled city, then bowed down submissively. And then Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang jumped on the Song Fire Dragon's back.
Take off! Meow!
Wenlong gave the instructions. And then the Song Fire Dragon waved its wings again, whipping up strong air currents and soaring away from the Fengyan walled city. Behind Wenlong and others, there were only the envious looks of a group of people. Soon, Wenlong and others arrived at the beach where the battle was taking place. At this time, a large number of shield crabs and sickle crabs were running rampant on the ground, and the mountain-like wall crabs gradually walked onto the shallows step by step. Even from the air, Wenlong and others could clearly see that every step the crab took, it would leave a huge crater on the ground. This showed how terrifying the weight of the crab was. Even if it was an ordinary crab, walking will also cause such huge changes to the ground.
Ah, Mr. Cat, this crab is really special and big. Everyone is like ants in front of the crab.
At this time, Catherine, who was sitting behind Wenlong, sighed.
Yeah.
Wenlong also nodded and said,
We have to use all our strength in the next battle. Otherwise our attacks will really be like ants biting it, and it will be meaningless. I understand.
When Wenlong said this, Catherine and Haitang nodded in agreement. Just as Catherine said, in front of the crabs, humans are like ants. Although looking down from the air, Wenlong and others could clearly see that the hunters on the ground were being divided into two groups. One group mainly cleaned up the surrounding shield crabs and sickle crabs, while the other group used various weapons to concentrate attack the walled crab. However, because the crab is so tall, a hunter with a melee weapon can only hit the lower end of the crab's long legs. However, faced with the thick carapace and the super vitality of the crab, an attack of this level is difficult. There is no way to cause much damage. As for hunters who use long-range weapons such as hunting bows and crossbows, although they can hit the body of the village crab, the effect is the same as that of hunters who use melee weapons. Not much better. The so-called arrows and SHLs are eventually destroyed by the village crab. The thick carapace on the crabs bounced away, and many of them didn't even leave a single scratch. Therefore, although in the eyes of the hunters this is an extremely fierce battle, in the eyes of the village crabs themselves, it is just a group of ants tossing around under their feet. Occasionally, they will feel a little itchy due to the trouble of those ants. But that's all. It's nothing to worry about. Therefore, this monster, which is more than 10 stories high, does not care about the humans under its feet at all, but continues to walk forward on its planned route. However, even so, the supergiant crabs are still surrounding it. The hunters caused considerable damage.
Boom, 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 boom!
Because it is huge, it is heavy. So with every huge roar, the ground also shakes hugely, as if an earthquake has occurred. At the same time, the surrounding hunters, who were close to the crabs, were also shaken by the shaking of the ground, and they were unable to carry out effective attacks. However, the crab is just walking, and the huge roar is just the footsteps of the crab. Every step this supergiant monster takes makes the surrounding ground shake. Soon, just by walking, the supergiant crab completely collapsed the first line of defense formed by the hunters on the coast. After the formation was destroyed by the village crabs, the surrounding sickle crabs and shield crabs also surrounded them one after another. In order to avoid greater casualties, the hunters had no choice but to retreat and at the same time hand over their injured companions to the Elu cats, who were transporting the wounded. Just like that, the scene was already in chaos.
These guys collapsed so quickly, faster than I thought.
Seeing this situation, Wenlong also thought with some worry. At this time, Wenlong and others were closer to the crab, and could see its appearance more clearly. The thick blue carapace, the extremely huge pincers known as the
mountain collapsing claw,
because they can tear apart mountains, and the extremely long legs that are more than 10 meters long, reveal the monster's strength at all times. Powerful. But the most spectacular part of the crab is the skull of a dragon that is also huge on its back. At this time, Catherine asked curiously,
Ah, Mr. Cat. What kind of dragon skull can a monster as huge as a crab use as a house on his back?
Woolen cloth. The skull of the Laozhan dragon is carried on the back of the village crab. Because of this, the village crab is also called the Laozhan dragon. Did you know? Meow.
Wenlong replied.
The skull of Lao Shenlong? That's...
Catherine still didn't understand when she heard a new term.
Okay. Stop asking and get ready to attack. Meow.
This time, Wenlong had no time to reply. Instead, he suddenly shouted and then controlled the Songfire Dragon to charge towards the advancing crab. Pass by. At this time, the wall crab is continuing to approach Fengyan City with its huge steps. And many temporary roadblocks set up along the way to slow down the wall crab's movement are like children's toys in front of this huge monster. Was crushed to pieces. Several of the hunters, who had no time to escape, also fell to the ground after being hit by debris that flew out after the roadblock was destroyed. At this moment, the crab moved again, and the landing point was exactly on the heads of the fallen hunters. Superior! Just as the crab's huge long legs were about to fall down, and those people were about to be trampled on human flesh. Suddenly there was a flash of fire in the sky, and then a huge fireball fell on the crab's head. Boom! It was a huge fireball spit out by the Songfire Dragon under Wenlong's order. However, this fireball, which was enough to melt human armor, seemed to have no effect after hitting the crab, and quickly disappeared. All.
Oops. It doesn't work? Meow?
For a moment, Wenlong thought with some disappointment. But soon, Wenlong was somewhat thankful to find that although the fireball just fired didn't seem to cause any damage, it still attracted the monster's attention. At this moment, this super huge monster slightly reacted to the attack by Wenlong and others. It stopped slightly in midair, and then changed the landing point of its long legs. Making its body, he deviated slightly to the left so that he could see the source of the fireball just now. Chapter 604, The Unbeatable Crab. Obviously, Jaixia also saw Wenlong and others, and the blue fire dragon that Wenlong and others were riding.
It's just a nasty mosquito. Let's forget about it.
However, at the next moment, Shy Crab was so sure in his heart. In other words, even the so-called Songfire Dragon, Shy Crab did not take it seriously. Not to mention the few creatures lying on the back of the Songfire Dragon that looked much smaller than the Songfire Dragon. However, Wenlong's original purpose was not to cause harm, but just to attract the opponent's attention. Because at this moment, the long legs of the village crab changed from the position where they were originally going to step on the hunters to landing on them. The open space to the left of the hunters, who fell on the ground, gave these hunters a last chance to escape. So taking advantage of this short gap, several hunters rolled and crawled out, and then were rescued by the Elu Cat rescue team, who came from behind. This was considered as saving their lives. Okay, all the troublesome guys are gone. Then it's our turn. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang, since the Songfire Dragon's attack has no effect on the crab, Wenlong certainly has no intention of using the Songfire Dragon to attack the crab. After all, if the crab uses its super huge pliers to kill Wenlong and his party in the sky, the Songfire Dragon was defeated together. That was the worst thing. So he ordered the Songfire Dragon to land a little further away from the crab. And then Wenlong and others jumped into the water from the Songfire Dragon's back and switched to fighting on the ground.
Remember, attack after the crab's feet fall down. When it raises its feet, leave immediately. Don't be greedy. Meow.
Wenlong warned again after landing.
Okay, Mr. Cat. We will do it.
Catherine and Haitang also said quickly. At this time, the village crab's huge long legs had already pressed down on it. But for Wenlong and others, the village crab was not very fast at this time, so it was not difficult to avoid it. So, Wenlong and others quickly stepped aside to avoid the huge long legs of the village crab. However, even so, with a loud boom, Wenlong and others still felt a strong vibration from under their feet. Came. Fortunately for Wenlong, his balance ability was very strong. Even when the ground shook violently, Wenlong relied on his body's balance ability to maintain a basically normal movement speed. Haitang, as an archer who uses long-range weapons, chose to distance yourself as quickly as possible to reduce the impact on yourself. Relatively speaking, Catherine was the most affected. However, when the ground shook violently, Catherine inserted her sword into the ground as a support and stabilized her body, at least ensuring that she would not fall due to this. On the ground.
Okay, now attack. Meow.
When the crab's footsteps fell and the vibrations on the ground hadn't completely touched the ground, Wenlong was the first to rush over, and then used the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju Sect,
in his hand to move towards the feet of the giant crab, cut it down.
Crack.
Because the current Wenlong is still in the form of a cat, he also uses the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju One Sword,
as a sword, slashing vertically one by one, and stabbing one after another. At this time, Jai Crab's the huge long leg had already started to be raised again, and Wenlong seized the last moment to use the Kasaya slash. While causing damage, he successfully used the reaction force to jump to the side and evacuated from the dangerous area under the crab. Although Wenlong only had 3 swords in this move, the damage caused to the crab was enough to exceed the total damage caused by the previous hunters. Because Wenlong's weapon is
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju First Sect,
and
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju First Sect,
is a weapon with extremely strong dragon attribute damage. When dealing with weak dragon attributes like Shy Crab, monsters can achieve excellent results. The result was that when Wenlong's 3 swords were finished, and he withdrew from the crab's feet, Wenlong left 3 clear red and black marks on the crab's right forelimb. And these were signs of dragon attribute damage eroding the crab, the traces left behind the carapace.
Awesome. Finally doing some damage.
After seeing Wenlong's
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju Sect,
leaving a red and black mark on the feet of the shy crab, the hunters who had hid a little further away also cheered in surprise. After all, before this, even if these people tried their best, they could not cause an actual effective wound, and most of their attacks could not even leave a scratch on the blue carapace of the crab. But now, Wenlong, as an Elu Cat, has done it. Not only has he done it, but he has also done it to the extent that others can do no harm at all.
Very good. It's working. If you come here a few more times, you should be able to break through the SHL of the crab.
Right. At this time, Wenlong also thought in his heart. However, just as Wenlong was thinking this, he was surprised to find that in just a few seconds, the color of the 3 red and black marks on the crab's legs had become somewhat faded.
Although I know that the recovery ability of this super large monster is stronger, it is still scary to start to recover so quickly. It seems that more frequent attacks are needed to break open the carapace.
Seeing this situation, Wenlong also felt nervous, suddenly realizing that this crab might be even more powerful than he knew before. Then Wenlong looked at Catherine again, and found that Catherine had also rushed to the feet of the crab. But unlike Wenlong was responsible for attacking the left front foot of the crab, while Catherine was responsible for attacking the right front foot of the crab. The 2 of them attacked separately to ensure that they could stop the progress of this crab as soon as possible. However, in the battle with the crab just now, Catherine withstood the violent vibrations on the ground and hit the crab's huge long leg once with the big sword in her hand. She also relied on her powerful strength and the specially made Tyrannosaurus weapon. Despite the power, Catherine still left a deep wound on the crab's foot. Catherine's astonishing destructive power still attracted the attention of many people, and some of them even started talking nervously.
I actually split the carapace of the crab with 1 strike of my sword. It seems we have hope. Of course, this is the legendary hunter Silver Lion. Let's go quickly and support the heroes to clean up the sickle crabs and shield crabs around them.
But just when some people in the crowd thought that Catherine could break the deadlock and cause enough damage to the crab, the result was equally regrettable. Because although Catherine was very powerful, after a while, people discovered that these scary-looking wounds were also recovering at the same alarming speed. Chapter 6:05 The Ultimate Defense.
Boom!
There was another loud noise, and Jai Crab took another step forward. The strong vibration once again caused Catherine's body to sway, with her center of gravity unstable. Even if Catherine could still keep herself standing on the ground, she would not be able to perform the same powerful attack as before.
Ah! It's so wobbly that I can't exert any force at all,
Catherine thought in her heart at this time. Although she has super powerful weapons, she is unable to exert the full power of the weapons at critical moments. This makes Catherine very anxious, especially when she sees the extremely strong recovery speed of the crab. Catherine also understands that this kind of intermittent attacks are impossible to stop the crab's progress. Just when Hai Tang and Catherine could only launch attacks intermittently, Hai Tang, who had already reached a safe distance, placed the arrow on the bowstring and stretched the bowstring to the maximum.
A period of accumulation of energy. Second stage of energy storage. 3 stages of energy storage. Whoosh!
In less than 2 seconds, a rapidly rotating arrow was shot from Hai Tang's hand, and then flew towards the crab's body.
How come this girl can charge so fast? If she charges in 3 stages, doesn't it take 3 seconds?
At this time, the hunters who retreated to the rear couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene in front of them. Just as these ordinary hunters lamented, Haitang's movements from distance from the village crab to starting to accumulate energy were all in one go, which reflected his super qualities as a legendary hunter. In addition, the time required to accumulate energy was relatively short. It's usually much shorter, so it's no surprise that others marvel. However, Haitang knew in his heart that in addition to the considerable improvement in his skills due to his hard training, another important reason was that before the battle, Wenlong had already used the penetration strengthening and concentration on the evasion performance, and other 3 skills were handed over to him. Now Haitang, under the protection of the protective stone, not only has the body's agility greatly improved, the arrow's penetration ability has also been enhanced. But the time for 3 stages of charging has also been shortened to a certain extent. Such a huge improvement certainly brought about a more exciting combat performance than usual, which even Haitang was a little surprised about.
Thanks to Sister Catherine's lucky hand,
Haitang also thought in her heart. At this time, the arrow shot by Haitang had reached the body of the crab, then cut open the outer shell of the crab and continued to penetrate deep inside.
It must be penetrated,
Haitang thought in her heart. However, even though Haitang was so looking forward to it, facing the super giant crab, even Haitang's piercing arrow, which had been strengthened by 3 stages of charging, still did not cause much damage. In the end, only the arrowhead of the arrow penetrated. The crab was stuck inside its blue carapace, unable to move any further.
Is this the crab? It has become stronger, but it can't even penetrate it.
At this time, Haitang was also a little disappointed when she saw that her arrows, which had been charged for 3 times, could not break through the opponent's carapace. But soon, Haitang cheered up again. This time, Haitang took out the ghost medicine, hardening medicine and force-moving medicine that had been prepared and drank it in one breath. In an instant, Haitang felt more power emerging from her body. So Haitang drew out the arrow again and shot towards the crab's head.
If one doesn't work, try again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the village crab almost ignored the existence of Haitang during the whole process. Haitang had the opportunity to continuously cycle the process of drawing the bow, charging up power, and then shooting arrows. In just a while, more than 10 arrows hit the village accurately. Crab body. Moreover, every arrow Haitang shoots is a penetrating arrow that has been strengthened by 3 stages of charging. If it were an ordinary monster, it would not be surprising even if it was completely pierced through the body. However, when encountering a village crab, the strong carapace has lost its previous strength. None of it can completely penetrate the carapace of the crab. Even if Begonia gained the power from the ghost medicine, most of the arrows it fired only penetrated half of the carapace. Zhongcher stopped.
How is this possible?
Haitang knew that with the thickness of the crab's carapace, even if half of the arrow penetrated the carapace, it would not be as strong as a thief's penetration. The more he shot, the more powerless Haitang felt. And there was also a faint pain in his hands. This was caused by the burden on his fingers caused by more than 10 rapid 3-stage charged arrows in a short period of time. Result:
my fingers started to hurt so quickly. I thought at first that Haitang had grown a lot in recent times and was able to stand alone. However, when I actually faced off against the crab, I realized that I was still so weak.
However, just when Haitang became more and more disappointed with herself, suddenly, Wenlong, who noticed this, shouted loudly,
"Yes, little girl, you did a good job. Just don't stop. Meow. Haitang did a good job."
Haitang didn't quite understand Wenlong's words. After all, he had just shot more than a dozen piercing arrows that had been charged in 3 stages. But none of them had completely pierced the crab's carapace. Such a result is obviously not satisfactory to Haitang.
Of course,
Wenlong still encouraged loudly,
"Don't think that you can kill such a huge monster in one go. No one can do this. Not even someone as powerful as the Great Elder of Donnarumma. There's nothing you can do about it. Meow. Can't the Great Elder also do it?"
Although Haitang has not personally seen the Great Elder at the Donnarumma Hunter Guild headquarters, she has heard more or less rumors about the Great Elder. She knows that the Great Elder is from the Dragon Tribe, and that his body is much larger than that of ordinary people. He also wields a huge weapon when fighting, and can easily cut many monsters into 2 pieces. There is no doubt that the Great Elder of the Hunter Guild headquarters is the most powerful hunter on the entire continent. even among legendary hunters. He is enough to rank first. However, listening to what Wenlong said, it seemed that even such a hunter could not easily stop the crab, which made Haitong's disappointment in herself instantly alleviate a lot. At this time, Wenlong said loudly again,
Little girl, look at those hunters hiding behind us. They can't even leave a scratch on the body of the crab. In comparison, you have already done it.
That's great, as long as you keep launching attacks. Sooner or later that seemingly solid carapace will be broken by you. Meow.
Chapter 606, All the Best Come Out.
Haitang understands.
After hearing what Wenlong said, Haitang finally regained his fighting spirit and replied loudly. Since Mr. Cat thinks Haitang's attack is effective, then Haitang will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Even if these hands are useless, Haitang will still stop the crab.
Before she finished speaking, Haitang charged up another arrow in 3 stages, and then shot it towards the body of the crab. Of course, it was not only Haitang who was aroused by Wenlong's words, but also the other hunters who had hid far away.
Damn it! This Elu Cat is looking down on us, saying that we can't even leave marks on the carapace of the crab. Although what he said is true, it is too hurtful. Assholes, are you still men? Are you timid when you see that your weapons can't cause damage? Even if we can't cause damage to the village crabs, we can still help several legendary hunters clean up the shield crabs and sickles around them. Crab! Yes, let's do this. We can't let an Elu Cat look down on us. We want that Elu Cat to know that even low-level hunters like us still have the soul of hunting.
As a result, the hunters who had been defeated due to the actions of the shy crab began to gather again and surrounded them again in the form of multiple teams, forming an arc-shaped defense line around Wenlong and others. The function of this line of defense is to help Wenlong and others clean up the surrounding shield crabs and sickle crabs, reduce the pressure on Wenlong and others, and give Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang more time to focus their attacks on the crabs.
Legendary hunters, leave the minions around to us. Please use all your attacks on the crabs. Don't waste any attack.
Someone shouted to Wenlong and others rode.
Humph! That's what it looks like. Meow.
Wenlong also felt a little relieved in his heart that the provoking method he had just succeeded. Wenlong knew that the battle with the crab was completely different from the battle with other monsters. For other monsters, it usually takes huge casualties to the hunters to lead to the defeat of the hunter team. But the village crab is different. Even if the village crab has never thought about taking action against the group of ants on the ground, these poor monsters, it is also very likely that the ants will continue to lose their fighting spirit because their attacks are easily neutralized. After all, this is as disappointing as when playing a game and seeing that the big boss has 1,000,000 health points, but your attack on the big boss only shows 0. And this is undoubtedly the most taboo thing when fighting. In Wenlong's view, the battle with the village crab is definitely not a refreshing battle that can be cut off with one blow, but a continuous accumulation of seemingly inconspicuous damage. And finally the damage reaches a level from quantitative change to qualitative change. Only to this extent can the battle be won in the end. Even those attacks that look like 0 damage are most likely the result of rounding off because the number after the decimal point is too small. If you continue to attack, that 0 is likely to accumulate into a 1 in the end. And then more 1s will eventually accumulate to 1,000,000 of damage. Therefore, if you want to win the battle, you must constantly stimulate the fighting spirit of the hunters and let them attack more bravely, even if their attacks can only leave a scratch on the crab's body. Before entering the walled city, we must leave as many wounds as possible on the bodies of the walled crabs. Even a shallow scratch is likely to eventually break under constant attack, turning into a deeper and wider crack, and even eventually leading to the complete collapse of the entire carapace. That's why Wenlong came up with the idea of stimulating the generals to arouse everyone's fighting spirit, so that even when they face the absolute defense of the shy crab, they can never give up until the end. However, although everyone's fighting spirit has been aroused, the damage output of Catherine, who possesses the Tyrannosaurus sword and huge strange power, is in a sluggish state due to the constant violent shaking of the ground. In this case, only Wenlong and Haitang can the attack is still not enough to stop the crab.
Really? Then why hasn't Old Man Rodent come yet? Without the support of hunting whistles, many people will not be able to deal with the earthquake caused by the walking crabs.
Meow.
Watching the crab move forward step by step, Wenlong felt a little anxious. But at this moment Wenlong suddenly heard the sound of a roaring propeller. This is taking advantage of the gap to avoid the pressure of the crab's huge long legs. Wenlong looked in the direction of the sound. And sure enough, he found 2 large airships flying towards this direction. One of the 2 airships is the airship of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild.
Sweetie baby.
And it carries the elites of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild,
including Shanlan.
Rodin.
Sorry, sweethearts. It took me a little time to prepare, so I'm late. But now that I'm here, you don't have to worry.
With that said, Shanlan Ludin actually jumped down from the airship deck dozens of meters above the ground. And then his whole body fell to the ground, making a hole in the ground. However, Shanlan Ludin was not injured at all, which shows that his body the quality is strong. As for other hunters, they used ropes to slide down from high places and immediately joined the battle against the crabs. The other airship running parallel to the
Sweetheart baby
was undoubtedly the Wong family airship of the Wongri hunting group. Elite hunters including
Dragon Eyes.
Caesar also jumped from the airship one after another and joined the battle. At this point, the troops that defeated the Jai crab had been greatly strengthened. However, even so, Wenlong was still a little uneasy. So Wenlong immediately asked
Shanlan
Luodin, who was running towards him,
"Hey, old man Rodin, where is your hunting flute unit?" "Meow. Don't worry. I brought them all, and in order to protect their safety, I let them perform on the airship."
Shanlan Luodin also replied loudly. Sure enough, as soon as Shanlan Luodin finished speaking, the loud melody of the hunting flute came from the sky. The sound of the hunting whistle was not only heard from the
Sweetheart baby,
but the same sound was also heard from the Wong family airship of the Wongri hunting group.
Yee.
The initial sound of the flute was a battle melody to increase the strength of the hunter. The sound was loud and fierce, and then a lighter sound was added to it. The 2 melody were intertwined and soon enveloped the entire battlefield. Chapter 607 Beautiful Flute Sound.
That's great. Meow.
When he heard the beautiful music coming from the air, Wenlong felt as if the goddess of victory was waving to him. Wenlong knew that the first loud and fierce sound was a special melody that could increase the attack power of nearby hunters. For most hunters who did not have enough attack power to cause damage to the crabs, the sound of the flute would increase their attack power. The increase is finally able to pose a slight threat to the village crabs. As for the light sound, it is music that improves the balance ability of the human body. After being affected by the sound of this flute, all melee hunters can greatly improve their body coordination and balance abilities. Therefore, when facing the violent force on the ground, it will no longer wobble easily when vibrating. There is also a warm and harmonious melody interspersed between the 2 melodies of the flute. Under the influence of this melody, the injured parts of the hunters just due to the battle began to slowly heal. It can be seen that this is a powerful melody that can help hunters restore their vitality. With the blessing of these 3 different effects of music, the strength of all hunters near the village crab has been greatly improved. Coupled with the addition of elite hunters led by
Shanlan, Luodin, and Dragon Eye,
she saw the situation on the entire battlefield is tilting in a direction that is favorable to the hunter.
Well done, my dears. You were able to intercept the crab at this position before I came. You really worked hard.
Shanlan Luodin jumped over Wenlong with 2 big swords on his back. And at the same time, he also said to Wenlong and others,
"Huh? Why did you come here at this time?"
Wenlong also replied while continuing to slash the right forelimb of the crab with a weapon in his hand. The red and black dragon-type damage that erupted with every attack eroded the crab's carapace bit by bit along with Wenlong's attacks. Although the speed was still not fast, some hope could be seen. "Ha ha. Your little Elu Cat's damage output is still too weak. Come, take a look at me!"
At this time, Shanlan Luodin had already passed Wenlong and was behind Jai Crab. And then Shanlan Luodin directly he drew out the 2 big swords on his back, then swung them towards the crab's right hind limb.
Crack! Crack!
Both large swords cut deeply into the carapace of the crab. And because of the sound of the flute, not only the attack power was improved, but the impact of the ground vibration on the hunters was also minimized, which allowed Shanlan Luodin to standing firmly on the ground and attacking. The power exerted is of course unmatched by Wenlong and others who were previously affected by the shock. Of course, Shanlan Luodin is not the only one who can do this. Beside Shanlan Luodin, the leader of the Wongli Knights, Dragon Eyes Caesar, also used all his strength to use the magic weapon in his hand. The gun attacked the crab's left hind limb with all its strength. In addition, Catherine, who was affected by the sound of the flute and was no longer unstable due to the vibration of the ground. Her attack output at this time also reached a terrifying level. Compared with Shanlan Roden, who held a big sword in each hand, Catherine did not choose to disassemble the big sword in her hand into two big swords. Instead, taking advantage of the moment when the left forelimb of the crab fell, Catherine held this. He rushed the supersized Tyrannosaurus sword to the feet of the crab's left forelimb, and finally stopped when it was less than half a meter away from where the crab's left forelimb landed. Boom! The moment the crab's left forelimb fell, the ground shook violently again. If it had been before the sound of the flute, Catherine would have been so close because of the vibration of the ground. But now with the sound of the flute, although the ground was still shaking due to the vibration caused by the crab, Catherine felt as smooth as walking on flat ground.
It's great and my body won't shake anymore. But if you want to maximize your attack, you still need to use the charge slash.
Feeling the effect of the flute, this time, Catherine immediately started to accumulate power without hesitation.
A period of accumulation of energy. Second stage of energy storage.
Just when Catherine was about to complete the third stage of charging, the left forelimb of the crab actually lifted up again. This was a sign that the crab was about to move forward again, and the time was slightly faster than Catherine expected.
Oops! Although the problem of ground shaking has been solved, is there still not enough time?
Seeing that she was about to lose the opportunity to attack, Catherine thought with some regret. But this time, the giant crab's long legs paused in the air for a while. This is something that has never happened before. After lifting up its huge long legs, the previous crab would step forward, and its height would be far higher than Catherine's head. At that time, it would be impossible for Catherine's big sword to hit the giant long legs of the crab. If you need to move the position again and find a new attack location. If you want to launch the charge slash again, you need to charge it again. So it is equivalent to wasting an attack opportunity. This time, the giant long legs of the crab suddenly stopped in the air, which made Catherine feel a little surprised. However, she glanced at the surrounding situation with the corner of her eye. Catherine immediately understood that this kind of thing happened not by chance, but by everyone. The result of working together. Because while Catherine was accumulating power, others also launched a fierce attack on the crab. Among them, Shanlan Roden, the president of the Major Bolt and Hunter Guild, attacked the right hind limb of the crab. The destructive power caused by the turns of the two swords was extremely terrifying. Under the continuous attacks of the swords, the sword quickly a large piece of the carapace on the right hind limb of the crab was cut off. Next to Shanlan, Luodin was Dragon Eye Caesar, the leader of the Royal Knights. Dragon Eye Caesar, who used a blunderbuss as a weapon, raised the blunderbuss in his hand and directly touched it, crab's left hind limb, and then suddenly launched a powerful dragon cannon. Boom! A huge gunshot sounded, and along with the impact of the fire, a piece of carapace from the crab's hind limbs also flew off. After Shanlan, Luodin, and Long Tong, she saw broke through the carapace of the right hind limb and left hind limb of the crab. When Long finally achieved results, after the previous rounds of attacks to gather the air blade groove, and using the air blade slash to enhance the sword's light. When Lung's
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjia 1 Sect,
used as a sword finally shone with red light. This also means that the power of the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjia 1 Sword,
used as a sword has been increased to the extreme. In this case, the damage caused by Wenlong's attack is naturally completely different from before.
That's it. Kill it in one go. Meow!
Wenlong roared. And another set of air blade slashes were used in Wenlong's hands, like running water. The flashing red sword light struck the crab's right forelimb with continuous momentum.
Caca!
Finally, the carapace of the right forelimb of the village crab that Wenlong was responsible for attacking was broken open. Chapter 608 Death Acid. Precisely because 3 of the 4 huge legs of the crab were violently attacked by the legendary hunter at the same time, causing the carapace to be broken open. The severe pain was transmitted to the brain of the crab for the first time, which forced the crab to have to use only one of its legs. The left forelimb, whose carapace had not yet been broken, was lowered again and temporarily used to support his body. At this time, Catherine's sword was finally fully charged. The supersized sword forged from the materials of Tyrannosaurus and Steel Dragon, after 3 stages of charging, slashed towards the stopped left forelimb of the crab.
Crack!
This time, the thick sword body and sharp blade easily opened a huge gash in the left forelimb of the crab. At the same time, blood spurted out from the wound. It can be seen that the power burst out at this moment even exceeded the power of Shanlan, rodent's continuous attack just now. It also truly witnessed Catherine's true strength. This was the first time that blood spurted out from the body of the crab. And it was also the first time that Wenlong and others saw the flesh and blood inside the crab. Of course, it is the first time for the crab to feel such huge pain. Before this, the attacks caused by humans on the ground were almost like ants. Even if they were ignored, there would be no problem. But now, the crabs finally realized that there are still a few of these ants. Those with greater strength can bite through their proud carapace and make themselves feel pain. And after that, more ants continued to attack the location of their broken carapace, trying to further expand the wound. Finally, the crab became a little angry. The village crabs, which had been ignoring the hunters before, decided to launch an attack and clear out all the ants on the ground at once. I saw the crab suddenly stretched its limbs and raised its body. After the thief reached its highest point, it suddenly pushed its entire body down. The huge, wall-like body was crushed down from midair, while the hunters on the ground were still immersed in the pleasure of launching an attack without restraint, and did not notice the huge shadow from the sky heading towards their heads, approaching quickly. Attention! The wall crab is pressing down. Meow! Of course, the first person to discover this problem was Wenlong, who was most familiar with the walled crab. When he saw the huge long legs of the walled crab starting to stretch, Wenlong realized that the walled crab the next action. Wenlong roared at the critical moment, finally waking up the surrounding hunters from the frenzy of attack. Quick! Dodge quickly! Someone in the crowd shouted, and more people quickly ran around. Among them, Wenlong, Catherine, Shanlan Luodin, and Longtong Zaisa were legendary hunters after all, so they reacted the fastest. The moment the crab pressed down, the four of them sprinted and rolled to escape, moved to the side, perfectly avoiding the most dangerous area. Although some other hunters ran a little slower, because Wenlong reminded him in time. Most of them finally managed to avoid the attack of the crabs. But a few people reacted a little slower, and when the crab was pressed down, it was rubbed and injured. Boom! The crab's body landed on the ground. And although the hunters who were rubbed by the crab were only slightly scratched, they were pushed a long distance by the extremely strong force until they rolled more than 10 meters on the ground. Then he stopped. And then he lay on the ground screaming in pain, unable to get up again. Elu Cat Rescue Team! Come quickly! There are wounded here! At the same time, someone shouted loudly. The Elu Cat Rescue Team, which had been waiting around, rushed over immediately, then carried the injured hunter onto the rescue cat cart and quickly evacuated the battlefield. Compared with the melee hunters who were attacked by the crab before, the hunters using long-range weapons were farther away at this time, so the crab's downward attack did not have much impact on them. Instead, the melee hunters had to flee in all directions. At this time, hunters represented by Hai Tang who use long-range weapons can still attack with all their strength. All of a sudden, a large number of arrows and ballista ammunition were poured on the crab. Especially the parts that Hai Tang had attacked many times before became the focus of everyone's attacks. So under the concentrated firepower attack of many hunters using crossbows and arrows, the carapace on the crab's body finally cracked. Great! This village crab turns out to be nothing more than that. Not only do we have President Lu Din and Captain Shisa, two legendary hunters who have been famous for a long time, but we also have the cute god who became a legend not long ago. Silver Lion and Hidden Killer are here. There are so many legendary hunters. We will definitely win this time. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. However, before the man could finish his words, Wenlong from the crowd heard another warning sound. Don't be careless. The crab is about to vomit acid. Everyone, please stay down. Meow. Suddenly hearing such a sentence, many people didn't understand what was going on. They saw the crab's limbs stretched out. Its body stood up a little. And then the crab suddenly spit out green corrosion from its mouth. Sex acid. A bunch of green acid was sprayed out from the crab's mouth at extremely high pressure. And it continued to spray at high pressure ever since. At the same time, the crab began to turn its body in place. And as the body turned, the green corrosive acid spit out by the crab also swept across it. As before, the legendary hunters, including Wenlong, reacted more quickly. They reacted without hesitation the moment they heard Wenlong's warning and escaped at the best time. Wall crab's acid attack. However, this time the weaker hunters were not so lucky. Especially the hunter who just now thought that the crab was nothing more than this. At this time, He was hit directly by the green corrosive acid that was sprayed out instantly, and he fell to the ground due to the huge impact.
Ah!
It was a heart-rending cry of pain. For a time, the man's whole body was covered with green corrosive acid. The acid not only corroded the hunter's armor at an extremely fast speed, but also penetrated inside quickly, along with the body that was hit. Corrosion. The result was that in just a few seconds, the man fell to the ground, his living body completely turning into a puddle of mud. The Elu Cat team that arrived later could only stand there blankly, completely powerless. Chapter 609 Major Bolton's Two Heroes.
What an idiot! How dare you look down on the crab? Do you really think it's safe if you hug the thigh? Meow?
Seeing that the hunter who was talking big words had turned into a puddle of mud, who had already hid in a safe position, Long thought in his heart, the acid attack of the crab is still going on. As the crab's body rotates, the acid swept away affects more hunters. Those who react slowly and have no time to lie down to dodge will mostly be unable to escape being hit by the acid. Hit the fate. Among them, in mild cases, the skin was corroded and they rolled on the ground in pain. While in severe cases, many lost their lives as a result. But in general, most hunters retreated to safe areas, temporarily avoiding the danger of being sprayed by corrosive acid. But because of this, a perfect opportunity for the underground crab to attack was temporarily lost. After all, most of the time, the crab's body is supported by 4 huge long legs that are more than 10 meters high. In this case, hunters using melee weapons have no way to cause damage to its body. Now the crab finally took the initiative to lower its body. But due to the threat of acid, no one dared to approach it for a while. There are exceptions.
You dare to hurt the little sweethearts of our guild. I'll kill you if you don't.
At this time, MHOL Elu also shouted angrily when he saw that many of his hunters were killed or injured due to the acid sprayed by the crabs. I saw MHOL Elu dragging 2 big swords and avoiding the corrosive acid sprayed by the crab at an alarming speed. Then he walked around behind the crab, waved the 2 big swords in his hands, and headed towards the crab. The crab slashed hard from behind.
Bang! Bah!
The 2 big swords collided fiercely with the skull of Lao Shenlong carried on Jai Crab's back, making a crisp sound. However, even a strong man like MHOL Elu could not break it open. Only 2 scratches were left on the skull.
The skull is so hard that it deserves to be called the skull of Lao Shenlong.
MHOL Elu was also a little surprised when he saw that his big sword could not break the Laozhan dragon skull on the back of the crab. However, soon, MHOL Elu made another surprising move. MHOL Elu suddenly thrust the 2 swords in his hands into the ground, and then began to gather strength. Instantly, red light began to glow around the 2 swords stuck on the ground. And MHOL Elu, standing in the red light, was filled with violent power. At this moment, MHOL Elu raised his attack and defense capabilities to the extreme.
This is a secret. Styx Rush. Moreover, 2 big swords are activated at the same time. How heavy the load will be on the body. It seems that old man Elu is serious this time.
Wenlong quickly noticed MHOL Elu abnormal behavior and sighed about it. Wenlong knew that what MHOL Elu used this time was not an ordinary move, but another great sword secret that was completely different from the
Mystery! Gate of Hell!
that Catherine had already mastered.
Mystery! Styx Rush!
Moreover, even Wenlong, who is well informed, saw for the first time that someone could use 2 big swords to activate the secrets at the same time. You must know that when using this move, you need to insert the sword into the ground first, and then accumulate strength for a period of time. During the period of accumulating strength, the hunter's defense will also be greatly improved, ensuring that even if he suffers, ordinary attacks will not allow the mystery to be easily interrupted. And until the power is gathered, the hunter will burst out all the power at once, causing great damage to the monster. However, this move also has a weakness. That is, it is not suitable for dealing with fast-moving agile monsters. After all, if the monster runs far away while you are gathering strength, then it will be difficult to gather the strength to launch it. A sharp blow will miss. However, at this time, the crab seemed to have noticed something strange behind him. So the super huge monster began to turn around at a faster speed, preparing to launch a fatal attack on MHOL Elu. As the Jai crab's body rotates, the terrifying corrosive acid is getting closer and closer to MHOL Elu, who is accumulating power. And because he is activating
Mystery! Styx Rush!
MHOL Elu, the secret that is being activated cannot be cancelled easily. Otherwise the power that was finally accumulated before will be in vain. At this time, almost everyone was sweating for Shanlon Luodin. Although some people know that when activating
Mystery Sticks Rush,
the initiator's defense ability will be greatly improved. But how effective this improvement can be in the face of the corrosive acid of the crab, it's still a problem after all. After all, the power of acid is too great. Even if the damage can be reduced with defense and improved defense, there is absolutely no way to avoid injury. Just like that, just as the acid of the crab was about to come into contact with Shanlon Luodin's body, suddenly another figure rushed towards the crab.
Don't even think about it.
People took a closer look and found that the man turned out to be the leader of Wang Li's hunting group. Dragon Eye, she saw. When Shanlon Luodin was gathering strength, Longtong Zysa immediately stood in front of Shanlon Luodin in a defensive posture. And then all the corrosive acid that was intended to be sprayed on Shanlon Luodin's body hit Longtong Zysa's hand on the large square shield. Kaka, not to mention the corrosiveness of the acid. The huge impact alone was enough to make Longtong Zysa take half a step back. However, Longtong Zysa still stabilized his figure. And it can be seen from Longtong Zysa's hard expression that just resisting the acid sprayed by the crab is enough to make Longtong Zysa, the legend the super hunter, tried his best. In addition, judging from the style of Caesar's equipment, it seems that it is also top-notch equipment made of some kind of ancient dragon material. However, even so, the terrifying corrosive acid still left a lot of corrosion on Caesar's shield. Traces of passing. There was even a small amount of corrosive acid that splashed onto Caesar's armor after being sprayed on the square shield, also leaving corroded holes on Caesar's armor.
It's such a strong corrosive power. Even Commander Zysa won't be able to sustain it for too long.
Looking at the scene in front of them, some hunters standing a little further away sighed. But these people were powerless. After all, compared to Shanlon Luodin and Longtong Zysa, the strength of these ordinary hunters is much lower. Therefore, until Jai Crab shifted its target to Shanlon Luodin and Longtong Zysa, these ordinary hunters with lower strength were no better. It was easy to get rid of the fear of acid. So naturally they couldn't help at this moment. Chapter 6:10, The Tacit Understanding Between Shanlon and Longtong.
Hey Rodin, I can't hold on any longer. Are you okay?
At this time, Caesar, who was already feeling tremendous pressure, said to Rodin behind him.
Ha. Of course there is no problem. Sweetie Zysa, what you did is just unnecessary. But I am still very touched,
Shanlon Luodin said confidently.
Humph. After so many years, you are still so glib. This time it's you who will take the blame.
Hearing what Shanlon Luodin said, Longtong Zysa was not angry, but suddenly jumped back and changed from the original position. Then stood in front of Rodin and jumped directly behind Rodin. At this time, the positions of the two people were switched. From the original position of Caesar in front and Luodin in the back, it became Luodin in front and Caesar in the back. Therefore, all the acid that was supposed to be blocked by Longtong Zysa was sprayed towards Shanlon Luodin. At this time, red light had enveloped Shanlon Luodin's whole body. At the same time, Shanlon Luodin tightly held the two swords stuck on the ground, making the two swords stand as firmly as two shields. In front of Shanlon Luodin, he completely blocked the incoming jet.
After spraying for so long, I have finally reached the end of my strength. It is absolutely impossible to break through my defense.
Seeing that the impact of the acid was getting weaker and weaker, Shanlon Luodin knew that this round of acid attack by the Jai Crab had basically come to an end. And naturally the Dragon Eye, she saw help to consume it was indispensable. Partial acid. Looking at Shanlon Luodin himself, he saw that his strength had been fully accumulated. So Shanlon Luodin suddenly pulled out the two swords that were still stuck on the ground at the same time, and swung them out from the bottom up in a slashing posture.
Ah!
Everyone can clearly see the two big swords shining with red light drawing two red arcs in the air, instantly slashed towards the huge crab ahead. At this time, because the crab had turned its body, the part Shanlon Luodin attacked changed from the back of the crab to the front of the crab. Compared with the back, standing in front of the crab is more dangerous. But because it lacks the protection of Lao Shanlong's skull, it is relatively more fragile. Therefore, when facing Shanlon Luodin's fully charged secret, it is more dangerous. By the time, the carapace on the front of the crab was finally cut open.
Crack! Crack!
Two big swords cut two deep incisions on the crab's carapace, and the two incisions intersected with each other to form an X shape. At the same time, A large amount of blood spurted out from the intersection. The power of this secret move even exceeds Catherine's previous 3 stages of charge. And unlike Catherine, Shannon Luoden's move directly hit the front of the crab's body, instead of just hitting its limbs like Catherine did. Therefore, in terms of damage, Shannon Luoden's move the attack is even more amazing. However, after the instant burst, Shannon Luoden's physical strength was also exhausted at this moment. After all, he used 2 swords to activate the secret at the same time. This level of load is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Even Shannon Luoden, a legendary hunter, could not remain unharmed after using this move. So after causing huge damage to the crab, Shannon Luoden also felt that his body suddenly lost strength, and had to rely on the big sword in his hand to temporarily support his body, while the huge crab was attacked by Shannon Luoden. After such a ferocious blow, Din became even more ferocious. This time, the giant crab raised its giant claws that could destroy the fortress wall and prepared to strike at Shannon Luoden.
Humph! It's not over yet.
Faced with this situation, Shannon Luoden did not panic, but was very calm, because Dragon Eyes Caesar, who had just hid behind Shannon Luoden, rushed in front of Luoden again. But this time, Dragon Eyes Caesar was not holding up a shield to protect Shannon Luoden from the damage. Instead, he directly aimed the head of the musket at the location of the X-shaped wound that Shannon Luoden had just left on the crab.
Mysterious truth! Particle bomb!
She saw, who had always been calm, unexpectedly shouted with a rare force. Only then did people realize that when Longtong Zysa hid behind Shannon Luoden just now, he was loading special particle bombs specially prepared for the blunderbuss. The purpose is naturally to be able to activate the secret of the gun at this moment.
Boom boom!
The particle bomb fired from Longtong Zysa's blunderbuss accurately hit the center of the X that Shannon Luoden had previously carved on the crab with his sword. And then a second explosion occurred. The huge explosion directly opened the already open wound, allowing people to see a scorched black mark. Kakaka is the sound made by crab joints. At this time, after suffering 2 consecutive blows from the legendary hunter, the body of this supergiant crab came to a standstill, and the huge mountain collapsing pincer that was originally going to hit Shannon Luoden also hung down.
That's great. I actually interrupted the crab's attack. These 2 are former teammates after all, even though their relationship is not very good on the surface. The tacit understanding of working together still exists.
Seeing the wonderful performance of Shannon Luoden and Dragon Eyes Caesar, the hunters of the major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild and the Wongli hunters of the Wongli hunting group also applauded. Of course, in addition to winning applause, the wonderful performances of Shannon Luoden and Longtong Zysa also had the effect of boosting the morale of other hunters. So the hunters swarmed forward, preparing to seize the opportunity to take advantage of the injured crab, launch more violent attacks in a while. However, at this time, people discovered that the crab's body began to slowly rise again. Obviously, this was a way for the crab to temporarily avoid harm. It can be seen that even a monster as strong as a village crab has to temporarily avoid the hunter's sharp edges, especially when the wound is on the front of one's body. Otherwise, the hunters will concentrate their firepower on the open wound on their body. Without the protection of the carapace, the damage caused will definitely not be small. So the crab's limbs stretched out again to support its body. Soon, the limbs more than 10 meters long lifted the huge body to the height of about a 5-story building. In this way, except for long-range weapons, melee weapons were almost there is no way to directly attack the body of the crab. Although the limbs of the crab are easily attacked, because of its thick carapace and strong defensive capabilities, it is not easy to force the crab to lower its body again. Chapter 6:11 The Long War of Attrition.
Continue to attack the crab. Take this opportunity to hit its feet and knock the crab down again.
After using the secret, Longtong Zysa immediately made a decision and gave the order to continue the attack. Although Longtong Caesar is the leader of the Wongli hunting group and not a member of the major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild, the words he just said were obviously addressed to all the hunters present. Then a scene that had never happened before appeared. Not only did the hunters from the Wongli hunting group obey Longtong Shisha's instructions, but even the hunters from the Hunter Guild responded to Longtong Shisha's instructions without hesitation. Order. This is because after seeing the perfect cooperation between Shannon Luoden and Longtong Zysa, everyone present has realized that it is no longer time to distinguish between the Hunter Guild and the Wongli hunting group, in the face of such a powerful force as Shy Crab. When it comes to monsters, the most important thing is that everyone can work together.
Ha ha. Sweetie Zysa, you are really impatient. You have finished everything I want to say.
MHOL Elu didn't mind this at all. Instead, he took advantage of his rest to recover his strength and said to Wenlong beside him,
How about it, little Elu Cat? In terms of destructive power, I am indeed stronger. What are you so proud of? Meow?
Although Wenlong wanted to say that if he also transformed, his attack power would never be inferior to that of an old man like you. But after careful consideration, Wenlong still felt that the only 10 minutes of transformation time should be left at the critical moment. It is more appropriate to use it again at any time. After all, Wenlong has always been sober in his heart. That is, what Wenlong and others have to deal with now is far more than just a village crab, and the small shield crabs and sickle crabs near the village crab. Because there are more terrifying ones than these. And an attack from the poisonous beak may appear at any time. Therefore, during the battle, Wenlong not only dealt with the village crabs, but also always paid attention to changes in the surrounding situation, and was always alert to the possibility of poisonous beak tissue. However, from the beginning to now, Wenlong has not found any signs of poisonous beak activity.
Am I worrying too much? Meow?
Wenlong thought with some confusion. However, doubts remained doubts. Wenlong never gave up his vigilance to the surrounding situation, especially in order to prevent the poisonous beak organization from sneak attacks. Wenlong even placed the Song Fire Dragon and the electric beetles that were previously controlled in the lake area nearby, as a sentry for warning. The battle is still going on, but this time the Jai Crab has changed his fighting method. He no longer stops to attack, but continues to move forward while using his super huge mountain collapsing pincers to clear the way for himself, clearing everything in his way. Enemies ahead. For a time, many hunters were knocked out because they failed to avoid in time, and there were many casualties as a result. However, this time almost no one chose to retreat, except for those who were seriously injured and were sent out by Aluma in a cat cart. Most of them turned around and continued to deal with the crab. Just because MHOL Elu and Lontong Zysa have just released their secrets, their output ability has temporarily entered a low ebb, and those ordinary hunters with average strength can only avoid the huge mountain collapse pincers of the crab. It is already very difficult, and the attacks that can be done are quite insufficient. But even so, the hunters still continued to attack hard in order to continuously accumulate damage. Even if it was only a small amount of damage, they would never give up. The village crab continued to move forward despite the attacks of many hunters, moving straight from the flat beach. Soon the village crab arrived at the edge of a narrow canyon, relying on the mountains on both sides of the canyon. Humans built several tunnels there, a strong defensive wall to keep out wall crabs. And now the village crab has finally encountered its first such defense wall. So such a huge obstacle with a height of more than 20 meters stood in front of the crab, which finally made the super giant crab pause for a moment. Obviously, even the village crab cannot directly jump over this obstacle of more than 20 meters high. But this is not important to the village crab, because the village crab will soon lift its huge mountain collapse pincer. He raised it high, then aimed at the towering wall and slashed at it.
Boom!
Jai Crab's two huge mountain collapsing pliers split the so-called defense wall into two exaggerated cracks, and then pulled it back hard. And the so-called huge defense wall instantly collapsed into a pile of rubble.
Damn it! Isn't this a barrier used to slow down the movement of the crabs? Why is it so unbearable?
Someone sighed after seeing this astonishing scene.
That's right. Doesn't this slow down the crab by about 5 seconds?
At this time, someone said from the side.
Is it only 5 seconds? The time and money spent to build such a wall is a huge amount. But it can only last for 5 seconds? Be content. For us now, 5 seconds are also very precious. Meow!
It was Wenlong who said this. At this time, Wenlong was using the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjuisho,
in his hand. He vigorously attacked the crab's right forelimb. As the carapace of the crab's right forelimb was slowly broken open, the red-black dragon attribute power eroded deeper and deeper into the crab's body. However, for the extremely large crabs, although such damage has reached the level of causing pain to the crabs, it is far from the point of causing the crabs to fall. If you use a metaphor to describe it, it is just a skin injury at most. Although it will bleed a little, it will not have much impact on the crab's actions. What makes Wenlong even more troublesome is the super recovery ability of the crab. If Wenlong hadn't kept attacking the right forelimb of the crab, then it wouldn't take long for the upper limbs to heal, and all the previous efforts would have been lost. It will go down the drain. This situation also occurs in other parts of the crab. Fortunately, In addition to Wenlong's constant attack on the crab's limbs, Catherine, Shalon Luodin, and Longtong Zaisa are also constantly causing damage to it. The wounds left by Shalon Luodin and Longtong Shisha on the front of Jai Crab's body were constantly attacked by hunters led by Hai Tang, who used crossbows and hunting bows to prevent these wounds from healing too quickly. This is a long war of attrition. Although the hunters have no way to stop the progress of the crabs for the time being, they still use their weapons to continuously accumulate damage on the crabs' bodies for the final victory, expecting that these injuries will eventually be completed. The transition from quantitative change to qualitative change, and only then will the super giant crab have the possibility of being knocked down.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Boom! The crabs that had entered the long and narrow valley continued to move forward with heavy steps. During this period, they repeatedly destroyed the defense walls that the hunters had worked hard to build to slow down the movement of the crabs. Crossed over. Chapter 612. Advance Under Fire. Finally, the walled crab came to the
Fengyan walled city,
a large fortress that had been used to block the walled crab over the years. Facing this ancient city that was even taller than itself, the walled crab seemed to feel the once familiar breath of history.
Quick! Fire quickly! We must stop the village crabs from approaching. If it's over here, then the entire Midgebolton will be over.
Someone shouted loudly on the Fengyan walled city. According to previous historical records, walled crabs have invaded Midgebolton over the years, in order to maintain the security of the city. In addition to relying on the diligent fighting of hunters, there is also the need to rely on the densely populated large artillery on the beacon city wall to attack the walled crabs, forcing the crab to change direction, bypassing Major Bolton, and turn to a deserted land without human habitation. Therefore, this time people are also looking forward to successfully replicating the previous successful experience. Even if they cannot kill the crabs, they must at least let the crabs leave to ensure the safety of the city of Midgebolton.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Boom is the sound of artillery. Countless SHLs fell on the crabs. But surprisingly, the crabs remained motionless. The only difference was that they slowed down slightly.
What's going on? Why do the crabs continue to move forward despite the SH? Ling?
People said in surprise.
Don't be afraid. Keep shooting.
At this time, the manager of the walled city gave the order to continue shooting. In fact, from the first round of shooting, the attack on the crabs has not stopped. People kept loading the SHLs, then lit the fuses, hitting the crabs one after another, and then watched the SHLs blossom on the crabs. But in the end, they did not leave many traces. During this period, many artillery barrels became heated due to too many consecutive firings, and were unable to continue firing SHLs. At this time, Elu Cats would come with buckets of cooling water to cool down the barrels. And when the temperature drops slightly, the gunners will immediately start shooting again, not daring to slack off at all. However, even with the support of artillery on the city wall and the vigorous attacks of hunters on the ground, it still did not change the fact that the walled crab was approaching Fengyan walled city step by step.
The distance between the village crab and Fengyan city walled is 500 meters. The distance between the village crab and Fengyan city walled village is 400 meters. The distance between the village crab and the village crab is 300 meters away from the Fengyan city walled village. The village crab is 200 meters away from the Fengyan city walled city.
Someone was watching warily from the lookout of Fengyan city walled city. Look at everything in here. And although it seems that the crab's steps are very slow, because of its extremely huge body, the crab can cover a distance of several meters with just one step. Therefore, a distance of several hundred meters is also very long for the crab. Arriving soon. But just when the walled crab arrived within about 200 meters of Fengyan walled city, this super huge monster finally stopped.
What? Could it be that our SH Ling has had an effect, and the crab will change its route?
Seeing the crab stop, some people also made optimistic guesses.
It seems so. Even a monster like a crab cannot withstand the bombardment of dozens of cannons.
The idea that
the crabs are about to recede
was quickly recognized by some people. After all, according to historical records, in the history of Midgebolton before this, most of the crabs were still in front of Fengyan city walled city. They chose to change their route and eventually go around the no man's land around Midgebolton. Only Wenlong was the first to realize the true intention of Jai Xie. So he warned loudly,
"Don't let up. Keep attacking. This guy is not leaving, but is preparing to use acid SH. LS. Meow. Acid cannonballs?
Although they heard Wenlong's warning, people didn't know what the acid cannonballs used by the crabs were at first. However, when they saw the two huge collapses of the crabs on their bodies, when the claws hung down and hooked to the ground, people finally realized how scary the crab was. After all, as the defenders of Fengyan City walled city, these people had learned some basic knowledge about walled crabs before the battle, and one of them specifically mentioned a powerful acid cannonball. Although it is said to be a cannonball, it is actually a large ball of abundant and extremely corrosive acid. However, the crab will use its own power to spray out the acid cannonball. The force is so strong that it can blow such a large thing away, attack to a place hundreds of meters away. And because the number is extremely large, it is not impossible to corrode an entire city wall. Since this acid cannonball has such a powerful power, it is naturally listed as one of the most threatening attack moves of the crab against Fengyan City. Fortunately, although the power of this acid cannonball move is very terrifying, there is also a very serious flaw. That is, the recoil is extremely large, so that even a behemoth like a crab must fix its body when using this move to complete it smoothly. Otherwise the recoil generated may even cause it to fall. The crab's body fell backwards and fell to the ground. Therefore, precisely because of such an obvious pre-movement, almost everyone understood the intention of the crab at this time.
Be careful. There are acid cannonballs that can destroy the entire city wall. Everyone, attack hard and be sure to knock down the crabs before they finish firing the acid cannonballs.
Meow.
Wenlong loudly called on the people around him to launch an attack together. The target was still the limbs of the crab. After all, once the support of the limbs was lost, even the crab would not be able to stand still, let alone launch
acid.
In this state,
Liquid cannonball. At this time, the damage accumulated bit by bit before finally reached the critical point from quantitative change to qualitative change. From the beach all the way through the canyon to finally approaching the gate of Fengyan walled city. All the way the limbs of the village crab are already scarred. And these injuries were caused by both legendary hunters, like Wenlong and Catherine, as well as many ordinary hunters. Everyone contributed their own efforts, and finally reached what they are now. Degree. Kaka, the limbs used by the crab to support its body began to collapse. The first thing that went wrong was the left forelimb, which was broken open by Catherine with the supersized Tyrannosaurus sword. After being seriously injured by Catherine, the crab's body fell toward the left front that lost its support. Then, Shanlon, Luoden's right hind limb, which was responsible for attacking. Long Tong, Shisaw's left hind limb, which was responsible for attacking. And Wenlong's right forelimb, which was responsible for attacking, also began to collapse one after another. The result was that after all the limbs of the crab were seriously injured, the super huge body of the crab began to slowly slide downward. Chapter 6:13 Excellent Opportunity.
Great! Without the support of its limbs, this monster is finally going to fall down.
At this moment, many people also thought so. However, the crab once again showed its tenacious vitality. Finally, the crab's body was about to fall down. But the crab suddenly opened its huge mountain collapsing claws, and then plunged into the mountains on both sides of the canyon. Among Kaka. The crab's mountain collapsing clamps brought up a large amount of gravel. But after sliding for a certain distance, the crab's body was finally fixed by the huge mountain collapse claws.
Oops! If this happens, the crab's body still won't be able to come down. So we have to find a way.
Seeing this scene, Wenlong also became a little anxious. After all, the crab's monster has very strong vitality. If it can't pour out a lot of damage, once its body is transformed, there will be almost no way to kill it.
Don't worry. I have long thought that something like this would happen.
However, at this time, Shanlon Luodin said confidently,
What? You have a way to knock off the body of the crab? Meow?
Just when Wenlong still didn't understand what Shanlon Luodin meant, suddenly Shanlon Luodin raised the big sword in his hand with one hand, and then made a waving downward gesture.
Fire at me!
Shanlon Luodin gave an order, and in the sky, the airship, Sweetheart Baby, of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild made a continuous roar. The airship, which had been observing from a certain distance before, fired a large number of cannonballs, and the target of the attack was the part where the crab's two huge mountain collapsing pincers had penetrated the mountain.
Boom, 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 boom!
Although the violent artillery cannot destroy the carapace of the crab, it is enough to destroy the nearby mountain wall. As a large amount of gravel collapsed, the giant mountain climbing tongs originally used by the crab to secure its body also slipped from the mountain wall.
Great! The giant claw on the left side of the village crab has slipped off. And the right one is still a little short of meow.
Wenlong also stared nervously at the village crab's every move, expecting in his heart that this round of fierce artillery fire would destroy it. The wall crab has been knocked down. But judging from the current situation, it seems that there is still a little bit left. But this is no longer a problem. Because when the sweetheart baby of the Major Bowl 10 Hunter Guild opened fire, the airship of the Wongli hunting group also responded immediately. So immediately following the first round of artillery, another round of artillery volleys bombarded the mountain walls on both sides of the crab. This time, the giant claws of the crab that had barely grasped the mountain walls on both sides finally came from the mountain wall slid down. Kaka. At this time, the crab was like a slow-moving giant, slowly falling to the ground. Its limbs were in a state of weakness due to injuries. The mountain walls on both sides were destroyed, and the body was completely out of balance. At this time, even if the village crab wants to use its giant claws to grab the mountain walls on both sides again to maintain its body posture, it is already impossible.
Boom!
There was a huge sound like a mountain collapsing, and the body of the crab smashed a huge deep pit into the supposedly solid rock ground. Seeing Jai Crab's body fall to the ground, Shanlan Luodin immediately ordered,
"Don't miss this opportunity. I will attack you all with all your might."
Long Tong she saw also said to the members of Wang Li's hunting group at almost the same moment.
"Everyone in the hunting group, attack with all your strength."
Wenlong didn't say anything, because Wenlong was the first to rush over. As for Catherine and Haitang, who had reached legendary strength, Wenlong felt that there was no need to give any more instructions. After all, facing a prey that has fallen down and has flaws all over its body, is there any reason not to use all its strength at this time?
Secret meaning! Kill the first line!
The first one to use the secret meaning was Haitang, an archer hunter. Before all the melee hunters got close to the crab, Haitang had already launched the secret meaning that had been prepared without hesitation, pulled out by 2 arrows. A strong vacuum air blade swept towards the body of the crab, and then saw another deep hole cut into the carapace of the crab.
"You're so strong. Why do you hit in Haitang? He's probably the youngest legendary hunter. A girl at such a young age is so powerful. We old hunters can't lose, at least in terms of momentum."
Seeing the strength displayed by Haitang, the other hunters around who used long-range attack weapons also became excited. They all used their special skills, scrambling to inflict the most damage on the crab in the shortest time. Arrows and bullets with various attributes fell on the crabs like raindrops. Various explosion sounds and attribute damage colors came and went. It looked so spectacular.
Kaka!
Obviously, the crab also felt the severe pain caused by Haitang and others. Therefore, the supergiant crab also twisted its body joints and struggled to stand up again. However, for the crab with an extremely large body, although it is difficult to knock him down, it is still very difficult to stand up again, let alone stand up against such a fierce attack. The crab struggled for a while to stand up, but failed. At this time, hunters represented by Wenlong and Catherine using melee weapons had also rushed to the crab's side.
"Mystery! Sukyanaji!"
Among the hunters who used melee weapons, Bunrya was the first to activate his secret. Before he even got close to the crab, he had already activated
"Mystery! Sukasanaji!"
And then people only saw Bunrya disappear before their eyes. However, the next moment, Wenlong had already appeared behind Jai Crab. At that moment, Wenlong was moving at a speed invisible to human eyes, and in this instant, he moved the weapon in his hand, slashed towards the village crab.
Crack!
It seems that the wounds on Jai Crab appeared only after Wenlong came behind Jai Crab. But those with real strength can still see that it was actually Wenlong's blow that was too fast, which caused the injury. The wound appeared even later than Wenlong's appearance. However, behind Wenlong, closely followed was Catherine holding a supersized Tyrannosaurus sword. As soon as she got close to the crab, Catherine pointed the sword in her hand at the scar left by Wenlong just now.
"Mr. Cat, let's see my secret next! The Gate of Hell!"
Catherine roared and spun the supersized Tyrannosaurus sword, which weighed twice as much as an ordinary sword. Chapter 6:14 Hidden in the Clouds. Using the wound opened by Wenlong using
"Mystery! Sukasanaji!"
as a breakthrough point, Catherine's
"Mystery! Gate of Hell!"
once again caused a bloody storm on the battlefield. Catherine's sword, which rotated around her own body, stirred up not only the flesh and blood of the crab, but also tore the crab's carapace together. Therefore, what was originally a slender wound quickly began to expand and gradually turned into a huge crack that was not only deep but also wider. Of course, people also know that this is all thanks to the rift that Wenlong just tore open. Without the rift that Wenlong tore open, Catherine's secret would not have been able to exert such a huge effect.
Oh! The cooperation between the two little sweethearts is really outstanding. Then old men like us can't fall behind.
At this time, Shanlan Luodin said to Longtong Zaisa on the side.
Humph. You don't need to tell me this.
Although it is difficult for the two of them to activate the secret weapon again, because they have just used it not long ago. This does not mean that the two of them cannot launch effective attacks. After all, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa are both legendary hunters. Even if they are temporarily unable to activate the secrets again, they rely on their many years of hunting experience to constantly find the wounds left before to attack. And the damage will be transmitted through the village crabs. The cracks in the carapace are directly exported to the inside of the crab's body, so the damage caused to the crab is considerable. In addition, more hunters using melee weapons also joined in the siege of the crabs. People almost formed a circle, surrounding the crabs in the center, with big swords, sledgehammers, double knives, tachis, and spears, guns, and various weapons violently impacted the crab's body, causing a large number of scars on the crab's body. Soon afterwards, these scars deepened little by little, enough to show that the strong carapace on which this super huge monster relied began to slowly collapse.
Great! Being suppressed by people like this, even a super huge monster like the crab can't support it. Right.
At this time, even Wenlong felt that he could already see the dawn of victory.
Mike Bolton has historically used violent artillery fire to change the movement route of the crabs. Now finally a crab is going to die here. Meow!
However, although the premonition of victory was getting stronger and stronger, Wenlong was still paying attention to all the movements around him. At this time, Wenlong noticed a dragon roar in the distant air. This is the cry of the Songfire Dragon, and it is also the sound that Wenlong deliberately arranged for the Songfire Dragon to be a warning when encountering other large monsters.
Oh meow! You really know how to choose the right time to come. And it will come after all. Meow!
Wenlong had already guessed in his mind that the large monster that could still approach here at this time was almost certainly controlled by the poisonous beak.
Attention! Everyone disperse quickly. Meow!
At this time, Wenlong shouted loudly. However, in the commotion, Wenlong's voice was quickly covered up by various explosions and roars, and few people could hear Wenlong's voice.
Damn it! These people are so mad that if they can listen to it, they will be evil.
Wenlong knew that it was difficult for these hunters, who were concentrating on pouring out damage, to notice the surrounding situation. But Wenlong did not give up, but repeated the previous warning.
Spread out. The poisonous beak is coming. Meow!
This time, both Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa noticed Wenlong's actions, especially when they heard the word, poisonous beak. They both exchanged understanding glances. Both of them knew that with poison beak's habits, it was really possible to launch an attack at this most critical moment. So Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa immediately said to their respective subordinates,
Quick! Spread out! Spread out now! Spread?
When hearing this order, some people had already started to take action. But a small number of people looked at Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa with some surprise. They didn't understand why the president of the major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild and the leader of the Wangli hunting group would issue such an order at this critical moment. Because except for the village crabs, there seemed to be no other monsters around. But they soon understood, because the next moment, several male fire dragons suddenly appeared in the blue sky, and because those figures jumped out directly from the clouds. Their altitude was even higher than the airships of the major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild and the Wangli hunting group. Therefore, in addition to being arranged by Wenlong before, almost no one can spot the blue fire dragons wandering in the sky.
It's a male fire dragon. Hurry up! Get out of here!
At this time, those who had not believed before finally believed.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Several large fireballs fell from the sky, quickly turning the village crab's surroundings into a sea of fire. At the same time, they also forcibly isolated the surrounding hunters from the village crab, giving the village crab a chance to breathe. Many of the slower-running hunters were injured by the explosion of the fireballs falling from the sky, and the scene became even more chaotic for a while. After helping the crabs to rescue themselves, these male fire dragons immediately changed their flight trajectories and flew towards the two huge airships.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Another round of fireball attack. This time the target is naturally the two large airships of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild and the Wanli hunting group on the battlefield. However, before the people on the airship had time to react, the fireball had already arrived. And then an explosion sounded. Both large airships burned at the same time. And with thick smoke billowing, both airships began to have to make emergency landings.
You actually attacked my sweetheart baby when we were least prepared. The poisonous little brat is really impatient.
Shanlan Luodin was furious when he saw the sweetheart baby. He named himself plummeting from the sky with thick smoke. However, Shanlan Luodin could not do anything at this time.
Boom!
The first one to fall was the sweetheart baby of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild. The sweetheart baby crashed on the cliff on the side of the canyon, and only part of the crew climbed out of the wreckage, including a hunter using a hunting whistle who suffered some minor injuries, but was generally fine. However, Wanli's hunting group's airship was not so lucky. Wanli Academy's airship crashed at the bottom of the canyon and burst into flames. So there were far fewer people escaping from the airship. Even if there were those who escaped, many were seriously injured, including the hunting flute player, who was responsible for playing the melody to increase the attack. Chapter 6:15 Traitor. The hunting whistle is a weapon that plays a huge role in team support. In particular, a high-star hunter who uses a hunting whistle has an irreplaceable effect on the team. The one who is now seriously injured is a 5-star hunter who uses a hunting whistle. Because of the serious injury, he can only be temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield under the escort of the Elu Cat rescue team, and there is no way to find a replacement for a while. Although there is also a 5-star hunter using a hunting flute in the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild who is still persisting in the battle, because the whole battle requires continuous playing of
attack power increase,
life recovery, and there are 3 songs with different functions such as
anti-shock.
So it is impossible for one person to cope with it. What's more, the airship has crashed during this period, and even the hunting flute hunter, who is an auxiliary to the team, can only avoid it while being distracted, while playing music desperately. Therefore, the sound of the flute during this period was intermittent, and no longer as coherent as before. So the effect was of course much worse. Sometimes the healing effect of life recovery cannot keep up, and sometimes the time limit of the
attack power increase
or shockproof flute sound expires, but there is no time to renew it.
Oops! The role of this large-scale combat hunting whistle is really irreplaceable. Now that there is one less person, the situation on the entire battlefield feels obviously different. Meow!
At this moment, Wenlong already felt that the situation was not good, so he immediately took out the horn flute from his bag, put it to his mouth, and blew it with all his strength.
Woo-woo-woo dash! Roar!
Responding to the sound of the flute was a dragon roar that echoed through the sky. Then in the sky, a blue fire dragon covered with blue scales and an electric beetle with blue lightning also appeared, and immediately joined the battle. And the target of the attack was those 5 male fire dragons controlled by poisonous beaks that were still wreaking havoc in the sky. This was an unprecedented battle. 5 male fire dragons, a blue fire dragon, and an electric beetle were entangled in the air. A large number of flames and thunder continued to erupt in the sky, and its intensity was even as intense as the battle on the ground.
Ah! Mr. Cat, there are 5 male fire dragons on the other side. Can Mr. Song Fire Dragon hold on?
Seeing the battle in the air, Catherine said with some worry. After all, these days, the Song Fire Dragon has always been the mount of Wenlong and others. Catherine also has some feelings for the Song Fire Dragon, and naturally she doesn't want to see the Song Fire Dragon get hurt.
I'll probably be able to hold on for a while, but I'm more concerned about where the guy with the poisonous beak is than this. Since all the monsters he controls are here, there's no way they won't come out. Meow.
According to Wenlong, although 5 male fire dragons have appeared on the battlefield, no members with poisonous beaks were seen on them, which means that the real enemy may not have appeared yet. Therefore, Wenlong warned Catherine and Haitang,
be careful. The guys with poisonous beaks haven't come out yet. Judging from the habits of the previous poisonous beak members who used hunting bows, it is very likely that there are other poisonous beak guys.
I didn't use the trick. Meow. Understood, Mr. Cat. We will pay attention.
In response, Catherine and Haitang nodded at the same time. At this time, the battle in the air became more intense. Although there were 5 male fire dragons under the opponent's control, the monsters controlled by Wenlong only had 2 such as the blue fire dragon and the electric beetle. They were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of quantity, but in terms of strength level, They were more powerful. The cyan fire dragon is originally a subspecies of the male fire dragon, and the electric beetle is also a monster that is no less powerful than the cyan fire dragon. Therefore, even though they are 2 against 5, the two sides can basically maintain a balance of power even if they go back and forth. However, Wenlong also knows that this situation cannot last for long. So the best way is to get rid of the crabs that have not had time to stand up completely as soon as possible during this period. Otherwise, once the crab stands up again, it will take more effort to knock the crab down again. Looking at the village crab, a wave of attacks from the male fire dragons controlled by the Poison Beak organization forced the hunters to disperse temporarily, giving the village crab some breathing space. So the 4 huge long legs of the village crab began to slowly stretch again, and at the same time, the 2 huge mountain climbing pincers also hooked the rocks on both sides again, helping the limbs to pull and slowly support the entire body. Quick! Don't let the crab stand up completely. Stop it quickly. Meow! Wenlong shouted while he had already rushed over. The people who had just been thrown into chaos due to the sudden attack from the air finally woke up, regrouped, and then launched a siege on the crabs. At this time, the body of the crab is rising to less than half of its height, and the center of gravity of the body has not completely returned to balance. It can be said that as long as Wenlong and the surrounding hunters add more force, there is a high possibility that the crab will be taken down again, not to the ground. But at this moment, suddenly, a scream came from the crowd. Ah! What? People were shocked by the sudden mournful sound and couldn't help but look back, only to see that the 5-star hunter, who was still holding on after being slightly injured, had fallen to the ground. What's even more surprising is that the instigator of all this is actually standing next to the 5-star who uses the hunting whistle. And he also holds the murder weapon that caused all this, a bloody crystal rock A's sledgehammer made of dragon material. Maggie. When he saw the female hunter holding a hunting flute lying on the ground, Shanlan Luodin couldn't help shouting her name loudly, but the other party didn't respond at all. She just fell to the ground and didn't move. Do not move. You? At this time, Shanlan Luodin turned his attention to the middle-aged man next to Maggie, who was carrying a sledgehammer made of crystal dragon material and had an extremely strong body, and then yelled loudly, "Victor, we have known each other for so many years. When did you become a poisonous person? You actually attacked Maggie, our friend, for many years. I'm sorry, President." At this time, the man named Victor said, "My daughter is in their hands, so I'm sorry. There are some things I have to do." While speaking, the man named Victor waved his sledgehammer again. In an instant, several more hunters standing near him fell down and could no longer stand up. There was even a spearman among them, preparing to defend Victor's sledgehammer with a large shield in his hand. But the strength gap between the two sides was too great. Not only was he unable to defend himself, but he and his shield were also knocked away. Chapter 6:16, swinging the blade towards the walled city. After all, Victor is also one of the few 5-star high-level hunters in Major Bolt 10. Even among 5-star hunters, he is considered to be at the top level, except for hunters like Wenlong, Catherine, Haikang, Shanlan Luodin, and Longtong Zaisa, who have reached the legendary level. It can be said that no one else can suppress him. Therefore, when Victor suddenly launched an attack while almost everyone was focusing on the crabs, no one could respond in time. And by the time people reacted, Victor had already taken advantage of this rare opportunity to sneak attack and kill his teammate Maggie, who was also a 5-star hunter and was using a hunting flute. In this way, there is no longer a hunting whistle that can hold up the scene on the entire battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was once again reversed. When the final flute sound stopped, the entire joint team hunting crabs also fell into chaos. This is not only because there is a very powerful trader like Victor in the team, but also because without the protection of the flute, the huge power of the crab's every move is immediately reflected again, relying on its own weight. The shy crab just moved its steps casually, and the ground shook violently. Without the sound of the anti-shock flute, those weak hunters could not even stand firm, let alone there's still a fight to come. Even several legendary hunters, including Wenlong, would not be able to attack wholeheartedly due to this reason, and their attack efficiency would be greatly reduced. Damn it! Is there still something that slipped through the net? Sure enough, no matter how strict the search by the Royal Knights is, they can't find out that the guy who was originally a hunter has turned into a poisonous person. Meow? Seeing the situation fall into chaos again,
Wenlong knew that there was probably no way to prevent the Jai crab from standing up again. Looking at Victor, who was holding the crystal dragon sledgehammer, Shanlan Luodin had already rushed over first, and then started fighting with him. However, during the battle, Shanlan Luodin still roared loudly.
No matter what the reason is, attacking your comrades is unforgivable.
Obviously, Shanlan Luodin is better in battle, but as a 5-star high-level hunter, Victor can still barely hold on in the short term.
I'm sorry, President. I know what I did was wrong, but I have no choice but to do it,
Victor responded, while barely parrying Shanlan Rodin's fierce attack.
Then don't blame me,
Shanlan Luodin roared violently, and all the muscles in his body swelled. It can be seen that Shanlan Luodin used all his strength at this moment.
Bang!
Another time, Shanlan Luodin's big sword actually blocked Victor's swinging sledgehammer, and then another big sword slashed across from the side until it was on the stand, on Victor's neck. At this moment, Shanlan Luodin suddenly stopped. It was clear that he was only one step away from killing the opponent. But Shanlan Luodin, who had always fought monsters and had little experience fighting humans, still hesitated. Victor appeared in Shanlan Luodin's mind. It was a scene of Victor and himself going through life and death together, fighting monsters, wanting to take action against such a person. Shanlan Luodin still felt a little reluctant to give up. However, at this time Victor also came to his senses, jumped back, and jumped away from Shanlan Luodin's sword. At the same time, he hit Shanlan Luodin's sword hard with the sledgehammer in his hand.
It seems there is no other way.
At this time, Shanlan Luodin whispered in a voice that could not be heard by the people around him. Just when Victor thought he had completely blocked Shanlan Luodin's attack, suddenly, Victor saw Shanlan Luodin rushing in front of him.
So fast! And I actually feel that I am worthy of being the president.
At this moment, Victor was amazed in his heart. Shanlan Luodin's speed was indeed very fast, not only surpassing others, but also surpassing his previous level in fighting, because at that moment, Shanlan Luodin put down the two big swords in his hands. Completely empty-handed he rushed towards Victor. His speed was of course unmatched at ordinary times. Of course, Victor did not guess that Shanlan Rodin would make such a move. So when he reacted, Shanlan Rodin, who rushed up in one stride, had already approached Victor and grabbed Victor's wrist.
Ah! Ah! President! Victor!
Next, it will be a competition of strength between the two. The two men roared, neither of them willing to lose. Although the sledgehammer made of crystal dragon material was still in Victor's hand, Victor's hands were already held by Shanlan Luodin, and there was nothing he could do if he tried to use force. So Victor thought of kicking Shanlan Luodin again. But this time Shanlan Luodin was faster than Victor imagined. Before Victor could make a move, Shanlan Luodin had already stepped on it, letting him. Victor couldn't even move at all. Then, Shanlan Luodin's power gradually suppressed Victor, until the last moment. Victor's body finally reached the limit of endurance. His body collapsed, and he was quickly captured by Shanlan Luodin. Seeing that Shanlan Luodin had controlled Victor, the other hunters around him immediately swarmed in and finally suppressed Victor completely. Moreover, just when Shanlan Luodin and Victor were in a stalemate, the crab finally stood up completely and took steps again, heading towards Fengyan City. As for the attacks on the crabs launched by ordinary hunters on the ground, they did not take them seriously. So the crabs continued to move forward, although the hunters on both sides and in front and behind continued to attack the crabs. The hunters no longer had enough time to cause a lot of damage. I could only watch the village crab getting closer and closer to Fengyan City walled city. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. At this moment, Jai crab is not far away from Fengyan City walled city. Even without the use of acid SHLS, the crab only needs to take 2 more steps to reach the point where it can directly attack Fengyan City walled city.
Boom!
1 step.
Boom!
2 steps. Then Jai crab raised the 2 huge mountain collapse pliers in his hands high, as if to show off. At this time, almost everyone knew that as long as the village crab swung down the 2 huge mountain collapsing pincers in his hands, there would inevitably be 2 huge cracks more than 10 meters long on Fengyan City walled city. Chapter 6:17 Dangerous Infiltrator.
Fire! Fire! Stop it!
Even in the face of huge walled crabs, the hunters guarding the top of the walled city were not timid at all. Instead, they continued to seize the time to use the artillery on the wall to shoot at the walled crabs in turn. The Elkits also worked hard to help carry the LS and cool the barrels to ensure that the artillery on the city wall could work to its maximum effect. As a result, artillery SH. LS continued to explode on the body of the crab. The rounds of volleys of artillery fire at such close range finally temporarily blocked the supergiant crab not far from the city wall. However, this does not mean that the crisis has been resolved. Because for the crab, this level of attack is not enough to repel itself. And at most it will only cause a little trouble to itself. Therefore, if you want to completely defeat the crab, you need the hunters on the ground to attack with all their strength. And the artillery fire mainly plays the role of delaying the crab, providing opportunities for the hunters to output. However, the current situation is far from as good as planned. Without the assistance of the hunting flute, the hunters were greatly affected by the earthquake caused by the crabs. So most of the attacks were reduced. In this case, even if the artillery on the city wall temporarily blocked the approach of the crabs, the hunters on the ground would not be able to provide sufficient output in this short period of time. Therefore, after stagnating for a while, this super huge monster ignored the new round of fierce attacks from the hunters, and braved the fierce gunfire, swinging down the huge pliers in its hand amidst the smoke. Bang! Bang! Following two loud noises, gravel flew everywhere, and crab's two huge mountain collapsing pliers easily cut two cracks into the high wall made of huge rocks in Fengyan City. Then the two huge mountain collapsing pincers of the crab swept across again, and the large number of forts originally located above the city wall were easily swept aside by the crab, as if they were children's toys. For a time, the hunters guarding the walls of Fengyan walled city also suffered heavy losses. Some of them were agile hunters. Seeing the huge mountain collapsing pincers of the wall crab sweeping over, they had no other place to hide, and had no choice but to jump off the wall. Other slow-moving hunters were not so lucky. They were swept by the giant mountain collapsing pincers of the village crab, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant, leaving no chance of survival. At this time, the crab has almost pressed most of its body against the wall of Fengyan City, while waving two huge mountain collapsing pliers. Its limbs are also working hard together. It seems that it wants to continue to move forward against the wall of the city, vowing to completely destroy the entire Fengyan walled city. Damn it! This guy is simply invincible. So many people have been besieging it for such a long time, but they still can't kill it. And it seems that Fengyan walled city can't hold on any longer this time. Someone in the crowd complained. After all, looking at the body of the crab, which is as tall as a 10-story building, pressed against the wall of Fengyan City, and all the forts on Fengyan City have been destroyed, it seems that the crab is taking the complete initiative. However, there are also people like Wenlong, who are still full of confidence in their hearts even though they see that the crab has pressed its body against the city wall while using its huge mountain collapsing pliers to continuously destroy the city wall. Because Wenlong knew that although the situation seemed to be irreversible, this was not the first time that the ancient Fengyan walled city had encountered such a situation. Once upon a time, many wall crabs had achieved this step, but in the end, they were all blocked by Fengyan City walled city. Of course, there were factors that caused the hunters to be active during this period. Of course, the main reason was that at this last moment, Fengyan walled city often uses its strongest weapon, the dragon-killing gun. Once those 6 spears, which are thicker than the masts of a giant ship, hit the monster's body, the huge destructive power they cause will most likely drive the crabs off the walls of Fengyan City. And at that time, once the crab falls to the ground because of this, the hunters may attack with all their strength. The dragon shooting gun installed in Fengyan City. It's time for you to play your role now. Meow! When he saw the body of the giant crab completely attached to the wall of Fengyan City, Wenlong immediately felt something in his heart. Think. It stands to reason that this is the best time to launch the dragon gun. Basically, any normal person who has mastered the relevant knowledge will feel this way. However, what makes Wenlong feel strange is that at this moment, the dragon shooting guns on the Fengyan walled city are not moving at all. Only the wall crabs are still wreaking havoc. What's going on? Why hasn't the dragon shooting gun started yet? Hasn't it been repaired before? Meow? At this moment, Wenlong also thought with some doubts. Of course, Wenlong was not the only one who felt confused. Among them, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa also noticed something strange in Fengyan walled city. What's going on over there in Fengyan City walled city? It's already this time. Why haven't you launched the dragon-killing gun yet? Longtong Zaisa asked Baron Star, who had always been by his side. But the reply he received was, the situation is not clear yet. It seems that there is a problem within the walled city. This made Long Tong she saw feel the seriousness of the matter. But at this time, Long Tong she saw was powerless. After all, whether it is Long Tong Caesar, the leader of Wang Li's hunting group, or Shanlan Luodin, the president of the major bolt and hunter guild, not only do they need to fight against the village crabs at this moment, but they also have to command the surrounding hunters to follow unified orders. Naturally, there is no time to think too much about adjustments. Moreover, once team leaders like them leave the battlefield, they will cause great changes to the morale on the battlefield. But Wenlong was different. When he first discovered something strange, Wenlong's mind flashed back to what the dark figure who used the hunting bow did that night.
Maybe the guy with the poisonous beak has meowed?
With such a terrifying thought, Wenlong did not hesitate to climb up the city wall directly from the incision left by the crab on the city wall, and then ran straight to the room containing the engine switch of the dragon gun. But before that, Wenlong carefully warned Catherine and Hai Tang, telling Catherine and Hai Tang that once the dragon shooting gun is activated, they will attack the crab with all their strength. Sure enough, as soon as Wenlong arrived at the door of the machine room that controlled the
dragon shooting gun,
he saw two heavily armed hunters falling to the ground. What made Wenlong even more chilled was that the hunter was looking for blood. Looking at the traces, Wenlong could even see a black feather arrow stuck in the necks of the two fallen hunters. Obviously, such an arrow is exactly the same as the arrow Wenlong pulled out of John George. Chapter 6:18 Swordsman in Black. Chapter 6:22 The Swordsman in Black.
I asked why I didn't see the guys with the poisonous beaks appearing. It turns out they were already here. Meow.
Wenlong groaned in his heart, and without thinking too much, he immediately rushed over. After all, time is of the essence at this moment. No one knows how long this ancient beacon city can sustain in the face of the giant mountain collapsing claws and corrosive acid of the walled crab. So even if it can only be faster for a second, bell may influence the final victory or defeat. However, just when Wenlong was just approaching but before entering through the door of the control room, he heard the sound of weapons colliding with each other. It was obvious that there were still people holding on in the control room.
Damn it! I won't let you destroy the dragon gun! Ah!
Wenlong was quite familiar with the voice coming from inside. So even before Wenlong saw the figure inside, he could already identify the owner of the voice.
Isn't this He-Fei? Judging from the tone, the situation seems to be very bad. Meow.
Just as Wenlong was thinking this, soon Wenlong heard the sound of a weapon hitting the ground again, and then another sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. When Wenlong finally appeared at the door of the control room, what he saw was He-Fei, who had fallen to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a man in black clothes holding a black big gun with only one hand. A draconian man with a sword. He can pick up a big sword with one hand, which shows how strong this dragon man is. Looking at the way he lifts the big sword with ease, in terms of strength, he may not be inferior to Catherine and Shanlan Luodin. And from a physical point of view, this dragon tribe is also 2 heads taller than the average human. The muscles all over his body are swollen, and it seems that even the black coat cannot cover them up.
It's so boring. A guy of this caliber is actually a member of Wang Li's hunting group. I can't beat you with just one hand.
In his words, this particularly strong dragon tribe member was also full of ridicule and disdain. At this time, seeing the other party easily lift a big sword with just one hand, He-Fei, who fell to the ground unable to move, only had despair in his eyes.
You don't even have the will to resist anymore. Then, let's end this boring game as soon as possible.
Seeing that the opponent in front of him could no longer resist, the dragon swordsman in black finally put a big sword in his hand. The sword swung down.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and a deep crack was cut into the floor made of solid boulders in Fengyan City walled city. It can be seen that this black-clothed dragon human race man can cause quite astonishing damage even with a big sword with one hand. The destructive power. However, what surprised this black-clothed dragon human man was that He-Fei, who was supposed to be lying there and killed by a big sword, was nowhere to be seen.
Oh!
The strong dragon man was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed that He-Fei, who was supposed to be lying in front, had been moved to the corner of the side, and the person who moved He-Fei was a man wearing strange armor. And there is an Elu cat with tiger skin patterns on its body.
An Elu cat? Although it's a little strange. You seem to be stronger than the hunter next to you. It's just right. You can play with me for a while.
Seeing Wenlong's appearance, the dragon-like man in black without any hesitation, he immediately raised the big sword in his hand and struck at Wenlong.
Boom!
There was another loud noise, and a deep crack was cut on the ground again. But this time nothing was hit.
He disappeared again? Where did he escape to?
The hunter in black was stunned again. But then he laughed again.
Interesting. Really interesting. It seems that I finally met someone who can let me use come on. Let me fight with my full-strength opponent.
Just as the tall and strong black-clothed dragon human said this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knee.
Ah!
The severe pain completely distorted the expression of the black-clothed dragon human. His instinct made him want to lower his head to confirm the situation. But he felt another burst of severe pain coming from his cervical spine. All this happened so quickly that the black-clothed dragon human man had no time to react. At this time, the black-clothed dragon swordsman finally realized how dangerous his situation was. Before, the black-clothed dragon human swordsman thought that Wenlong had hidden somewhere in the face of his fierce attack. But now, he realized that Wenlong did not escape, but was always by his side. But his speed was too fast, so I couldn't catch up with my eyes. In fact, just when the black-clothed dragon human slashed at Wenlong with his big sword, Wenlong used the Kasaya chop in the Tai sword move to dodge. And while dodging, he also completed the attack on the black-clothed dragon. The attack of the dragon's knees. However, because the dragon sealing sword, true Juice sword, in Wenlong's hand is extremely sharp, and Wenlong's attack speed is extremely fast. When the black-clothed dragon human felt the pain coming from his knees, it was already a second later. And when the black-clothed dragon human tribe lowered his head to check, Wenlong had already gone around behind him. While the other person lowered his head, Wenlong jumped up high, and then used the weapon in his hand to open the opponent's cervical spine. Even the powerful dragon tribe could not withstand such a fatal attack, like having his cervical vertebra cut off. Therefore, the body of the black-clothed dragon tribe slowly fell down, and finally hit the ground heavily.
I haven't used my 2 hands to exert all my strength.
After saying this, the black-clothed dragon human completely died.
Oh meow! You dare to show off even if you are not the protagonist.
Wenlong was too lazy to look at the opponent, who fell on the ground. He just said this and ran to Hefei's side, and helped Hefei up.
Thank you. I didn't expect you to kill the dragon tribe in 2 moves, and seriously injured me. This makes me, a senior, very embarrassed.
The injured Hefei said in a low voice.
You're welcome. I'm just asking you. Can you still activate the dragon gun now? It's no problem if you have the talent to do this kind of thing,
Hefei said, and then supported the dragon gun console that was going to the side. However, judging from the appearance of the console, it seemed that many places had been damaged. The scene was also in a mess. Obviously, the black-clothed dragon from the Poison Beak organization had already used his big sword to destroy the console before playing games with Hefei. Chapter 6:19 Black Arrow.
Although that simple-minded idiot destroyed the console, the really important parts were not too damaged. So as long as the broken drive shaft is replaced with a spare, it will be fine.
As Hefei spoke, he endured the pain and began to work, and his movements were still as skillful as before. If they didn't see the scars on Hefei's body, no one would think that these were the actions of a seriously injured person.
You are injured. Drink a bottle of recovery medicine G first.
Wenlong took out a bottle of recovery medicine G and said to Hefei,
It doesn't matter. It will only take a while. Time is of the essence. You can drink the medicine later,
Hefei said, still not stopping what he was doing. Suddenly, at this moment, a black shadow shot out of the air and struck directly at Wenlong's back. But at the same moment, Wenlong seemed to have eyes on his back, rolling to the side at an extremely fast speed. As a result, the black shadow crossed Wenlong's shoulder and finally stabbed into the wall. At this time, the so-called black shadow finally showed its original form. It turned out to be an arrow painted in pitch black.
It's amazing. You are the first person who can dodge my arrows even if his back is turned.
At this time, a young man from the dragon tribe with short blonde hair, a handsome face, and a thin body appeared in the control room. At the door, looking at the hunting bow held in the man's hand, it was obvious that the sudden attack just now was shot by this young dragon man.
No way. Last time you attacked John George and successfully killed him. You won't make the same mistake again this time. And you exposed yourself from the beginning.
At this time, Wenlong also turned around, and then faced the man the young dragon tribe said.
Exposed? That's right. The black arrows on the 2 hunters who fell at the door are the same as last time. Based on your past virtues, I know that you must be ambushing nearby again this time. Ha! You are indeed a very difficult Elu Cat. You are also very powerful. The time was too tight at that time. It was troublesome to have no time to clean up the scene.
The young dragon man continued.
If I had known, I should have listed you as a key target for elimination from the beginning. And it would be my mistake not to do so. Do you think you can get rid of me if you want to? Meow?
Wenlong also refused to give in.
Humph. I remember that I did some research before. And if I remember correctly, your name should be Wenlong.
The young dragon man said again.
So what? I'm not gay. Sir. Meow. Mr. Haha Wenlong. Let me introduce myself first. I, Nietzsche, am the elder of the Poison Beak organization. At this age, I have the nerve to call myself an elder.
Although Wenlong wanted to say this, in his heart, Wenlong still endured it. After all, the lifespan of the dragon people is much longer than that of humans. So even the dragon people who look very young may live for hundreds of years. Seeing that Wenlong didn't speak, Nietzsche added,
How about it? How about joining our poisonous beak? I guarantee that you will eat well and drink spicy food. And your life will definitely be better than now. I'm sorry. I'm not interested.
Wenlong said again.
Really not interested? Of course. Transform. Meow.
Before he finished speaking, Wenlong's body began to change. His hair fell off. His body grew taller. And he eventually turned into a handsome-faced boy. When the originally short Elu Cat suddenly started to grow taller, the stretchable armor she wore also grew along with it, easily covering her whole body. When transforming, Wenlong also took out the 2 daggers of the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Shinjua Sect,
and held them with a human body, which means that Wenlong will fully exert these 2 daggers, the value of a short knife. So Wenlong rushed towards Nietzsche as fast as lightning. At this moment, He Fei, who had been repairing the console before, had completed the repair work on the console. Then He Fei used all his strength to press the disc on the console. In an instant, he was in the control room. Numerous organs began to operate together. Creak! 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 With the movement of the transmission mechanism. The dragon shooting spear located in the Fengyan walled city was instantly activated. And then only 6 silver-white spears, like the masts of a large sailing ship, were seen thrust out together, with the power of the entire Fengyan walled city.
Great! The dragon gun is finally working.
When they saw the dragon gun in action, many people around them cheered. That is a super weapon that can match the huge size of the crab. From the time when Fengyan walled city was first built, it has been a weapon used to deal with walled crabs. So when the 6 huge dragon-killing spears were thrust out at the same time, even the body of the village crab trembled. Because the crab was almost lying on the front wall of Fengyan city. The 6 silver-white spears that looked like the masts of a large sailboat all hit the crab's body the moment they were thrust out. And the power unleashed by the super-large machinery that almost occupies the entire Fengyan walled city can be said to be beyond what any hunter can achieve with his physical body. And the destructive power caused is of course even more astonishing. As a result, people only saw the 6 huge spears spinning and breaking the carapace of the crab, then piercing the crab's body and limbs, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere.
Crack! Click! Click! Boom!
Suddenly suffering such a huge impact, Jai Crab finally fell down, and when it landed, the entire ground began to shake violently. At this time, the 4 legendary hunters represented by Catherine, Haikang, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa, as well as countless other ordinary hunters around them, all rushed forward and launched their attacks against the super giant crab. Attacked. After all, this is the second time that the crab has fallen to the ground. With previous experience, the hunter's damage output is more skillful than before. But even so, this supergiant crab has no intention of sitting still and waiting for death. Especially because the hunters lost the support of the hunting flute and had no skills that could withstand the violent earthquakes caused by the movement of the crabs. The crabs also thought of ways to reduce the damage they suffered early on. One of the simplest methods is to continuously tap the ground with the limbs, deliberately causing more vibrations to prevent and hinder the hunters from carrying out stable attacks. Chapter 620 Legendary Dignity.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The ground shook violently again. Soon, the village crab's move had a certain effect, and many hunters who had poor adaptability to ground vibrations lost their balance and were unable to attack. Although some stronger hunters can barely attack, they are unable to exert their full strength. Therefore, even if the crab has fallen, the overall damage done by the hunters to the crab is still somewhat insufficient. As a result, the battle between the village crabs and the hunters has reached a stalemate stage. On the one hand, the village crabs are struggling to stand up, And on the other hand, the surrounding hunters are doing their best to suppress the village crabs. However, as time went by, the hunters gradually gained the upper hand. Due to the inconvenience of movement, the crabs that fell on the ground had almost no means of counterattack except using vibrations to create some trouble for the hunters. Moreover, this time, the dragon gun was concentrated, and the carapace on the crab's body was damaged in many places, causing the soft parts inside to be completely exposed. In this case, hunters only need to attack the damaged part of the crab to get twice the result with half the effort.
Quick! This guy has been hit by the dragon gun. Don't miss this opportunity. When attacking, try to find the part that was damaged by the dragon gun, so as to achieve the maximum effect.
While waving the big sword in his hand, Shanlan Ludin shouted loudly,
Humph! You don't need to teach me this.
Before Shanlan Ludin could finish his words, she saw had already aimed at a gap and used the secret weapon of the gun again without hesitation.
Secret Formula 1. Particle Blast Bomb. Boom!
The crab's body was attacked by a huge explosive bomb again, and its body trembled due to Shisa's attack. Of course, Caesar's situation is not much better. He has been fighting non-stop before, and this is the second time that Caesar has used mysteries. Therefore, Caesar's physical strength has also been consumed a lot. Even if there is a powerful person in the middle, I took medicine to replenish my strength, but I still felt the overwhelming fatigue coming towards me.
Hey Shisa! Sweetheart, are you tired? When you are tired, go aside and rest. I will work hard for your sake.
Shanlan probably saw Shisa's sweating look. Roden also joked on the side.
Humph! You don't have the right to criticize me. Ever since you used two big swords to forcefully activate the secret,
your strength has dropped by more than 30%.
Longtong Zysa also retorted.
There's nothing we can do about this. I'm getting older. I almost lost my money when I made such a fuss just now. It's true that time is not forgiving.
Shanlan Luodin also said with some embarrassment.
But that little girl hasn't changed much.
Longtong Shisa added at this time.
Haha. Are you talking about Silver Lion Catherine? Indeed. Her physical strength seems to be inexhaustible. When old men like us are exhausted, it can be said that the victory or defeat this time depends on her. Don't forget, there is also the Elu Cat. Without it, the dragon shooting gun couldn't be activated just now, and it would be even more impossible to kill the village crab.
Longtong Zysa continued to add.
Well, I feel relieved to see young people being so active. So let's open up a new path for young people.
With that said, Shanlan Ludin took a big step forward and then assumed a posture to charge up his energy. Although the previous battle had consumed most of the old man's physical strength, at this moment, people could still see Shanlan Ludin bursting out with great strength again.
Oh, so you still have a hand left?
Seeing that Shanlan Ludin had begun to accumulate strength, Longtong Zysa also raised the blunderbuss in his hand without hesitation, and then aimed at the largest spot on the front of the crab's body. Wound. That's where Shanlan Ludin and Longtong Zysa used their secrets to break through before. It's located in front of the crab's body, and it's also above the mouth where the crab sprays acid. It can be said that it's very difficult to attack at ordinary times. An extremely dangerous location. After all, most of the time, if you attack it head-on, you will often be counterattacked by the acid spray of the Jai crab. If Longtong Zysa hadn't worked desperately to cover Shanlan Ludin, the two of them would not have had the chance to break through it. Of carapace. However, precisely because of the efforts that were put on the line before, people can still see that the wounds there are even deeper than the wounds caused by the dragon gun, and are closer to the vital parts of the crab. And in the subsequent battles, Haitang also kept attacking this place with arrows, keeping this wound in a state that could not be healed. Now, this wound has once again become the focus of attack by Shanlan Ludin and Longtong Zysa.
Then this time we must completely penetrate here and reach the heart of the crab.
Although they did not explain it, both of them thought tacitly in their hearts. At the same time, the two launched another attack. Shanlan Ludin.
Mysterious Truth. Gate of Hell.
Dragon Eyes Caesar.
Second Secret Style. Dragon Flame Jet.
Shanlan Ludin used his own body as the axis to spin the two swords again. The sharp and heavy sword stirred crazily at the wound, and soon the wound was enlarged again. And Longtong Zysa's blunderbuss was hit, then it sprays out extremely high-temperature scorching flames, like a fire dragon, completely covering the wounds on the crab. The secret powers of two legendary hunters are activated together, And the power is even more amazing. Without the protection of the carapace, the crab's exposed muscles were stirred up by Elu Luoden's sword until blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then it encountered the super strong flames ejected by Dragon Eyes Isa, and instantly evaporated into a piece of red steam in the air. So with the unpleasant smell of blood and burnt smell filling the air, the muscles hidden under the carapace of the crab were broken open layer by layer, and the wounds deepened little by little, gradually approaching the depths of the crab's body. The actions of Elu Luoden and Longtong Zisa soon attracted the attention of other hunters around them. The hunters from the Hunter Guild and Wanli hunting group were inspired by the spirit of their respective leaders and launched another fierce attack. On the one hand, this is to contain the crab's counterattack, and on the other hand, it is also to inflict maximum damage to the crab in one go. As for Catherine and Haitang, as two people who have reached the level of legendary hunters, of course they immediately understood the purpose of Elu Luoden and Longtong Zisa.
Sister Catherine, these two seniors are trying to open up the weak points of the crab for us.
I understand.
Little Haitang. Seeing the situation in front of them, Catherine and Haitang exchanged glances with each other again, and reached a tacit understanding at this moment. Chapter 621 Catherine swallowed by green. Haitang took out 2 arrows and put them on the bowstring, and then stretched the bowstring to the maximum limit.
Mysterious truth. Kill the first line.
This time, Haitang did not hesitate to use the secret. Although this was the second time Haitang used the secret in this battle. Compared with the first time, the power that Haitang unleashed was not reduced at all. On the contrary, there are a lot of improvements. This is because Haitang released all his power at this moment at the expense of the subsequent continuous attacks.
Crack!
The muscles that had become fragile due to the high temperature and the stirring of the sword suffered another violent attack. And the muscles as thick as ropes were also torn apart. Finally, people saw the crab hidden deeper. His internal organs are still contracting and expanding, in order to transport an inestimable amount of blood to a height of more than 30 meters. The crab's heart is so huge and powerful that every expansion and contraction is accompanied by dull and.
It's just a little further inside, and you'll find the heart of the shy crab.
At this time, Elu Luoden was already half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body with his big sword, and then said slowly,
"Break your heart."
The same state also appeared on Longtong Zisa. This was because the usually majestic leader of Wang Li's hunting group was barely supporting his body with the blunderbuss in his hand, and he was panting continuously.
Ah!
At this time, Catherine finally raised the big sword in her hand and struck at the part that Zhongren worked together to break. The special sword made of Tyrannosaurus materials and steel dragon materials struck at the exposed heart of the crab with terrifying destructive power. Almost everyone believed that even the huge heart of the crab would definitely it is impossible to withstand such a terrible blow. However, at this moment, green foam suddenly appeared in the mouth of the crab again. Obviously, this is a sign that the crab will spit out green corrosive acid again, which means that a large amount of corrosive acid will be sprayed out from the crab's mouth soon. At this time, if we look at the situation on both sides, the crab's counterattack will probably be faster than Catherine's sword. In other words, it is basically certain that before Catherine's sword touches the crab's heart, then the crab's counterattack will be faster. The acidity of the crab will completely soak all over Catherine's body. Moreover, the terrifying pressure would also send Catherine's entire body flying away, let alone Catherine's big sword hitting the crab. Even Catherine herself would be burned by a large amount of acid, and even lose her life.
Oops! Now that the big sword has been taken, it is difficult to take it back. Moreover, even if it is barely taken back for defense, it will leave a chance for the village crab to breathe. I am afraid it will not be so good to find such a good attack opportunity in the future. It's easier. This crab seems to have already thought that someone would attack its heart from the front, so it left part of the acid until now. It seems that it was a miscalculation.
Seeing that Catherine's situation was so critical, Elu Luoden and Longtong Zisa were also stunned, and they could only feel sorry for Catherine in their hearts. Then the next moment, just as the two legendary hunters expected, a large amount of green corrosive acid suddenly erupted from the crab's mouth, completely engulfing Catherine's body like a super huge water column.
Sister Catherine!
At this time, Haitang couldn't help shouting. Everyone saw this astonishing scene. A person, a woman, had a direct fight with a crab, and then her body was completely swallowed up by the green acid of the crab. According to ordinary people's understanding, there is basically no chance of survival possible.
No, Sister Catherine is still alive. Sister Catherine is fine.
Hai Tang seemed to want to rush forward to block the acid for Catherine. But before she even took a step forward, she was pulled back by Shanlan Luodin.
Don't come close. You are a bow hunter. Fighting is not for a young ordinary hunter like you. But Sister Catherine, she's okay. I can feel it. Old man, this super giant crab is trembling with fear. If your Sister Catherine hadn't been alive,
I'm afraid no one would be able to do this.
After hearing what Shanlan Luodin said, Hai Tang finally calmed down and felt carefully. And indeed, she could still feel a trace of Catherine's aura. Just when everyone was pinning their hopes of finally killing the crab on Catherine, Wenlong was also fighting an inseparable battle with the elder of the Poison Beak organization named Nietzsche. As a draconian and an elder of the
Poison Beak
organization, Nietzsche indeed possesses extremely amazing physical abilities and rich combat skills. Especially as a high-level executive of the Poison Beak organization, Nietzsche's skills are also quite superb. In addition, he has the habit of simmering poison on arrows, so it is impossible for ordinary hunters to survive his first arrow. But this time Nietzsche's opponent was Wenlong. When Nietzsche fought against Wenlong, the member of the Poison Beak organization immediately understood what it meant to be powerful. As soon as the battle started, Wenlong, who had already transformed into a human form, launched the ghost transformation without hesitation. With the help of his strong body that had become a human and the bonus of the ghost transformation, Wenlong's speed could only be controlled by the command. To describe it, people are astonished. And when Nietzsche just pulled the arrow out of his body, Wenlong had already appeared beside Nietzsche. However, when Nietzsche fought back, Wenlong suddenly disappeared. As if he had disappeared.
Too bad. The speed can't be increased. But fortunately, this state can only last for 10 minutes at most.
Nietzsche still clearly remembered that last time he hid in the bushes to observe Wenlong's battle. It was already known at that time that Wenlong could only sustain his transformation for 10 minutes at most. So after that, Nietzsche took evasive action while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. However, even so, he did not catch Wenlong's flaw at all. From the beginning to the end, Wenlong clung to Nietzsche, leaving Nietzsche unable to use the hunting bow as a long-range weapon and could only barely protect his body. How could a powerful Elu cat become so strong after turning into a human? It was so fast that it didn't even have time to pull out a new arrow from the arrow basket. Nietzsche could not understand why Wenlong was like this. Strong strength. But Nietzsche did not want to figure it all out, because it was not important to Nietzsche. The only thing in Nietzsche's mind was to defeat Wenlong as soon as possible. Nothing more. Chapter 622 Psychological Warfare. Although the two were at loggerheads at first, during the battle, Wenlong still took the initiative. Nietzsche, on the other hand, mostly used the terrain to avoid. As a result, Nietzsche's mentality became more and more anxious. As a senior leader of Poisonous Beak, Nietzsche had almost no experience of failure. So he was arrogant and found it difficult to accept that he was suppressed by the other party. But now such a situation has happened, and it was still suppressed by an Elu Cat. Although this Elu Cat is in human form, this still cannot be the reason for Nietzsche to find himself suppressed.
Damn it. If it weren't for this Elu Cat, my plan would have been successful. He killed the 3 capable men of the organization in the fishing competition. He also proposed to investigate the spies hiding in the city of Major Bolton. The plan to lure the hunters of Major Bolton out of the city to confront the Yuanian dragon was also proposed by him. What he saw through was that this Elu Cat was causing trouble in the battle with the crabs. Not only did it contain the 5 male fire dragons that were finally controlled, but it also killed the extremely powerful Ural. This Elu Cat seems to be really extraordinary. There is nothing we can do about it. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. Let's use my special trick this time, and make sure there are no future troubles.
Finally, Nietzsche made up his mind. So when Wenlong attacked him with all his strength, Nietzsche used the hunting bow in his hand to resist, and at the same time used the hunting bow to cover his other hand, and sneakily reached for his pocket. There is a shining jade that is often used during hunting. Nietzsche believed that as long as the concealment method is appropriate,
there must be a way to deceive the opponent's eyes and detonate the glittering jade without the opponent noticing. Then once the opponent's eyes are blinded, the final victory will be very likely. Own it. Therefore, Nietzsche did not take the usual easy-to-find action of throwing out the shining jade, but secretly dropped the shining jade from his hand, in order not to arouse Wenlong's attention as much as possible. Pay attention. And at the moment when he jumped back to avoid Wenlong's pursuit, He raised his leg and kicked up the shining jade that fell from his hand. And it landed right in front of Wenlong's eyes. All of Nietzsche's movements are no different from his usual dodge movements. Especially in high-speed fighting. It is even more difficult to detect. In an instant, a dazzling bright light burst out in a very short period of time, turning the surrounding area into a shining white. Nietzsche also closed his eyes, perfectly avoiding this wave of flash.
Ha ha. You Elu Cat. Have you finally touched my shining jade? Then go to MHOL.
Nietzsche shouted loudly. This move was one that Nietzsche had used many times. According to past records, the success rate of this move was 100%. Therefore, the moment the glittering jade exploded, Nietzsche had already confirmed his victory in his heart. However, when Nietzsche opened his eyes again and saw Wenlong clearly in front of him, he found that Wenlong was not affected at all.
How is it possible? How did you find out?
Nietzsche couldn't believe it at all. His tried and tested trick had no effect on this Elu Cat that turned into a human. Instead, with the flash of two sword lights, the two swords in Wenlong's hands were approaching Nietzsche's side.
I've seen through your little tricks a long time ago. Compared with your hand speed, the legendary thief Wood is so much better than you. Meow,
Wenlong said sarcastically. As Wenlong said, this kind of small tricks that take advantage of others are actually what thieves are best at. Therefore, when Wenlong and Robin were practicing before, they often did this. Through training in this technique, Wenlong also developed extremely keen observation skills and could observe all kinds of inconspicuous movements.
What is Wood?
Nietzsche didn't know who Wood was, the legendary thief in the history of the Black Cat tribe that Wenlong was referring to. But at this moment, Nietzsche had doubts about this strange name. But soon, Nietzsche realized that this was probably used by the other party to interfere with his strategy. Because just now, Nietzsche himself was indeed distracted by the name. Although it was only an extremely small moment, it was enough to cause irreparable damage in such a swift battle.
Quickly!
Finally, Nietzsche realized the horror of Wenlong. However, in the moment when he was distracted, Nietzsche did not see Wenlong's move clearly, and the pair of knives had already arrived. In order to deal with such a thing, Nietzsche could only block it with his hands in desperation.
Crack!
After all, the
Sealing Dragon Sword, Shinju Sect,
is also a very powerful weapon, and can even cut through the carapace of a crab. Therefore, facing Nietzsche's instinctive hand to block it, it feels like cutting tofu. Not at all. Texture. You can see that one of Nietzsche's hands has separated from his body, and then fell to the ground.
Ah!
Nietzsche howled in pain. Although he had once again closed the distance with Wenlong with his excellent body skills, Nietzsche, who had lost one hand, could no longer use a bow and arrow.
You are despicable,
Nietzsche said with pain.
I'm just treating others in their own way. I originally just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to succeed. Unexpectedly, I guessed it right. Ha!
Wenlong smiled, said,
well, because you are thoughtful in what you do, and you are able to plan many things carefully and meticulously. So I suspect that you may be a Virgo? As you have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Are you interested in this name that you have never heard of? I care a lot. Meow.
Wenlong continued to laugh.
Huh? You win this time. But next time it won't be so good.
At this time, Nietzsche had already accelerated and ran towards the door.
Want to run? With only one hand. You can no longer use a hunting bow. Let's see how you can still run. Meow.
Seeing Nietzsche desperately running towards the door, Wenlong of course chased after him without hesitation. But the moment Nietzsche ran to the door, Wenlong also changed back to his cat form.
Oops. Is the time up? But it doesn't matter. You don't need a human form to defeat an enemy with only one hand. Even in the form of Elu Cat, there will be no problem. Naya.
Although Wenlong saw that he had transformed back into Elu Cat again, Wenlong did not feel timid at all, but continued to chase. However, just when Wenlong was about to reach the door, Nietzsche, who had been running away in panic before, stopped, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 623 The Ending of the Conspirator.
Great! You're finally here. I won't pursue the matter of disappearing during the previous mission. Come on! Help me kill this Elu Cat. His physical strength is almost exhausted now. What you said will be fine. As long as you succeed, I guarantee you will get enough rewards.
Nietzsche suddenly said in a happy tone to the person near the door. Because Wenlong was still in the room, he didn't know who was standing outside the door talking to Nietzsche. For a moment, Wenlong thought it was Nietzsche's trick to scare him. After all, Some things are false and true. And many times we don't know whether they are true or not. This move was probably a bluffing trick that Nietzsche came up with to save his life. So to be on the safe side, Wenlong still slowed down his pace to avoid rushing out too recklessly. However, Wenlong soon discovered that his worries were groundless. Because the next second Wenlong saw Nietzsche's body being penetrated by a long sword. The thing was so sudden that even Wenlong felt a little incredible. Then bright red blood immediately dripped down the sword blade, dyeing the ground red, which looked quite scary. Nietzsche looked painfully at the faceless person standing outside the door, his face extremely distorted, with an expression of anger and surprise. But at this moment Wenlong had already guessed who that person was, because Wenlong had seen the weapon that pierced Nietzsche's body before.
You actually rebelled? Aren't you afraid that people in the organization will hunt you down?
Nietzsche coughed up blood from his mouth and said intermittently,
What are you afraid of? Anyway, no one else knows except you, the dying person. And compared with gaining Sister Catherine's trust, this danger is nothing.
The voice that came from outside the door was indeed Rin's voice. And the weapon that stabbed Nietzsche was the chopping axe that Rin often used. The reason why it looked like a sword was because the chopping axe that Rin used at this time was sword form. In other words, Rin still has one move that he hasn't used yet.
Then the attributes are released.
Suddenly, Rin whispered. And then the front end of Rin's sword-shaped slashing axe burst out with red energy in an instant.
Boom!
Then Wenlong only heard the sound of an explosion. And blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then only half of Nietzsche's body was left. And then he fell to the ground.
Oh! It's so cruel and inhumane. How can you, a woman, be so cruel? But I like it. Meow.
Seeing Nietzsche's miserable appearance, Wenlong also said sarcastically,
Sure enough. You can kidnap other people's relatives, and then this is the right way to die for a scumbag who makes threats. Naya. Ah. Mr. Wenlong.
At this time, Lin Yamen came out from behind and said to Wenlong,
Does Mr. Wenlong believe me now? Well, you did a good job just now. This guy deserves it. But I don't have time to talk about it now. I don't know how the battle outside is going. Meow.
As he said this, Wenlong picked up his weapon and moved towards it without stopping. Run outside. Wenlong is now worried about the safety of Catherine and Haitang. After all, fighting the crab is not an easy task. Even Nietzsche from Poison Beak has been killed. But this does not prove that the crab will also be defeated. But at this time, Lin's voice came from behind Wenlong.
Mr. Wenlong, Sister Catherine has defeated the crab and has been killed.
Oh! After hearing Lin's words, Wenlong also began to slow down, and finally stopped. At this time, Wenlong slowly said, as if talking to himself,
This woman. Finally. When I grow up, I don't even have a chance to show off to you. Meow.
Only then did Wenlong notice that in his ears there was indeed no longer the huge roar made by the crabs destroying the city wall, nor the roar of battle. The entire Fengyan city seemed to have become quiet, and I was too worried before, so I didn't even notice such an obvious situation.
So how did she win in the end? Meow?
Wenlong asked Rin beside him.
In the end, Sister Catherine launched an attack against the acid sprayed by the crab. At that time, almost everyone thought that Sister Catherine would fail. Then at the critical moment, Sister Catherine split the big sword in her hand into two, one of which one hand was used to defend against the acid, while the other was used to attack. In the end, it successfully withstood the attack of the crab and broke the opponent's heart. So the two disassembled swords can be used as one sword and one shield to fight?
Wenlong pondered.
That's it. Seeing that scene, I admire my sister even more.
Rin also said proudly.
She is probably the only one who can do this. Meow.
Wenlong smiled with some relief. So Wenlong continued to move forward, left the control room of the dragon gun, and then walked up to the wall of Fengyan City. Looking down from above, he saw the body of a fallen crab lying below. It should have been bigger than the huge crustacean monster that was still high on the city wall was actually motionless at this time. However, not many people around Jai Crab were celebrating the victory of this battle. Instead, they had a heavy look on their faces. More people were cleaning the battlefield, because in this battle, due to the ravages of wall crabs, a considerable number of hunters died because of it, and people mourn for this. Other reasons are because in order to stop the crabs, those who have consumed almost all their physical strength in the battle choose to fall down or simply sit on the ground to rest. After all, the overload on the body caused by such a fierce battle is immeasurable. And this even included legendary hunters such as Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa, who had to sit on the ground with their eyes closed to rest in order to recover their physical strength. This shows that the battle with the crab just now was indeed too fierce.
It's indeed a tough battle. Naya.
At this time, Catherine, who suddenly stood under the city wall, also noticed Wenlong and Rin who were on the city wall. So Catherine waved her hands and shouted loudly,
Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! We won! I killed the crab! Yeah. Well done. Meow. President Luodin, Captain Shisaw and Xiao Haitang also helped me a lot. If they hadn't helped me break through the outer layer of defense of the crab, I wouldn't have been able to do this,
Catherine said excitedly. Yeah, Wenlong nodded again.
Ah. Mr. Cat.
At this time, Wenlong had climbed down from the half-destroyed city wall. So Catherine immediately ran over and held Wenlong in her arms again. Chapter 624. It's going to be weird.
It hurts. It hurts. Why do you have so much strength? Let me go quickly. If you have this strength, it's better to leave it to the next monster. Meow.
Wenlong finally jumped out of Catherine's arms and said,
The next monster. Mr. Cat, are you talking about the male fire dragons that just escaped?
Catherine asked.
Idiot! Who told you about the male fire dragon? I'm talking about the ancient dragon species. Do the ancient dragon species understand? Meow. Ancient dragon species. Come to think of it, there is another Yuanian dragon.
At this time, Catherine remembered that there was indeed another ancient dragon species named Yuanian dragon that was threatening Major Bolton's safety. It's just that compared to the village crab, the threat of the swallowing dragon is not that urgent. So it was put to the back for processing. Hearing what Catherine said, a group of people also laughed bitterly. After all, the crisis of the village crab has just been solved, and the hunters of Major Bolton have already suffered considerable losses. Therefore, when they think that the disaster of the Yuanian dragon has not been solved, many hunters have a feeling. A painful feeling like,
my head feels big even thinking about it.
However, Catherine, who was the hero of killing the crab, even forgot about such an important ancient dragon enemy as the Yinyuan dragon. It seemed as if she had not taken the Yinyuan dragon to heart at all from the beginning. Such a performance was really disgraceful. Jean felt a little speechless.
It's good if you remember that there is a swallowing dragon. Although the crisis of the village crab has been resolved, the swallowing dragon is estimated to arrive at the Thunder Sand Sea tomorrow. By then, the storm caused by the swallowing dragon will completely affect the plum blossoms, Jabolton's most important land trade route. And the aftermath of the storm will also cause damage to the city of Mejibolton.
Wenlong carefully explained the threat of the Yuanian dragon to Catherine, and Catherine listened carefully. So after listening, Catherine also said,
Then Mr. Cat, let's deal with the Yuanian dragon now. Idiot! Let's rest for a day. I don't have as much physical strength as you, and the little girl probably can't bear it. Anyway, Yuanian dragon will only arrive at the Thundering Sand Sea tomorrow. We will set off tomorrow and intercept Yuanian dragon.
Okay.
Yeah. Meow.
Wenlong said helplessly. It can be said that Wenlong's mood at this time was the same as that of many hunters around him. Most of the hunters who survived the battle with the crabs were in a state of exhaustion. Many of them could no longer stand seeing Catherine. She was still it's incredible for everyone to be so energetic. But at this moment, Rin suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran to Catherine's side.
Sister Catherine, I killed the organizer of this attack,
Rin said to Catherine like a child reporting on his excellent test scores.
Ah, it's Rin. Thank you so much for your help. Rin. Hee hee. Sister Catherine, is there any reward?
At this time, Rin asked again with expectation.
I wonder what kind of reward Rin needs. Rin wants a hug too,
Rin said shyly.
Ah. Okay. That's it?
After hearing Rin's request, Catherine also hugged Rin. But just like holding Wenlong, Catherine's strength was still much greater than that of ordinary people. When hugging, it's like tightening the opponent's body tightly. However, Rin showed a strange expression because of this.
Finally, I'm so close to my sister's body. Sister Catherine, please push harder. Ah? Do you still need to exert more force? Ah, it feels a little weird.
Rin's breathing became more rapid and her face became flushed.
Ah. Sister Rin, you have become a little strange. It's okay. Sister Catherine, please continue. I just like you to be rough with me.
Rin continued, and her body began to twitch.
Well, rough and stuff like that. No. I didn't mean that.
Rin quickly explained.
Sister Catherine is the gentlest. But please continue to treat me like this. I don't understand this world at all. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong beside him said in a low voice with only one hand on his forehead. However, Haitang on the side seemed to be very interested in this scene. After all, the last time this happened, Haitang was still peeling off the materials of Terror Tyrannosaurus and Thunder Wolf Rex. She had never seen it live, so she felt the same after seeing it this time. It was so novel that I stared at it seriously for a long time without wanting to take my eyes away.
Children are not allowed to see that you are still young, and you cannot become strange.
However, Wenlong covered Haitang's eyes after discovering this situation.
Hey, Mr. Cat. Is it weird for Sister Catherine and Rin to do this? Of course. It's weird for girls to do this kind of thing. But it wouldn't be so bad if I could join in. What on earth am I talking about? Little girl. I almost forgot what I just said. Meow.
Wenlong felt that he was going to become strange. After another while, Catherine finally let go of her hand, and Rin also showed a satisfied smile. At this time, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa also came over. After all, the performance of Catherine and Rin before was so eye-catching that a large group of hunters gathered to watch. This also made Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa notice Rin, who was originally not very noticeable among the crowd. Rin was not a familiar face to the two of them before, and he still used a cutting axe that was very rare in the Zishard area as a weapon. Therefore, at first, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa thought that Rin was a newcomer recruited by the other party. But after exchanging opinions with each other, we finally realized that Rin's name did not appear on the list of people fighting against the crabs. It could even be said that Rin's name did not appear on the roster of the Wanli hunting group of the Hunter Guild at all. In this case, Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa can roughly guess Rin's identity.
Hey, sweetheart Catherine, I have something to ask you.
So, Shanlan Rodin pulled Catherine aside and asked,
Do you know the identity of the girl named Rin next to you? I know. Rin. She is the one we met in Jiayan village of Shiji country before. A member of the Poison Beak organization.
Catherine said calmly.
Huh?
Shanlan Luodin and Longtong Zaisa both showed surprised expressions when they heard that Rin was actually a member of Poison Beak.
Don't worry. Seniors, Rin is a good boy. He has corrected his mistakes and will not do bad things again.
Catherine explained quickly. Chapter 625 The Other Side of Caesar.
No, that's not what I meant.
At this time, after hearing Catherine quickly defend Rin, Longtong Zaisa also said,
None of the Poison Beak members who fought with us before were afraid of death. And they did not surrender even if they were caught. Yes, I didn't expect you to actually be able to conquer one of them. It's really a miracle. Yes,
Shanlan Luodin also agreed.
But judging from this attack, the guys with poisonous beaks also suffered heavy losses. And they probably won't come again in a short time. And now there are people who have turned against us and turned to the bright side.
Here, the blow to them should be even greater. It's not like abandoning the dark side and turning to the bright side. I think it's more like being impressed by Catherine's personal charm. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's good to be on our side.
Longtong Zaisa calmly analyzed again.
Yes, I am deeply in love with Sister Catherine. I think about you all the time. I will do anything for you.
At this time, Rin said without hesitation.
They are all girls. But they actually talk about love and so on. Young people nowadays really can't understand it. No wonder I have been single for so many years. It turns out that for so many years, I have not only wanted to be with a rich and handsome man like she saw competing, and also competing with other girls.
After hearing what Rin said, Shanlan Luodin was also thoughtful.
Don't bring me into your stupid ideas. If possible, I really wish I had never known you.
Caesar said coldly from the side.
Oh, sweetie Caesar, don't be so heartless. We have been friends for so many years. Everyone knows that there is no point in pretending that you don't know each other. Besides, you see, both girls can confess their feelings. Otherwise, we can. Go away.
Longtong Zaisa glared at Shanlan Luodin fiercely, and then immediately changed the subject.
Everyone in Wang Li's hunting group. Listen. Return to the hunting group headquarters immediately. Reorganize equipment. And replenish medicines. Tomorrow morning fight against the Yuanyuan dragon.
Yes. Although the answers were much rarer due to the loss of casualties than before the hunt for crabs, the momentum did not decrease at all. So Lontong Zaisa took the lead in leading the team of Wang Li's hunting group to leave Fengyan City Walled City and retreated to Midbolton from the trail behind Fengyan City Walled City.
Oh, Sweetheart Caesar is still so arrogant.
Ah,
forget it.
So Shanlon Roden turned to the other hunters around him and said,
Brothers of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild, what have you done this time? Very good. But the crab is too powerful. Many brothers were injured or even lost their lives. I will use part of the guild's funds as condolences and pensions. Then, let us sacrifice for this time. All our brave warriors observe a minute of silence.
After saying that, Shanlon Luodin was the first to lower his head. And then everyone, including Wenlong and others, also lowered their heads and began to observe silence. 1 minute later.
Okay, the silence is over,
Shanlon Luodin said again.
However, the battle is not over yet, even if we are extremely sad in our hearts. In order for more people to live a happy life, we must hunt the Yuan dragon. So let us first return to the guild and prepare for tomorrow's battle.
Yes. Unlike Wang Li's hunting group, although the answers of the hunters from the Hunter Guild were neat, there was a hint of sadness in their voices. So the team of the Hunter Guild also left the Fengyan City Walled City, and the tranquility of the past was gradually restored after experiencing an earth-shattering battle.
In the Hunter Guild team, in addition to the hunters at the front, there is also a group of Elu Cats who are responsible for transporting the bodies of the wounded and dead. These Elu Cats follow the team, pushing what are called
the wooden cart,
cat cart,
followed closely behind the procession. At this time, Wenlong and others happened to be at the back of the team.
Okay, little Haitang, don't look. Meow.
Along the way, Wenlong found that Haitang was staring at the bodies of the wounded and dead from time to time, as if thinking about something. So Wenlong persuaded her. In Wenlong's heart, he always felt that Haitang was still young, and Wenlong didn't want Haitang to be exposed to such things too early. However, Haitang had no intention of avoiding this. Instead, she asked Wenlong again,
Hey, Mr. Cat, why did Commander Shisa take the people away without even saying a word of condolences? Well, that's it.
Wenlong didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only shake his head to indicate that he didn't know. However, Haitang asked further.
Haitang thinks that Captain Shisa is too cold. But in this case, it is difficult to explain why so many members of the hunting group are willing to follow Captain Shisa, who is obviously such a cold person. Haitang always finds it difficult to understand. You can't say that, little Haitang.
Before Wenlong could answer, Shanlon Luodin, who was walking in front, turned around and said,
The hunter of Wang Li's hunting group was killed. Sweetheart Shisa is actually more powerful than anyone else. What's sad is that he just doesn't want to show it. Is that so?
Haitang looked a little disbelieving.
Of course. You have never seen him sad. I have seen him. Uh-huh. But the most sad time for him was... Forget it. Let's not talk about it.
It was like he remembered something bad. Shanlon Luodin immediately changed the topic.
In short, from then on, Shisa was unwilling to let others see his vulnerable side. And because the funds for the Wang Li hunting group mainly came from the Zaiwide royal family, so in terms of funding autonomy, it is still restricted by the Sichard royal family. And every year, in order to increase the condolences and pensions for casualties, Sister's little sweetheart also fights desperately with the royal family's diehards. I really didn't expect it. It turns out that the leader of Wang Li's hunting group is also such a person.
Catherine beside her also felt a little surprised.
That's how things are. So, although the number of sweethearts Shisa's Wang Li hunting group is not as large as our hunter guild, it's true that most of the people are almost loyal.
Shanlon Luodin was also a little bit concerned about this. Said with admiration,
It turns out that you can actually hear such secrets. It's true that you guys were old partners many years ago. Meow.
Wenlong also nodded and said,
Yes.
Shanlon Luodin also lamented.
Obviously I am the only one who knows little sweetheart Shisa best in the world. Yet he is still so cold to me. I don't know when this arrogant problem will change.
Chapter 626. Preparations for hunting the Yuan dragon. By the time Wenlong and others returned to Midbolton, it was already night. However, in order to face the Yin Yuanlong early the next morning, everyone still did not rest at all, but began intense preparations. The injured hunters were busy treating their wounds, and the hunters with damaged equipment were busy rushing to the forge house in the city to repair their equipment. Some hunters were purchasing large quantities of recovery medicine, ammunition for ballistas, and powerful bottles for hunting bows. various props and materials such as hot and cold drinks that are needed in desert areas. As for Wenlong, Catherine, Haikang, and Ren, who had been sticking to Catherine and unwilling to leave, they first went to the forging house. But this time Wenlong and others went to the forging house not to repair equipment, or to ask for help forging new equipment, but put forward another request requiring the forgers of Major Boltan to also participate in the battle, not to provide support in the city of Major Boltan, but directly to the front line, and the hunters worked together to hunt this large ancient dragon species, Tunuansaurus. At first, most of the blacksmiths did not agree, but after hearing Wenlong explain the reasons in detail, most of the blacksmiths agreed with Wenlong's approach. Even a few who disagreed expressed their willingness to provide services in the city. Support. So all the operations were going on nervously, although it was called rest. In fact, after taking away things like supplying supplies, repairing equipment, and arranging the next battle plan, there was only a handful of rest time left for most people, because when the preparations were completed, it had already entered the middle of the night, and there was only less than 3 hours left before the originally determined attack time. But even so, all hunters still cherish such a rest period of less than 3 hours. Therefore, in order to ensure that they can sleep a little more, many hunters do not choose to go home to rest, but in the hall of the Hunter Guild. Sleep with your clothes on so that you can attack at any time. Of course, Catherine and Haitang are no exception to this. Although they are girls, they do not receive any special treatment. They are still crowded together with many people and prepared to use this short time to take a break to ensure that they can be in the best condition. Face the upcoming Dry Sea Fierce God, Yin Yuan Long. Only Wenlong was different from the others. As an Elu Cat, Wenlong did not sleep with his clothes on in the hall of the Major Boltan Hunter Guild with the others. Instead, he directly found a soft bed near the guild, the ground, then dug a hole and buried himself in it, sneaking into the soil. You can use the Elu Cat's quick recovery technique. This is the special skill of the Elu Cat mastered by Wenlong. It plays a considerable role at this critical moment to fight against the Dry Sea Fierce God, Tunuanlong, which can ensure that Wenlong recovers faster than ordinary people. So, as the clock in Major Boltan read 6 o'clock in the morning, the wind picked up, different from usual. The wind this time was not the sea breeze from the seaside, but the wind with desert flavor blowing from the thundering sand sea on the other side of the mountain. You know, the city of Majboltan is surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, and the sea on the other. Even the part that connects to the thundering sand sea is connected by a not too wide trade road. And there are woods and hills on both sides, usually able to better block the attacks of desert storms. So even though Major Boltan is not far from the thundering sand sea, the sea breeze has always had the upper hand, and very few desert storms can affect this place. However, this time there was a smell of desert, and everyone knew that as long as the swallowing dragon continued to approach, the hot wind in the desert would become stronger and stronger, as if they suddenly received the message of battle. The hunters who were sleeping soundly a second ago woke up one by one and stood up. The wind in Major Boltan has changed, and the Yuan-devouring dragon is coming. Shanlan Ludan raised the big sword in his hand, and then announced, "Everyone, for the sake of our Major Boltan, go to defeat the Yuan-devouring dragon now." However, because the airship of the Major Boltan Hunters Guild had crashed during the hunt for the walled crab and could not be repaired in a short period of time, so this time when hunting the abyss-devouring dragon, the hunters of the Major Boltan Hunters Guild could only walk there. Originally, Wenlong and others could consider taking the blue fire dragon to their destination, but Wenlong also considered that as an ancient dragon species, the Tuanyuan dragon has the ability to cause natural disasters. So the surroundings of the Tuanyuan dragon must be densely packed with wind and sandstorms. In this case, it was impossible for the blue fire dragon to approach easily. So Wenlong decided that it would be more reliable to travel with most of the pairs. So the team of the Majboltan Hunter Guild formed a long snake and set off from the city gate, heading in the direction of the abyss-devouring dragon. Only this time, the team was still huge. It was clear that many people had already quit the team due to casualties during the hunt for village crabs. At this time, when they went to fight the Yuanian dragon, the entire team actually grew again. And all this is because new members have joined the team, in addition to the hunters who have already participated in hunting crabs. The new ones joining the team are forgers from various forging houses in Majboltan. They use backpacks to carry the mechanical parts they have just forged. Walk at the back of the line. Obviously, in order to defeat the abyss-swallowing dragon this time, these blacksmiths from the forging house
will also play a major role. As for the idea of letting these blacksmiths join the team, it was Wenlong's opinion. Because according to Wenlong's understanding, although the body of the swallowing dragon is as huge as the Tyrannosaurus, it can be incredibly able to face the wind in the desert. Fly. After all, the airship of the Major Bull 10 Hunter Guild and the airship of the Wangli hunting group have crashed at this moment. And Wenlong's Song Fire Dragon cannot get close to the Yenyuan Dragon that can set off sandstorms around it. Therefore, it can be concluded that when encountering the Yenyuan Dragon like this, if the flying dragon is not pulled back to the ground to fight, the battle will become extremely difficult. Therefore, after hunting the village crabs and returning to Major Bull 10, Wenlong discussed with all the blacksmiths in Major Bull 10 and asked them to make a craft that could pull the Yuanyuan dragon back to the ground during this period. Mechanical device. Maybe one is not enough. But if there are enough, Wenlong believes that he can still succeed. And only by pulling the Yuanyuan Long back to the ground can this battle be considered a hope of victory. At this time, the team composed of hunters and blacksmiths finally arrived at the gate connecting Major Bull 10 to the Thunder Sand Sea Trade Road. However, at this moment, a surprising scene happened. Chapter 627 The Strange Greeting Team. First, here, the hunters from the Major Bolton Hunter Guild and the hunters from the Wangli hunting group met. Then, to everyone's surprise, on both sides of the road out of the city, there were actually a large number of Bolton citizens gathered. They brought out wine, flowers, and fresh fruits along the way to express their condolences, and were about to go hunting for the Yuanyuan dragon. Warriors. Originally, it was still past 6 o'clock in the morning. Even in a commercial city like Bolton, there should not be too many people. In addition, in order to prevent the damage of poisonous beaks, martial law was imposed inside the city of Bolton. It has only just been lifted, and it is impossible for the city to regain its vitality so quickly. Therefore, it was obvious that so many citizens gathered on the roadside leading to the city gate at this time were organized. And their purpose is also the same: to express condolences to the hunters who have returned from hunting crabs and are about to hunt the Yuanyuan dragon. Originally, before this, because both the Major Bolton Hunter Guild and the Wangli hunting group turned a blind eye to the disaster caused by the Yuanyuan dragon, the village crab that had been rumored for a long time did not show up, resulting in the failure of Major Bolton. Many legends slandering the Hunter Guild and the Wangli hunting group appeared in the market, and many citizens became disappointed with the hunters. But now, everything has finally come to light. The so-called rumors are actually just things fabricated by the Poison Beak organization to deceive people. The first solution to the wall crabs that landed on the east coast of Bolton has obviously proved to be the most important. Correct behavior. At this time, the people who had been deceived finally woke up from their anger and disappointment. As a result, the citizens who felt that they had wronged the hunters rushed to organize themselves. And this was the scene where they greeted the Bolton Hunter Guild and the Wangli hunting group on their expedition on both sides of the street at the city gate. Although less than 3 hours of rest could not completely eliminate the fatigue of those days of preparing all night for hunting crabs without rest, and then fighting for a whole day with crabs. But when he saw the Majibo, he was guarding. When the people of Ertan turned out to be supporting themselves in such large numbers, all the hunters felt as if they had been given a shot in the arm, and became even more determined. As the representative mission of the hero Major Bolton, Longtong Caesar still dealt with the people around him with a calm face. But Shanlan Roden was different. He talked and laughed along the way, and even used his long-held sword from time to time. With his generous hand, he took advantage of the young women on the roadside.
"Hey, you? Are you still so immoral at this time?"
she saw on the side said coldly to Shanlan Luodin.
"It makes me a little sad to think that I am already such an old man and still a virgin. Now I can only get addicted to playing tricks. And this time, the opponent is so dangerous. There are still 2 in a row. So I am just as nervous as when I was fighting crabs. No, even though I rested for a while and received treatment, my muscles are still aching. Humph. I thought you would always be stubborn and talk nonsense. No way. I'm not the kid I used to be. Now I have to obey my old age. Humph. Your words are quite pleasant. So I'll give you this. I don't want you to embarrass us."
As he said this, Longtong Zaisa threw a small box to Shanlan Luodin. Shanlan Luodin was not polite, and casually took the box thrown by Longtong Zaisa. Then opened the box and found that there was a golden potion inside.
"You are indeed rich. Isn't this the secret medicine that can cure all wounds? I didn't expect to see such a thing after so many years."
Shanlan Luodin also said with emotion.
"I'll give it to you as I said. You don't think that as the leader of the Majestic King's hunting group, I only have this secret medicine? Do you? I don't think so. So I won't be polite.
After saying that, Shanlan Ludin drank the secret medicine handed over by Lontong Zysa. Sure enough, in a short period of time, Shanlan Ludin's body muscle soreness caused by fighting beyond the limit disappeared, and was replaced by abundant physical strength.
What about those 3 brats? Did you give them 2? They are the key to the success or failure of this battle.
At this time, Shanlan Ludin asked Lontong Zysa again.
Don't worry. You don't need to remind me about this kind of thing. I just gave the woman named Catherine and the girl named Haitang a secret medicine each. As for the ridiculously strong Elu Cat, he doesn't seem to need it. Such a thing has completely recovered from the consumption of the previous battle. Indeed, Elu Cat's recovery ability is really enviable. But the most terrifying thing is that he can also have the advantages of humans. Are you talking about the transformation ability he showed when he fought with the poison-beaked man before? That Hefei has already reported to me that it is indeed a very powerful ability. But it doesn't seem to last very long. Probably only 10 years.
It looks like a few minutes.
Lontong Zysa also said.
It turns out you know it too. But there is a way to extend this time. Oh, you actually know this kind of thing?
At this time, Caesar seemed a little surprised.
Actually, I don't know the specific person. But I have sent someone to notify the person who knows this method. I hope she can come over in time.
Shanlan Ludin spread his hands and said. At this time, the team hunting the abyss-devouring dragon had already walked out of Midgebolton, and then walked some distance away. Suddenly, the hunters walking in front of the team discovered that a piece of black appeared not far away. In an instant, the hunters were all on alert, and some even loudly warned the companions behind them, asking everyone to be more vigilant and be careful of being attacked.
It's too much. Meow. When you see our black cat tribe, you are so defensive. Be more vigilant. Meow.
At this time, an older black cat walked out from a group of dark black cat tribe, and then protested arrive. This Elu Cat is the former leader of the Black Cat clan in the West Meluan Mountains, Heishan, whom Wen Long met in the West Meluan Mountains. This time, Heishan also brought the entire Black Cat clan from the West Meluan Mountains. He finally arrived at Major Bolton before the hunters fought with the Yuanian dragon. This was just because he was concerned about his identity as a Black Cat clan, worried about being squeezed out by the citizens. So all the black cats from the Simelan Mountains brought by Montenegro lined up outside the city of Midgebolton to welcome the hunting team.
There is no other way. We are going to hunt the Yuanian dragon this time. We are carrying all important things. There are no extra props or wooden vines for you to steal.
At this time, Dragon Eye she saw appeared in the team. The black cats on both sides of the road ahead said,
Humph. We are not here to steal. This time we are here to help. Our current clan leader, Lord Wenlong, can testify to this. Meow.
Chapter 628 from Ancient Wisdom.
Your current clan leader Wenlong?
Hearing what Heishan said, almost everyone who heard it turned their attention to Wenlong.
Dear Lord Mengod, what is going on? How did you become the leader of the Black Cat clan?
At this time, an unknown hunter asked. Although only one person asked this question, judging from the looks of the people around him, Wenlong knew that this person's question actually represented the aspirations of the majority of people. So now is the time to respond.
That's right. I am the current leader of the Black Cat clan in the West Meluan Mountains. What do you think? Meow?
Wenlong said confidently.
Also, don't call me by my title. Meow. No, that's not true. I'm just a little surprised. No, Lord Wenlong.
Of course, no one present dared to question Wenlong.
There's nothing surprising. Under my leadership, the black cats in the West Meluan Mountains have corrected their evil ways. So just like what Heishan just said, they are not here to steal things this time. Have you ever seen black cats lining up to steal things so blatantly? No. Right? So they are indeed here to help us. And I can vouch for this. Meow. That's interesting. Are the Black Cat clan coming to our side? This is the first time in history. Of course you can't miss such an interesting thing.
Shanlan Ludin touched his beard and said,
Well, there is no reason not to use any available power now.
Lontong Zysa also nodded and said, since even Shanlan Ludin and Lontong Zysa had expressed their agreement, the others certainly had no reason to refuse. Even those who had worries before finally put aside their worries and accepted happily. Let the Black Cat tribe also join the team to defeat the Yuanyuan dragon. After all, everyone knows that there is also an extremely shortage of Elu Cats now. The battle with the crab is not just a battle between the hunter and the monster. Behind the hunter, there are always a large number of Elu Cats supporting him. They either serve as a rescue team, using cat carts to transport the wounded back to the camp from the front line of the battlefield, or as a follower cat of the hunter, directly participating in the hunt, or simply as a coolie, fighting against the crabs. During the battle, carry ammunition, clean up the city walls that have become rusty due to age, and repair the damaged city walls. No matter which one it is inseparable from the active figure of Elu Cat. So the number of Elu Cats who were killed or injured in this battle with the crabs is not a small number. Therefore, the Elu Cats currently used for support in the team are already quite insufficient. Especially this time. There are no defenses left by the predecessors to fight against the Yuanyan dragon. Many of the mechanical devices used to deal with the Yuanyan dragon need to be in place. Temporary construction on site. At this time, a sufficient number of Elu Cats is particularly important. As a result, the Black Cat clan of the West Meluan Mountains, headed by Heishan, also joined the team to defeat the abyss-devouring dragon. The whole team became stronger, and because it was mixed with all kinds of people, it looked a little weird. So the team continued to move forward, but the further they advanced, the more people could feel that the wind around them became more intense, and the sand and dust mixed with the desert atmosphere gradually became more and more. Looking back, the former city of Midbolton also seemed smaller and smaller, as if it was about to disappear from the horizon. However, at this time, in front of the team, in the desert sand, another surprising figure actually appeared. It's finally here. At this time, only Shanlan Ludin said, as if he had expected it. Grandma Cat, it's you. Why are you here? Do you have anything to do with us? At this time, she saw. Who saw Grandma Cat? Said respectfully. Oh, the old lady came here because of Rodin's request. At this time, Granny Cat said. At this time, people also noticed that there was no Elu Cat in the big wooden barrel that Granny Cat usually carried on her back. Therefore, in other words, Granny Cat appeared here this time. Obviously not for recommend Elu Cat to hunters. Or, to put it more cruelly, in the previous battle, all the Elu Cats that Granny Cat brought out this time have been hired away. Even though many of these Elu Cats just came out of the cat village, their own strength and experience still have many shortcomings. They should have needed more experience before they could be put into this battlefield. Therefore, when the walled crabs attacked the Fengyan City walled city, these novice Elu Cats, who had just come out of the cat village, were arranged to perform some simple physical labor inside the walled city to help the hunters defend the Fengyan City walled city. But in the end, they became the group with the heaviest casualties, lacking experience and strength, and not knowing how to protect themselves in danger. Many of these Elu Cats lost their lives. Therefore, when they saw the empty barrel carried on Granny Cat's back this time, many hunters couldn't help but shed tears. Don't be sad. The souls of those lovely children will live well in heaven, Granny Cat continued. But this time, I came here mainly to tell you something important. Wenlong. With that said, Granny Cat walked directly to Wenlong's side. Tell me. Meow? Wenlong was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Granny Cat wanted to say. But at this moment, Shanlan Luodin on the side also said, It was my idea to invite Granny Cat here this time. Wenlong. Sweetheart, do you only have 10 minutes to worry about the transformation? Now! As an expert on Elu Cat, Granny Cat has a solution to this problem. Grandma Cat has a way to solve this problem? Meow? Wenlong's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized that he had forgotten such an important thing before. After all, Granny Cat, as a dragon tribe who has entered old age, is definitely far older than everyone present. Even Nasika, who is also a dragon tribe, and Master Luo, a blacksmith, are definitely much younger than Granny Cat. And during these long years, Granny Cat has been traveling around the world of monster hunters with Elu Cats from cat villages all over the world. Wenlong also knows everything about Elu Cats and their experiences. It is incomparable to anyone. Therefore, if there is anyone who knows how to make Wenlong's transformation more permanent, then the person Wenlong knows should be none other than Grandma Mao. Chapter 629, Evolution of Transformation Technique. Uncle, I never thought that you, an old woman, are the best person to solve my problem. Meow! Wenlong said to Granny Cat with sudden realization. Oh, old lady, I just lived a little longer and dealt with the Elu Cats a little longer. so I still have some ancient memories brought back from the ancient kingdom in my head.
The old lady cat said with a smile.
Then tell me quickly, how can we solve the time problem of transformation? Whether it can last is very important to a man. Meow!
Wenlong said loudly.
Oh ha ha! Wenlong, you are still so impatient. Then let the old woman tell you. In fact, the method is very simple. And if it is you already have this condition. That is, when transforming, activate the Elu Cat. One of the skills is Elu Cat's water back formation.
Granny Cat said to Wenlong.
After transforming, activate the backwater formation of Elu Cat? Meow?
Wenlong was completely stunned.
That's it? Meow? That's it. Although El Nico's water back formation is one of the ultimate skills among El Nico's skills. If you are a hunter like you who has entered the legendary palace, you should have already mastered it.
Grandma Cat said again.
Yes, I have mastered this skill a long time ago, but I never thought it could have such an effect.
Wenlong said thoughtfully while stroking his beard. After all, Wenlong knew best that although
Elu Cat's backwater formation
to greatly improve his body's attack and defense capabilities, it also had a very obvious flaw. That is, when using
Elu Cat's backwater formation,
array, Wenlong's body will not be able to recover easily if he suffers any further damage. For example, the scar left on Wenlong's face was caused by activating
Elu Cat's backwater formation
when fighting the snow lion, and then being injured by the snow lion's sharp claws. It was with Wenlong for a long time. It was not until the soul of the original host in Wenlong's body was completely fused with Wenlong, and coupled with the recovery effect of Wenlong's
Elu Cat's rapid recovery technique,
that the scar finally slowly disappeared from Wenlong's face. Therefore, once Wenlong uses
Elu Cat's backwater formation,
it will mean that any damage suffered by Wenlong during the time when
Elu Cat's backwater formation
is activated will not be able to pass through ordinary medicines for treatment, since you cannot restore your vitality by drinking the recovery potion G during the battle. Of course, it means that once you are injured, the battle will become more dangerous, especially if Wenlong is seriously injured and is chased by a monster and has no chance to activate
Elu Cat's quick recovery technique. If Elu Cat's backwater formation
is activated, Wenlong will use potions to temporarily restore life. The approach won't work. You may even lose your life because of it. Because of this reason, most of the time, Wenlong is very cautious in using
Elu Cat's backwater formation.
If it is not a last resort, Wenlong will not activate this skill easily.
Use Elu Cat's backwater formation after the transformation.
After thinking for a while, Wenlong finally understood something in his heart. So he asked,
I understand. This is using Elu Cat's backwater formation, a side effect of this skill. Right. Meow? Oh. He is such a smart kid. He understood at one point that the Elu Cats in the ancient kingdom used this to extend their transformation time. Although they transformed not for hunting, but just to satisfy some strange human hobbies. That's all.
Seeing Wenlong understand the principle so quickly, Granny Cat said with appreciation. Just like Wenlong said, the side effect of
Elu Cat's backward formation
is that the injuries suffered during the activation time of the skill cannot be recovered. In other words, the body's recovery ability is actually lost. In this case, the body of Elu Cat who activated
Elu Cat's water back formation
is in a state that cannot allow his body to recover. It is this state that makes any recovery medicine lose its effect, because external forces cause the wound cannot be healed, and the body can only be slowly repaired by using
El Nico's quick recovery technique.
After
El Nico's backwater formation
is lifted, and if you transform first and then use
Elu Cat's backwater formation,
then the state of transforming into a human will also be solidified because of this
state that cannot allow your body to recover.
Thus let Wenlong have a human body during the entire activation time of
Elu Cat's backwater formation.
As for the way to relieve this state later, of course, it is the same as repairing the wounds left during the activation of
Elu Cat's backwater formation.
That is, after releasing
Elu Cat's backwater formation,
use
Elu Cat's backwater formation, Cat's quick recovery technique.
Then Wenlong can return to Elu Cat's body.
Well, I understand. Old woman, thank you so much. I will consider using your method when I fight the Yuan dragon later. If it succeeds, then I will definitely thank you in the future. Meow.
Since it's already after understanding how to extend the transformation time, Wenlong happily said to Granny Cat,
Oh there is no need to thank me. Old woman, I have lived for so long, and I have long since run out of anything I particularly want,
Grandma Cat said.
But if you can help those just now to the younger generations who have come out of Cat Village, I will definitely thank you. Mother-in-law, that's easy to say. In fact, I also have such an idea.
Wenlong nodded and said,
Oh, that's great. Grandma Cat, my mission this time has finally been completed. After all, I am too old to fight with you young people. So please allow me to leave first this time,
Grandma Cat said. Then he turned around and left. No one tried to save Grandma Cat, but watched her figure quickly disappear into the desert sand, and then disappeared without a trace.
Okay, let's get on the road quickly. Kill the yuan-swallowing dragon as soon as possible. Meow.
After learning about the method that could extend his transformation time, Wenlong suddenly became full of energy and immediately urged the team keep going. At this time, Catherine, who had not spoken before and just listened quietly to the conversation between Wenlong and Granny Cat, finally couldn't help but asked,
Mr. Cat, if Mr. Cat's transformation time is extended, then what happened in the bathroom that day?
That's all there is to do. Chapter 630 True Intention. Wenlong looked at Catherine with some surprise. Different from usual, Catherine's face turned red at this time, and her eyes became a little erratic. It was obvious that she was a little shy.
What's going on? You shouldn't be like this normally. Do you already know something about things between men and women? Meow?
Wenlong was shocked. Then he jumped on Catherine's shoulder and asked in Catherine's ear,
That night in the bathroom, did you already know what I was going to do to you? Meow? Ah, Mr. Cat, you actually wanted to do something sexy that day,
Catherine replied in a low voice. Embarrassed.
What is a lewd thing? Tell me clearly. Meow.
Wenlong continued to ask.
It's the kind where two people make a child together.
As she spoke, Catherine's voice became smaller and smaller. If Wenlong hadn't been lying on Catherine's shoulder, it would have been almost impossible to hear Catherine's voice as small as a mosquito.
Oh meow! You actually know everything.
After hearing this, Wenlong suddenly jumped up and said to Catherine quickly,
Quick! Tell me! Who taught you? Meow!
After all, in Wenlong's mind, Catherine had always been a naive image, and she had always been like a blank slate with little understanding of things between men and women. However, now Catherine suddenly understands things between men and women, which surprises Wenlong. And of course, there is a sense of crisis that arises spontaneously. It feels like a fruit tree planted at home, which has been growing vigorously after careful care. But just when it is about to bear sweet fruits, it is eaten by others. This feeling will definitely make people very, very unhappy.
Sister Lindy's taught me.
At this time, Catherine finally answered.
Huh? It turns out it's the girl with glasses. That's okay.
Wenlong finally breathed a sigh of relief when Catherine said she learned it from Lindy's. I thought to myself,
it's a good thing I didn't learn it from some wild man. Otherwise, I would have to cut that wild man into pieces.
But even so, Wenlong was still very concerned about this kind of thing. So he continued to ask,
When did it happen?
It's just that, Mr. Cat. I went to see Sister Lindy's the day after you became strange. Is it the next day? Meow?
Wenlong thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that Catherine did look a little strange that day. It was too difficult for Catherine to get up very early, and then ran back sweating profusely. Now Wenlong finally understood that Catherine at that time ran to find Lindy's.
Okay, so what did the girl with glasses teach you? Meow? At that time, I thought you were sick. So I went to Wanli Academy to find Sister Lindy's, and told Sister Lindy's about your situation, Mr. Cat. But Sister Lindy started laughing after hearing this. This girl with glasses is actually smiling.
Wenlong felt an indescribable feeling when he thought that his behavior in the bathroom that day was known to others. At this time, Catherine continued,
Then Sister Lindy's brought a lot of very old books from the library, and then let me look at them. I saw that many of them were full of erotic pictures, and there were text explanations. Then Lindy's sister Tissy also told me that, Mr. Cat, you actually want to do something like this. I'm a man. What's wrong with men being lustful?
Anyway, Catherine knew his intention, so Wenlong no longer tried to hide it, but said confidently,
It's just that there is such a little yellow in the Wanli library. A book? And since it's very old, it's probably a little pornographic book left over from the ancient kingdom. It's really weird.
When he thought that the little yellow book that Lindy's used to educate Catherine was actually a cultural relic from the ancient kingdom, Wenlong felt in his heart that there were 10,000 grassmud horses galloping past. However, when Wulong looked at the bracelet in his hand that could transform Elu cats into humans with cat ears and tails, and was used to satisfy the special hobbies of some people, Wulong understood the ancient kingdom in his heart. During this period, there was actually a large number of pornographic books left behind. Those guys in the ancient kingdom, in order to satisfy the cat's ear control, can develop this kind of magical transformation bracelet. So it is not surprising that there are a few erotic books and other books used as enlightenment books for teenagers. After Wulong finally understood, he was completely relieved. After all, it has been a year since Catherine and Wulong met, and Catherine has reached the age of 18 and is considered an adult. It is impossible to remain as ignorant as before about this kind of thing between men and women. It would be better to say that it is very beneficial for Catherine to understand this knowledge now. In this case, Wulong will at least be able to understand the other party's intentions better, instead of taking possession of Catherine's body without her knowing anything about it. Although Wulong had such an idea at the time because of his impulsiveness, thinking about it afterwards, he still felt that it was inappropriate. So Wulong asked again, "Hey woman. No. I mean, Catherine, if I do something like that to you next time, will you still be willing?" "Meow. I do." Catherine thought for a moment, as if she had made up her mind, and then said loudly, "But it will be a little painful, and it may bleed. But it should become more comfortable afterward." "Meow." Wulong said again, "It doesn't matter. If it's Mr. Cat. It doesn't matter what you want to do to me, because I love you deeply. Mr. Cat. I understand. And I also understand what you mean." Wulong jumped down from Catherine's shoulders, and then said with a bad smile on his face, "When this mission is completed, let's continue what we left unfinished that day. This time it's definitely more than 10 minutes. Meow." While Wulong and Catherine were talking, the team continued to move forward. However, at this time, the surrounding airflow became more and more weird. Even from a distance, Wulong and others could already see several desert tornadoes in the distance that looked like connecting the sky and the earth, rolling up a lot of sand and dust, and such tornadoes slowly moving in the direction of Major Boltan. The surrounding air became more and more restless. "Let's attack here. If you go too far forward, you won't have enough time to assemble the crossbow with restrained bullets." So Wulong suggested to Shalon Luodin and Longtong Zaisa.